After graduating from high school, a certain special forces soldier retired and was assigned as the deputy captain of security at a corporation. Accompanying the beautiful CEO on a trip abroad, they encountered a plane crash, leading to a series of survival stories on a deserted island. Chapter 1. The Moonlit Sea. ZZZZ. Captain, something's wrong. We've lost contact with the tower. ZZZZ. Try other channels. I've tried, nothing works. ZZZZ. What about the satellite phone? It seems our signals have been jammed. We've lost all contact with the outside world. Switch to navigation mode. Maintain an unbroken line with the tower. Yes. Tower. ZZZZ. Report the data. Altitude, 11,000 meters. Pressure XX. Wind speed XX. Airspeed. This is bad. All electronic devices are malfunctioning. Only the physical measurement instruments are still operational. What's our current location? We were just at longitude XX, latitude XX, deep in the Atlantic Ocean. We're at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. If the plane crashes, no one will survive. We must decelerate and lower our altitude. Continue reporting data and attempt to reach out. Understood. Altitude 10,000 meters, airspeed XX. Altitude 9,000 meters. 8,000 meters. Quickly notify the passengers. It's too late. Buzz. What's that sound? It seems to be the sound of electromagnetic waves. It should be from the cargo hold. Buzz. ZZZZ. Malfunctioning. 1,000 meters. Cannot buzz. ZZZZ. Bang boom. ZZZZ. On the vast, shimmering sea, a bright moon gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, faintly illuminating a small island. The island, measuring over 200 square meters, was less of an island and more of a rocky outcrop. A figure lay prone on the sand, half submerged in the sea. Drowsily opening his eyes, he murmured, "Who am I? What happened? Where am I?" He slowly crawled ashore, sat up, and vigorously shook his head, finally recalling the events. Wang Yuan, deputy captain of security at a certain company, was a retired special forces soldier from a certain airborne unit in the southeastern military district of Huaguo. After retiring, he was assigned to Zhongluan Group as a security officer, quickly rising to the position of deputy captain within a month. His primary responsibilities involved training, with a relatively light workload that did not require him to stand guard or patrol. Recently, Zhongluan Group expanded overseas, necessitating the deployment of some key personnel to Africa for business ventures. The company's president took several core members from each department on a flight to a country in Africa. Originally, the security department was not required to go, but the head of security suggested at a company meeting that due to the perpetual turmoil in Africa and the lack of security, a few security personnel should accompany them, recommending the security captain to lead the team. After discussion in the meeting, it was unanimously agreed. The list from each department was presented to the chairman, and Zhang Hao, the company chairman, decisively altered the name from the original security captain to Wang Yuan, finalizing the arrangement. Of course, Wang Yuan was unaware of the meeting's proceedings. He stood up, feeling weak, gradually acclimating to his surroundings, surveying the area of over 200 square meters. The spot where he stood was a small sandy beach, while the rest was all rocky terrain. The island was devoid of vegetation. Walking around the coastline would take no more than 10 minutes. Damn it. He cursed and plopped down onto the sand, burying his head in his knees, gripping his hair. After sitting for about 10 minutes, he suddenly stood up, resolved, I must survive. If I escape this calamity, fortune will surely follow. I am destined for something greater. Shaking off such thoughts, he focused on finding a way to survive. He rummaged through his clothing pockets. His cigarettes and lighter had been confiscated by airport security. All he had was an ID card and a passport, along with half a pack of tissues, which were soaked by seawater. On his wrist was a high-quality watch that emitted a faint glow. The time read 11:42 at night. He wore a special security training uniform and sturdy training boots. Beyond that, he possessed nothing else. It had been over 10 hours since the plane crash, and he assumed the rescue team would arrive soon. But first, he needed to devise a means of self-rescue. Survival was paramount. His stomach growled, prompting him to search for food. He decided to stroll along the beach. Setting off to the left, he began to inspect the crevices in the rocks for any seafood. The rocks on the left were relatively low. As he climbed onto one, he was suddenly captivated by a glint on the water's surface. Looking up, he saw a floating object shimmering with metallic luster, drifting about 200 meters away. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan dove into the water and swam toward it. As he approached, he realized it was a piece of a foam cooler, adorned with aluminum foil, upon which lay a flight attendant, unconscious. He hastily dragged the cooler ashore. Checking for breath, there was still a pulse. Without a second thought, he began administering chest compressions and artificial respiration. Finally, the flight attendant coughed violently. Cough. Cough. You're awake. The flight attendant slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Yuan, then looked around weakly, asking, "Where is this?" "I don't know either. We fell from the plane. We're on a small island in the sea." The flight attendant, slowly sitting up and surveying her surroundings, realized Wang Yuan had saved her. Chapter 2. Together in this time of uncertainty. "Thank you," the flight attendant said. "There's no need for gratitude. We are both lost souls in this vast world, helping one another," he replied. "Is there any water? I'm so thirsty." "There's none. Look at our situation. How could there be water? Can you walk? Are you injured?" Wang Yuan noticed the flight attendant was dressed in her uniform, her long legs clad in stockings, and she wore high heels, thankfully still intact. Seeing Wang Yuan's gaze linger on her, she blushed. "I'm fine. I'm not injured." "Good. Let's search along the shore for something to eat." "Okay." Wang Yuan extended his hand to help the flight attendant up. Her cheeks flushed as she took his hand and stood. "My name is Wang Yuan. What's yours?" "Imrin Yuan," she replied, looking down shyly. "Huh. What a coincidence. Our names both contain Yuan. Mine means source of water." "Let's start our search to the left." "All right." The two walked towards the left. After a while, Wang Yuan noticed a lack of sound behind him. Turning around, he found Rin Yuan cautiously navigating the rocks. Realizing his oversight, he said, "I'm sorry, I forgot you were in high heels." Her face flushed again, and she lowered her gaze in silence. "Why don't you rest here for a bit? We'll take a look around. It's not very large." Rin Yuan hesitated shyly. "It's fine. It's such a small area. I can see everything from here. He'll be back shortly." "Thank you." "Not at all." Wang Yuan walked toward the rocky shore. In the crevices, he discovered 2 empty water bottles, which he picked up and continued his search. After a while of turning over stones and peering into crevices, he spotted a few small crabs. Unfortunately, they were too small to eat raw. He also found several large sea snails on the rocks, picking one up and striking it with a stone. In less than half an hour, he had traversed the shoreline, collecting over a dozen sizable sea snails, enough to fill their stomachs. "Here, let's eat some of these." He cracked one open and handed it to Rin Yuan. "Thank you." Soon, they finished the sea snails. "They're delicious, incredibly fresh. If only we had some horseradish," Wang Yuan remarked. "Hee, these are purely wild. I've never eaten such delicious sea snails before," Rin Yuan laughed. "Well, you can't find such delicacies in the city, but I have certainly feasted on numerous wild edibles." "Oh, what is your profession?" "I am merely a security guard." "Does that mean you are quite wealthy?" "Not at all. I am utterly impoverished. In my previous life in the military, during field training, there were often days when we had nothing to eat, and I had to resort to foraging for wild game, which I had to consume raw." "What have you eaten raw?" "Large creatures like wild rabbits, rats, and snakes, smaller ones such as grasshoppers, ants, and earthworms." "Stop right there. I'm about to vomit." Wang Yuan was passionately recounting his experiences when he was abruptly interrupted by Rin Yuan. My apologies," Wang Yuan said, his face flushed with embarrassment. "What kind of soldier were you to eat such things?" After a prolonged silence, Rin Yuan inquired. "I served in the field army, as an infantryman." "Who would believe that?" I assure you it's true." A moment of silence enveloped them. Wang Yuan reclined on the beach, resting his arms behind his head, gazing at the moonlit sky. Rin Yuan mimicked his pose, observing the moon. After a while, she turned to look at Wang Yuan and found him remarkably handsome, especially those deep-set eyes, seemingly capable of drawing in all light. "What are you pondering?" Chapter 3. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. It was the latter part of the night, and today marked the Mid-Autumn Festival. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival," Wang Yuan said. "Yes, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Rin Yuan replied. "Let us catch some sleep. Dawn is approaching, and perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon." "All right." The two, feeling drowsy, soon drifted off to sleep. As dawn broke, Wang Yuan woke up, opened his eyes, and glanced at his wristwatch. It was 6:10. Turning his head, he noticed Rin Yuan curled up, sleeping soundly. He quickly rose, removed his jacket, and draped it over her. He strolled to the seaside, cupped some seawater in his hands, and rinsed his mouth. As he gazed out at the horizon, he suddenly spotted a suitcase bobbing in the water. Hastily, he removed his shoes and stripped off his clothes, diving into the sea wearing only his underwear. The suitcase was 300 or 400 meters away. If he didn't retrieve it soon, it would drift far away. At that moment, Rin Yuan also awoke. She opened her eyes, saw the jacket on her, and felt a surge of gratitude. Looking around and finding no one, she quickly stood up and searched the area, but saw only shoes and clothes. Where could he be? Did he get eaten by a beast? But there are no beasts here. Is it possible he abandoned me? That scoundrel. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Yuan Yuan. At that moment, she heard someone calling her from the sea. Looking up, she saw Wang Yuan swimming towards her, dragging the suitcase. She rushed over, leaping into his arms, sobbing. I thought you left. How could I? I would never abandon you. He chuckled. All right, stop crying. Look what I found. It was only then that Ren Yuanyuan realized Wang Yuan was still without clothes, and her face flushed crimson. Oh my, you, hurry and put on your clothes. Okay. Wang Yuan hurriedly ran off to dress. He has 8-pack abs, Ren Yuanyuan thought, her cheeks reddening even more. When Wang Yuan returned, fully clothed and lifting the suitcase, he said to Ren Yuanyuan, let us head over there and see what's inside. The two made their way to the beach, setting down the suitcase to inspect it. Fortunately, it wasn't locked, and Wang Yuan quickly opened it. They both peered inside. The contents included some men's clothing, a pair of canvas shoes, a pair of athletic shoes, all size 42, just right for Wang Yuan. There was also a toiletry bag containing a bar of soap, a bottle of facial cleanser, a bottle of body wash, a portable dental kit, an electric shaver, and a phone charger with a data cable. Digging further, they found a set of keys, which included a multi-functional fruit knife. Wang Yuan then opened another zipper and discovered some medications. Opening a smaller zipper, he spotted a box inside. Pulling it out, he exclaimed, Durex. Ren Yuanyuan's face turned red again, and she grabbed the box, intending to throw it away, but Wang Yuan quickly stopped her. Don't toss it. It might come in handy. Ugh, you lecher. Ren Yuanyuan turned away in annoyance. What makes me a lecher? Wang Yuan was bewildered. As he placed the box back inside, he discovered a wad of cash, over 10,000 yuan. What shoe size do you wear? Wang Yuan called out to Ren Yuanyuan. The beach is just this big. Ren Yuanyuan had run to the rocks, sitting on a stone, visibly sulking. She did not respond to his call. Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase and found a black tracksuit, which he brought over to Ren Yuanyuan. Chapter 4. The Freshwater Crisis of How Can I Change? Ren Yuanyuan feigned annoyance. You can change behind that rock. I won't peek. Wang Yuan pointed to a large boulder. With a huff, Ren Yuanyuan snatched the clothes and carefully walked behind the rock. Wang Yuan returned to retrieve the fruit knife from his keychain and wandered off in search of food. He pried open several oysters, collected 4 sea urchins, and found 2 empty plastic water bottles. He returned to see Ren Yuanyuan sitting on the beach, staring blankly at the sea. Yuanyuan, have something to eat, he urged. She replied. Wang Yuan sat beside her and handed her an opened oyster. They soon finished the oysters. Wang Yuan then opened a sea urchin. The bright yellow flesh inside was rich. He opened the rest and offered 2 to Ren Yuanyuan. Be careful, don't prick your hand. How do you eat this? Ren Yuanyuan asked, frowning as she accepted it. Wait a moment, I'll show you. He retrieved a longer key and washed it in the seawater. After handing the fruit knife to Ren Yuanyuan, he took a sea urchin and used the key to scoop out a piece of the yellow flesh, popping it into his mouth. Wow, this is delicious. This sea urchin is huge. You can scoop out the yellow with a knife. Ren Yuanyuan imitated Wang Yuan, using the small knife to taste the sea urchin's flesh. It's tasty. After a while, they finished eating and the sun began to shine. I'm so thirsty. Is there any fresh water? Ren Yuanyuan asked, her cheeks flushing. We are indeed facing a freshwater crisis. Wang Yuan stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Yuanyuan, I'll check up there. Wait for me. He pointed to a rock formation. Okay. This rock was the tallest in the area, standing over 10 meters high, with several lower stones forming a slope. Wang Yuan climbed up the slope. On the rock, he discovered a small puddle containing a little water, enough to fill 2 water bottles. However, the water was quite dirty, and he could see small bugs swimming inside. Dipping his finger into the water, he tasted it. It's fresh water. It seems to be rainwater that hasn't evaporated yet. Yuanyuan, there's fresh water. Wang Yuan shouted down at her. Really? Pull me up. Ren Yuanyuan ran towards him. Slow down, don't fall. She exclaimed, and with that, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Wang Yuan quickly rushed down to her side and helped her up. Are you all right? I twisted my ankle and my arm hurts so much. Ren Yuanyuan's eyes glistened with tears. Let me take a look. Wang Yuan gently guided her to sit down. Which arm? Ren Yuanyuan extended her left arm, sobbing, this one. Wang Yuan took her delicate hand as right. while his left hand slowly rolled up her sleeve. Just bear with it. Gradually, he revealed her fair, slender forearm. Only a slight bruise and a bit of scraped skin. It's nothing serious. I will apply some medicine for you shortly. Which foot did you twist? Sob. It's my left foot too, she said, extending her left foot. Wang Yuan said sideways opposite training Yuan, placing her left foot on his thigh and gently removing her high-heeled shoe, revealing her delicate foot. It was evident that the outer side of her ankle had already swollen. Sob, will I end up limping? Ren Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan with teary eyes. Rest assured, you won't. It's merely a sprain, and no bones are injured. As he spoke, Wang Yuan gently pinched her ankle and asked, Does this hurt? Not all. He then examined several other areas, and only one spot caused her discomfort. Wang Yuan understood the situation. Chapter 5. A natural sanctuary at this moment. Ren Yuan's face flushed crimson. Wang Yuan glanced up at her and suddenly pointed behind her, exclaiming, Look, a boat. Ren Yuan turned around in surprise. At that moment, Wang Yuan held onto Ren Yuan's ankle with one hand while grasping her petite foot with the other, twisting and releasing it, resulting in a sharp crack. Ah! Ren Yuan shrieked. Stop shouting. There is no boat. I'm not shouting about a boat. I'm in pain. Ren Yuan retorted angrily, her cheeks still glistening with tears. Then let us see if it still hurts. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ren Yuan twisted her little foot and chuckled. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Yes, I often go for foot massages and learn from the ladies there. When I have time, I can give you a foot bath package, not for 398 nor 298, just 98 will do. Initially, Ren Yuan appeared puzzled, but suddenly realized something. Pa, you rogue. She spat lightly, her face turning a deep shade of red. Why don't you stand up and try walking? Wang Yuan assisted Ren Yuan to her feet, and she limped a couple of steps. I can't put any strength on my left foot. It's fine. It will be better by tomorrow. I'll carry you over there. Wang Yuan pointed towards the luggage on the beach, then bent down to offer his back to Ren Yuan. Blushing, she slowly climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wang Yuan stood up, supporting her thighs from beneath, and walked to the luggage, gently setting her down. Ren Yuan sat on the ground as Wang Yuan opened the suitcase, retrieving a box of Band-Aids and tearing it open. Here, let me help you put this on. He took Ren Yuan's left hand and carefully placed the Band-Aid over the wound on her arm. Thank you. It's nothing. We help each other out. Just wait a moment for me. With that, Wang Yuan grabbed 4 bottles of mineral water and a fruit knife, making his way to the rocks. Upon reaching the rocks, he used a knife to cut one of the bottles in half, discarding the top and keeping the bottom as a cup. He scooped some water from a puddle and filled the bottle, just enough for 2 full bottles, albeit slightly murky. Wang Yuan returned with the water, rummaged through the suitcase for a pure cotton white shirt, spread it over the cup, and poured water into it through the fabric until it was full, then held it up to inspect. It's drinkable. Here, make do with this. Wang Yuan handed the cup to Ren Yuan. Thank you. Ren Yuan accepted it and took a sip. Thus, the two shared a bottle of water, leaving one behind. Wang Yuan remarked that they should keep this bottle for any unforeseen circumstances. All right. Wang Yuan meticulously filtered the remaining water, bottled it, and placed it into his suitcase. It was already noon. You should take a break. I will go find something to eat, he suggested. Glancing up at the sun, he noted its fierce intensity, estimating the temperature to be around 35 degrees Celsius. All right. Ren Yuan's large eyes remained fixated on Wang Yuan. He wandered beneath a large reef, and, as he navigated around it, he unexpectedly discovered a crevice, a substantial stone leaning against the reef, forming a V-shaped gap below, open on both sides. The interior was somewhat confined, blocked by several large stones, but the outer entrance was spacious, leading to a natural refuge of about 8 to 9 square meters. Wang Yuan hurried back. Yuan, quickly come. There's a crevice over there where we can stay, shielding us from the wind and sun. Really? She inquired. Yes, come on. I'll carry you over. Wang Yuan swiftly lifted Ren Yuan onto his back. Ah, it's quite cool in here, she exclaimed as she settled inside. Wang Yuan then moved the suitcase in and wiped the sweat from his brow. I'll go find food. Please wait for me. Chapter 6. Discovery of the island. Wang Yuan strolled along the rocky coastline, prying a few oysters loose and placing them into his pocket. He spotted a 5-liter plastic peanut oil container wedged in the crevice, which was empty and coated in grease. He quickly picked it up, opened the lid, filled it with seawater, added a handful of sand, and shook it vigorously until it was clean. Using a knife, he symmetrically cut 2 large holes in the top for carrying. He placed the oysters inside and, carrying the oil container, returned along the shoreline, having also collected another oil container and half a bucket of seafood. Wow, so much seafood, he exclaimed. Yes, I also found 2 buckets, he replied. They had gathered dozens of oysters, 2 sea urchins, several sea cucumbers, and a large conch. The conch was quite tough. Wang Yuan smashed it with a stone, cleaned the meat with seawater, and sliced it thinly for both to share, finishing off the rest of the seafood. Phew, I'm so full. Ren Yuan sighed, rubbing her stomach. You should rest for a bit. I'll take a look up top. Wang Yuan laid out a foam board, signaling for Ren Yuan to lie down. All right, she said, using her jacket as a pillow and reclining. Wang Yuan then climbed onto the reef, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed something hazy in the southeast, resembling an island, albeit too distant to discern clearly. It must be an island, he called out. Where? Ren Yuan sprang up, jumping with excitement. Over there. Wang Yuan pointed to the southeast. Looking in that direction, she could vaguely see a gray silhouette, urging him, hurry, pull me up. Wang Yuan jumped down and asked, Does your foot still hurt? Just a little, but it's much better now. Carefully, Wang Yuan helped Ren Yuan up the slope. Together, they gazed towards the southeast. It's likely an island, surrounded by numerous reefs, both visible and submerged, Wang Yuan stated. You seem to know quite a bit, she remarked. He chuckled, scratching his head. We need to figure out how to reach it. We can't survive here for long. If the tide rises, we might get submerged. How do we get across? She asked. We swim. Can you swim? I can swim, but not very far. All right then, let us swim over tomorrow. Is it safe from sharks in the sea? I cannot guarantee that. It will depend on luck. The rescue team may not arrive in time, and we cannot simply wait here to perish. The seafood will soon be depleted, and there is no fresh water. Very well. Eating raw food is not ideal either. I shall dive down to find something to dry for tomorrow's journey. Will you rest here? Go ahead. I will sit for a while. Wang Yuan leaped into the water, carrying an oil barrel, and wandered along the shore. Ren Yuan sat for a moment, watching Wang Yuan hammering something on the rocky beach, a sweet smile gracing her lips. After a while, she stood up, carefully descended, and strolled to the sandy shore. She removed her high heels, leaving them aside, and walked barefoot towards the sea, rolling up her pant legs to reveal her delicate calves. From her pocket, she pulled out her stockings and rinsed them in the seawater. Suddenly, she felt something underfoot. Reaching down, she pulled up a clam, quite a sizable one. She hurried back to the shore, placed her stockings on a rock to dry, and returned to the water, slowly probing with her feet. Soon, she bent down and retrieved another clam, joyfully leaping up in excitement. After about half an hour, Wang Yuan returned with the oil barrel, and, noticing Ren Yuan jumping and laughing, asked, What are you up to? Chapter 7. Preparation for Migration. Look. What is this? Ren Yuan exclaimed, presenting a handful of clams to Wang Yuan with a proud smile. How wonderful! She giggled. She then pulled out another handful of clams from her other pocket and handed them over. Wang Yuan accepted them and placed them in the oil barrel, remarking, These are white clams. The patterns on them are exquisite. Indeed, let's dry these. Very well. The two found a large, flat stone and poured out the seafood from the oil barrel. There were over 20 sea cucumbers, more than 20 oysters, around 15 white clams, several conch, and a handful of small sea snails. They smashed the shells with stones, extracted the meat, and laid it out on the rock to dry. Wang Yuan stood up, exhaling deeply. What shoe size do you wear? Size 36. Why do you ask? Rest for a moment. I will be back shortly. With that, Wang Yuan dashed back to the tent, opened a suitcase, and retrieved a pair of sneakers along with 2 pairs of men's underwear. Never mind. He tore the 2 pairs of underwear apart, pulled out the elastic bands, and stuffed the fabric into both shoes, arranging it properly before handing them to Ren Yuan. Here, try these on. If they don't fit, I will make adjustments. All right. Ren Yuan accepted them, stood up, and tried them on. Haha, they fit perfectly. You are amazing. With a playful peck on Wang Yuan's cheek, she exclaimed, Thank you. Wang Yuan touched his face, somewhat taken aback. My apologies. I was just so excited. Ren Yuan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. By the way, I discovered a tidal pool over there filled with seafood. Shall we gather some for dinner? Wang Yuan pointed towards the east and began to walk in that direction. After a few steps, he turned back, saying, Oh, could you help me carry that barrel? He then resumed his path, Ren Yuanyuan covered her flushed face, suddenly bursting into laughter as she picked up the oil drum and followed along. Oh dear! She mischievously glanced at Wang Yuan, exclaiming that her foot still hurt a bit. Well, how about you rest here for a moment? I can go by myself. It's nothing. Just a distance of over 10 meters. Should I carry you over? No need, just support me a little. Ren Yuanyuan thought to herself, such a straightforward man. She extended her right hand toward Wang Yuan, who reluctantly took her hand and carefully assisted her forward. Upon reaching a water bay, he helped her sit on a stone. This is the return water bay during high tide. Many seafood creatures are swept in, and when the tide recedes, they become trapped by the surrounding rocks. Oh, she replied. You stay here, and I'll catch some seafood to toss over to you for storage. All right. Wang Yuan removed his shoes and socks, rolled up his pant legs, and gradually waded into the water, which was shallow, reaching only to his knees at its deepest point. He bent down cautiously, feeling around with his hand in the water. Soon, he found 2 fist-sized conchs and tossed them toward Ren Yuanyuan. Next, Wang Yuan threw them at Ren Yuanyuan's feet. Ren Yuanyuan laughed as she picked them up and placed them into the oil drum. Next, another object, about the size of a fist, flew toward her. The distance between them was merely 3 or 4 meters, and the object was not thrown quickly. It was only when it neared that Ren Yuanyuan discerned it was a sea urchin, quickly retracting her outstretched hand. You're so annoying. Chapter 8. The Joys of Gathering Seafood. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yuan laughed heartily. You pest. You wretched Wang Yuan. I'll not let you bully me. Ren Yuanyuan pouted, squatting by the water bay and splashing water at Wang Yuan. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. I yield. Spare me, fair heroine. Ren Yuanyuan turned her head away, ignoring him. Wang Yuan hastily ran over, picked up the sea urchin, and approached Ren Yuanyuan. Look, the spines of this sea urchin aren't T-sharp. At this close distance, and with no force applied, it won't prick your hand. But it would hurt a lot. All right, I was wrong. Please forgive me, fair heroine. To avenge you, I shall destroy this sea urchin, allowing you to feast upon it raw. Wang Yuan brandished a small knife menacingly, lunging at the sea urchin. I want to allow you to bully my Yuanyuan. In a few swift motions, he pried open the sea urchin and presented it to Ren Yuanyuan, raising his voice dramatically. Your servant has executed the criminal. Please enjoy your meal, my lady. Ren Yuanyuan could not help but laugh. She took the sea urchin and the knife. My lady, your servant shall now prepare dinner for you. Ha ha ha. Ren Yuanyuan feigned seriousness. Xiao Yuanzi, I am weary. You may retire. Yes. Wang Yuan bowed and stepped back. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan waded back into the water bay to continue gathering seafood. Ren Yuanyuan took a few bites of the sea urchin. Wang Yuan then caught a sea cucumber and tossed it up to her. Sea cucumber. This is wild sea cucumber. Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise. This is called sea eggplant, a type of sea cucumber. Not wishing to sit any longer, Ren Yuanyuan squatted by the water bay, gazing into the clear water, where she could see the bottom with ease. Pointing to one side, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, Look, there's a sea urchin. Then, gesturing to the other side, she urged, Hurry, there's a conch. And look, a large lobster. Wang Yuan cautiously approached, slowly extending his hands towards the lobster, and suddenly seized it by its back, lifting it triumphantly. Ha ha! He laughed heartily. Yay! Ren Yuanyuan danced with joy. Wang Yuan hurried ashore, placing the sizable lobster into an oil barrel. It was as large as a small arm. They returned to the water's edge to catch some sea urchins and conchs. All right, that's enough. The remaining fish and crabs aren't suitable for raw consumption. Let's head back, he suggested. Okay, Ren Yuanyuan replied, her face radiant with delight. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already past 6. He poured some seawater into the barrel and assisted Ren Yuanyuan back to the rock cave. The two of them opened the lobster and savored the slices, enjoying a few sea urchins and conchs until they were satisfied. I need to use the restroom, Ren Yuanyuan said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You can go behind that rock. I'll check on the drying seafood, Wang Yuan replied, handing her a packet of tissues. Oh, all right, thank you. She accepted the tissues and made her way around the rock. Wang Yuan took a shirt and walked to where the seafood was drying. It had all dried well, and he wrapped it in the shirt, noticing a pair of stockings hanging out to dry, which he also took back. After placing the wrapped seafood down, Ren Yuanyuan returned, and he handed her the stockings, which she took with a blush and tucked into her pocket. I'm going to sit on the rocks for a while. Would you like to join me? Yes. Let us go together, he replied, leading her to the rocks where they sat side by side. The sky had not yet completely darkened, but the moon had risen, casting a gentle glow, and a mild breeze made the atmosphere quite refreshing. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Wang Yuan said. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Ren Yuanyuan echoed. Wang Yuan lay back on his arm, gazing at the moon, and Ren Yuanyuan mimicked him. Chapter 9. The rising tide. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the moon shone bright and round, illuminating the area. The two lay quietly on the rocks, admiring the celestial orb. Brother Yuan, how old are you this year? Ren Yuanyuan asked, the term feeling strangely new on her tongue. I'm 23. How about you? I'm 21. What do you do? I served in the army for 5 years and returned home at the end of last year. I've been jobless for over 6 months. But then my commanding officer recommended me for a security position at a company. I lasted less than 2 months there because they were expanding overseas and sent some core personnel to Africa to establish a branch. I still don't understand what a mere security guard like me can contribute to such a venture. Do you miss home? I miss my parents, she replied. I'm an orphan, raised in an orphanage, he said. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right. Do you have a girlfriend? Ren Yuanyuan turned to look at Wang Yuan. No, he replied, as an image flashed in his mind. A girl with 2 pigtails and large, sparkling eyes, standing under a big tree at the orphanage. One hand wiping her tears while the other waved, crying out, Brother, you must come back for me. Unbeknownst to Ren Yuanyuan, a tear slipped from his eye. The wind began to pick up. Let us head down. I'm feeling a bit cold, Ren Yuanyuan said. Wang Yuan sat up and gazed into the distance. At that moment, the waves grew more tumultuous, and a white line rolled closer. Those were the towering ocean waves. Alarmed, he exclaimed, Oh no, the tide is rising. Quickly, we must gather our belongings. Ren Yuanyuan stood up bewildered. Hurry, don't just stand there, Wang Yuan urged, pulling her down the slope. Approximately 2 meters above the ground, there was a small platform. Wait here, he instructed before jumping down. He hurried back to the cave, retrieved a suitcase and an oil drum, and tossed them onto the platform. Next, he dashed back to grab a foam board and another oil drum, throwing them up as well. After fetching a few bottles of mineral water and ensuring there was nothing left, he climbed up the rocks. By this time, the seawater had already surged into the cave, rising at a visibly alarming pace. Together, they lifted the belongings to the top of the rocks. Surely the sea won't reach us here? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. It won't. He reassured her. How do you know? She pressed. Because I managed to procure fresh water up here, he replied. Oh, Ren Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and understood. After a while, the wind calmed and the waves gradually subsided. The seawater had risen to about 5 or 6 meters below them, slowly ceasing its ascent. I'm so thirsty, she remarked. Well, sip sparingly. We need to conserve some for tomorrow, Wang Yuan said as he produced the filtered water, twisting the cap before handing it to Ren Yuanyuan. All right, she accepted it, taking a couple of sips before returning it. Wang Yuan took it back without a glance, drinking directly from a bottle. Isn't this an indirect kiss? Ren Yuanyuan's face flushed crimson. Wang Yuan opened the suitcase and retrieved a jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Thank you, she mumbled shyly, her voice barely audible. He laid out the foam board and said, We will have to make do here tonight. You should rest for a bit. Okay. Ren Yuanyuan curled up on the foam board, while Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase for a suit to cover her. He then stood and surveyed the surroundings. The seawater was gradually receding, now about 7 or 8 meters below, while the cave remained submerged. Suddenly, he spotted something floating in the water, visible in the moonlight, a grayish shape at a distance of over 200 meters. Chapter 10. A backpack. Wang Yuan quickly removed his shoes and clothes, diving into the sea to swim towards the object. After lying down for a while, Ren Yuanyuan noticed an eerie silence, looking up to find him missing. She stood up, scanning the area, and soon spotted Wang Yuan swimming towards the floating object. She couldn't help but giggle, cupping her hand around her mouth to shout, Wang Yuan, go for it. You can do it. Wang Yuan, underwater, thought to himself. It's not a race. As he approached, he discovered it was a blue backpack, and joy surged within him as he seized it and began to swim back. Upon reaching the rocks, he heard Ren Yuanyuan still calling out, all right, no need to shout. Wang Yuan climbed to the top, opened the suitcase, and rummaged through a corner to find a disposable towel, hastily drying his hair and body before putting on his clothes. I see you have abs. How boastful. Peyton Yuan Yuan Muomuo. Wang Yuan opened his backpack, revealing several pieces of women's clothing and a pair of travel shoes, all soaked. Additionally, there was a sealed plastic box, serving as a storage container, which likely kept the backpack afloat. He also found a pack of chocolate and some snacks like biscuits. Upon extracting the box, he noticed it had 4 clasps. Opening it revealed several bottles of cosmetics and a toiletries bag containing a bar of soap, a comb, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. In the small pocket of the backpack's compartment, he discovered some medicines, several thousand yuan in cash, a roll of toilet paper, and a pack of sanitary pads. After emptying the contents, he set them aside to dry. "Well, this backpack is yours from now on," he remarked. Ren Yuan's cheeks flushed. Wang Yuan glanced at his wristwatch and noted it was noon. "Let's take a break. We need to head to that island tomorrow." He retrieved 2 pairs of pants from the suitcase, rolled them up, and used them as a pillow before lying down. "You can sleep first," Ren Yuan replied, then resumed her exploration of the plastic box filled with cosmetics and toiletries. Wang Yuan paid her no mind and soon fell asleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wang Yuan awoke, glancing at his watch, which read 6 o'clock, an ingrained habit from military life, where he rose promptly at this hour. He looked around, spotting Ren Yuan soundly asleep in her suit. The tide had long receded. He opened his suitcase, grabbed the toiletries bag, and hopped down the rocks to a large boulder to attend to personal matters. Afterward, he made his way to the beach, cupped some seawater to rinse his mouth, and squeezed toothpaste onto his finger to brush his teeth, as he felt uncomfortable using the toothbrush. After brushing, he washed his face with soap and returned to the cave, setting down the toiletries bag before climbing back on the rocks. He gathered all the drying items and brought them into the cave, then sat down, gazing at the vast sea to the east. Gradually, the dawn light illuminated the horizon, creating a stunning spectacle. Yuan, wake up, Wang Yuan called out, turning his head. "Ah, it's dawn." Ren Yuan rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Hurry, come see the sunrise. Wow, it's so beautiful. If only I had my phone to capture this moment," she exclaimed, joining Wang Yuan to admire the colorful dawn. Soon, the sun began to rise, and Wang Yuan checked his watch. We should head down now," he suggested, lifting the suitcase and backpack as he made his way down. Silly, you don't appreciate beauty." Sticking out her tongue at Wang Yuan's back, before following him with 2 oil barrels in tow. Wang Yuan set down the items and returned to the rocks to retrieve the remaining belongings. First, take off your shoes and change into those," he said, indicating the spare pair. "Also, change your clothes. I'll prepare a bit by the sea in a moment." Ren Yuan slipped off her shoes and handed them to Wang Yuan. "You can wash up at the beach shortly. I'll get ready over there," he added, taking the shoes and pulling out some rags from inside. "All right," she responded. Wang Yuan placed the shoes in the suitcase, tucked the rags into his pocket, picked up a foam board and a bottle of water, and carried an oil barrel as he stepped outside. Ren Yuan quickly opened her backpack to change her clothes. Wang Yuan circled to the southeast, found stone, and sat down. He took out a piece of cloth and tore it, fashioning it into strips to bind 3 water bottles and an oil drum to the 4 corners of the foam board. After placing the items down, he returned. Ren Yuan was still at the beach washing up. Wang Yuan gathered his clothes and shoes, stuffed them into a suitcase, and carried it over to the foam board, securing it with the cloth strips. The suitcase was waterproof, so it should be fine. Wang Yuan returned to the cave, where Ren Yuan had also come back with a plastic storage box. She had changed into sneakers, jeans, and a shirt, without a jacket, her silhouette fully revealed. Let us eat something before we set off," Wang Yuan suggested, retracting his gaze. "All right," Ren Yuan replied, a smile gracing her lips. Wang Yuan picked up the modified oil drum, which contained seawater with several oysters and sea urchins. After emptying the contents, they finished eating shortly thereafter. "Let us go," Wang Yuan asserted, packing the plastic box in his backpack, slinging it on his back, and kicking the oil drum away. "Okay." The 2 walked to the southeast foam board, where Wang Yuan opened the suitcase and retrieved a belt. "Here, let me fasten this for you, so you won't sink," he said, securing the belt around Ren Yuan's arm. The oil drum was tightly bound to the foam board using a rubber band taken from his underwear, and the belt was fastened to her arm as well. "Take off your shoes. I'll carry them," Wang Yuan proposed. "All right." They removed their shoes and packed them into the backpack, which Wang Yuan carried as he exclaimed, "Let us set off." The two plunged into the sea, carrying the foam board and suitcase. While Ren Yuanyuan burst into laughter, "We're sailing." They leisurely swam towards the southeast, holding onto the foam board and suitcase. "Brother Yuan, do you think there are any survivors on that island?" she inquired. "I'm not sure, but the plane crashed in this vicinity, so there should be some," he replied. "What if we encounter sharks?" she asked. Wang Yuan struggled to keep up with her train of thought. "Well, we can only rely on luck." "Oh, if we do, we'll kill it, roast the shark meat, and make shark fin soup." "Ha ha!" Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Wang Yuan was left speechless. "Do you think the rescue team will find us?" she asked. "They will," he assured, still trying to comprehend her line of reasoning. "Where are we right now?" she questioned. "I don't know. You're the flight attendant. Aren't you supposed to know?" he replied. "We crew members really don't know. The accident just happened suddenly." "Did you hear anything unusual or notice anything odd before it happened?" she probed. Not really. I just heard an explosion from the baggage compartment. And then everything went dark," Ren Yuanyuan said, frowning. Finally, there was silence. Wang Yuan noticed her deep in thought and began surveying their surroundings, paddling slowly to conserve energy. "Look, that's definitely an island," Wang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. "Yay, it really is. Let us swim over quickly." Chen Yuanyuan responded joyfully. The island appeared quite large, and due to the direction and distance, it seemed to stretch for 5 or 6 kilometers. "It's noon now. Let us eat something to replenish our energy before we make a final push. We should reach it in another 2 or 3 hours," Wang Yuan remarked, glancing at his watch. Chapter 12. The thrilling ascent to the island all right, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully. Wang Yuan opened the suitcase, retrieving the seafood dried in a shirt, and they shared it between themselves. They also consumed the majority of a large bottle of water. Feeling their strength restored and their bodies rejuvenated, they cheered. "Let's keep going." With renewed vigor, they resumed paddling on their foam boards. After a while, the lush greenery of the island's trees came into view. To the north lay a cluster of rocky formations, while southward, a vast beach stretched out, its sand a muted gray-white. Beyond the beach, a towering cliff rose steeply from the sea, obscuring the view further south. "Look, there's a piece of clothing." Ren Yuanyuan suddenly pointed ahead. They both paddled vigorously toward it, and Wang Yuan retrieved the garment. It was a tattered white coat, torn in several places, stained with blood. "This is bad. There are beasts nearby. We must hurry," Wang Yuan exclaimed, discarding the coat with a frown. "Let us paddle faster," Ren Yuanyuan urged. They quickly began to stroke the water with urgency. "Quick, paddle towards the beach. The water is shallower there," Wang Yuan shouted, surveying the ocean around them. Soon, they spotted a pair of tattered trousers, but their focus remained on propelling themselves through the water. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted behind them. Wang Yuan turned to see a massive shark leaping out of the water before crashing back down, sending waves that propelled them forward. Fortunately, they were pushed toward the shore, still over 200 meters away. "Ah!" Ren Yuanyuan screamed. "Forget the foam boards, swim." Wang Yuan shattered a corner of the foam board attached to the oil barrel and forcefully propelled Ren Yuanyuan forward. She surged ahead several meters, while Wang Yuan was pushed back a few as well. "Don't look back. Paddle with all your might," Wang Yuan shouted. "Ah!" Ren Yuanyuan cried out in terror, her limbs working furiously as she paddled, her face drained of color. They were now just 50 meters from the shore, and she could feel the seabed beneath her feet. Quickly, she stood up, the water reaching her waist, and glanced back. Wang Yuan was about 10 meters behind her, gripping the suitcase, while a triangular fin sliced through the water, rapidly approaching him. "Ah!" Ren Yuanyuan shrieked in fright. "Run! Don't worry about me." She hastened toward the shore, when suddenly a deafening crash resonated behind her, followed by a splash. Wang Yuan, clutching the suitcase, landed beside her. Wang Yuan stood up, shook his head, seized Ren Yuanyuan's hand, and they dashed toward the shore. At last, they reached the sand, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Yuan laughed heartily. "Couldn't you have just thrown the suitcase away? Are you valuing belongings over your life?" Ren Yuanyuan shot him a disapproving glance. "You don't understand. This suitcase saved my life." Upon inspecting it, they discovered several deep cracks on one side. "This suitcase is of good quality. It must be domestically made." As Wang Yuan discovered that a shark was about to collide with him, he seized the moment, propped up his suitcase, twisted his body, and sheltered behind it. The shark crashed into him and the suitcase, sending them both flying. With a playful grin, Wang Yuan recounted the incident. You really are showing off. Ren Yuan shot him glance. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 3:30. The domestic watch was quite reliable, having not taken on any water. Chapter 13. More survivors. Wang Yuan rose to survey the island and spotted 3 coconut trees standing in a row, about 5 to 6 meters apart. Ha, coconuts! He exclaimed, pointing at the trees. Where? Ren Yuan climbed up to take a look. The two of them dashed to the base of the trees and gazed upward, seeing that each tree bore 7 or 8 coconuts. They're too high. We can't reach them, Ren Yuan said, her face falling in disappointment. Watch me, Wang Yuan replied, spitting into his hands to warm them, biting down on a fruit knife, and barefoot, he began to climb. What? Ren Yuan watched in astonishment, her mouth agape, as Wang Yuan scaled the tree in less than 10 seconds. Watch out. Don't let anything fall on you, he called out. Moments later, 6 large coconuts tumbled down, leaving 2 still clinging to the tree. While surveying the surroundings from the treetop, Wang Yuan suddenly spotted 2 figures among the northern rocks. Hey, over here, come this way, he shouted, waving with one hand while clutching the tree with the other. Ren Yuan turned to look but couldn't see anything due to the angle. The 2 individuals heard Wang Yuan's call, glanced their way, and then sprinted toward them. Wang Yuan slid down the tree. They sat down together, and Wang Yuan used a small knife to puncture 2 coconuts, handing one to Ren Yuan while they waited for the newcomers. Soon, the 2 approached. Feng Jia, Jiang Zong. Ren Yuan exclaimed with delight. Wang Yuan explained that one was a flight attendant from their same flight, and the other was Jiang Yin, the beautiful president leading Jiangwan Group's overseas expansion. Ren Yuan stood up and took the flight attendant's hand, exclaiming, I'm so glad you're alive. She then pulled the flight attendant down to sit with her. The flight attendant was equally pleased, and the 2 began chatting animatedly. Jiang Zong, please sit, Wang Yuan invited. Jiang Yin took a seat and noticed the coconuts on the ground. Could I have one of those coconuts? I'll pay you, she asked. No need, Wang Yuan replied, then used his knife to open 2 coconuts, handing them to Jiang Yin and the flight attendant. They thanked him and eagerly drank from the coconuts. Wang Yuan found a stone and smashed the remaining 4 coconut shells, revealing the snow-white coconut flesh inside. He then handed the knife to Ren Yuan and began to scoop out the coconut flesh with his hands. The 3 looked at Wang Yuan in bewilderment. With a grin, he pulled out a set of keys, removed 2, and offered them to the flight attendant and Jiang Yin, saying, you can use these to scoop out the flesh. Once they had all finished the coconut meat, Wang Yuan suggested, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Yuan, and Jiang Zong is my president. I'm just a humble security guard at the company. I'm Zhang Lanfeng, a flight attendant on this flight. The flight attendant introduced herself. E.M. Zhenyan, president of Jiangwan Group, Jiang Yin added. My name is Ren Yuan, and I'm also a flight attendant on this plane. At 21, I remain unmarried, hailing from the city of Spring. However, I'm not here for matchmaking. Before Ren Yuan could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Zhang Lanfeng. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Please wait a moment. I shall go fetch some coconuts, Wang Yuan declared, picking up a small knife and placing it between his teeth before swiftly climbing the 2 coconut trees and tossing the coconuts down. Although Ren Yuan had witnessed this once before, she and the other 2 could only stare in awe. Wang Yuan descended and, upon seeing their expressions, fell silent. He then opened his suitcase, handed Ren Yuan her travel shoes, and donned his own tactical boots. There are some clothes inside. Yuan, could you assist them in changing? He gestured toward the suitcase. All right, she replied. I'll take a look around to see if I can find something to eat. Wang Yuan said, shouldering his backpack, grasping a multi-functional fruit knife, and carrying an oil barrel towards the jungle. Sister Feng, Sister Yin, come, choose your outfits, Ren Yuan said as she opened the suitcase. These are all second-hand items. I refuse to wear them. Jiang Yin pouted. How pretentious, Wang Yuan thought, having overheard her as he ventured further away. Chapter 14. Capturing the Cobra. Let us not dwell on trivialities. We are stranded on a deserted island, and we remain unaware of when rescue might arrive. Besides, we are all in short skirts, and this island may harbor venomous insects or ants. Lacking medical supplies, a bite could spell trouble, Zhang Lanfeng remarked. The flight attendants had acquired some knowledge of wilderness survival, thus understanding how to persuade Jiang Yin. Dressed in a professional outfit, Jiang Yin wore a white shirt now sullied, paired with a black skirt, sheer black stockings accentuating her long legs, and black high heels. Zhang Lanfang was clad in her flight attendant uniform, complemented by nude stockings and black heels. Both appeared quite disheveled. Enough with the pretentiousness. Let us all change. Ren Yuanyuan glanced toward Wang Yuan, who had already entered the jungle. Very well. Jiang Yin reluctantly began rummaging for clothes, while Zhang Lanfang followed suit. Zhang Lanfang found a set of women's sportswear, while Jiang Yin discovered a pair of casual trousers and a hoodie, and they proceeded to change. Wang Yuan entered the jungle, scanning his surroundings. Near the beach, he observed some wild grass, with bushes further in and towering trees deeper still. He picked up a 2-meter-long branch, tapping the underbrush as he made his way toward the woods. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he spotted a cluster of cacti adorned with numerous fruits, many of which were ripe. Wang Yuan hurriedly began to collect the cactus fruits, filling his backpack with the mature ones, though his hands were pricked several times by the thorns. Changing direction, he refrained from entering the woods as dusk approached, uncertain of the conditions within or the presence of wild animals. He continued to tap the underbrush as he meandered back towards the beach, discovering several palm and banana trees, though sadly the banana trees bore no fruit. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from his left front, prompting Wang Yuan to halt and listen intently. Suddenly, a snake's head emerged, flicking its tongue at Wang Yuan. What a robust cobra! Instead of feeling fear, Wang Yuan was filled with excitement. He cautiously approached the cobra, halting 2 meters away, gripping a branch tightly in his hand. At that moment, the cobra reared back, its head forming an arc, signaling its intent to strike. Now was the time. Wang Yuan swung the branch towards the cobra. Crack! He struck the cobra right at its vital point, causing its head to lurch to the left. Wang Yuan discarded the branch, leaped forward, and seized the snake's head with his left hand. Ha ha ha! What a hefty specimen! Wang Yuan laughed heartily. The serpent, as thick as a child's arm and approximately 2.5 meters long, seemed dazed, writhing as its tail drooped to the ground. Grasping the snake's head with his left hand, he wrapped its body around his arm with his right, retrieved the branch and an oil drum, then made his way back to the beach. Upon reaching the beach, he spotted the 3 women chatting under a coconut tree and approached them. Look what I caught! Wang Yuan exclaimed, extending his left hand towards them. Ah! The 3 women screamed in fright. Quick, get rid of it. Throw it away. The snake had likely regained consciousness, constricting Wang Yuan's left hand, causing it to swell and turn purple, while it occasionally flicked its tongue. The women recoiled in terror. Hee, this is quite a delicacy, Wang Yuan declared, pulling out a small knife and swiftly severing the snake's head, tossing it into the sea, while the body was discarded nearby. The sight of the still writhing snake body made the women cringe further. Chapter 15. Constructing a shelter, throw it quickly. Far away, Ren Yuanyuan shouted. It's fine. It's already dead, Wang Yuan reassured them. Tonight, I will prepare snake meat for you. I won't eat it. It's disgusting, Jiang Yin retorted. Neither will I. It's too frightening, Zhang Lanfang added. Exactly. We won't eat it, Ren Yuanyuan echoed. All right, well, it's getting dark. Let us build a shelter while there's still light, Wang Yuan suggested. Okay, the 3 women agreed, rising together. What should we do? Ren Yuanyuan asked, looking at Wang Yuan. You all go over there and gather some leaves. There are palm and banana trees nearby. Wang Yuan pointed in the direction they had come from. All right, let us go, Ren Yuanyuan called out. Wait, take sticks with you to beat the bushes. It will help ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. Wang Yuan handed a branch to Ren Yuanyuan. Got it, she replied as she took it. Wang Yuan headed towards the rocky outcrops in the north, while the 3 women ventured into the jungle. Observing the rocky formations, Wang Yuan searched for a suitable spot. Suddenly, he spotted a large rock, about 5 to 6 meters high and 7 to 8 meters wide, sloping southward, an ideal location. He began to collect marine debris scattered around the rocks, finding plenty of bamboo, wood, buoys, foam boards, and discarded fishing nets. He gathered a substantial amount of trash beneath the rocks, while the 3 women returned, each carrying a pile of large leaves. Wang Yuan, are these leaves enough? Zhang Lanfang inquired as they set down the foliage. It's sufficient, Wang Yuan affirmed. What shall we do next? Ren Yuanyuan asked. You all go gather some dry grass, and then collect more marine debris, he instructed. Okay, the 3 women responded, turning to depart once more. Wang Yuan collected a dozen bamboo poles, aligning them neatly on the ground with a spacing of over 20 centimeters between each. He then took 3 additional bamboo rods, laying them horizontally atop the aligned poles, placing one in the center and one at each end. He scavenged a tattered fishing net, using a small knife to extract some rope, which he then employed to bind the bamboo together. Next, he spread some leaves over the structure, securing them with the rope as well. As dusk fell, the 3 girls returned with an assortment of marine debris and a bundle of dry grass. "Let us fetch the suitcase and coconuts," he suggested, moving toward the coconut tree, with the girls trailing behind. In total, there were 14 coconuts. Each girl carried 4, while Wang Yuan slung 2 in his backpack, grasped the suitcase, and picked up a dead snake, returning with an oil drum in hand. The girls kept their distance upon seeing the snake he carried. Once they deposited their belongings, Wang Yuan proposed, "Let's lift this and place it here." He hoisted the bound bamboo and leaves, and the girls came over to lend a hand. The bamboo leaned against the rocks, forming a triangular shelter that was surprisingly spacious inside, albeit open at both ends. Wang Yuan gathered several wooden planks to block the eastern exit, but since it could not be completely sealed, he used additional leaves to cover the top, leaving an opening towards the sea. "Yay!" Ren Yuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping towards Wang Yuan and pecking him on the cheek. Wang Yuan touched the spot where she had kissed him, taken aback by her exuberance. Ren Yuan blushed, while Zhang Lanfang shot her a knowing glance. Jiang Yin maintained her usual stoic demeanor. "You should lay down those foam boards inside for a comfortable night's sleep," Wang Yuan suggested, placing the suitcase within. The girls began to arrange the interior of the shelter, which was spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people comfortably. Chapter 16. Fire from friction outside. Wang Yuan found a decaying piece of wood and used his knife to carve a small hole. He then searched for a twig and sharpened one end. Laying down some leaves on the ground, he positioned the wood atop them and placed the pointed end of the twig into the hole, vigorously rubbing the twig with his hands. Moments later, Ren Yuan emerged, her curiosity piqued. "What are you doing?" she inquired. The other 2 girls, having finished arranging the shelter, joined her in observing Wang Yuan. "I'm creating fire by friction," he replied. "Can you really ignite a flame?" Ren Yuan asked, skepticism etched on her face. "Just watch," he encouraged. Smoke! Smoke!" Ren Yuan exclaimed after a short while. The smoke intensified, prompting Wang Yuan to grab a handful of dry grass, sprinkling it over the embers on the leaves. Cradling the grass in his hands, he blew gently upon it, and with a sudden whoosh, flames erupted. "Yay!" Ren Yuan jumped in excitement once more. Wang Yuan set the kindling down, added more dry grass, and then some twigs, gradually escalating the fire size by including thicker logs. The 3 girls gazed at him with admiration. The 4 of them settled around the fire. Wang Yuan took a piece of bamboo and fashioned several skewers, then retrieved the dead snake. The girls recoiled in fright, keeping their distance. Wang Yuan skinned the snake, placing the flesh on some leaves before rinsing it in the sea, discarding the entrails into the waves. Returning to the fire, he sliced the snake meat into segments and skewered them, creating over a dozen kebabs. Taking 4 skewers, they placed them over the flames to roast. The 3 girls looked on with disdain as Wang Yuan busied himself. After a while, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, and the girls could not help but swallow as they gazed at the sizzling, oily meat skewers. Wang Yuan picked one up, took a bite, and deliberately smacked his lips. It's done and quite delectable," he remarked. He then offered the remaining 3 skewers to the girls, but they shook their heads at the golden brown treats. Eventually, however, Ren Yuan could not resist and took one, closing her eyes as she bit into it. It's truly fragrant," she said. "Fang ye yan ye. It's really delicious, though it could use some salt. You should try some too." Thus, no one could resist the allure of the delicious skewers. Wang Yuan finished grilling the rest, and the 4 shared the meal. "How about some coconut juice? 2 for each of you," he suggested. "All right," the girls replied. Wang Yuan opened 2 coconuts, handing one to Ren Yuan and another to Jiang Yin. Ren Yuan took a few sips before passing it to Zhang Lanfang, who finished it off. Jiang Yin drank slowly, her cheeks reddening as she offered the half-finished coconut to Wang Yuan. He didn't mind and drank the rest. "Brother Yuan, why didn't you pick all the coconuts? You could leave 2 on each tree," Ren Yuan inquired. "I wanted to leave some hope," Wang Yuan replied. "Fang ye, Yinjia, how did you survive? How did you end up here?" Rin Yuanyuan asked. After the accident, I passed out and woke up on this beach. Jiang Zong was over there. We just looked for some seafood to eat, Zhang Lanfang explained. Let us put the coconuts inside, Wang Yuan said, as he picked up 2 coconuts and walked into the shelter. The 3 girls followed suit, placing the coconuts inside, and Wang Yuan retrieved his backpack. The 4 of them sat down again. Let us have some fruit after the meal, Wang Yuan suggested, opening his backpack to share with the girls. He then took out a cactus fruit and began peeling it. What is this? Rin Yuanyuan asked. Cactus fruit, Wang Yuan replied, taking a bite. It's sweet and tangy. Truly delightful. Delicious, it's somewhat like dragon fruit, Rin Yuanyuan remarked, also peeling one to taste. Soon, the 3 girls joined in, enjoying the cactus fruit. Chapter 17. Amusing events under the moonlight. Fang Jia, Yuanyuan, are you going to the restroom? Jiang Yin asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let us go together, Rin Yuanyuan replied. No peeking, Wang Yuan interjected, his forehead creased with annoyance. The 3 girls rose, laughing, and walked away together. Wang Yuan gathered a few wooden planks and laid them beside the fire, covering them with some foam boards. He took a foam float, sliced it in half with a bamboo stick, and used one half as a pillow before lying down. In the distance, he could hear the girls chattering merrily. This should be fine, the girls said as they found a rocky outcrop illuminated by the moonlight. Wow, Fang Jia, your stream is quite powerful, Pei Yuanyuan exclaimed. You little brat, are you looking for a fight? Zhang Lanfang scolded, glancing back toward the fire. Can't you be quieter? It's all right. We're far enough away. He can't hear us, Rin Yuanyuan giggled. Huh? What is wrong? Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin turned to her. Rin Yuanyuan feigned a look of surprise, saying, Yin Jia, I've noticed something about you. What is it? Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. I've noticed you may not have ever had a boyfriend. How did you know? What gave it away? Jiang Yin looked at her, bewildered. Due to the fact that Fang Jia is married, there exists a distinction between you and her. In what way is it different? The 2 women scrutinized each other before turning their curious gazes towards her. I discerned that Rin Yuanyuan was deliberately withholding information. Oh dear, you little rascal, just spill it, Zhang Lanfang scolded. Rin Yuanyuan, having donned her trousers, leaned closer and whispered, I've noticed that Sister Yan's dream is even stronger than Fang Jia's. Ha ha. With that, she burst into laughter and dashed away. You little rogue. Pervert. Jiang Yin's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh my, you wicked girl. Just wait until I catch you. Zhang Lanfang sprang up in pursuit, urging, quick, President Jiang, catch her. All right. The 2 women chased after her. As they approached the bonfire, they spotted Wang Yuan sprawled out. Rin Yuanyuan immediately halted, raising her hands in surrender. All right. I yield. Please spare me, dear sisters. You little imp. Just wait until I get you next time. Zhang Lanfang threatened fiercely. Yes, thank you for your mercy, noble heroine. Rin Yuanyuan quickly bowed in a flattering manner. She stealthily crept beside Wang Yuan, who lay with his eyes closed, presuming he was asleep. She quietly picked up the other half of the pillow that Wang Yuan had cut, and the 3 of them entered the shelter together. Wang Yuan opened his eyes, sat up, and found a foam buoy. He sliced it open with a bamboo stick and brought it to the entrance of the shelter, saying here, use this as a makeshift pillow. Then, he turned and lay back down. Within the shelter, 2 hands reached out to reclaim the pillow, followed shortly by peals of laughter. This is survival on a deserted island, Wang Yuan mused, glancing at his watch as he noted the time, nearing midnight. Is there really cause for such excitement? He tossed a thick log into the fire and drifted into a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, the 3 women continued their murmured conversation inside the shelter, laying on the foam mats as they chatted softly. Fang Jia, please don't call me President Jiang anymore. Just call me Xiao Yin or Yin Yin. It feels quite awkward to be addressed as President Jiang, Jiang Yin remarked. Xiao Yin, have you truly never been in love? Zhang Lanfang inquired. I'm not sure if it counts as being in love, Jiang Yin replied. What happened? Rin Yuanyuan lifted her head, her expression full of curiosity. Chapter 18, Women's Whispers While Studying Abroad. I met a male classmate from another country. We were together for less than 2 months before I returned, and we parted ways due to cultural differences. It has been nearly 6 months since then, Jiang Yin recounted. Did you 2 ever, Rin Yuanyuan asked. Oh, what do you mean? We didn't even hold hands, Jiang Yin replied. By the way, what do you know about such things, you little brat? Zhang Lanfang retorted. Fang Jia, did you really get married? Jiang Yin asked. Yes, but I have since divorced. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right. We just grew apart, compounded by incompatible personalities, and it has been a year since our separation, Zhang Feng explained. Feng Jie's ex-husband is a pilot, quite dashing. Young girls used to line up to pursue him. Rin Yuan chimed in. What do you know, you little child? By the way, you haven't been in a relationship either, have you? Just a moment ago, you were saying Xiao Yin has a strong stream, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Jiang Yin blushed again. That's different. I'm still in my youthful prime, a blooming beauty in the spring of life. Rin Yuan playfully cradled her face with both hands, wearing a smug expression. Are you implying that we are old? Zhang Lanfang retorted fiercely. That's not what I meant, she replied. Then let me ask you, have you developed feelings for Wang Yuan? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Nonsense, of course not. Peyton Yuan denied. Not yet? With the way you gaze at Wang Yuan? It's hard to believe you aren't smitten, she added. At that moment, Jiang Yin turned to Rin Yuan. So how did you two meet? How did you end up on this island? Zhang Lanfang asked again. Rin Yuan recounted the events that transpired, and when she reached the part about swimming to shore and encountering a shark, the two women turned pale with fright. They only relaxed when she described their safe arrival on the beach. Given her greater age and experience, Zhang Lanfang advised them, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Go ahead, Rin Yuan responded, with Jiang Yin nodding in agreement. Lowering her voice, Zhang Lanfang stated, Wang Yuan is the only man among us, and he built this shelter. We have contributed very little, yet he allows us to stay here while he sleeps outside, which speaks volumes about his character. Analyzing what Yuan has shared, it is clear that Wang Yuan possesses remarkable survival skills. The two women nodded in agreement. Zhang Lanfang continued, we do not know when the rescue team will arrive. Before they get here, we must rely on ourselves to survive. Both women gazed thoughtfully at her. Individuals like Wang Yuan are truly rare, so we must hold on to him tightly. We cannot let him out of our sight. Wherever he goes, one of us should follow. We may be a burden to him, and should he choose to abandon us, it would be understandable. Zhang Lanfang's gaze fixed on the two women. No way. Rin Yuan said uncertainly. All right, we must be cautious, as people's hearts can be inscrutable, Zhang Lanfang concluded. Jiang Yin appeared lost in thought, while Rin Yuan also fell into contemplation. The three women lapsed into silence. As dawn broke, Wang Yuan awoke from the cold, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Although they were on a tropical island, the morning sea breeze was still quite brisk. The campfire had died down, and, after stretching, Wang Yuan made his way into the jungle. Resolving a personal matter behind the reeds, he returned and cautiously retrieved his suitcase from the shelter. Noticing the three women were still sound asleep, he stepped outside to open the suitcase and take his toiletries to the beach for washing. Chapter 19. Choosing a leader after washing up, Wang Yuan returned and repacked his toiletries into the suitcase. Seeing that the three women remained asleep, he settled down beside the extinguished fire, lost in thought. With no knowledge of when the rescue team would arrive, a host of survival issues loomed large. Their shelter and clothing situation was only barely managed. The pressing concerns now were food and water. Though there were a dozen coconuts, they would not last long. An overindulgence could lead to discomfort. Falling ill on the island could prove fatal. The suitcase contained some medical supplies for emergencies. It was imperative to venture deeper into the jungle, as the dense vegetation likely held many opportunities. Upon this realization, Wang Yuan rose to his feet. Searching among the rocky outcrops for marine debris, discarded water bottles, torn fishing nets, bamboo poles, rotten wood, aluminum cans, and baby formula cans, collecting anything he deemed useful. After a while, the three girls awakened and emerged to find Wang Yuan already engrossed in his scavenging, having amassed quite a pile. Jiang Yin disdainfully curled her lip. Brother Yuan, did you use to collect junk? She teased with a laugh. These items will undoubtedly prove useful, Wang Yuan replied, setting down a bamboo pole. He began sorting through the assortment of items, then instructed, you all go wash up, and afterward we shall have something to eat. All right, Rin Yuan agreed. The three girls headed into the thicket to attend to their personal needs before returning with their toiletries to wash by the sea. Wang Yuan organized the collected items and then took a bamboo pole, using a small knife, to carve it into several slender strips. He also dismantled a torn fishing net, using the extracted fine twine to mend one of the nets. Once the girls had finished washing, they gathered around to observe Wang Yuan at work. What are you doing? Yuan inquired. Creating a fish trap, he replied. A fish trap? The The three girls appeared puzzled. You'll see shortly, he assured them. Before long, Wang Yuan had fashioned a trap over 1 meter in length, with a modest opening at one end. He carefully cut the bottom off a plastic water bottle and removed the top, making several vertical slits along the neck, which he affixed to the trap's opening. He then tied a 10-meter length of rope, securing one end to the fish trap. Grasping the trap and a water bottle, he made his way to the shore, with the three girls following curiously behind. On the rocky beach, Wang Yuan collected a handful of small sea snails, smashing them with a stone before placing them into the water bottle, which he capped. Using his knife, he punctured several holes in the bottle, placing it inside the fish trap along with a few stones. He then forcefully tossed the trap into the sea, securing the rope to a rock. Turning around, he found the three girls gazing at him with admiration. Shall we return for a meal? He suggested. Back at their shelter, Wang Yuan stated. 2 coconuts for each of you. Let us savor the coconut meat and prickly pear. The four shared 2 coconuts, which Wang Yuan had cracked open with a stone, distributing the contents evenly, each enjoying a few prickly pears as well. You all take a moment to rest. I shall explore the jungle, Wang Yuan announced as he stood. Wait a moment. I have a suggestion, Zhang Lanfang interjected. What suggestion? Wang Yuan retook his seat. Since we are 4 in number and you are the only male, why not have you lead us? Just give us instructions for any tasks we need to undertake, all right? That doesn't seem right, Wang Yuan replied. I agree. Rin Yuan raised her hand. So do I, Jiang Yan added. See, we all consent. It is only temporary. Once the rescue team arrives, our group will disband automatically. Zhang Lanfang argued. Very well then. Chapter 20. Has the rescue team arrived? If you're going into the jungle, we wish to accompany you, Zhang Lanfang stated. The other 2 girls nodded in agreement. However, only Yuan is wearing hiking shoes. You 2 are in high heels, which will be inconvenient in the jungle, Wang Yuan frowned. Then I shall accompany you, and they can wait here, Rin Yuan suggested. That's not right. If there's danger, you won't be able to escape, Wang Yuan remarked. Isn't there still a pair of shoes in the suitcase? Hey, Yuan poodle. Very well, she said, retrieving 2 pairs of shoes, canvas sneakers and athletic shoes, both in size 42. Choose for yourselves. The 2 women exchanged glances. Wang Yuan rummaged through the suitcase, extracting a shirt, which he cut into strips and stuffed into both pairs of shoes. It was then that the 2 women suddenly understood. Jiang Yin slipped into the athletic shoes, while Zhang Lanfang donned the canvas sneakers. They stood and took a few steps, finding them adequate, albeit not particularly comfortable. Nonetheless, they would suffice for the task at hand. All right, let us depart, Wang Yuan declared, emptying the cactus fruit from his backpack. Yuan, this backpack is still yours. We will take a few bottles. Okay. Rin Yuan cheerfully filled her backpack with several bottles. Wang Yuan took hold of a jug of peanut oil and a branch, and the 4 set off. He swiped at the underbrush as they gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, they paused. Ahead lies the woods, dense and treacherous. There may be venomous creatures lurking within, so everyone must exercise caution, Wang Yuan advised. We understand, the 3 women replied. Just as they were about to enter, an engine's roar pierced the air. Listen, the sound of an engine, Rin Yuan exclaimed. Could it be the rescue team? Jiang Yin asked excitedly. Is it the rescue team? We must hurry back, Zhang Lanfang urged. Quickly. Without further regard for the underbrush, the 4 rushed toward the shore. They leaped over thickets and arrived at a patch of reeds, where ahead lay a cluster of rocks, with a beach to their left. Stop. Wait a moment, Wang Yuan called out. What is it? The 3 women, lagging behind, asked in unison. Something feels amiss. We should observe for a moment. Would it be wrong? Even if it's not the rescue team, we can still seek help, Jiang Yin reasoned. No, trust me. We must ascertain the situation before proceeding. You're just reluctant to move. You're the only man on this island and want us 3 beauties to accompany you. You wish to be more than a leader. You aspire to be a king. Jiang Yin retorted. Wang Yuan gazed at her in astonishment. With a huff, Jiang Yin walked away. Rin Yuan and Zhang Lanfang approached Wang Yuan, casting him apologetic glances. The 3 women advanced toward the rocky outcrop, while Wang Yuan, shaking his head in resignation, approached the reeds, parting the foliage to peer out at the sea. To the north, a motorboat was visible, followed by 4 speedboats rapidly heading south. As the boats drew closer, the situation became clearer. On the deck of the motorboat stood 7 or 8 individuals, each carrying an AK-47, while each of the 4 speedboats held 3 men, one steering and two armed. This is bad, pirates. Wang Yuan's heart sank. The three women hastened toward the shore, unaware of the looming danger due to the rocks obstructing their view. The boats sped past, and just as the women reached the water's edge, they caught sight of the vessel's wake. Fortunately, the pirates had not noticed them. Wang Yuan exhaled deeply, the tension in his chest finally easing. He approached their makeshift shelter, glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock, picked up a coconut, sat down, and began to drink from it vigorously. The three women approached, casting awkward glances at him. "I apologize," one of them said. Jiang Yin stammered, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Chapter 21. The Harvest from the Fish Trap. "Captain, I am truly sorry." Zhang Lanfang blushed as she spoke. "Captain, please forgive us." Ren Yuanyuan added. "I really do not want to be the captain," Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to articulate her thoughts. "I am at a loss for words as well, but we genuinely feel remorseful. From now on, I shall only recognize you as my captain. I will follow your every command and heed your wishes. Please forgive us." Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the south, accompanied by several explosions. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. Wang Yuan calmly sipped his coconut juice, while the three women were left pale and terrified. After a tremendous roar, the gunfire ceased. After a moment, Wang Yuan urged, "Quick, hide." The three women stared at him in confusion. "Move swiftly," Wang Yuan shouted angrily, then took refuge behind a rock. The three women hurried to find their own places to conceal themselves. "Do not peek out," Wang Yuan called out. At that moment, the sound of an approaching engine grew louder from the south. It soon came into view. Wang Yuan peered through a crack in the rocks, and now that they were closer, he could see clearly. On the deck of the oil boat stood a dozen individuals, mostly black, with a few Caucasians among them. Only one person was at the helm, while those on the deck were jumping and cheering, some wildly chugging for bottles, others firing their AK-47s into the air. After a while, the boat moved on, and a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. The three women cautiously peeked out toward the direction the boat had departed, and only after it had vanished from sight did they slump down onto the ground. Wang Yuan rose and walked toward the sea, untying the ropes of the fish trap and pulling it up. The three women followed, curious about his actions. "Captain, will we really catch fish?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "Indeed," Wang Yuan replied, opening the trap to peer inside. Moments later, he poured out 4 or 5 palm-sized fish and several large crabs. "Yay! Captain, you're amazing. I adore you," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Wang Yuan reloaded the fish trap and tossed it back into the sea. After securing it, he handed a fruit knife to Zhang Lanfang, saying, "Well, Fang Jia, why don't you and the others clean these up while I go start fire?" "All right." Zhang Lanfang accepted the knife and beckoned the other two to help with the fish. Wang Yuan picked up the crabs and took them back to a powdered milk canister, then began to kindle a fire. In no time, the fire was ablaze, and the three women returned with the cleaned fish. The 4 of them skewered the fish and crabs onto bamboo sticks and commenced grilling them. Once the fish and crabs were cooked, they shared the feast. Wang Yuan opened 2 coconuts for the 3 women, smashed the empty ones, and they all savored the coconut flesh. "Well, I will take a stroll in the jungle." "You all rest here," Wang Yuan suggested. "Why don't we go together?" Ren Yuanyuan replied. The 3 women looked at Wang Yuan with hopeful eyes, while Jiang Yin remained silent, burdened with guilt. "No need. Fang Jie can accompany me. You all can do something else here," Wang Yuan decided. He gathered a few stones and constructed a small stove over the fire, then took the milk can to the sea to fill it with seawater. Placing it on the stove to heat, fill your bottles with seawater. When the water in the can boils and reduces, add more, he instructed. "What is this for?" Ren Yuanyuan asked curiously. "Nothing much, just thought I'd bring you something to pass the time," Wang Yuan remarked. "Oh, don't forget to add water and firewood," he continued. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 12:30. "Sister Feng, let us set off." Chapter 22. Fragments of the airplane. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang made their way towards the jungle, Wang Yuan carrying a backpack and wielding a stick, while Zhang Lanfang held a canister of peanut oil. Before long, they reached the edge of the woods. "We can't be sure about the situation inside, and it's getting late. Perhaps we should venture in another day. Let us search the periphery for now," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right," Zhang Lanfang agreed. The two began to survey their surroundings along the outskirts of the forest, slowly searching for any signs of life. "Look, wild vegetables," Wang Yuan exclaimed, pointing to the ground. "Oh, what kind of vegetable is this?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. This is shepherd's purse. Haven't you seen it before? Wang Yuan replied. I've only had shepherd's purse dumplings. But I've never seen the actual plant, she admitted. There are many around here. Let us dig some up. Wang Yuan picked up a stick and began to excavate. Zhang Lanfang followed suit, and together they filled half a backpack with the greens. That should be sufficient. Let's move forward a bit more, Wang Yuan said, shouldering his backpack. After walking for a while, he paused, saying, Sister Feng, wait for me. He set down his backpack and stick, swiftly climbing a tree. He broke off several branches and, using a small knife, began to carve them. The knife was rather small, making the task somewhat laborious. After a while, he successfully fashioned a forked stick with the prongs sharpened and the branch about 1.5 meters long, roughly the thickness of an egg. Wang Yuan waved it about, finding it to his liking, then glanced at the time again. It's already 5 o'clock. Time has flown. We should return. We can finish up with the branches later. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied. As they organized their things and headed towards the beach, Zhang Lanfang carried the backpack, the oil canister, and a stick, swatting at the underbrush. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, held the carved forked stick and hoisted some broken branches. Wait a moment, look over there, he suddenly said, pointing to a glimmer on his right. Zhang Lanfang noticed it too. Should we go take a look? She proposed. Yes, he affirmed. They cautiously approached the source of the reflection and discovered a piece of metal embedded in the ground, partially obscured by grass, revealing only a hint of its shine, a stroke of luck indeed. Wang Yuan pried it free, revealing a sheet of metal approximately 1 square meter in size, with ragged edges and an irregular square shape. The tear appeared fresh, indicating it had only recently been placed there. Sister Feng, take a look. Could this be a fragment of our airplane? Wang Yuan asked. Zhang Lanfang examined it closely. While I may not be an expert, I can ascertain that this indeed belongs to our aircraft. Oh, what led you to that conclusion? Wang Yuan inquired. The break is recent, suggesting it fell only in the past few days. The metals on an airplane differ in color, pattern, and thickness. Based on what I know and have seen, I can confirm this is from the upper section of economy class, she explained. Very well, let's take it back, Wang Yuan nodded. Having already formed his own conclusions, he grasped the metal sheet, balancing it in one hand while holding the forked stick and some branches in the other. Zhang Lanfang forged ahead, using her stick to clear the path as they walked. Captain, please don't take this morning's incident to heart. After all, we are all survivors, each of us striving to return home swiftly. Given the circumstances, it is understandable that such events occurred. On behalf of the others, I extend our apologies and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Zhang Lanfang, being the elder with considerable life experience, is aware of the intricacies involved. Sister Feng, as a flight attendant, you are somewhat part of the establishment. However, we are stranded on this deserted island. Having spent time together, I have come to trust you. There are matters I can confide in you, but I implore you to keep them confidential. Should this information leak, I cannot guarantee the consequences, especially with only a handful of us remaining. Wang Yuan stated solemnly. Chapter 23. Analyzing the situation, Zhang Lanfang understood the gravity of the situation. Although Wang Yuan often appeared carefree, he had his principles, which he was now imparting to her. All right, speak your mind, she replied, taking a deep breath. I once served as a soldier. Within a year, I was transferred to a special forces unit, and shortly thereafter, I joined its elite division, which, akin to a national sword, may resemble what you've seen in films. While some aspects are fictional, a portion of it holds truth, Wang Yuan explained. During one operation, I accidentally injured a colleague, leading to my discharge. He gazed deeply at the setting sun. Though I am no longer in service, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe return. Zhang Lanfang comprehended the unspoken truths. Although she had never encountered such clandestine organizations, she understood that while the nation may appear strong and prosperous, it is buoyed by those who bear the burdens in silence. Some, though unsung, are not forgotten by the country, and even in retirement, they continue to strive for the nation. These individuals are indeed the backbone of China. I will keep this secret, Zhang Lanfang assured him. 3 days had passed since the plane crash, and the optimal rescue window is 72 hours. The authorities must have been aware of our plight. Their inaction must stem from a reason I cannot fathom. However, through various signs, I can surmise a general understanding, Wang Yuan remarked. I am not familiar with this realm, so I cannot provide insight, Zhang Lanfang admitted. Could you enlighten me? Not only Zhang Lanfang, but many others lived in a peaceful era, experiencing the nation's strength and the beauty of life. Yet, The underlying deceit and the disregard for life inherent in politics are beyond their comprehension. Let me summarize briefly. You witnessed the pirates this morning, correct? In the context of the current global powers, pirates are akin to ants. Yet, why do they continue to operate with such audacity at sea? It is due to the support from certain nations, Wang Yuan elucidated. Moreover, in Africa, several countries are embroiled in conflict. Why, in this day and age, do wars still occur? There are certainly shadows of these nations behind them. He continued thus. This area is likely besieged by multiple forces, and I suspect that our plane's crash may also be orchestrated by these individuals. Is this truly the case? Zhang Lanfang asked incredulously. This is merely my conjecture. By estimating the flight duration of the aircraft, we can approximate our location. The area is fraught with dangers, as numerous pirate factions and several war-torn nations surround us, each being manipulated by various powers. Thus, our survival hinges on finding a niche within this tumultuous environment. Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, Captain, we are utterly clueless and must rely on you, Zhang Lanfang responded. I am no deity. Therefore, we must rely on our own resourcefulness. You must also encourage the others to learn self-sufficiency, Wang Yuan stated. Understood. Let us strive together. With that, the two returned to their seaside refuge, where they found the two women still boiling seawater in a milk powder can. Captain, you have returned, Ren Yuanyuan greeted. How did your endeavors fare? Wang Yuan inquired. What endeavors? You merely had us boil salt, Ren Yuanyuan pouted. It turned out that the milk powder can had yielded a small half-jar of crystalline salt. Haha, Wang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, placing down his belongings to inspect their progress. Chapter 24. The production of salt to seawater in the milk powder can was rapidly boiling, revealing a small portion of crystallized salt. Wang Yuan quickly grasped two wooden pieces to lift the can from the heat, drain the seawater, and return the can to the stove. Captain, why did you pour out the water? Why did you not add more seawater? Ren Yuanyuan asked. What I discarded were harmful substances such as magnesium chloride. What remains is sodium chloride, commonly known as table salt. Admittedly, some harmful elements persist, but they are negligible and the salt is consumable, Wang Yuan explained. Once the can had dried, he carefully removed it with wooden tongs and set it aside to cool, then placed a found iron plate over the fire. Please wait until the salt cools and then transfer it into the mineral water bottles, Wang Yuan instructed, proceeding to gather several stones of varying sizes. The three women filled 2 bottles with salt and observed Wang Yuan as he busied himself. After a while, he heated the iron plate, removed it with wooden tongs, and placed it on a larger stone, using a fist-sized pebble to hammer it. After several repetitions of heating and hammering, he carried the iron plate to a nearby reef, wedging it into a crevice, and began to shake and bend it until it formed a circular plate of approximately half a meter in diameter. He returned the plate to the fire and added some kindling. After another round of heating and hammering, a frying pan was finally crafted. The three women gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration, and Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, Captain, you are truly remarkable. Now, let us retrieve the fish trap. Night has fallen, Wang Yuan replied, gathering the scraps of the iron plate. The four ventured to the seaside, where Wang Yuan pulled up the fish trap and emptied its contents. 5 or 6 palm-sized grouper for large crabs, and finally, a sizable eel, over a meter long and as thick as an arm. The three women squealed in fright. Wang Yuan swiftly dispatched the eel with a stone, then used a small knife to gut it, cutting it into 4 sections, washing them clean with seawater. He handed the knife to Zhang Lanfang, instructing, Please clean the fish while I prepare these for roasting. Remember to place the entrails in this bottle. As he spoke, he placed the eel's entrails into a bottle designed for holding fish, then picked up 4 crabs and the eel to return. He set a skillet on the stove, added a splash of seawater, broke several bamboo sticks to place inside, and placed the 4 crabs within, covering them with 2 large leaves. He then skewered the 4 pieces of eel with bamboo sticks, sprinkled a touch of sea salt, and set them to roast over the fire. Shortly thereafter, the 3 women returned with 6 fish, taking turns to skewer them. Has the fish cage been lowered? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, indeed, it has been properly placed. Ren Yuanyuan replied. Rub some salt on those fish and roast them, Wang Yuan suggested. Wow, it smells wonderful, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed as she approached the stove, while Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang applied salt to the fish. Here, have a skewer of the roasted fish, she offered to Ren Yuanyuan. Thank you. Ren Yuanyuan accepted it, taking a bite. It's so hot. Delicious. Truly delightful. She handed each of them a skewer of roasted eel while she indulged in her own. After finishing, she placed the remaining marinated fish onto the fire to roast. Removing the skillet from the stove and placing it on the ground, she lifted the leaves covering it, releasing a fragrant aroma. Wow, it smells amazing. Ren Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now, for the 4 crabs, each of you can have one. After consuming the crabs, they found the fish was ready as well. I'm so full. I can't eat another bite, Ren Yuan remarked, patting her stomach. Then, let's save these fish for breakfast tomorrow, Wang Yuan agreed, having also had his fill. Chapter 25. Another group of survivors. Wang Yuan wrapped the roasted fish in leaves and placed them in shelter. If you feel tired, you may rest, he suggested. We're not tired just yet. Let's sit here for a while, Zhang Lanfeng replied. Wang Yuan flipped over the remaining iron plates, setting some smaller pieces at the edge of the stove, while a larger piece seemed suitable for crafting into a skillet, which he placed inside the shelter before taking a seat beside the stove. Picking up a piece of iron, he tossed it into the fire, then filled a milk powder can with seawater and set on the stove. Using 2 sticks, he retrieved the glowing iron piece and placed it on a stone, taking a pebble to strike it. The 3 women watched him with curiosity. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuan asked. You'll find out soon, Wang Yuan replied, tossing the iron piece back into the fire. He continued this repetitive process until he finally dropped it into the milk powder can. With a hiss, the seawater within began to churn and boil, releasing a thick cloud of steam. After a while, Wang Yuan reached in to retrieve it, still slightly warm but manageable. Before him lay a black dagger over a foot long. He then whittled 2 bamboo pieces and tied them to the hilt with string, finding a stone to pour seawater over, sharpening the dagger upon it. Soon, the double-edged blade gleamed with a cold light, demonstrating its sharpness as he tested it against a piece of wood. He further refined 2 bamboo pieces, binding them together with string to create a sheath, into which he slid the dagger. Completed, the 3 women gazed at him with admiration. He added a few more pieces of wood to the fire, tossing in some small iron scraps to burn, and then took the branches he had gathered earlier, using the dagger to carve them. The blade was remarkably sharp, gliding smoothly through the wood, and before long, he had shaped 3 tree forks. Using a wooden stick, he carefully extracted the glowing iron pieces and placed them upon a stone surface, diligently hammering each one into shape before depositing them into a milk powder canister. Before long, 8 were completed. He then took the iron pieces and skillfully affixed them to the forked branches of a tree, securing them with rope, thus crafting 3 fish spears. These 4 spears shall belong to each of us. We must carry them wherever we go, for there may be ferocious beasts and venomous snakes on this island, he declared, noticing the sparkle of excitement in the eyes of the 3 women. Thank you, Captain, they replied, momentarily snapping back to reality. Well then, let's take a break, he suggested, glancing at his watch, which indicated it was nearly midnight. Shall we relieve ourselves? Ren Yuan proposed as she stood up. Very well, he agreed, adding, do not forget the fish spears. All right, the 3 women responded, each picking up a spear and heading towards the distant rocks. He made his way to the shore to take care of his business, returning to lay a foam board by the cooking area and seated himself. Shortly thereafter, the 3 women returned, with Ren Yuan stating, Captain, we are going inside to rest. All right, he nodded in response. As the women placed the fish spears outside the shelter and prepared to enter, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Look, there's a fire over there. The voice, a woman emanated from the northern side of the rocky outcrop, faint yet audible in the stillness of the night. The 3 women quickly grasped their spears and positioned themselves beside him. After a moment, a group of 8 individuals approached, 4 men and 4 women, their clothing disheveled and soiled. The 8 scrutinized the 4, while the 4 returned their gaze. Ah, Jiang, you're here too? One of the men exclaimed. Jiang, Jiang, the others called out. Jiang Yin recognized the trio. 1 man and 1 woman were from her own company, while a portly middle-aged man was the president of an electronics firm with which her company had dealings. Chapter 26. Conflict. Oh, it's you, Jiang Yin remarked. The 8 individuals exchanged whispers, glancing intermittently at the 4 in the shelter. Jiang Yin identified the middle-aged man who spoke earlier as Zhao Jiangwo, the chairman of a prominent electronic sales company in the country, while the man and woman were from her own firm. As a flight attendant, Zhang Lanfeng recalled these individuals as passengers on their flight. At that moment, a man in his mid-20s approached them, introducing himself. Hello, I am Zhang Jinping, also a survivor from our flight. We have all found ourselves stranded on this island, and I invite you to join us. After all, there's strength in numbers, and our chances of survival will be greater if we unite. Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Yin furrowed her brow, glancing at the other three. She noticed Wang Yuan's stoic expression, while Ren Yuanyuan and Zhang Lanfang were engaged in quiet conversation. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Lanfang stepped forward, stating, "While we are not opposed to joining you, what would be expected of us, and what benefits would we receive in return?" Zhang Jinping found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man with ear piercings stepped forward, exclaiming, "Of course, it would be a sharing of resources. Any food obtained would be divided equally, as we all must strive to survive and assist one another." However, Zhang Lanfang interjected, "Our resources are sufficient, and we do not require assistance." Amidst the gathering, a man proclaimed, "With our numbers, we can procure greater resources, which shall eventually be shared with you." To this, Ren Yuanyuan retorted, "What of your numbers? We have no need for your assistance." The man, with a lewd glint in his eye, suggested, "Such words are ill-advised. Today, you lend us your aid, and in future, we shall reciprocate with resources." Zhang Lanfang, stepping forward to shield Ren Yuanyuan from the man's gaze, countered, "So you expect us to provide resources despite your inaction? I see nothing of value among you." Momentarily speechless, the man glanced toward his companions. One from Jiang Yan's company approached, addressing Jiang Yan, "President Jiang, perhaps it is best for you to join us, given our numbers." Jiang Yan surveyed the crowd, uncertain. "We shall not be joining you. Abandon such hopes," Ren Yuanyuan declared resolutely. The man with ear studs, irate, pointed at her and threatened, "You shall regret this." "Come then, what do you intend to do? Forcefully take from me?" Ren Yuanyuan boldly challenged. The ear stud man, turning away, rallied his companions. "There is but one man among them. Let us confront him together. Brothers, forward!" Suddenly, Zhang Lanfang surged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the ear stud man, and with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. "Come on, dare to try." The others were momentarily struck dumb, hesitating in their tracks. "Oh dear, a misunderstanding." A woman in her 30s approached, casting a glance at the remnants of fish bones and crab shells on the ground, inquiring, "Might I ask where one could find coconuts?" "There are coconut trees over there." Zhang Lanfang indicated toward the beach. "Thank you." The woman signaled to the two men, who then hoisted the ear stud man and proceeded toward the beach. Once they departed, the remaining four settled around the stove. Throughout, Wang Yuan had remained silent. "Your kick was incredibly impressive," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. "Of course. Do you think I learned Taekwondo for naught?" Zhang Lanfang replied, well aware that Ren Yuanyuan knew of her frequent visits to the Taekwondo gym. Chapter 27. The transaction. The quartet of men and women reached the shoreline, locating 3 towering coconut trees. "These are too high. How are we to reach them?" One of the women lamented, a striking influencer. Casting a covetous glance at her, the ear stud man remarked, "Who among us can climb trees?" All shook their heads and sat down, gazing wistfully at the trees. "President Zhao, did you not have a pack of cigarettes?" the woman queried. "Indeed, why do you ask?" Zhao Jiangwo replied. "Without fire, your cigarettes are of no use. Rather, you should offer a pack to that man who seems to lead, despite his silence. Perhaps he smokes, and you might borrow a light, allowing us to start a fire and keep warm." "Very well." Zhao Jiangwo contemplated before unfastening his backpack, which, though small, was nearly concealed by his girth in the dim light of night. "Everyone else, please gather some dry twigs while I go procure a flame." Zhao Jiangwo unzipped his backpack and retrieved an unopened box of Huaxia cigarettes. He took out 2 packs and tucked them into his jacket pocket before making his way towards the rocky outcrop, a backpack he had found in the woods. "All right, let us gather some firewood," the woman suggested. The remaining few reluctantly stood up and headed towards the thicket. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his companions were still gathered around the stove, engaged in casual conversation. "Captain, what should we do? Will they return?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "Let us take it one step at a time. I suspect someone will come back shortly," Wang Yuan replied. "How can you be so sure?" The 3 women turned their gazes towards him. "Because they have nothing, they might not even be able to fetch coconuts, so they will undoubtedly come seeking our assistance," Wang Yuan explained. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the rocks, grinning broadly. "Hello, everyone. Oh, it's you, Mr. Zhao. What brings you here?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Could we perhaps discuss a matter?" Zhao Jiangwo replied. "Oh, please speak with our captain," This is Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang pointed to Wang Yuan. Zhao Jiangwo produced a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and offered one to Wang Yuan, who accepted it and in turn placed one in his mouth. Captain Wang, could you enlighten me on how you managed to harvest coconuts? Wang Yuan took the cigarette but did not light it. I possess the method, but it may not be easily grasped by you. Come on, Captain Wang, lend us a hand. After all, we are all survivors and must coexist on this island. We see each other daily, so it is only natural to assist one another, Zhao Jiangwo urged, handing the pack to Wang Yuan. Very well, I shall share this with you. You need to gather some sticks and tie them together, then use those sticks to strike the coconuts. That should do the trick. Alternatively, you may throw stones at them. Perhaps that would work as well. All right, I will give that a try, Zhao Jiangwo responded. By the way, Captain Wang, could I borrow a flame? That is not possible. I am aware of your intentions. We possess resources, but they are solely for our own use. We do not cater to the idle, Wang Yuan stated. Zhao Jiangwo laughed awkwardly. Please do not hold against us. We are merely striving for survival. If you wish for our resources, it is not out of the question, but it must be exchanged for something. Understood, Zhao Jiangwo said, producing another pack of cigarettes and offering it to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan accepted it, retrieved a burning piece of wood from the fire, lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and then handed the wood to Zhao Jiangwo. It has been several days since I last smoked. This first puff makes me a bit lightheaded. Is it merely a fire you seek? There is no need for pretense. Take this piece of wood back with you. Chapter 28. A hearty breakfast, thank you, Captain Wang. Zhao Jiangwo said awkwardly as he lit his cigarette. Very well, Mr. Zhao. We shall not see you off, Wang Yuan replied. Zhao Jiangwo departed with the burning wood in hand. Ha ha! Once Zhao Jiangwo had walked a distance away, the three women burst into laughter. Captain, why did you provide him with a source of fire? Seeing their demeanor infuriates me, Ren Yuan questioned. It is not easy for anyone. We cannot simply stand by and watch them perish. They have been eyeing us for some time. If we do not assist them, they will undoubtedly return. I would rather not have them bothering us daily, Wang Yuan explained. All right, I concur with the captain's approach. We cannot remain here indefinitely. If we depart, they will follow. Zhang Lanfang remarked. One must not merely scratch the surface of an issue, but rather delve deeper to uncover its essence. Oh, understood. Very well, let us all rest. Wang Yuan replied. All right then. The three women entered the shelter. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yuan added a piece of wood to the fire and lay down, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken, noticing embers still glowing in the fire. He quickly added some dry grass and blew gently until ignited. He then added some twigs before stepping into the thicket to take care of personal matters. Upon returning, he placed another log onto the fire, grabbed his toiletry bag, and made his way to the beach to freshen up. After washing, he returned, took his backpack, and emptied the wild vegetables he had gathered the previous day, wrapping them in banana leaves before heading back to the shore to wash them. Once the vegetables were cleaned, the three women emerged in succession. Captain, you are up quite early. Fei Yuan exclaimed. Yes, take care of your personal matters. By the time you return, breakfast will be ready. Thank you, Captain. The three women departed together. Wang Yuan cracked open 2 coconuts, pouring the coconut water into a frying pan, which he placed on the stove to heat. He smashed the coconuts open, scooped out the meat, and tore it into small pieces, tossing them into the pan along with the cleaned wild vegetables. He heated the leftover grilled fish by the fire and then walked to the beach to retrieve the fish traps. At that moment, the three women, having finished their morning routines, approached to inspect the catch. Wow, quite a bounty, Wang Yuan exclaimed as he emptied the contents of the traps. Ren Yuan gasped in delight. For grouper, 2 crabs and 2 octopuses. Let us tidy up and then return for a meal, Wang Yuan suggested, handing a fruit knife to Zhang Lanfang while he took a dagger to begin processing the octopus. I will head back first. Remember to place the entrails in that jar, and then lower the fish traps, he instructed. Understood. Wang Yuan returned to the stove, where the coconut water was already boiling. He chopped the octopus into segments and added them to the pot along with a sprinkle of sea salt. Searching through the rubbish heap, he found 4 aluminum cans, cutting off the tops to fashion them into cups, which he then rinsed with seawater before setting the pot on some stones. The three women returned with the seafood, placing the fish on banana leaves and the crabs into a milk powder can, gathering around excitedly. Wow, it smells divine, Ren Yuan exclaimed, nearly drooling. The four of them worked together to pour the broth from the pot into the aluminum cups, dividing the vegetables and octopus among themselves, leaving a significant amount still in the pot. Just as Ren Yuanyuan reached for more, Wang Yuan gently smacked her hand. "Be careful, it's hot." "Oh," Ren Yuanyuan replied, a look of despair crossing her face. "Take a lesson from this," Wang Yuan said, breaking off a piece of foam board to place the cups upon. He picked up 2 chopsticks fashioned from bamboo and began to eat from the foam board. The 3 women followed suit, continuing until the last of the broth was consumed. With a satisfied touch to her belly, Ren Yuanyuan proclaimed, "That was delicious. I've finished the soup. I am so full. Captain, what shall we do today?" Chapter 29. Into the jungle today, Sister Feng and I ventured into the jungle, hoping to discover fresh water and sustenance. You two should dry the fish into jerky for storage. If we do not return by noon, you can roast the crabs for your meal. Check the fish traps as well. If there are any fish, turn them into jerky and cook whatever else you can find. We shall return by evening at the latest. Wang Yuan instructed. All right, Ren Yuanyuan agreed. Sister Feng, let us gather our things and set off, Wang Yuan said, handing a fruit knife to Ren Yuanyuan. Okay, Zhang Lanfang replied, packing several bottles of mineral water into her backpack and taking up a fishing spear. Wang Yuan also grabbed a spear, carried a bucket of peanut oil, and secured a dagger to his waist before they made their way into the jungle. As they approached the edge of the grassland, they gazed toward the southern beach, where they observed 4 men and 4 women gathered around a fire beneath the coconut trees, grilling something. They exchanged smiles and continued on, varying their direction each time to widen their search area. The duo advanced slowly, prodding the underbrush with their spears. "Ah, snake!" Zhang Lanfang suddenly exclaimed. "Don't move," Wang Yuan cautioned, having already spotted a black and white snake coiled before them, its triangular head raised, flicking its tongue. "This is a silver-ringed snake. A bite from it is fatal. We must be extremely cautious," Wang Yuan whispered. As the snake prepared to strike, Wang Yuan seized the opportunity, swinging his spear with precision. Thwack! The snake was knocked to the ground, and taking advantage of its momentary disorientation, Wang Yuan lunged forward, thrusting the spear with force into its midsection, pinning it down while the snake coiled around the spear. He swiftly drew his dagger, stabbing it into the snake's head. Thud! The snake's head was pinned to the earth. Wang Yuan stepped back, observing Zhang Lanfang, who stood frozen, staring at the writhing serpent. "Sister Feng, it's safe now," he reassured her. "Oh," Zhang Lanfang regained her composure. After a moment, the snake lay still. Wang Yuan approached, prying up the snake with the spear for inspection. "It's not as plump as the one we encountered that day," he remarked. "Hee, you're still thinking about eating snake?" Zhang Lanfang replied, still shaken. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. "Ah!" Zhang Lanfang shrieked, pointing skyward. Wang Yuan felt his spear lighten and looked up to see an eagle soaring away with the snake in its talons. "Come down. I promise I won't kill you. What can you accomplish flying up there? So what if you can fly?" Wang Yuan shouted in frustration, waving his spear at the sky. "Ha ha!" Zhang Lanfang laughed at his antics. "Let us go," Wang Yuan said, feeling a bit dejected. The two proceeded to the edge of the woods, opting for a path opposite to the one they had previously taken. They had not ventured far when they stumbled upon an orange tree, laden with fruit, some still green, others a ripe orange-yellow. Sweet and tangy, delightful," they exclaimed. Zhang Lanfang hurried over, plucking one and peeling it to eat. "Let us gather the ripe ones," Wang Yuan suggested after savoring one himself. "Sure," Zhang Lanfang replied, taking off her backpack to collect the fruit. Wang Yuan climbed up to reach the higher oranges, each the size of a chicken egg. Together, they harvested over 20, placing them into the backpack, leaving the unripe ones behind. "Captain, why not gather all of them? The remaining ones will ripen in a couple of days," Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Do you recall the coconut trees? They symbolize hope, our hope and that of future generations," Wang Yuan remarked. Observing Zhang Lanfang's bewilderment, Wang Yuan continued, "We do not belong here. This island possesses its own ecological balance. Since we have arrived, we have disrupted this harmony, and we must approach nature with reverence." Chapter 30. Discovering bamboo. "Oh, I begin to understand," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Well then, let us proceed and see if we can find something to eat and satisfy our hunger." Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was noon. "Look, bamboo." Not far ahead, they spotted 2 clusters of bamboo, comprising around 20 to 30 stalks. "Let's take a few with us when we return," Wang Yuan suggested. As they continued walking, Zhang Lanfang proposed, "Shall we search the woods?" "All right, but we must not venture too far. The forest is dense, and we are unfamiliar with the conditions inside. There are surely venomous creatures and wild beasts," Wang Yuan cautioned. Thus, they cautiously entered the woods and soon discovered a papaya tree laden with about 10 fruits, 5 golden and ripe, 2 partially mature, and 3 or 4 distinctly unripe. "Let us rest here and enjoy some papaya to fill our stomachs," Wang Yuan proposed. "All right," Zhang Lanfang agreed. The two settled beneath the tree, unloaded their gear, and began harvesting the ripe and partially ripe papayas, leaving behind 4 unripe ones. Wang Yuan selected the largest one, used his knife to cut it open, and they each took half to eat. "Wow, this papaya is incredibly sweet," Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, juice running down her face. "Indeed, it is delicious," Wang Yuan said. "Once we finish, we should head back. It will soon be dark." Agreed. After satisfying their hunger, they packed the remaining papayas into their backpacks, which were now quite full. "I'll carry the backpack. It's rather heavy," Wang Yuan offered. "Yes, it weighs at least 20 to 30 pounds, Zhang Lanfang acknowledged. "Very well." With the backpack on his back and a spear in hand, Wang Yuan led the way, while Zhang Lanfang followed behind, carrying an oil drum and her spear. They changed direction, moving toward the exterior. After a while, they stumbled upon a wild Sichuan pepper tree, and each picked a handful to store in their pockets. Finding the bamboo they had seen earlier, Wang Yuan used his knife to make several incisions at the base of the bamboo before breaking it off, ignoring the branches. And each carried back 2 stalks. They did not retrace their steps, but instead altered their route. Along the way, they spotted a few wild rabbits. But with their current equipment, they could not catch any, so they abandoned the pursuit. As they approached the thicket, they were not far from the shoreline when Wang Yuan suddenly noticed 2 plants and hurried over to examine their leaves closely. "What kind of plant is this?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. Wang Yuan plucked a leaf, rubbed it between his fingers, and inhaled its scent. "This is wild ginger. It can be used like ginger. Smell it. Many plants have leaves that resemble this, and you can differentiate them using this method." "Yes, I detect a hint of ginger. I will remember this aroma," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "There are 2 of these. Let us dig them up along with the leaves to take back. If only we had fresh water, we could make a delightful fish soup with wild Sichuan pepper and slices of wild ginger," Wang Yuan suggested. The 2 picked up sticks and began to dig. Observing the foliage, which appeared quite large, it became evident that the wild ginger was not nearly as substantial as the ginger we are accustomed to. It grew slender in shape. Wang Yuan glanced at the time. It was 4:30, and dusk was approaching. The 2 emerged from the thicket of reeds and turned their gaze towards the coconut trees. They spotted 2 men wielding a long, connected stick, attempting to reach the coconuts, while another pair stood beneath a different coconut tree, hurling stones upward and dodging the falling debris. 4 women were foraging for seafood along the shoreline. Wang Yuan exchanged a knowing smile with his companion before they made their way back to their campsite. Ren Yuan and Jiang Yan were seated on the rocks by the sea, engaged in conversation. "We're back," Zhang Lanfang announced. The pair placed their belongings beside the stove. Wang Yuan picked up a piece of wood from the fire pit, lit a cigarette, and settled down. Chapter 31. Jiang Yan's apology. "You're back." Ren Yuan and Jiang Yan turned upon seeing them, rising to approach. "Yes, we are," Zhang Lanfang replied. "I'm so thirsty." "Captain, shall we have coconut?" "Certainly." Wang Yuan continued to smoke. Zhang Lanfang retrieved 2 coconuts from the shelter and asked, "Captain, may I borrow your dagger?" Wang Yuan handed over the dagger and inquired, "You haven't found fresh water yet, have you?" "No." Ren Juan replied. "Let us all have some coconut water," Wang Yuan suggested. Zhang Lanfang deftly split the coconuts and poured the juice into 4 cans, which they shared among themselves. "Captain, what treasures did you uncover today? Your backpack looks rather heavy," Ren Yuan remarked. "You cheeky girl, why don't you take a look for yourself?" Zhang Lanfang replied. "Wow, so many papayas and oranges. Hooray. It's been ages since I had papaya." "Captain, you're amazing." Wang Yuan chuckled as he lit another cigarette. "You should eat more papaya to nourish yourself." Zhang Lanfang teased. "What is wrong with me? Why do I need to nourish myself?" Ren Yuan asked. "Sister Yan, why does Feng say I need to nourish myself?" Jiang Yan glanced at Wang Yuan and then leaned in to whisper a few words to Ren Yuan. "Feng Ye, you're bullying me." Fei Yuan exclaimed, looking down at her chest. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan could not contain their laughter. Oof, you're all bullies. Ren Yuan's cheeks flushed. I'll take a stroll along the beach, Wang Yuan said awkwardly, then walked towards the shore with a cigarette in his mouth. All right, enough of the antics. What did you have for lunch? Zhang Lanfang inquired. We collected the fish traps, caught a few fish and 2 crabs, and steamed 4 crabs to eat, Ren Yuan replied. This afternoon, Zhao Jiangwo came by, saying he couldn't reach the coconuts, and asked if there were any other methods. I told him the captain wasn't here and to come back in the evening, Jiang Yan added. Do you think the captain is so formidable? If we weren't with him, would we have starved? Hey, Yuan won't. I can't say whether we'd starve, but we would certainly have been captured by pirates. Had the captain not delayed us for a few moments that day, we would have undoubtedly been discovered by the pirates, Zhang Lanfang stated. As she spoke, Jiang Yan's expression darkened considerably. She had spoken very harshly to Wang Yuan at the time. Zhang Lanfang, noticing her embarrassment, deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Today, we encountered a snake again. The captain claimed it was a silver-ringed snake, which he subsequently killed. Why didn't the captain bring it back this time? Ren Yuan inquired. Zhang Lanfang then recounted the events, and when she mentioned Wang Yuan cursing at the eagle, the 3 women erupted into laughter. I'll go find the captain, Jiang Yan said as she rose to approach Wang Yuan. He had settled on a rocky outcrop, finishing 1 cigarette before lighting another. Jiang Yan soon joined him, taking a seat beside him. Captain, I apologize for what happened that day, Jiang Yan began. Oh, it's nothing. Everyone wishes to return home as soon as possible. I completely understand, Wang Yuan replied. Thank you, Jiang Yan exclaimed. For what? Wang Yuan queried. If it weren't for you, I might have starved, dehydrated, or been captured by pirates. Oh, it's nothing. Survival on a deserted island requires mutual assistance. Here, we are all equals. You are not the president, and I am not merely a security guard, nor are they just flight attendants, Wang Yuan remarked. Yes, I understand, Jiang Yan acknowledged. By the way, what is your relationship with my father? We have no relationship. Why do you ask? Wang Yuan responded, puzzled. Chapter 32. Heart to heart by the sea, you've been at the company for just over a month and have already been promoted to deputy security chief, with a role that entails training without the burdens of patrolling. How do you think that came to be? Jiang Yan queried. Who is your father? What do you mean by that? Wang Yuan asked, bewildered. My father is Jiang Hao, the chairman of our company. It was he who facilitated your promotion to deputy security chief and suggested that you go abroad to oversee security matters. He believes in your capabilities. Has your father ever served in the military? Wang Yuan pondered. Yes, he was an airborne soldier. Oh, I see. He was a hero from a certain airborne unit in the southeast military district of our nation. I served there as well. After retiring, my former commander introduced me to this company. Initially, I thought it was a military assignment. I wondered how one could be assigned to a private enterprise in such difficult times. I see. What role did my father have in the military? He seldom speaks of it, only mentioning training and target practice. Jiang Yan asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, there are certain military secrets that we cannot divulge. How mysterious. Surely, it cannot be related to special forces, she teased. Indeed, you have a vivid imagination. At that moment, Ren Yuan and the others glanced over, with Ren Yuan asking, Sister Feng, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Did the captain forgive Sister Yin? The captain is not someone who holds grudges. I believe he wasn't truly upset. Zhang Lanfang replied. Oh, you understand the captain so well. Have you developed feelings for him? Peyton Yuan ceased. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Lanfang retorted, her cheeks flushing. I think it's you who has a crush on the captain. Not at all. Ren Yuan blushed in response. Look, the captain is collecting the fish traps. Let us join them, Zhang Lanfang suggested. The 2 women picked up a dagger and a fruit knife, along with a can of milk powder and 2 banana leaves. As they made their way over, Wang Yuan retrieved the fish trap, pouring out its contents, 4 fish and 2 large crabs. Hooray! Ren Yuan exclaimed with joy upon seeing their haul. Zhang Lanfang placed the crabs into a jar and began cleaning the fish alongside the other 2 women. Wang Yuan took the milk powder can back, fetching several mineral water bottles to fill with seawater. He then rinsed the frying pan with the seawater, poured some into the pan, placed a few bamboo sticks inside, and laid down 2 leaves of wild ginger after rinsing them in seawater. Once the 3 women finished processing the fish, they returned, and Ren Yuan asked the captain, Are we grilling the fish? This time, we will steam them, Wang Yuan replied. He sprinkled the fish with sea salt and placed them in the pan along with the crabs, covering it with a few banana leaves and adding more firewood. Captain, what kind of leaves are those in the pan? Hey, Yuan inquired curiously. Those are wild ginger leaves, Wang Yuan replied, sitting down to carve bamboo with his knife. After finishing the bamboo, he searched for a thicker piece of bamboo among the collected refuse, cutting a section with a node at one end to create a bamboo tube, and made a hole in the side of the tube. All right, let us eat. It's already dark, Wang Yuan announced. He removed the pan, and each person took a fish, resting it on a banana leaf to enjoy. So fragrant. The fish steamed with ginger leaves is truly delicious, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. You glutton. Even food can't keep your mouth shut, Zhang Lanfang teased. Hee, it really is delicious, Ren Yuanyuan giggled. Chapter 33. The making of distilled water. The steamed fish and crabs were indeed delectable, and the four of them, still craving more, finished their meal. Wang Yuan cracked open 4 coconut shells, and they feasted on the coconut meat until satisfied. You all can have the fruits in the backpack, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette. Now that we are full, let us not eat anymore. Our food supply is limited. Let us be frugal, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Indeed, Ren Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Wang Yuan remained silent, picking up a bamboo pole, cutting a piece over a meter long with his knife, and finding a stick to insert into the bamboo node, thus creating a bamboo pipe. Captain, what are you making? Hey, Yuanyuan opposite. You'll find out soon, Wang Yuan replied. He filled the milk powder can with seawater, inverted the bamboo tube he had crafted onto it, and stuffed some thatch into the gaps. He placed the can on the stove to boil, inserting the bamboo pipe into the hole on the side of the tube at an angle, propping it up with a stone beneath. Wang Yuan stood up and retrieved a shirt from the suitcase, taking the oil drum and saying, "Let us gather some more seawater." He soaked the shirt in seawater and filled the oil drum, bringing it back. He found a 5-liter mineral water bottle, opened it, and placed it under the bamboo pipe's outlet, wrapping the wet shirt around the pipe. The 3 women also brought several bottles of seawater and gathered around. I understand now. Captain, you are making distilled water. Ren Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, the seawater in the milk powder started to boil, and droplets began to form at the bamboo pipe's opening. Hooray! Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed again, rushing to Wang Yuan's side and giving him a quick peck. Wang Yuan touched his face, saying, that excitement, it's just excitement. Ren Yuanyuan blushed and replied, your excitement is fine, but why did you get my face all wet? Wang Yuan said with a look of disdain. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin could not help but burst into laughter. How annoying you all are. Hey, Yuanyuan exclaimed, Flusto. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before declaring, if you're feeling tired, you might as well rest. We're not tired at all. That Zhao Jiangwo mentioned he would come by tonight to seek your guidance on how to pluck coconuts. As they have been unsuccessful, Jiang Yin replied. Meanwhile, by the southern beach, 8 individuals gathered beneath a coconut tree. Zhao Jiangwo and the man with the earrings were smoking, while the others abstained. They appeared listless, having gone days without water. Today they had caught a few small crabs and collected some clams, sharing meager portions among themselves. Boss Zhao, do you think that fellow is playing tricks on us? We've been at it all day without even a single coconut husk to show for it, remarked the man with the earrings. That seems unlikely. Look at how tall and straight that coconut tree is. Who could possibly climb it? Boss Zhao Li Xiao, why don't we head over later and bring a couple of packs of cigarettes? Perhaps we can trade for some food and fresh water, suggested Zhang Jinping. I think that's a good idea. We only had a few wild fruits the day before yesterday, which were both sour and astringent. If we don't replenish our water soon, we might truly perish from thirst, Li Xiao, the man with the earrings, added. All right then. Whether we smoke or not is inconsequential. We cannot survive without food and water, Zhao Jiangwo agreed. Boss Zhao, why not take Sister Zhou with you? She is quite eloquent, and perhaps her presence will yield better results, Li Xiao proposed. Very well, Boss Zhao. Let's go together, Sister Zhou, a middle-aged woman, affirmed. Wang Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. He had collected about half a barrel of distilled water, pouring some into a mineral water bottle, and distributing the rest into 4 cans, each receiving a small portion. Come, have a taste. The 4 of them lifted their cups. Ah, this is fresh water, and it carries a hint of bamboo fragrance. It's truly delightful, Ren Yuanyuan praised. Chapter 34. A new transaction. Wang Yuan returned the water bucket, pouring some seawater into a milk powder can, and added more wood to the stove. If that Zhao Jiangwo doesn't show up soon, We'll just rest without waiting, Ren Yuan remarked. Captain Wang. We've arrived, Zhao Jiangwo called from a distance, approaching with Sister Zhou. If you had delayed any longer, we would have gone to sleep. Ren Yuan shot them a disapproving look. My apologies, Zhao Jiangwo said sheepishly. Captain Wang, we tried your method today, but we can't reach the coconuts. Oh, do you think I was deceiving you? Wang Yuan replied. Not at all. It's a misunderstanding, Zhao Jiangwo quickly clarified. Truly, we didn't mean it that way. Wang Yuan continued. Ha! Captain Wang, we never doubted you. Just look at that coconut tree. It's so tall and slippery that no one can climb it. We merely hoped you could lend a hand, considering we are all in the same predicament. Sister Zhou interjected. Oh, may I ask how to address you? Wang Yuan inquired. My name is Zhou Guiyun, Sister Zhou replied. Very well, Sister Zhou. It's not that I am unwilling to teach you. Just observe the individuals on your side. Their capabilities are quite lacking. I have imparted the simplest method, yet you seem unable to execute it, Wang Yuan remarked. Sister Zhou cast a glance towards the stove and replied, Indeed, Captain Wang, most of our people are merely pampered young masters and ladies from the city, lacking exposure to the world. Thus, we find ourselves in a predicament, which is why we sought your assistance. As she spoke, Sister Zhou exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Jiangwo. Understanding her cue, Zhao Jiangwo quickly offered a pack of cigarettes to Captain Wang. Captain Wang, what do you think? Wang Yuan inquired. Do you have anyone from the countryside there? I am from the countryside myself, Sister Zhou replied. I have been living there until a few years ago when I came out to work. Very well, Sister Zhou. Have you ever seen anyone climb a power pole in the countryside? How do they manage to ascend the poles? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I have seen it. They were a rubber foot strap. Sister Zhou responded thoughtfully. This is precisely why I did not share this method with you. Even if I told you, you would not be able to master it, Wang Yuan remarked. Since Sister Zhou has seen how to climb power poles, I will explain it to you, hoping you can learn. Please proceed, Captain Wang. The purpose of that foot strap is merely to increase friction. The method I will teach you is based on this principle. Wang Yuan said slowly. Do you have a belt? You can use a belt. Yes, I have one. Zhao Jiangwo quickly unbuckled his belt and handed it to Wang Yuan. All right, Mr. Zhao, Sister Zhou, let me demonstrate for you. The core principle is to enhance friction. If I were to explain it, I might not be able to articulate it clearly at once. With that, Wang Yuan secured the belt into a loop, twisted it twice to form an H-shaped figure, picked up a piece of wood, and stood it upright. He then placed his feet into the two loops of the belt. Sitting with his feet on either side of the wood, the belt snugly gripping the wood from the inside. Wang Yuan then moved his feet upward along the wood twice. The onlookers suddenly had a moment of clarity. Do you understand now? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I comprehend, came the replies. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. Wang Yuan said. After all this talking, I find myself a bit parched. He then took a sip from the bottle of distilled water. By the way, Yuan, could you hand me an orange? Certainly. Ren Yuan opened her backpack and handed Wang Yuan 2 oranges. Chapter 35. It started to rain. Zhao Jiangwo and Sister Zhou felt their eyelids twitching, their throats dry. Captain Wang, could you spare us some water? Zhao Jiangwo asked. No, we only have this one bottle, Wang Yuan replied. But Captain Wang, you see, you can still produce fresh water over there. While we haven't had any to drink for days. If we don't drink soon, we truly won't be able to endure any longer. Please help us. We can exchange something. Sister Zhou implored. Yes, Captain Wang, please assist us, Zhao Jiangwo echoed, offering another pack of cigarettes. Very well then. Wang Yuan accepted the cigarettes and handed the water to Zhao Jianping. By the way, Captain Wang, could you teach us your method of producing fresh water? Sister Zhou inquired. Certainly, but it must be in exchange for something. We cannot teach for free, Wang Yuan replied. What do you need? Sister Zhou asked. Clothes or shoes would suffice. As long as they are what we require, or at least 2 packs of cigarettes. All right, we don't have that much on us. Perhaps tomorrow morning, Zhao Jiangwo suggested. Agreed. Then Mr. Zhao, I shall not see you off. Wang Yuan concluded. Very well, Captain Wang, we shall return tomorrow. The two turned to leave. Indeed, see you tomorrow. Wang Yuan replied. Yuan, prepare a few fish to grill for a late-night snack. I am quite famished. Certainly. Shall it be 2 each again? Ren Yuan called out playfully. It's already quite late. Let us eat sparingly, just 1 each, as we have all gained a bit of weight lately. Zhang Feng exclaimed loudly. Zhao Jiangwo stumbled slightly, and Sister Zhou promptly steadied him as they hurried away. Ha ha ha! Once they had distanced themselves, the group burst into laughter. You are all so wicked. Jiang Yin chuckled, clutching her stomach from laughing too much. All right, let us all take a rest, Wang Yuan suggested. With a crack, a flash illuminated the sky, and just as the three women entered the shelter, raindrops began to fall. Ah, it's raining. Rin Yuan cried out. Quick, everyone gather your things. Wang Yuan shouted. They swiftly extracted the burning firewood from the stove and brought it into the shelter, while the three women hurried to assist. They placed their suitcases, backpacks, and dried fish inside. All the wood and bamboo were also brought in, and anything that could not fit was placed beneath the rocks. Everything capable of holding water was moved indoors, as Wang Yuan pointed towards the heaps of ocean debris. The rain intensified, and after the four had finished gathering, they were all soaked. You all go inside and warm yourselves by the fire. Keep an eye on the flames, Wang Yuan instructed. After the three women entered, he stepped outside the shelter, wielding a dagger to split bamboo. The slanted rocks kept the rain off him. In total, he split more than 10 bamboo stalks in half, ensuring all nodes were cleared by striking them with wood. He transported several stones from outside and arranged the bamboo meticulously, with the lowest piece extending to the entrance of the shelter, arranged with a descending slope. The remaining bamboo was stacked upon this piece, each higher than the last, with the concave side facing upward. Thus, a rainwater collector was fashioned. Rainwater collected by the outer bamboo flowed down to the lower bamboo, which directed it to the entrance of the shelter. Wang Yuan entered the shelter and picked up a milk powder can to collect rainwater. Sister Feng, please boil the water before drinking, he suggested. As he filled the can, he turned to find the three women seated around the fire, gazing at him with admiration, causing his cheeks to redden. All right, Zhang Feng snapped back to reality, taking the can from him. Jiang Yin and Ren Yuan quickly moved a few stones to create a makeshift stove over the fire, while Zhang Feng placed the can atop it. Wang Yuan continued to collect rainwater with a mineral water bottle. Captain, you should warm yourself by the fire for a while. I'll take over here. Jiang Yin offered as she approached. Chapter 36. No bounty from the fish trap not far from their return. Zhao Jiangua and sister Zhou shared the bottle of water. Just as they reached the coconut trees, rain began to pour. Quickly, everyone, let us collect rainwater with the bottles, Zhao Jiangua urged. Fortunately, they had gathered several mineral water bottles during the day, but the openings were too small. It would take all day to fill them. Let us head further in. There are some palm and banana trees nearby where we can shelter from the rain and collect water under the leaves, Sister Zhou suggested. All right, let us hurry, Zhao Jiangua agreed. Before long, the fire was extinguished by the rain. The 8 of them soon spotted several palm trees ahead. A few individuals sought refuge beneath a palm tree to escape the pouring rain, which intensified with each passing moment. The tree offered little protection, and soon everyone was drenched. Zhang Jinping and Li Xiao held 2 bottles each, collecting rainwater under the leaves, while several women directly drank from the foliage. After a while, Li Xiao took a sip from one of the bottles and handed the other to Zhao Jiangwo, inquiring, "What have we changed for tonight, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Jiangwo had just consumed half a bottle of water. He took a sip from the handed bottle for appearance's sake and passed it to a woman, stating, "We have adopted a new method for coconut harvesting. Once the rain ceases, we shall proceed." "Mr. Zhao, haven't we changed anything else?" Zhang Jinping asked. "No, but they possess a technique for producing distilled water from seawater. We shall learn it tomorrow." Indeed, Zhang Jinping then handed another bottle to a male companion, Xiao Sun. "You should accompany Mr. Zhao tomorrow. Your intellect is sharp, so pay close attention, especially since you, that young fellow, and Jiang Yin are from the same company." "All right," Xiao Sun replied, taking a sip before passing the bottle to a female colleague, Lily. "Have a drink." "Thank you," Lily said, finishing the bottle and continuing to collect rainwater. The group alternated in drinking the rainwater, thus alleviating their thirst. The following morning, the rain had ceased. The 8 individuals, having endured a sleepless night, managed to collect 4 full bottles of water. They returned to the beach, searching for seafood, with high tide having come the previous night and receded that morning. Many sea creatures had become stranded on the shore. They found one and consumed it raw, driven by hunger. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his 3 companions had fallen asleep around a campfire. Wang Yuan was the first to awaken, noticing a few embers still glowing. He quickly tossed in some dry grass and blew gently, causing a plume of smoke to rise. Cough, cough. The 3 women were roused from their slumber. "Captain, good morning." "Yes, Please take care of your needs first, but avoid entering the jungle, Wang Yuan instructed. Why not? Pei Yuan inquired. It's unwise to enter the woods after rain. Oh. The three women departed with their toiletries. Wang Yuan gathered the bamboo and set it aside, then redirected the fire to the outdoor stove. Placing a skillet atop, it filled with rainwater collected from the previous night. He added a piece of wood to the fire and took his toiletries to the beach to attend to personal matters. Afterward, he returned to retrieve the fish traps, but found them empty, likely due to the rain overnight. Captain, what have we caught? The three women approached. Nothing, perhaps because of the rain. Wang Yuan replied with a hint of disappointment, tossing the traps back into the sea. No worries, we still have grilled fish, fruit, and 3 coconuts, Zhang Lanfang reassured. Let us explore the beach. The tide rose last night, and there must be plenty of seafood. Agreed. The four began their search among the rocky outcrops and successfully collected a considerable number of sea snails and scallops. In Chapter 37, while Wang Yuan and his companions returned to the shelter with their harvest from the beach, they found the water was boiling. They placed the seafood upon banana leaves, and Wang Yuan filled 4 cans with the remaining water in the skillet, adding the seafood to cook. Everyone, please drink some warm water to warm yourselves, Wang Yuan suggested, lighting a cigarette. After finishing their cigarettes and water, the seafood was ready. Well, today we shall not venture anywhere. Let us remain here, but remember, do not enter the jungle, Wang Yuan suggested. Understood, but what shall we do here? It's terribly dull, Ren Yuan replied. Then I shall prepare something for you. Wang Yuan responded. What will that be? Wait and see. Wang Yuan gathered several old fishing nets and began to dismantle them. After a while of twisting and connecting, he fashioned several slender ropes, which he then tied to the bamboo pole they had brought back the day before. He removed 3 pull-tab rings from soda cans, hammered them, and polished them on a stone until they became hooks, which he affixed to the ropes. Take this fishing rod and go catch some fish, he instructed the 3 girls. All right, let us see who can catch the most, Ren Yuan exclaimed excitedly. One moment, Wang Yuan said, picking up 3 floats. He cut large holes in each and tied a string for handles. You can hold these. Just place your catches inside. Okay, the 3 girls each took a float. Smash the conch shells to use as bait, Wang Yuan added. Great, let us go fishing. The girls cheerfully headed to the seaside. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, tidied up the bamboo branches he had cut, and, along with the remaining half of the bamboo pole, began to whittle it with his knife until all was transformed into bamboo strips. He then sat down to commence weaving. On the beach, under the coconut trees, 8 men and women sat on the ground, with Zhao Jiangwo directing everyone. Xiao Sun, shortly you will accompany me to learn how to distill water. Sister Zhou, take the women into the jungle to search for wild fruits. Carry the backpack. Yesterday, we spotted oranges, so they must be found in the jungle. Li Xiao, you and Zhang Jinping gather some dry firewood and leave it here to dry in the sun. It's hot, and it should dry by noon. All right, everyone, let us get moving, Zhao Jiangwo commanded. Right, the group stood up sluggishly. Xiao Sun, let us go, Zhao Jiangwo said, emptying the contents of his backpack and handing them to Sister Zhou, stuffing the remaining cigarettes into his pocket. The two made their way towards the rocky outcrop, and after rounding 2 stones, they spotted Wang Yuan sitting on a rock, weaving with bamboo strips, while the 3 girls were fishing on the seaside rocks. Ah, Captain Wang. We've arrived, Zhao Jiangwo called out. Oh, please, have a seat, Wang Yuan replied. Xiao Sun has come as well. Hello, Captain Wang, Xiao Sun greeted, as they were from the same company. Zhao Jiangwo pulled out 4 boxes of cigarettes and offered them to Wang Yuan. Zhao, there is no need for so many. Didn't we agree on 2 boxes? Wang Yuan declined. Just take them, Captain Wang, listen to me, Zhao Jiangwo insisted. Very well, Wang Yuan accepted the cigarettes. Here's the situation. We have very little left. These 4 boxes are complete, and we have more than half a box set aside. We lack tools and would like to trouble you to assist us in creating a distillation device. Additionally, could you please teach us how to make fishing rods? Zhao Jiangwo requested. All right, Wang Yuan pondered for a moment, but we lack materials here as well. Perhaps you could search the northern area. There is still plenty of marine debris. If you find something, I will help you make it. What do you think? Okay, just tell us what you need. Zhao Jiangwo replied. Chapter 38. Mastering skills. The primary focus was on tubular objects. In their absence, bamboo could serve as a suitable substitute. Metal containers, such as cans, including those for powdered milk, were also applicable. Additionally, materials suitable for creating ropes, such as fishing nets and cables, were required. That was essentially it, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, let's go search for them, Zhao Jiangwo responded. The two men proceeded northward, while the three women kept a vigilant watch over their activities. At that moment, Ren Yuanyuan set down her fishing rod and approached, whispering to the captain, "What is going on? Why do you act like a spy?" "They are merely here to learn about distilling water and crafting fishing rods. I've sent them to gather materials," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh, then I shall go fishing," she declared. "Go ahead, but what shall we eat for dinner if you fail to catch anything? Are you deliberately avoiding fishing? You traitor, you turncoat." Wang Yuan feigned a stern expression. "Ah, I am indeed a traitor, a turncoat. Yet, I am a beautiful traitor, a charming turncoat. Oof, I am an irresistibly adorable little agent." Ren Yuanyuan turned with a proud huff and went off to fish. Wang Yuan shook his head and continued weaving. After a while, he fashioned 2 ropes into a harness. Testing it momentarily, it fit perfectly and was remarkably sturdy. It turned out that Wang Yuan had crafted a backpack. "Captain Wang, do you think we have enough materials?" Zhao Jiangwo inquired, having collected a substantial amount of items. "Yes, that will suffice. Come over, and I shall instruct you. I will also explain the principles behind it, so that in the future, should anything break, you can repair or replace it yourselves," Wang Yuan stated. He then began constructing the distillation apparatus, explaining the function of each component as he worked with his dagger. Xiao Sun listened intently, while Zhao Jiangwo's gaze wandered aimlessly. As a cooling water vapor conductor, lacking an appropriate bamboo tube, Wang Yuan resorted to using a plastic water bottle. He cut off the bottom of the bottle, inserting its neck into a side opening of a bamboo tube. He fashioned 2 more bottles, cutting off both ends to create a cylindrical form, which he fitted around the bamboo tube's exterior as a backflow pipe. "Do you all understand?" Wang Yuan asked. "Yes, I understand. Thank you," Xiao Sun responded. "Good. Many components can be substituted with other materials. As long as you grasp the principles, that is sufficient," Wang Yuan taught meticulously. He then instructed them on fashioning fishing hooks using the pull tabs from cans. The process was straightforward. Items like iron wire, paper clips, and hairpins could be utilized for crafting sturdy hooks. Fishing lines could be improvised with broken fishing nets or nylon ropes. As for fishing rods, one could exercise their creativity. "All right, Captain Wang, we have learned the basics," Xiao Sun declared. "Captain, look, Sister Feng has caught a big fish," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, rushing over, while their fish trap had only yielded 2 small fish. "Excellent. Let us prepare fish soup for lunch," Wang Yuan replied. "As for you, Zhao, we shall not keep you any longer. Should you have queries in the future, feel free to return." "Very well, we shall head back. May I borrow a light?" Our fire was extinguished by the rain. Zhao Jiangwo offered a cigarette. "Certainly," Wang Yuan replied as he and Zhao Jiangwo lit their cigarettes. Zhao Jiangwo and Xiao Sun departed with the distillation apparatus and fishing hooks. "Captain, what have you taught them?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "I instructed them on constructing the distillation apparatus and fishing hooks. Now, let us take a moment to rest. What have you caught?" Wang Yuan placed the cigarette into the suitcase and remarked, "Oh, I didn't catch anything, but Sister Feng managed to reel in a larger fish, while Sister Yin caught a smaller one." Ren Yuanyuan felt a bit awkward. The fish trap yielded 2 smaller catches. Once they tidied up, they lowered the fish trap again. "Captain, allow me to prepare the meal this time. You all take a break," Jiang Yin suggested. "All right," came the reply. Chapter 39. Environmental Exploration. Jiang Yin set a frying pan on the stove, filled it with water, and carefully scored the 4 fish with a small knife before placing them into the pan. She added a few wild Sichuan peppercorns and sliced some wild ginger into the mix. Then, she tossed a piece of wood onto the fire and covered the pan with 2 palm leaves. After a short while, the water reached a boil, and she sprinkled in some sea salt, simmering it a bit longer. "All right, it's time to eat," Jiang Yin said as she lifted the pan with a leaf beneath it. The 4 of them shared the fish soup. "Sister Yin, your fish soup is exquisite. It's truly fresh," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. "Then I shall take on the cooking duties from now on," Jiang Yin smiled. "All right, I agree," Ren Yuanyuan responded. "Well then," Wang Yuan said, "this afternoon, Sister Feng and I will head to that cliff in the south. You 2 can continue fishing." "Sounds good," the 3 women replied. After finishing the fish soup, they shared a papaya. Wang Yuan donned his backpack, and with Zhang Lanfeng, armed themselves with a fish spear and set off, while Ren Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin resumed their fishing. The beach was deserted, likely because everyone had ventured into the jungle. Underneath the coconut trees, a fire was still smoldering. But Wang Yuan and his companion paid it no mind as they continued southward. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, they began their observations. The cliff rose about 10 meters, almost vertical, extending far out into the sea. Beyond the beach lay a ravine that separated the cliff, which seamlessly transformed into a mountain range within the island, as if the cliff divided the island in two. Climbing directly up the cliff seemed impossible, as there were few places to find footholds. "Captain, are we going to climb over?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Yes, we will cross tomorrow." "Why?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Aren't we quite well off here? Our supplies here are rather limited, and with that group around, we won't have enough resources." "I'm certain they will attempt to steal from us while we sleep tonight," Wang Yuan stated. "How do you know this?" Zhang Lanfang questioned. "This morning, Zhao Jiangwo observed around our shelter for quite some time, thinking I was unaware." "Oomph, that Zhao Jiangwo. We shall give him a taste of his own medicine tonight." "There's no need for that. We should carry on with our plans tonight. Let us leave some supplies for them to prevent them from constantly worrying about us." "We can consider it a gesture of goodwill," Wang Yuan replied. "Oomph, it just makes me uneasy." "All right, let us return quietly, lest Yuan raises a fuss. When it's time for sleep, you call me into the shelter, and I'll leave some provisions for them outside," Wang Yuan suggested. "Okay, let us head back." The two made their way back, noticing that the group on the beach had yet to return and the fire had diminished significantly. Upon arriving at the campsite, Zhang Lanfang went fishing while Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, retrieved the torn fishing net, and sat on a rock to begin dismantling it. After an indeterminate amount of time, he glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Lighting a cigarette, I added a piece of bamboo to the stove, as the wood was nearly burnt out and needed to sustain the embers for the night. I placed a bit of water in the frying pan and made my way to the seaside, ready to prepare a meal. Yet, I had caught nothing. Ren Yuan wore a sorrowful expression. "It's all right." Wang Yuan began to gather the fish traps. "Wow, octopus, large lobster, crab," exclaimed Ren Yuan in delight as the fish trap was emptied. Inside were an octopus, a large lobster, 2 sizable crabs, and 2 grouper fish. In the afternoon, Jiang Yan also caught 2 grouper fish, while Zhang Lanfang managed to reel in a black fish. Dinner would be ample. The previous day, we had grilled 8 or 9 dried fish. After tidying up the catches, the group returned the traps to the sea. Chapter 40. Someone was bitten by a snake at noon. Zhao Jiangwo and Xiao Sun returned to the beach and set their belongings down. At that moment, Li Xiao and Zhang Jinping had already gathered a fair amount of firewood, spread out beneath the coconut trees to dry, much of which was already crisp. The two were resting in the shade. Zhao Jiangwo quickly found some fine grass, wrapped it around his lit cigarette, and blew on it vigorously until flames flickered to life. Once the fire was kindled, Zhao Jiangwo suggested to Li Xiao, "Let us head to the seaside to find something to eat." "Ah, when will this end?" Li Xiao lamented. "I'm exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and hot." "All right, Li Xiao, aren't we all in the same boat?" "None of us desire this," Zhang Jinping replied. "Last night we fetched 4 bottles of water. The women took 1, leaving us with 3. Let us drink some water before we get to work," Zhao Jiangwo said. Opening a bottle, the 4 of them shared a bottle of water and lethargically made their way towards the sea in search of seafood. "Zhao! Zhao!" At that moment, Sister Zhou rushed over, breathlessly exclaiming, "Quick! Quick! Wu Xiaoxia has been bitten by a snake." Wu Xiaoxia, the youngest of the 4 women at only 20, was an internet celebrity, traveling abroad to capture material in Africa. "What?" The 4 men were taken aback. "Oh no, you must go check on her. What should we do?" Sister Zhou urged. "Hurry." The 4 men swiftly followed Sister Zhou into the thicket. Earlier that morning, the 4 women had wandered into the jungle, chatting leisurely. "Li, Jiang Yan, and Wang Yuan work for the same company as you. Do you know them?" Sister Zhou inquired. "Jiang is our company as president. Her father is the chairman. She usually maintains an air of aloofness. I'm merely a small accountant in the finance department, so I don't interact with her much, and when we do, it's solely about work. As for Wang Yuan, he joined our company not long ago. Initially, he patrolled the company frequently, so I would see him occasionally, but I don't have a strong impression of him. Recently, I've lost track of where he has been," Yulili explained. "Well, I interacted with him last night. He possesses remarkable wilderness survival skills," Sister Zhou remarked. The 3 women listened to him, including Jiang Yan. "Yes, I heard he used to be a soldier," Yulili added. "It would be great if we were with him. Look at our men here. None of them are capable. Especially that Li Pengfei. The way he looks at us is unsettling. I dare say he harbors ill intentions, Wu Xiaoxia commented, referring to Li Xiao. Li Pengfei is a scion of wealth and influence, with a family that commands significant power, even intimidating Zhao Jiangwo, as Sister Zhou remarked. Why not seek refuge with them? Suggested another woman, exuding an air of sophistication. Zheng Jia, you can't deny that this idea holds merit. I concur, Wu Xiaoxia added. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Whether they would take us in is uncertain, and even if they did, do you believe Zhao Jiangwo and Li Pengfei would let us go unscathed? Sister Zhou cautioned. Let us take it one step at a time. Should survival become untenable, I shall indeed seek their assistance, Zheng Jia declared. Indeed, I shall do the same. Both Wu Xiaoxia and Yu Lili echoed. Very well. We shall face it together when the time comes, Sister Zhou affirmed. Look, there stands a citrus tree, Yu Lili exclaimed. Pointing ahead. Let us make haste, they agreed, and the four women approached the tree. These oranges bear the marks of having been plucked. Wang Yuan and his companions must have harvested them here, Sister Zhou noted. But why did they not finish the task? Yu Lili pondered. They likely took the ripe ones. Leaving behind the unripe ones, Sister Zhou explained. Never mind, the unripe fruit can still be consumed. Let's pick a few and taste them, Wu Xiaoxia suggested. As they gathered a handful and began to eat, the tartness was palpable. How sour, Yu Lili exclaimed. Enough. A bit of acidity can quench our thirst. And it is rich in vitamins, Sister Zhou reassured her. None dare to eat another due to the sourness, she remarked. Let us gather them all. If we do not eat them now, they will ripen in a few days, Zheng Jia proposed. Agreed. After procuring a stick to knock down the remaining fruit, they placed the oranges into their backpacks and set off once more. Look, papayas, Zheng Jia pointed out after a short distance. They arrived at the papaya tree and looked up to see evidence of previous harvesting. It was clear that Wang Yuan had taken the ripe ones, leaving 4 unripe fruits. Well, having something is better than nothing. Please gather them. I must relieve myself, Wu Xiaoxia stated. All right, hurry back, Sister Zhou replied. Understood. Wu Xiaoxia responded as she stepped behind a large tree. Just as Sister Zhou and the others had plucked the 4 papayas, a sudden scream pierced the air. The 3 women froze and rushed to the tree's rear, discovering Wu Xiaoxia seated on the ground. What happened? Sister Zhou inquired. Something has bitten me, Wu Xiaoxia replied, distress evident in her voice. The 3 women began to scan the surroundings. Snake. Yu Lili pointed to the ground not far away, where a slender yellow snake was slithering into the grass. Oh no, could Xiaoxia have been bitten by that snake? Sister Zhou fretted. Sister Zhou, help me. I do not wish to perish. Wu Xiaoxia cried out. Were you bitten? Let me see the wound. Perhaps that snake is not venomous, Sister Zhou urged. Wah. On my right thigh, Wu Xiaoxia sobbed. Sister Zhou quickly lifted her clothing to inspect the injury, noting that Wu Xiaoxia's pants were still partially down. On the outer side of her right thigh, near her hip, were 2 small puncture wounds, with a trickle of dark purple blood that had already dried. It was evident that she had been bitten by a venomous snake. Xiaoxia, does the wound hurt? Sister Zhou asked. It does not hurt now, Wu Xiaoxia replied. Then all is well. Take a moment to rest. I shall fetch help, Sister Zhou said, turning to Yu Lili and Zheng Jia. Stay here with Xiaoxia, she instructed before hastening away. When the elder sister and the 4 men returned, Wu Xiaoxia had already succumbed, a faint bluish hue gracing her face. Zhao, Sister Zhou, please take a look at Xiaoxia. What has happened to her? Yu Lili exclaimed. It's no use. Although she still has a pulse, she won't last much longer. Zhao Jiangwo declared, probing Wu Xiaoxia's breath. Is there truly no hope left? Sister Zhou inquired. There is no hope. We are lacking in both medical resources and antidotes. The snake venom requires a specific serum, and given our circumstances, it is utterly impossible, Zhao Jiangwo replied. Are we to stand by helplessly as Xiaoxia passes away? Sister Zhou lamented. Sister Zhou, Zhao is right. We genuinely have no means left, Zhang Jinping added. But it was merely a small snake, Sister Zhou insisted. It matters not how small. A venomous snake is still dangerous, and we possess nothing to treat her, Zhang Jinping stated. I have seen on television that one can simply cut open the wound and suck out the venom, Li Pengfei remarked. What you saw on television is mere dramatization. Immediately after a snake bite, extracting the venom might seem effective, but remnants of the toxin remain in the body. Those with robust constitutions might survive, while others, with a bit of medication, could manage. However, we have already been here for over half an hour, and with Sister Zhou running to fetch us. It has been well over an hour. Even the slightest amount of venom is beyond our capacity to handle, Zhao Jiangwo lamented. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxia's body stiffened. Her hands slackened, and she had truly passed away. Chapter 42. Braiding the rope after finishing his lunch, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and resumed dismantling the fishnet, while the three women went fishing. As dusk approached, Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 6 o'clock. He stood up, stretched lazily, lit another cigarette, and made his way to the seaside. All right, ladies, let's call it a day. Let's tidy up and return to prepare dinner, he announced. Sure thing, Ren Yuanyuan replied. After an entire afternoon, Ren Yuanyuan finally caught her first fish, eliciting great joy. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin each managed to reel in 2 fish, albeit small enough to fit in the palm of the hand. Wang Yuan gathered the catch from the fish trap, which included 3 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. Once they had all cleaned up, the 4 of them placed the fish trap down and returned to the camp with their fishing rods and bounty. Jiang Yin began cooking dinner, while Ren Yuanyuan and Zhang Lanfang assisted her, and Wang Yuan, lighting another cigarette, continued to tinker with the torn fish nets. They feasted on 4 grilled fish, 2 grilled crabs, 1 grilled octopus, and a pot of fish soup, all thoroughly satisfied. After dinner, Wang Yuan picked up the rope he had unraveled from the fish net and began to twist it. In a short while, he had fashioned a rope about the thickness of a finger. Let us assist you, the 3 women chimed in. Sister Fang, what can we do? Zhang Lanfang inquired. You can help me by attaching the ropes. Some of these strands are quite short, so you'll just need to connect them while I twist. This is how you join the ropes, Wang Yuan instructed, demonstrating how to tie knots with 2 strands. The method of connecting the ropes was simple, and the 3 women quickly grasped it. With 3 strands of rope, each woman took one, while Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and continued twisting. All right, that should suffice. Fang Jia, could you slice a papaya for us? After we eat, we shall rest, Wang Yuan said, assessing the length of the rope, which was now approximately 20 meters long. Of course, Zhang Lanfang replied, retrieving a wooden claw, while Jiang Yin picked up a dagger to begin cutting. Wang Yuan added a segment of bamboo to the stove, placed a flat-bottomed pan atop, poured in 2 bottles of water, and ignited a cigarette before taking a seat. The 4 of them finished the papaya, and each sipped some boiled water. Wang Yuan continued to twist the remaining rope. All right, you all go and rest, he said. Understood. Captain, you should also get some rest, Ren Yuanyuan replied. Go ahead, Wang Yuan responded. Captain, you should also take shelter and rest. It's too cold outside at night, Zhang Lanfang remarked, her gaze fixed on Wang Yuan. Fine, I'll join you after I finish tidying up. The 3 women turned and left, resolving their personal matters behind the rocks before entering the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan completed the last segment of the rope and tied a knot. He then lit another cigarette, observing his surroundings before glancing at his watch. It was almost midnight. At that moment, Zhang Lanfang emerged and sat beside Wang Yuan. Captain, do you think they will really come? She inquired. I'm not sure. It's more of a gut feeling. If they don't come tonight, they will likely arrive tomorrow night, Wang Yuan replied. Hee, do you really believe that? Well, it has been nearly a week since our crash, 5 days to be precise. The optimal rescue time is 3 days. They have managed to endure for 5 days without any resources. At this point, some of their inherent weaknesses are bound to surface. Once one person snaps, it could trigger a chain reaction among many, Wang Yuan explained. Should we prepare for any contingencies? No need. Let us assume we've done a good deed by leaving them something to assist them. We would have fulfilled our moral obligation, he concluded. All right, Captain, are we leaving tomorrow? Zhang Lanfang asked. We will depart when they arrive. If they don't show tonight, we want to leave. If they come tomorrow night, we will set off the day after, Wang Yuan stated. I understand, Zhang Lanfang replied. Chapter 43. Theft of belongings. Zhao Jiangwo and the others watched helplessly as Wu Xiaoxia breathed her last, a feeling of despair washing over them. Wu Lili and Sister Zheng were both wiping away tears. Enough crying. We still need to survive, Sister Zhou urged. We lack tools to dig. Let us find something to cover her, Zhao Jiangwo suggested. They laid the body flat beneath a tree, gathering branches and grass to cover it. All right, no more tears. Let us head back, Li Pengfei said, noticing the women still dabbing their eyes. Yes, let us return, Sister Zhou said to the other 2 women. Slowly, they made their way back to the seaside. Upon reaching the coconut trees, the group sat listlessly. Zhao Jiangwo noticed that the fire pit still had some embers. So he added a handful of dry grass and blew gently until the flames reignited. Zhao, how about we change locations? There is hardly any food here, and fresh water is hard to come by, Xiao Sun suggested. Today, we learned how to make distilled water, but the process is too slow to be sufficient for all of us. I agree. Scavenging for that little seafood here isn't enough for one person. In the jungle, we might at least find some wild fruits, Zhang Jinping proposed. Wild fruits are not easy to find either. We lost a life today while searching for them. Sister Zhou remarked. That was an accident, Zhang Jinping replied. To be frank, we should take decisive action and drive them away from the reef. Seizing their possessions and making it our residence, Li Pengfei declared. Indeed, we outnumber them. What do we have to fear? Zhang Jinping responded. What are your thoughts? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. I have a bad feeling about this, Xiao Sun remarked. What could possibly be wrong? We are on the brink of starvation. Must we merely wait for death? Li Pengfei questioned. Why not wait until the dead of night to stealthily take their belongings and then depart? What do you think? Sister Zhou suggested. That sounds feasible. Once they are deprived of their possessions, they will undoubtedly leave. We can return in a couple of days to see if they have vacated, Zhao Jiangwo stated. I concur, both Li Pengfei and Zhang Jinping echoed. Very well, Xiao Sun replied. The two other women remained silent, their heads bowed, enveloped in despondency. Let us finalize our plan. We shall have a bite to eat, and, come the dead of night, the four of us men will go over. Afterward, we will leave, Zhao Jiangwo affirmed. Let's first gather some coconuts. The day's events have slipped my mind, Sister Zhou remarked. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang tidied their belongings and entered the shelter, where the two women had already fallen asleep, leaving ample space. Wang Yuan found 2 pieces of foam board to partially block the shelter's entrance and lay down on another piece outside. Around 1 o'clock, he heard noises outside. Peering through the gaps in the foam board, he saw 4 figures moving their belongings in the moonlight. After a while, the 4 departed, and Wang Yuan turned over and fell asleep. In the morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken, moved the foam board aside, and stepped out of the shelter, stretching. Everyone get up. Our belongings have been stolen. He called in the shelter, then grabbed a handful of dry grass to stoke the fire. Huh? What happened? The 3 women emerged one by one. Let's see what's missing, Wang Yuan said as he kindled the fire and lit a cigarette. Nothing seems to be missing from inside the shelter, Zhang Lanfang noted, exchanging a glance with Wang Yuan. Those rascals have taken our frying pan. Ren Yuan exclaimed in anger. Half a bottle of sea salt is also gone, Jiang Yan added. All the dried fish is missing too, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Chapter 44. Relocation, I'll go find them. Ren Yuan declared. Enough of that. They've long since vanished, Wang Yuan replied. Even if we do find them, what can we do? They'll just hide the items and deny everything. What can be done? Zhang Lanfang said. I'm just frustrated. Who are these people? Ren Yuan lamented. All right, everyone, let us freshen up and then prepare a meal, Wang Yuan suggested. Once everyone had tended to their personal matters, they made their way to the shore, with Ren Yuan still pouting. Thankfully, the fish trap is still here, Wang Yuan noted. They collected the fish trap and emptied its contents. Wow, another sea eel, Ren Yuan exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the sight of their haul. 2 crabs, 2 grouper fish, and 1 eel, enough for breakfast for all 4. They grilled their catch, and although they had no salt, it still tasted delightful. By the way, Fang Jia, how many days has it been? Wang Yuan asked after finishing breakfast. Today marks the 6th day, Jiang Yan replied. Indeed, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. We cannot linger here any longer. Let us relocate, Wang Yuan declared, lighting a cigarette. Why? Hey, Yuan inquired. We have drawn their attention. We must move to a place where they cannot find us, Wang Yuan replied. I concur, Zhang Lanfang added. Yet, I feel somewhat reluctant to leave this place, Ren Yuan confessed. Do you recall the pirates? What if we ignite a fire here and are discovered? Wang Yuan cautioned. Indeed, the captain is correct. I am in agreement, Jiang Yan affirmed. Very well, I shall acquiesce, Ren Yuan conceded. Change brings vitality. Perhaps a shift will yield a new opportunity. Wang Yuan suggested. Captain, where shall we move? Ren Yuan asked, as the 3 women turned their gazes toward Wang Yuan. Southward, Wang Yuan pointed. Isn't that the territory of those individuals? Further south, he replied. Oh, Ren Yuan frowned. All right, let us gather our belongings and take what is essential, Wang Yuan stated. Some items must be relinquished. They gathered their suitcases, backpacks, a piece of iron, and a rope they had crafted the previous day. Wang Yuan placed 4 bottles of water, several empty containers, a can of milk powder, a jug of peanut oil, a soda can, and a length of rope into the backpack. Zhang Lanfang carried a suitcase, while Run Yuanyuan slung a backpack filled with fruits, a cosmetics case, and a toiletry bag over her shoulders. Jiang Yin carried a large mineral water bottle, brimming with rainwater. Wang Yuan secured a dagger at his waist, donned the backpack, and seized a bamboo tube. He brandished a harpoon, proclaiming, "Let us depart." Onward. The 3 women echoed, brandishing their harpoons and mimicking Wang Yuan's gesture, laughter erupting among them. As they passed by the coconut trees, they noticed the coconuts had vanished, and the fire beneath the trees had extinguished. With a sense of nostalgia, the 4 continued their journey southward. After a while, they reached the base of a cliff. "This is exceedingly high. How shall we ascend?" "Hey, Yuanyuan Leminsit. Captain, shall we circumvent it?" Zhang Lanfang proposed. "We cannot. Observe that deep ravine. The waters beyond are perilous, teeming with sharks. The shallows are the only safe passage," Wang Yuan explained. "What shall we do then?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "Enough. Let us set down our belongings." "I have a plan," Wang Yuan instructed. The group deposited their possessions and sat down. Wang Yuan retrieved the rope, laying it aside, then employed his dagger to split the bamboo tube, fashioning 2 strips approximately 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide. He picked up a fist-sized pebble and fashioned the bamboo strips into a cross, securing them with rope. Positioning himself at the cliff's base, Wang Yuan took aim, swinging the bamboo strip several times before forcefully launching it upwards. Chapter 45. The ascent of the cliff. With a whoosh, the rope soared through the air towards the cliff. Thud! The bamboo strip's tip landed atop the precipice. Wang Yuan tugged at the rope, but fell back down. He surveyed the area above, adjusted his position, and attempted again. This time, it was successful. The rope remained steadfast. "Allow me to ascend first. Once I reach the top, secure our belongings to the rope, and I shall draw them up before you follow," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," the 3 women nodded. "Watch my movements closely," Wang Yuan said, gripping the rope. He leapt upwards, using his feet to push against the cliff face, alternating his hands on the rope as he climbed. In less than a minute, he reached the summit. The 3 young women stood entranced, their mouths agape as they gazed upwards. Wang Yuan, positioned above, surveyed his surroundings. To the south lay a stretch of golden sands, while to the east, a cluster of rocky formations jutted out. Nestled within the beach was a vast expanse of lush greenery, punctuated by 5 or 6 coconut palms, creating a picturesque scene. The cliffside presented a gentle slope, leading down to several stones below. "Captain, what lies beyond?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "It is breathtaking over there." "Now, let us get to work," Wang Yuan replied. The 3 women, brimming with excitement, hastily secured their belongings, making 3 trips to haul everything to the cliff's summit. Wang Yuan then tied the rope to a stone and called down, "All right, come up one by one." After a brief discussion, the group decided that Jiang Yin would ascend first, followed by Ren Yuanyuan, with Zhang Lanfang last. Emulating Wang Yuan, Jiang Yin leaped upwards, grasping the rope and using her feet against the cliff to climb. However, she soon found herself fatigued, calling out, "Captain, I can't go on. Hold tight to the rope. I will pull you up." "Use your feet to push against the cliff," Wang Yuan instructed, then began to hoist her upward. "Come on. Yanya, Bait Yuanyuan teeth." In no time, Jiang Yin was pulled to the top, where Wang Yuan extended his hand, saying, "Give me your hand." Jiang Yin reached out, and he swiftly pulled her up. "Yay! Hey, Yuanyuan!" exclaimed. Jiang Yin took a moment to admire the scenery, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Captain, hurry and pull me up." Ren Yuanyuan, now unafraid, rushed over, gripping the rope and allowing Wang Yuan to lift her without climbing. "Use your feet against the cliff to avoid injury," Wang Yuan reminded her. "Understood." Soon, Ren Yuanyuan was also brought to safety. Looking around, Wang Yuan called down, "Lanfang, hurry. It's truly magnificent over here." After Zhang Lanfang ascended, the 3 women sat together, reveling in the view as Wang Yuan coiled the rope and placed it in his backpack. "I want to wear a bikini and sunbathe there. I want to swim in that water," Ren Yuanyuan said dreamily. "There are sharks in the sea," Wang Yuan cautioned. Uft. The 3 women nearly choked on their laughter. "Facing the sea, with spring in bloom, who will build me a house here? I will marry him," Ren Yuanyuan declared. "All right, but you are up against pirates. They will laugh at you and say, "Why haven't you run away yet?" Wang Yuan countered. "Ha ha." Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin laughed until tears streamed down their faces. "Why do I want to hit you so badly?" Ren Yuan exclaimed in frustration. "Can we not have a pleasant conversation? Your humble servant humbly invites the princess to the beach. Please, your highness, proceed," Wang Yuan said with a bow. "You are the ultimate chat terminator," Ren Yuan laughed. "Ha ha ha, my. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Lanfang, help me, please." Jiang Yin giggled, one hand clutching her stomach while the other reached out to Zhang Lanfang. "Ha ha. I can't take it either. My stomach hurts." Zhang Lanfang replied, laughing heartily. Chapter 46. The Golden Beach. The three women and one man supported each other as they descended the slope, arriving at a small bay surrounded by rocks. "Look, there's a bundle over there." Jiang Yin pointed between two rocks near the shore. "Wait for me. I'll check it out." Wang Yuan also noticed and cautiously navigated around the water bay, skillfully climbing over the rocky outcrops to retrieve the bag. It appeared to be a standard military backpack, crafted from waterproof camouflage material, with a small tag in the corner bearing foreign characters and the words "Made in Huagua" underneath. "Let's take a look inside," suggested Zhang Lanfang. Wang Yuan unzipped the bag, revealing a set of camouflage attire, a pair of combat boots, 2 military vests, 2 pairs of underwear, 2 packets of instant noodles from Huagua, a package of compressed biscuits, and a military dagger. He rummaged through the small side pocket, finding a sewing kit, half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and about 20 rounds of pistol ammunition. "This must belong to a soldier from some country," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "Perhaps from a rescue team," Wang Yuan replied. "Really? Is it truly from a rescue team?" Ren Yuan inquired. "I'm merely speculating," Wang Yuan clarified. "All right, General Jiang, you carry this backpack. And let us be on our way," he added. "Sure," Jiang Yin responded. "Yay, we're here," Ren Yuan shouted as she dashed toward the beach, followed closely by the other 2 women. Upon reaching the sand, the trio tossed their belongings aside and lay down. Wang Yuan ambled leisurely behind, surveying his surroundings. "Captain, would it be all right if you build a house here? Once it's done, I'll marry you," Ren Yuan called out, sitting up to face Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also sat up, gazing at him. "Well, how about we take a break and eat something?" Wang Yuan suggested, rubbing his nose. "Such a steel-hearted man," Ren Yuan muttered. "He's hopeless," Zhang Lanfang whispered, then retrieved 2 papayas from the backpack. "Ha!" Jiang Yin laughed as she extracted the military knife from the bag to slice the fruit. "You all rest for a bit and then head to the shore to catch some sea creatures. I'll check the rocky outcrop to the east," Wang Yuan instructed after they shared the papayas. "All right," the 3 women replied. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, secured the dagger at his waist, and picked up a spear as he made his way eastward. Upon reaching the rocky formations, he began to search the area. There was quite a bit of marine debris, such as the world we live in, where many disregard the marine environment, carelessly discarding waste and polluting it. Wang Yuan focused on searching for a suitable place to establish a base, one that was both concealed and offered a good vantage point. As he walked, he sensed something amiss and slowed his pace. "Halt! Don't move. Raise your hands." Suddenly, he felt something pressing against his back. A man speaking in a universal language commanded him from behind. Wang Yuan, sensing the threat of a firearm, slowly raised his hands. "Now, turn around slowly," the man ordered. "Please don't shoot," Wang Yuan replied in the universal language. "We can talk this over." As he turned, he suddenly crouched low, sweeping his right leg to execute a takedown, capturing the man's right hand from behind, causing the gun to drop to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" the man exclaimed. Wang Yuan released him and picked up the handgun. The man turned to face Wang Yuan, and they both froze in surprise. "Wang?" the man uttered in Huagua. "Ha, Dahe!" Wang Yuan exclaimed. "It's me, my friend." The 2 embraced, with Dahe, a black man, looking at Wang Yuan and asking, "What are you doing here?" "I have retired and was about to work for the country when, unexpectedly, my plane met with an accident, bringing me here." "How is it that you are here as well?" Wang Yuan inquired. "I am part of the rescue team, sent to search for you." Chapter 47. A new member. "Why is it just you?" Wang Yuan asked, noticing that Dahe was covered in dirt, with an injured left arm wrapped in a tattered cloth, and he was barefoot. "A few days ago, our country received a distress call from the Chinese embassy, reporting that a plane had crashed in this area and requesting our assistance in the search and rescue. We participated in the operation, and I led a team of over 10 people on oil boats to search the nearby southern waters. Unfortunately, we encountered pirates, and now I am the only one left. Dehei explained. I'm truly sorry, Dehei. Please accept my condolences, Wang Yuan said. A couple days ago, I heard gunfire in the south. Was it you? Yes, it was us. It is a pity for my brothers, Dehei replied. Since we were on a rescue mission, we did not bring much equipment. Otherwise, those pirates would not have succeeded. I will ensure they meet their demise. How is your injury? Wang Yuan inquired. It's just a superficial wound from a bullet. Nothing serious, Dehei reassured. Let me take a look, Wang Yuan insisted. There's no need. It will heal in a few days, he replied. Come on, I still have a few companions over there, and we have some medical supplies. Let me see your wound so I can treat it properly. Fine. Wang Yuan unwrapped the cloth from Dehei's injury and observed, it has become infected, and you claim it's nothing serious. Wait a moment. I will call them over. Wang Yuan tossed a handgun to Dehei, which had no bullets left, merely a tool for intimidation. Upon reaching the beach, he saw the three women gathering sea creatures and rushed over. Hey, could you all come here? Wang Yuan called out. Upon hearing him, the three women approached. Wang Yuan explained, there's a man over there, part of the rescue team sent by the country, but he was left alone after encountering pirates. What? The three women exclaimed, their faces displaying a sense of despair. All right, let us gather our things and head over. He is injured and needs treatment, Wang Yuan urged. Okay, they replied, snapping back to reality and quickly packing their belongings to join him. After a brief introduction, Dehei pointed at a military backpack and said, that belongs to my comrade. It's a shame he is no longer here. Rest assured, Dehei, we will avenge them, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Dehei, who accepted. Let me tend to your wound. Fortunately, there were some medical supplies in a suitcase. Wang Yuan helped Dehei remove his shirt, took a military knife, and cleaned the wound with an alcohol swab, advising him to endure the pain. Here we go. Wang Yuan carefully excised the infected portion of the wound with the knife, cleaned it again, then threaded a needle with a line, sterilizing it with alcohol before beginning to stitch the wound. After finishing, he applied 2 band-aids. Throughout the process, Dehei remained silent. Wang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Dehei, you're a true man. Given our limited resources, this is the best we can do. Indeed, I'm a real man, Dehei replied, causing the 3 women to chuckle at his foreign accented Chinese. Thank you, Wang, Dehei said earnestly. We are friends, Wang Yuan assured him. Do you two know each other? Zhang Lanfeng asked, as the 3 women turned their attention toward the 2 men. The imposing figure known as Hemand serves in the national military. Our nation and his are strategic partners, with frequent aid exchanged between us. I have previously undertaken missions alongside Hemand, who we affectionately refer to as Big Black. We are comrades in arms. No, we are brothers. Hemand interjected. You should change your clothes first. Let's seek some sustenance. Wang Yuan handed the military backpack to Hemand. Wang Yuan and the 3 women ventured to the seaside to gather seafood, while Hemand opened the backpack, changed attire, and donned his military boots. Chapter 48. The scavenging begins aboard the shore. Clad in his new clothing, Hemand joined the group in foraging. Wang Yuan collected 2 floating balls, piercing holes in them with his military knife to serve as containers for the seafood. How have you fared these past 2 days? Wang Yuan inquired. Our motorboat was blown up by pirates. I was knocked unconscious and awoke here, then proceeded to consume raw seafood. Where did you sleep? There are a few rocks nearby that provide shelter from the wind, but it rained the night before last, and I got soaked. My hand is injured, rendering me unable to construct a makeshift shelter, and there is no place nearby to escape the rain. Hemand pointed toward a secluded area. All right, continue your work. I will accompany Hemand to inspect our lodging and tidy up before we settle there. Wang Yuan instructed the 3 women. Understood. Wang Yuan and Hemand walked to the location described by the latter, where they discovered 4 rocks standing over 2 meters high, encircling the area, with several foam boards laid on the ground. This was where Hemand had rested, spanning over 20 square meters. If a roof were constructed, sealing 3 of the 4 gaps and leaving 1 exit, it would form a proper dwelling. Hemand, I will gather some materials. You should rest given your injury. Wang Yuan suggested. No need. My right hand is fine. I can manage without my left, Hemand replied. It's all right. Just ensure your firearm is in order. There are bullets in the backpack. Load it for safety, Wang Yuan advised. Very well. I'll prepare it and then assist you. Hemand took his handgun apart, searching for a rag to clean it. Wang Yuan resumed scavenging among the rocky outcrops, and after a while, Heman joined him with his handgun. As dusk approached, Wang Yuan called everyone back to prepare dinner. Having a lighter is indeed advantageous, he remarked as they ignited a fire. The three women began grilling seafood while boiling water in a milk powder canister, and Wang Yuan and Heman sat nearby, smoking and conversing. So, are these three beauties your girlfriends? Heman inquired, with the women feigning nonchalance while eavesdropping. Not at all. They are survivors from the same flight as I, Wang Yuan clarified. Yet, I can sense a different look in their eyes when they gaze upon you. Clearing his throat, Wang Yuan continued, Heman, allow me to introduce them. This is Chen Feng, and this is Ren Yuan. They are both flight attendants. No wonder they are so beautiful. And what of this lovely lady? Heman asked. This is Miss Jiang Yin, the president of my company. Oh, are all female presidents in your country so stunning? Heman exclaimed. I too wish to marry a female president from your nation. I no longer desire to toil. Laughter erupted among them. Heman, you already have a wife. Do not dwell on that, Wang Yuan remarked. But in my country, one is permitted to marry 3 wives, Heman countered. Why is it that your country allows for 3 wives? Fei Yuan inquired curiously. Years ago, our nation was engulfed in civil war, leading to a significant reduction in the male population, as nearly all men over the age of 10 were conscripted. Fortunately, with the assistance of Huagua in recent years, we have begun to recover, though the issue of population remains pressing. A few years back, the government introduced a policy allowing men to marry up to 3 wives. So you can marry 2 more wives? Fei Yuan inquired. Indeed, many men in my country, like myself, have 2 or 3 wives. Marriage is permitted at the age of 15. Had I not been in the military, I would also have 3 wives by now, replied Dai. Dai, how old are you this year? Do you have children? Chen Feng asked. I am 23, and I have a son who is 7 years old, Dai responded. Wow, so you had a child at 16? Fei Yuan exclaimed. Yes, that is correct. However, in our country, 16-year-olds are still in high school, Dai clarified. Wang, why don't you consider joining our country? With your abilities, you could certainly become a general and marry these 3 beauties, Dai suggested. Go, Dai. Please refrain from such talk. You know that my country would never permit me to change my nationality, and I love my homeland, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, what a pity. Dinner is ready. Chen Feng called to everyone. After everyone had finished the seafood, Wang Yuan fashioned 5 cups from soda cans, and the 5 of them shared some water. The 2 men began smoking again. What shall we do now? Dai asked. Shall we construct a shelter? Yes, but I need you all to help me with the ropes. I will handle the construction, Wang Yuan replied. Very well. Wang Yuan brought over a tattered fishnet. While Dai wielded a military knife, Chen Feng held a fruit knife, and Jiang Yin and Ren Yuan assisted. After a while, Jiang Yin said to Dai, since your hand is not convenient, let me take over. All right. Dai, feeling his own speed was inadequate, passed the military knife to Jiang Yin. Wang Yuan gathered a collection of bamboo and wood, first creating a bamboo frame with 4 pieces of bamboo, then binding several more pieces across the center. He trimmed the longer bamboo with a dagger. He found a few pieces of torn canvas and plastic, laid them over the bamboo frame, and secured them with rope. Wang Yuan climbed onto the rocks, beckoning the others to hand him the bamboo frame, which they then collectively positioned atop 4 rocks. Wang Yuan leapt down, leaving 4 exits, and took a bamboo pole to prop up the central frame. He dug a hole, planted the pole in the ground, and buried it with sand. 3 exits were reinforced with bamboo in the same manner, while 1 remained facing the sea. He then affixed wooden boards, foam, or plastic to the bamboo to seal the gaps, leaving a small window in each direction. The 3 women were accustomed to the scene, while Dai gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration, saying, Wang, even though we have known each other for quite some time, I still find you quite enigmatic. Can you tell me what you are incapable of? At that moment, the 3 women turned their attention to Wang Yuan as well. Wang Yuan lowered his head in contemplation and solemnly stated, I would say that I cannot bear children. Do you believe me? With that, the 3 women erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Due to difficulties in language comprehension, Dai took a long time to exclaim, I believe you not. Ha ha ha. Captain, he does not believe it, ha ha ha. Ren Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Captain, my stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yin chuckled. Ha ha. How about this, Captain? Why don't you have a child for him, see? Ha ha ha. Chen Feng said, while holding her stomach. Look at him. Doesn't he appear to be filled with questions? Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, indeed. Fei Yuan replied. Well, I believe that if you and he were to have a child, it would surely be of a coffee hue, Wang Yuan said with a hint of gloom. Ah. The three women were momentarily taken aback, and after a while, Jiang Yin glanced at Ren Yuan, then at Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang looked at Jiang Yin and then at Ren Yuan before nodding and saying, I feel that Yuan is a possibility. Huh? Why? Fei Yuan inquired. Because your skin tone leans slightly yellow, Jiang Yin explained. Oh, Ren Yuan touched her face and said, Is it because of the sea breeze? Oh, wait. Why would I want to have a child with him? Ha ha. Chapter 50. Entering the woods. Hey. What do they mean? Dahei asked, looking bewildered. Oh, they said that changing nationality is too difficult. Otherwise, they would marry you, Wang Yuan replied. I can do that, Wang. You know I can, Dahei said excitedly. Ah, is changing nationality that easy? The three women turned to Wang Yuan. Dahei, aren't you tired? Wang Yuan laid down 2 foam boards. The three women also spread out a few foam boards and lay down. Hey, Wang, what do you mean? I'm not tired. Why are you all sleeping? Dahei protested. All right, Dahei, just sleep. Once you do, everything will be fine. Wang Yuan turned over, facing away from him. Oh, fine. I need to relieve myself, Dahei said. In the morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. Seeing Dahei sleeping soundly beside him, he got up to address his personal matters. With a lighter in hand, he wasn't in a hurry to start a fire. After resolving his issues, he lit a cigarette and sat down, contemplating the next course of action. Suddenly, the sound of engines echoed from a distance. To the north, Zhao Jiangwo and his group of 4 men and 3 women, having stolen something, dashed into the jungle. The group halted at the edge of the woods. Zhao, let's take a break, Sister Zhou suggested. Yes, Zhao, we can't run anymore, Li Pengfei added. All right, let us rest here. We'll discuss what to do when it gets light, Zhao Jiangwo said, noticing everyone's heavy breathing. The group set down their belongings and soon fell asleep, some resting their heads on backpacks, while others leaned against trees. As the sun climbed high in the sky, they gradually awakened. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the sun and said, It's almost noon. Let us eat something. We have a total of 8 grilled fish, 3 bottles of water, 6 coconuts, and 4 papayas. We must ration our food and drink, Zhang Jinping stated. 1 grilled fish per person, and I'll take the 2 smaller ones. How about that? Li Pengfei suggested. All right, I have no objections. After finishing the grilled fish, they shared 3 bottles of water. Let us continue deeper into the woods. Sister Zhou proposed, The trees are dense inside, and there must be plenty of wild fruits. Shall we search separately then? Zhao Jiangwo asked. Let's not disperse. It is prudent for us to remain united, Zhang Jinping advised. There may be venomous creatures lurking within, and together we can watch over one another. The group, recalling Wu Xiaoxia, unanimously agreed to proceed as one. The 7 of them rose and ventured into the woods. A wild rabbit, Sister Zhou exclaimed suddenly. Chase it, Zhao Jiangwo urged. They pursued the rabbit, but soon lost it from view. Alas, the group sighed in disappointment. Look, is that not a banana tree? Eulili pointed ahead at several trees. The leaves bear some resemblance, yet there are no bananas to be found, Li Pengfei remarked. As they approached, they began to inspect the trees closely. It should not be a banana tree. There are no signs of fruit, Sister Zhou concluded. Observe how the soil is quite moist. Let us search for fresh water, Eulili suggested, her observations meticulous. Agreed, but we must not wander too far apart, Zhao Jiangwo cautioned. The group scattered, yet remained within close proximity. Come quickly, there is a puddle here. Suddenly, Xiao Sun's voice rang out. The group hastened towards him. They found Xiao Sun standing beneath a plant resembling the banana tree they had seen earlier, beside a small puddle that could hold enough water for 4 or 5 mineral water bottles, though it would become murky with the slightest disturbance. Let us collect this water. The murkiness matters little. It can be settled and made drinkable, Sister Zhou suggested. They filled 4 mineral water bottles to the brim. Shall we establish our camp here? It is not far from the coast, and we will be able to spot the rescue team when they arrive, Zhang Jinping proposed. I concur, Li Pengfei added. What do you mean? Zhao Jiangwo inquired. I agree as well, the others echoed. Very well. Then this shall be our location, Zhao Jiangwo declared. When night falls, we shall send 2 individuals to quietly observe those at the reef. Excellent. Let us first search the area for food, Li Pengfei suggested. The group dispersed once more in search of sustenance. By evening, they reconvened at the puddle, with a few having discovered some small wild fruits, their identities unknown, some resembling jujubes, others akin to cherry tomatoes. There are not many, barely enough for each to have 3 or 4. Let us consume these wild fruits, and then divide 2 papayas and open 2 coconuts, Zhao Jiangwo proposed. The papayas were not yet ripe, yielding a somewhat bitter taste, but the wild fruits were delightful. After their meal, they leaned against the trees to rest. Who will accompany me to check the reef? Zhao Jiangwo asked. Silence enveloped the group. It will be fine. We shall quietly observe and return shortly, Zhao Jiangwo reassured them. Shall I accompany you? Zhang Jinping offered. Very well, let us proceed. The two slipped away toward the seaside under the moonlight. As they neared the rocky outcroppings, they crouched at the edge of the grass, observing the shelter. Although the moonlight was bright, the distance made it difficult to see clearly. There was no sound from within the shelter, and the fire outside had died down. Zhao, do you think they have fallen asleep? Zhang Jinping whispered. Perhaps. Shall we go and take a look? Let's refrain. They might be on guard against us. Shall we merely stand here and observe? After a brief moment, one suggested, let us take a closer look before we return. However, as time passed without any noteworthy developments, Zhao Jiangwo declared, it's time to head back. The two slowly retraced their steps. A few individuals in the forest leaned against the trees, nearly succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, an eerie moaning echoed through the air, reminiscent of some creature's call. The group, startled, turned their heads to witness a dark figure approaching a small puddle. Upon arrival, the creature found the puddle dry and let out another mournful sound. Bathed in the moonlight, it became apparent that it was a small wild boar, weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Li Pengfei picked up a stone and hurled it at the wild boar, but it missed, landing beside the creature. The boar turned to gaze at Li Pengfei and, upon spotting him, charged forward. Li Pengfei, startled, turned to flee but was soon overtaken. The boar thrust its head forward, and with a resounding thud, Li Pengfei was knocked 2 meters away. He cried out in alarm and hastily scrambled to his feet to escape, only to be struck again, this time unable to rise. Help! Help! Li Pengfei shouted, but no one dared to approach. The wild boar, observing Li Pengfei, ambled closer. At that moment, paralyzed by fear, Li Pengfei could only watch in terror. The small boar nudged him gently before turning and slowly retreating. It paused for a moment to glance back at him before disappearing from sight, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Ouch, ouch! Li Pengfei's groans broke the stillness, prompting the others to rush to his side. Are you all right, Li? Inquired Sister Zhou. I can't get up, Li Pengfei replied. Where are you hurt? Asked Xiao Sunday. My waist and thigh. Oh, it hurts terribly. Just then, Zhao Jiangwo and the others returned. Li was just gored by the wild boar. It likely struck him in the waist and thigh, Sister Zhou informed them. Let me have a look at your injury, Li. As long as no bones are broken, you should be fine, Zhao Jiangwo said. All right, Li agreed. The 3 women stepped aside as Zhao Jiangwo unfastened Li Pengfei's trousers and began to lower them. Be gentle. It hurts, Li Pengfei cried out. Bear with it, Zhao Jiangwo replied while removing the trousers. While there was no visible bleeding, it was difficult to ascertain any bone damage. A deep bruise had formed on Li Pengfei's waist and thigh, swollen considerably. Li, just endure a bit longer. I will help you put your trousers back on. We are short on medical supplies, so we must persevere. Stay strong. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon, Zhao Jiangwo reassured him. I understand, Li Pengfei acknowledged. Zhao Jiangwo helped him into his trousers, eliciting more winces of pain. Let us all rest for a while. We will discuss our plans when day breaks, Zhao Jiangwo suggested. Li Pengfei could only lie on his stomach as the others took a moment to recuperate. Finally, dawn arrived. Zhao Jiangwo stood, stretched, and clapped his hands. Everyone wake up. Once the group was alert, he continued, Last night, we ventured out to observe. It seems the rocky area is deserted, with no signs of life. Let's head there. At the very least, we could distill water, fish, and gather seafood. What do you all think? The consensus was affirmative, as they exchanged glances of agreement. Very well, ladies, I will take the lead and scout ahead, just in case. Zhang Jinping and Xiao Sun. You two should alternate carrying Li Xiao and follow behind, Zhao Jiangwo instructed. Understood, everyone replied. Let us set off, Zhao Jiangwo said as he slung his backpack over his shoulders. He and the 3 women crouched by the edge of the grass, observing intently. It seems there truly is no one around. Not a sound to be heard, Sister Zhou remarked. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps they are all asleep. If there is still no movement when the sun rises, we will proceed, Zhao Jiangwo suggested. Just then, the sound of a motorboat reached their ears, filling everyone with a glimmer of hope. Could it be the rescue team? Let us hurry down, Yu Lily urged. Wait, look. Sister Zhou pointed towards the northern sea. Pirates. A large oil boat was approaching from the north, trailed by 5 speedboats. On the oil boat's deck stood 7 or 8 men, each wielding rifles. Each speedboat carried 3 men, one at the helm and 2 armed individuals seated at the back. Everyone hide, Sister Zhou commanded. Zhao Jiangwo's eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at the 3 women. Just as the pirates were about to pass, Zhao Jiangwo suddenly sprang up, grasping Yu Lily's arm and pulling her towards the shore. Shouting as he ran, Hey, we are here. There are people here. As the vessel seemed on the verge of vanishing, the last speedboat turned back. Zhao Jiangwo dragged Yu Lily onto the beach. Zhao Jiangwo, let me go. You scoundrel. Yu Lily cursed vehemently. Lily, do not be afraid. We will go with the pirates. Once we reach their side, we will find a way to escape, Zhao Jiangwo reassured her. Zhao Jiangwo, you are merely trying to hand me over to the pirates to save yourself. You are a scoundrel, a disgrace. I spit on you. With that, Zhao Jiangwo slapped Yu Lily across the face. May you meet a terrible fate. You are inhuman, Yu Lily screamed. The 2 women in the grass were left in stunned disbelief. Damn Zhao Jiangwo, what a disgrace. Sister Zhou cursed furiously. That bastard deserves to be killed by the pirates. Zheng Ji added. Chapter 53. The burial of the speedboat drew ever closer, and one pirate raised an AK-47, aiming it at the 2. 2 other pirates shouted something loudly. Suddenly, the 2 pirates erupted into laughter. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Zhao Jiangwo and Yu Lily fell to the ground. Zhao Jiangwo was struck by 3 bullets in the chest, while Yu Lily received 2. I am so sorry. Zhao Jiangwo gazed at Yu Lily, remorse and regret flooding his eyes before he breathed his last. Yu Lily, consumed by anger, too, succumbed to her injuries. 3 pirates approached, rifling through their backpacks before carelessly tossing them aside. After inspecting Yu Lily's lifeless body, one pirate punched the shooter and said something, prompting the 3 pirates to burst into laughter before they returned to their speedboat and sped away. It was not until the speedboat had vanished from sight that the 2 women exhaled in relief. What happened? At that moment, Zhang Jinping and the others arrived, inquiring about the gunfire. Sister Zhou pointed to the 2 bodies and recounted the harrowing events. Alas, what a pity for Lily. Zhao Jiangwo got what he deserved. The group expressed their sorrow. Let us move on. The shelter is surely deserted now, Sister Zhou suggested, carrying Li Pengfei on his back. Xiao Sun and the others arrived at the shelter, gently placing him inside. Let us retrieve the backpack and bury the body, Sister Zhou suggested. Zhao Jiangwo should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, Sister Zheng remarked. Enough. The deceased deserve our respect. Now is not the time to quibble. Sister Zhou interjected. The group collected the backpack, which contained 4 bottles of water, a coconut, and several pieces of clothing. Nothing was missing. Together, they dug a grave in the sand near the thicket. Just as they finished burying Yu Lily, a pack of wild dogs burst forth from the jungle. What is that? Sister Zheng screamed in terror. Silence. Stay still, Sister Zhou commanded. The 4 stood frozen, watching intently. The animals approached Zhao Jiangwo's corpse, dragging it away, while 2 glanced back at them intermittently. Once the pack vanished into the jungle, they finally exhaled in relief. Those were jackals. They typically do not attack humans. As long as we do not provoke them, they usually feed on animal carcasses, Sister Zhou explained. Good. It served him right. This is fate. Zhao Jiangwo deserves to have no proper burial, Sister Zheng exclaimed. All right, let's return and have something to eat, Zhang Jinping proposed. Back at the shelter, the original group of 8 had dwindled to 5. Have they all been buried? Li Pengfei inquired, resting on a foam float. Zhao Jiangwo was taken by the jackals. Zhang Jinping replied, recounting the events. Hearing this, Li Pengfei sighed heavily. There are 3 coconuts here and 1 in the backpack, totaling 4. Let us divide them into 2 for now, Sister Zhou suggested. After they drank the coconut water, Zhang Jinping said, we must find a way to start a fire. Nothing can be accomplished without it. Does anyone have any ideas? I only know of the methods of friction and using a magnifying glass to ignite a fire. but I'm unfamiliar with the specifics, Xiao Sun admitted. The bottom of a glass bottle can serve as a magnifying lens. As for the friction method, it involves sharpening a stick and rubbing it against another piece of wood. I'm not sure of the exact process, but let us gather materials first and experiment later. Sister Zhou proposed. Well, it seems we have no choice, Zhang Zhengping agreed. The four ventured out in search of materials, leaving Li Pengfei to rest. As they scattered, Sister Zheng suddenly spotted a rope, one end tied to a rock and the other submerged in the sea. Quick, everyone come here, there's a rope, she shouted. The group gathered around. Let me pull the rope, Zhang Zhengping said, tugging at it. It's quite heavy. Xiao Sun, lend a hand. Let us haul it up together. All right, Xiao Sun replied. Together, they managed to pull it up. It's a fish trap. This must be left by those who came to fish, Sister Zhou exclaimed. Quick, let us see what's inside, Sister Zheng urged. Zhang Zhengping located the entrance and opened it. Wow, there are fish. Lots of them, he announced. Let me see, everyone exclaimed in curiosity. Wow, and crabs too, Sister Zheng added. Xiao Zheng, stay here and keep watch while we find something to carry them in, Sister Zhou instructed. Okay, he replied. The three set off to find containers, while Xiao Sun discovered 3 floats outside the shelter, exactly what Wang Yuan had made for the girls to store the fish. Xiao Sun greeted the 2 individuals carrying float balls to fill the fishing cage. After emptying the cage, everyone erupted in cheers, excited by their catch of 5 or 6 palm-sized grouper and 4 large crabs, sufficient for a hearty meal. Once the fishing cage was prepared and tossed back into the sea, they returned to the shelter with their bounty. Li Pengfei, upon seeing their haul, felt a surge of excitement as well. Just as the 4 were about to venture out in search of materials for sustenance, the sound of an engine echoed in the distance. Oh no, could it be pirates again? Sister Zhou exclaimed. Quick, everyone hide. Jinping, carry Li Xiao on your back. Xiao Sun, hold on to the float ball. We must get to the reeds. Hurry. With that, Sister Zhou slung her backpack and led the group toward the thicket. They had just concealed themselves when an oil boat and 5 speedboats approached from the south. Indeed, the very pirates they had encountered earlier. The group lay still among the reeds, scarcely daring to breathe. Once the pirates had sailed past, they breathed a collective sigh of relief and returned to the shelter. Wang Yuan, having heard the engine noise, quickly rallied everyone. Get up, get up. What is happening? Dahei inquired. Listen, the engine sound, Wang Yuan replied. Is it the rescue team or the pirates? Zhang Lanfang asked. Enough of that. Just hide. Get into the thicket, Wang Yuan urged, hastily shouldering a backpack and grabbing a suitcase as he ran outside to fetch a harpoon, heading toward the reeds. The others followed suit, collecting their belongings. As the 5 settled into their hiding place, an oil boat, accompanied by 4 speedboats, meandered from north to south. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the north. That's them. The ones attacking us are those pirates, Dahei declared, pulling out his pistol, ready to charge. Don't act rashly. Wang Yuan restrained him. But my brothers have died. Dahei protested. I must seek revenge. Calm down, Dahei. If you rush out like this, it's certain death for you, and for us all. You want revenge, but you must survive first. Only then can you avenge your brothers. Wang Yuan insisted. Fine, I'll listen to you. Dahei slammed his fist into the ground. Wang, can you help me? Dahei, we are brothers. We will find the opportunity to eliminate them, Wang Yuan replied, his eyes glinting with determination. Thank you, brother. With your help, I will surely avenge them, Dahei said. The 5 boats gradually receded, but then another speedboat swiftly pursued. Shall we intercept this speedboat? Dahei asked. No. If we do, the boats ahead will be alerted and come after us. We'll wait for a better opportunity, Wang Yuan replied. The pursuing speedboat soon caught up with the fleet ahead. Was that gunfire from a speedboat behind us? Zhang Lanfang queried. Does that mean Zhao Jiangwo and the others were attacked? Fei Yuan Pontoth. It's possible, Wang Yuan responded. Let us not dwell on that. We must focus on protecting ourselves first, Jiang Yin added. Chapter 55, Crafting Fishing Rods. All right, everyone, wash up, Wang Yuan instructed. Dahei and the 3 women went to freshen up, while Wang Yuan climbed a coconut tree behind the beach, deftly retrieving 5 coconuts with his dagger, leaving 2 behind. He then slid down and returned to the shelter, coconuts in hand. In the distance, gunfire and occasional explosions echoed from the south. Once everyone had washed up, they returned to the shelter. Could it be that pirates have attacked the rescue team again? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Unlikely, Wang Yuan replied. The nearest nations in this maritime region are ours and another country embroiled in civil war. Our country's rescue team is the fastest to respond. While this area is notorious for several pirate factions who typically do not engage with military forces from other nations, their assault on us must be at the behest of some external power. Indeed, the pirates in this vicinity are supported by certain nations, DeHay remarked. Even in the ongoing civil conflict, both factions receive backing from foreign powers. Wang Yuan added, "We are currently navigating a perilous situation." As the gunfire subsided, Wang Yuan suggested, "Let us partake in some coconut juice and flesh. We must eat swiftly and then find a place to conceal ourselves, for the pirates will return shortly." The group shared the coconuts, and, as the distant sound of engines approached, they hastily grabbed their belongings and sought refuge in the thicket. Moments later, the engines drew nearer. The five of them peered through the foliage, spotting the very pirates from earlier, one oil tanker and 5 speedboats gradually receding into the distance. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they returned to their makeshift shelter. "Captain, you mentioned we are caught in a precarious situation with the rescue team unable to reach us. How do we plan to return?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Rest assured, we will return," Wang Yuan assured them. "When the opportunity arises, I will ensure that none of you are left behind." Everyone felt reassured, as Wang Yuan was the most formidable soldier from Huagua they had ever encountered. "All right, in a while, you all prepare some seawater, and I will construct a fish trap," Wang Yuan instructed. Outside the shelter, he built a stove from stones, ignited a fire, and cleaned an empty mill powder can with fine sand and seawater, filling it with seawater to boil. The 3 women gathered water bottles and plastic containers to collect seawater, placing them beside the stove, while DeHay observed with curiosity. "DeHay, how about I craft a fishing rod for you?" Wang Yuan proposed. "That would be wonderful. It has been ages since I last fished. I adore fishing." Wang Yuan fashioned a fishhook from a pull tab of a can, while the 3 women assisted in unraveling fishing nets and twisting fishing line. Soon, a fishing rod was ready, complemented by a float with a hole, which he secured with a string to serve as a handle, presenting it to DeHay. "Here, take this to catch fish. Use conch or oyster meat as bait, and be cautious with the rod as it is quite dry and prone to breaking," Wang Yuan cautioned. Feng Jie, shall we venture inside to search a bit?" Wang Yuan suggested. "Certainly," Zhang Lanfang agreed, stuffing several empty bottles into her backpack and picking up a spear. Wang Yuan carried the oil barrel, secured a dagger at his waist, and brandished the spear as they set off. Once they departed, Ren Yuanyuan pursed her lips and remarked, "Yinjia, do you think the captain has feelings for Feng Jie?" "Surely not," Jiang Yin replied. "Why not? Observe how he always brings Feng Jie along during expeditions. Why doesn't he take me? What use would you be?" "True enough. Perhaps they have wandered off to some secluded grove." Chapter 56. Searching the jungle. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang initially approached the thicket, using the spear to prod through the grass as they slowly advanced while scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a small earthen mound adorned with a patch of saddle vines, within which lay a piece of iron. As they approached, Wang Yuan extracted the iron, measuring approximately 70 centimeters in length, tapering from a width of about 40 centimeters to a narrow end of around 20 centimeters. Both ends bore fresh breakage marks, and the narrow section featured 4 screw holes, one of which held a fractured and deformed screw. The side of the iron also showed signs of breakage, presenting a slight twist. "It appears quite new. It must belong to our aircraft," Zhang Lanfang remarked. "Indeed, it could be a part of a propeller or an exhaust blade," Wang Yuan replied. "Shall we take it back with us? Let's leave it here for now. We should continue searching for fresh water or fruits. We can retrieve it later along with some of the vines," Wang Yuan suggested, glancing at his watch. "It's already 10:30. "Very well," Zhang Lanfang agreed. The 2 ventured deeper in their search, yielding no fresh water or wild fruits, but unearthing a considerable amount of wild vegetables. Wang Yuan signaled for Zhang Lanfang to return, gathered some vines, and, along with the iron piece, made their way back to the shelter. DeHay was still fishing, while Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan had already prepared over half a jar of seawater salt. "All right, we can continue later. You all should wash the wild vegetables first," Wang Yuan instructed, settling on a stone to sort the vines by removing leaves and branches. The 3 women returned from the seaside with the washed vegetables, and Wang Yuan selected a few plantain leaves, placing them in a can and adding water to heat over the fire. Upon seeing everyone back, DeHay also returned with his fishing rod and float. "Wang, I caught 3 fish," DeHay exclaimed. Jiang Yin, Why not use the milk powder? Can I make some fish soup with the vegetables? Wang Yuan suggested. All right, the three women replied, taking the fish and the milk powder can to the seaside to process the fish and clean the can. The water in the can reached a boil, and Wang Yuan carefully moved it aside with a stick. Dehei, let me take a look at your wound. Sure, Dehei replied, sitting beside Wang Yuan and extending his left arm. The wound is healing nicely. In a couple of days, the stitches can be removed. Wang Yuan noted as he unwrapped the bandage from Dehei's arm. Then he took a few purslane leaves from the wild vegetables, crushed them with a stone into a paste, and applied it to Dehei's wound, rewrapping it with a cloth. The three women returned, having prepared the fish soup, and sat watching Wang Yuan. The plantain leaf soup was still steaming. Wang Yuan tested it, then placed it on a piece of foam board. Da'ai, come. It's time for your medicine. Iem nut kul dalong, iem dohai replit. In our country, Dalang means older brother, Wang Yuan said with a serious expression. The three women burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Dehei looked bewildered as he took the can, tasted it, and remarked, it's slightly bitter, yet somewhat sweet. This is an herbal remedy, effective for reducing inflammation and swelling. You should drink it all, and it would be best to eat those plants as well. They're called plantain leaves and can be cooked as a dish, Wang Yuan advised. Thank you, Wang, Dehei responded, consuming every last drop of the soup. The fish soup is ready. Let us eat, Jiang Yin announced. All right, the three women divided the wild vegetable fish soup into 5 cans, and the group, holding the foam boards and bamboo chopsticks, began to enjoy their meal. After finishing their meal, Wang Yuan and Dehei lit cigarettes. Wang Yuan remarked to Yuan that her fishing skills were lacking, suggesting she continue preparing sea salt while he crafted a few more fishing rods for others to use. All right, the group responded. Dehei was the first to head out for fishing, while Yuan focused on boiling sea salt. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang assisted in making fishing rods, successfully creating 2 rods and 2 nets from floats. The 2 women then set out to fish. Wang Yuan, smoking, sat on a rock crafting a fish trap. He split bamboo into strips to form the frame and wove it together with vines. In Chapter 57, while Yuan added a piece of wood to the fire and mixed some seawater into the milk powder can, she inquired, Captain, what kind of soldier were you? What did you do? I was a paratrooper, serving in an airborne unit of the Southeast Military District of our country, Wang Yuan replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and continuing his work on the fish trap. But I heard for Dehei that you seem quite remarkable, she said. Well, isn't our country a brother nation to Dehei's? We often support them. A few years ago, we sent several military teams to assist them in training their forces, and I was once dispatched to help train their paratroopers. Then why did you retire? Oh, that's merely a personal matter. Let's leave it at that. Do you have feelings for Feng Jie? You always invite her when going out, Yuan teased. Oh, no. Do you fancy Yin Jie? She's so beautiful and is your company's president. Let's not overthink things, all right? We should focus on how to survive and return home. Fine, Yuan pouted. Wang Yuan completed the fish trap, took an empty bottle and the rope used for climbing, and went to the sea to set the trap. Captain, is the fish trap ready? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes. How many fish have you caught? We each caught 2. That's sufficient for dinner then. Wang Yuan collected some small sea snails, crushed them, placed them in the bottle, sealed it, made a few holes with a knife, put in the fish trap, secured it to the entrance, tied it with a rope, and cast it into the sea, anchoring the rope to a rock. You all continue fishing. I'll head back to repair the shelter. Okay. Wang Yuan walked toward the beach, reached the coconut trees, glanced up, then climbed one to drop 5 coconuts. He began to gather leaves, descending and climbing another coconut tree for more. After collecting a substantial number of leaves from 5 trees, he returned to the shelter, dragging several leaves behind. He then returned to the coconut trees, filled a basket with coconuts, and made 3 trips to transport all the leaves. He tossed the coconut leaves onto the shelter's roof, climbed up, and laid them out one by one. Yuan, pass me those vines. All right. Wang Yuan used the vines to secure the leaves, ensuring everything was in place before jumping down. Checking the time, he noticed dusk was approaching. He went to the seashore and sat next to Dehei. They both lit cigarettes. After we finish smoking, let us pack our things and head back, Wang Yuan suggested. Okay. How many fish did you all catch? In total, we have 12 fish. The 2 women began to prepare the fish for cooking, while Wang Yuan and Dehei collected the fish trap, yielding 3 more fish and 3 large crabs. The fish entrails were placed into a bottle, which was then thrown into the sea within a fishing cage. The 4 individuals returned to their shelter, carrying their catch and fishing rods. Yuan, please prepare the salt. This should suffice for now. Let's boil some water using the milk powder can, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, she replied. Throughout the afternoon, Ren Yuan diligently boiled a large bottle of sea salt. Captain, how shall we prepare the fish and crabs for dinner? Chen Feng inquired. Let's build a fire pit and roast them, Wang Yuan replied, subsequently carving over a dozen bamboo skewers. As Ren Yuan heated the water, the 3 women began to skewer the fish and crabs for roasting. Wang Yuan and He sat nearby, smoking and conversing in an African indigenous language, which the 3 women could not comprehend. Curiously, Ren Yuan asked the captain, do you speak their language? Yes, I spent over 6 months in the country. I learned together with the He and the others, but I must admit that I struggle to understand when they speak quickly, he answered. By the way, Captain, we are running low on fresh water. After we finish this, only 2 bottles will remain. Ren Yuan noted as she promptly removed the boiling canister with a wooden clamp. No worries. We can search for more tomorrow. We still have coconuts to sustain us for a few days, and if necessary, we can make distilled water, Wang Yuan reassured her. The crabs are ready. Let's eat those first, and we can wait a bit longer for the fish, Jiang Yin suggested. After finishing their meal and sipping some boiled water, the 3 women gathered to chat while Wang Yuan and He continued to smoke. He remarked, it would be splendid if we had some alcohol. If we can find suitable fruits, we might be able to brew our own fruit wine, Wang Yuan replied. You know how to brew wine? With the 3 women also turning their attention to Wang Yuan. Indeed, during my childhood in the orphanage, our director often brewed wine from grapes or bayberries for personal consumption. Once they finished smoking, Wang Yuan said, if you're feeling tired, you should rest. I will craft a frying pan. We're not tired just yet, they responded. Wang Yuan retrieved the iron plate he had brought from the cliff and placed it over the fire to heat. He then selected a relatively flat stone with a slight curve to serve as a cutting board and picked up a fist-sized pebble to use as a hammer. Carefully, he lifted the heated iron plate with a wooden stick and began hammering it. After approximately 2 hours, the frying pan was finally completed. Wang, you are incredible, He praised, giving a thumbs up. With some remaining scraps, Wang Yuan picked up a larger piece and heated it again, eventually fashioning a dagger. He tossed the iron piece he had collected earlier into the fire and, after it heated, attempted to shape it with a stick. After a long struggle, he only managed to form a few dents, ultimately surrendering to the material's tenacity. It's 11 o'clock. Let's take a rest, Wang Yuan remarked while glancing at his watch. After addressing their personal needs, the group settled down for the night. The 3 women slept inside, while Wang Yuan and He took positions closer to the entrance. The coastal night was still quite chilly, prompting Wang Yuan to block the entrance with a piece of wood, which, though not completely effective, provided some insulation. The following morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. After attending to personal matters, he kindled the fire in the stove. He approached, lighting a cigarette, and they sat together. Wang, what shall we do today? He asked. You all should continue fishing while Feng Jie and I search for fresh water, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, sound good. Go freshen up. I will change your bandages shortly. Wang Yuan picked up a soda can, placed 2 plantain lilies inside, filled it with water, and set on the stove to boil. He had gone to attend to personal matters. Good morning, Captain. The 3 women also emerged. Yes, good morning. You all go wash up. I will collect the fish traps. He then took a float and a dagger, heading towards the seaside. After retrieving the fish traps, he untied the entrance and poured in the contents, yielding 5 or 6 palm-sized fish, a large eel, 3 crabs, and 2 octopuses. He stunned the eel, skillfully gutted it with the dagger, cleaned the fish and octopuses with seawater, placed them into the float, and prepared the fish traps for the sea. He gathered 2 handfuls of seaweed from the rocks, picked up the float, and returned to the shelter. He sat by the stove, removing the soda can to let it dry. Wang Yuan set down the float and shared a smoke with He. What have you caught? He inquired. A large eel, Wang Yuan replied, placing a frying pan on the stove. He cracked open 2 coconuts, pouring the juice into the pan, then sliced the 3 crabs in half and added them to the pot, before commencing to chop the octopus. At that moment, the 3 women finished their personal matters and joined them. Chapter 59, A Female Corpse Captain. What shall we do? Ren Yuan asked. You all can grill the fish. Wang Yuan gestured towards the float. All right. Ren Yuan and Jiang Yin approached the float, while Zhang Lanfang went to rekindle the fire. Wow, what a large eel! Zhang Lanfang divided the eel into 5 segments with her dagger, as the 3 women skewered the fish with bamboo sticks to grill them. The coconut juice in the pot began to boil, and Wang Yuan added the octopus, tearing the seaweed before tossing it in as well, sprinkling a bit of sea salt. Then smashing the 2 coconuts to extract the flesh, which he crumbled and added to the pot. It smells divine. Captain, what are you making? Ren Yuan exclaimed, nearly drooling. Seaweed seafood coconut soup, Wang Yuan replied. What a long name. It sounds delectable, Ren Yuan remarked. Delang, it's time for your medicine, Wang Yuan announced. All right, Dai responded. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the 3 women. Wang Yuan took 2 purslins and crushed them with a stone. Dai, I will change your bandage. After Dai took his medicine, he extended his left arm towards Wang Yuan. It will be healed soon. Tomorrow, I will remove the stitches, and in a few days, you will fully recover, Wang Yuan assured him as he unwrapped the cloth to check the wound. After changing Dai's bandage and securing it, Wang Yuan declared, It's time to eat. The group divided the grilled fish and seafood soup, beginning their meal. Delicious, Dai exclaimed. Truly fragrant. Zhang Lanfang added. Ren Yuan was too busy eating to speak, giving a thumbs up. The rich, creamy flavor combined with the freshness of the seafood was indeed delightful, Jiang Yin noted. Once everyone had their fill, Ren Yuan cradled her stomach and said, I feel so full, it's as if we are on vacation. Laughter filled the air. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, Fang Jie, today you will accompany me to search for fresh water. You all can continue fishing. We may not return until noon. I wish to expand our search area. If luck is on our side, we will return early. If not, we will come back before dark. You all can gather the fish traps and prepare your own meals by noon, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the group replied. At the large black spot, a cigarette was lit as 2 women, each holding a fishing rod and a bobber, made their way to the seaside for fishing. Fang Jie, you carry the dagger. Wang Yuan handed a dagger to Zhang Lanfang. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied, mimicking Wang Yuan by fastening the dagger at her waist, shouldering her backpack, and grasping the spear. Wang Yuan retrieved 3 coconuts from his basket, replaced them with a bottle of peanut oil and 2 empty bottles, secured the dagger at his waist, picked up the spear, and gestured towards the beach, declaring, Let us set forth. The 2 proceeded towards the shore, and Wang Yuan suggested, Today, we shall enter the jungle from the coconut trees. The terrain is low there, and perhaps we will find fresh water. Sounds good, Zhang Lanfang replied. As they reached the base of the coconut trees, they suddenly spotted a wooden box drifting ashore. Look, a box. Let's go check out, Wang Yuan exclaimed. It's quite heavy. They rushed over, managing to drag the weighty box onto the beach together. Let us open it, Wang Yuan proposed. All right, Zhang Lanfang agreed. The box was tightly nailed shut, and it took Wang Yuan considerable effort to pry open one side. With a gasp, he lifted the wooden panel. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. Ah! Zhang Lanfang screamed in fright, retreating quickly. Inside the box lay the curled body of a woman, her golden hair floating, her face slightly swollen from the seawater. A sandbag was placed inside to add weight to the box. It seemed she had not been dead for long, likely a victim of foul play. But the weight was insufficient to carry her away with the tide. Wang Yuan pulled Zhang Lanfang aside. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Lanfang asked, her face pale with terror. Perhaps we should push it back into the sea, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. He picked up the wooden panel, preparing to re-nail it, when suddenly a pack of wild dogs burst forth from the jungle. Run! Wang Yuan quickly grabbed Zhang Lanfang, and they dashed away. After sprinting over 50 meters, they glanced back to see the dogs had dragged the corpse out of the box, swiftly hauling it into the jungle, disappearing in an instant. What were those? Zhang Lanfang asked, still shaken. Wild dogs. As long as we don't provoke them, they generally one-T attack humans. They primarily consume carrion, attacking other animals only when starved, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, well then, let us move on, he added. All right, Zhang Lanfang agreed. They found a low grassy area near the coconut trees and entered the jungle. Using their spears to gently prod the underbrush, they proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Yuan halted, gesturing for Zhang Lanfang to be silent as he pointed ahead. Among the grass, a segment of a snake's body was visible, adorned with dark brown scales, approximately the thickness of an arm, with its head and tail hidden from view. Wang Yuan beckoned Zhang Lanfang to step back, crouched down, and picked up a stone. He moved slowly forward and gently tossed the stone to the other side of the snake. As it rolled across the ground, the snake sensed the vibration and raised its head in that direction. "Now!" Wang Yuan exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he lunged forward, thrusting the spear with its metallic tip into the snake's vulnerable spot, pinning it to the ground. The snake writhed back in response. Wang Yuan withdrew the spear and, seizing the dagger, charged at the creature, swiftly severing its head with a clean slice. "Ha ha ha! How plump!" He laughed. Wang Yuan used a harpoon to prod at a snake. "Ah, be careful!" Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Suddenly, a large eagle swooped down with a whoosh, passing right before Wang Yuan's eyes. Looking at the now empty harpoon, Wang Yuan felt a surge of despair, silently retrieving his lighter and cigarette, taking a deep drag before forcefully plunging the harpoon into the ground. Zhang Lanfang approached, patting Wang Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "Captain, take heart." Wang Yuan glanced at her silently, then took another puff, his eyes filled with sorrow. Suddenly, laughter erupted from Zhang Lanfang. Wang Yuan dug a small pit with the harpoon, burying the snake's head and stamping it down firmly. "Let us go," he said. The two continued onward. "Captain, why do I feel like this is a path?" Zhang Lanfang remarked. "I feel it too," he replied. The slope was lined with stone slabs forming steps, while the flat areas were covered with low grass, flanked by bushes and reeds. The path stretched deeper into the woods, disappearing beyond the trees ahead. "Shall we continue?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Let us proceed and assess the situation once we enter the jungle," he decided. "All right." As they brushed through the underbrush, they slowly reached the edge of the forest. Suddenly, with a rustle, two wild chickens burst forth from the nearby bushes. "Wow, wild chickens!" Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. It's no use. We can't catch them," Wang Yuan replied. "Let us see if we can find their nest." They followed the direction the wild chickens had fled, prodding the grass with the harpoon. Suddenly, Zhang Lanfang shouted, "Over here! Captain, there's a nest!" Chapter 61. Discovery of the wild rabbit. Wang Yuan hurried over to find a nest beneath a bush containing 4 eggs. Lifting one, he remarked, "It's still warm. These must belong to the wild chickens we just saw. Put the eggs in your backpack, but be careful not to break them," he instructed. "Got it," Zhang Lanfang replied, placing the eggs into the 4 pockets of her backpack. "If only we had a gun, those wild chickens wouldn't stand a chance," Wang Yuan lamented. "Didn't you bring a handgun? Why not use it?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "I'm saving the handgun for the hay and the others for protection. There are pirates nearby," Wang Yuan explained. "Look, a wild rabbit." Zhang Lanfang pointed ahead, spotting a rabbit hopping away in the distance. Wang Yuan ran over to inspect, noting a hole nearby. Likely a rabbit burrow. Zhang Lanfang approached and suggested, "Captain, let us come back to catch rabbits when we have time. It won't be easy. There's an idiom that says a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is just one entrance. There might be several others," he warned. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. "We need to prepare some equipment. Today isn't feasible. Let us keep moving," Wang Yuan decided. After a while, they reached the forest's edge, pausing to observe the narrow path that led deep into the woods, where visibility soon faded. "Captain, are we going into the forest?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Yes, let us go. The dense foliage indicates ample water supply. We must continue our search," he affirmed. "All right. Ample freshwater suggests an abundance of wildlife. So stay close to me and don't wander off," Wang Yuan cautioned solemnly. "You can count on me, Captain," Zhang Lanfang responded with equal seriousness. "Good. Let us set off." "Wait a moment, look, what is that?" Upon entering the woods, Zhang Lanfang pointed to the ground beneath a tree to the left. They approached to investigate. There a strap protruded from behind the tree. As they neared, they discovered a canvas satchel lying on the ground, covered with a layer of leaves and dust. Wang Yuan grasped the strap and lifted it. With a tearing sound, the satchel split open and several items tumbled out. It was evident that the satchel had been there for quite some time, whether beyond use. Wang Yuan's heart leaped at the sight of the scattered belongings. After inspecting the satchel and finding it empty, he discarded it aside and began examining the items on the ground. Among them was a spade, its screws and components intact, along with 2 detachable connecting rods, which were free of rust and likely made of stainless steel alloy. There was also a chisel and a stone carving tool. Although both were rusty, they still appeared usable. Additionally, there was a compass, shattered yet with the needle still functional. These tools could prove invaluable. Wang Yuan detached the compass's needle and handed it to Zhang Lanfang, placing the remaining items into their backpack. What is this? Zhang Lanfang inquired, inspecting the compass. This is a compass, used by some in our country for feng shui. Though it has weathered and cannot be used for its original purpose, the needle remains functional. Keep it, and you will not lose your way. Oh, all right, Zhang Lanfang replied, placing the compass in her backpack. Let's proceed. The two continued along the narrow path into the woods. After a while, they encountered numerous palm and banana trees, yet none bore fruit. Captain, look at that tree. Is it a banana tree? Zhang Lanfang asked, pointing to a tall tree not far ahead. Chapter 62. Finding fresh water. The tree had no trunk. Its large leaves resembled banana leaves, and the leaf stalks grew in a fan-like embrace, reaching up to 5 meters high, too vast for a single person to encircle. Fantastic! We have water! Wang Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Where's the water? Zhang Lanfang asked, looking around in confusion. Quick, grab a bottle. We will see it shortly. Wang Yuan instructed as he set down the backpack, retrieving a mineral water bottle and an oil drum, along with a connecting arm for the spade, and approached the tree. Zhang Lanfang also set down her backpack and came over with 4 mineral water bottles. Where's the water? Prepare to collect it, Wang Yuan urged, drawing out his dagger. He inserted it beneath one of the leaf stalks, and upon withdrawing the blade, a stream of water gushed forth from the wound. Wang Yuan swiftly opened a bottle to catch the flowing water. Ha! There really is water! Zhang Lanfang exclaimed joyfully. Hurry, Fangjia, get ready to collect. All right, she replied, quickly opening a bottle to capture the water. Wang Yuan removed all the caps, rinsed the connecting arm of the spade, and inserted it into the water's exit point, allowing the water to flow through the arm's conduit into the oil drum positioned below. Fangjia, does it taste good? Wow, so fresh and sweet. They both drank 2 bottles of water, and soon all their containers were filled. They continued to collect water to wash their faces, feeling revitalized. Wang Yuan removed the connecting arm and placed it back in the backpack, lighting a cigarette. Captain, what kind of tree is this? This is known as the traveler's banana, named so because it can provide water for weary travelers. This tree bears no fruit. Instead, it stores copious amounts of fresh water within its leaf stems. The cut heals swiftly, allowing me to insert a tube. If the underground water is abundant, the drained water replenishes overnight, Wang Yuan explained. Captain, how do you know so much? I was a paratrooper in the army. Paratroopers must land behind enemy lines without support or supplies, so we're trained in various survival skills, Wang Yuan replied, taking a deep drag from a cigarette. Oh, Captain, let us eat something. There is a papaya and a few oranges left in the backpack. All right, let us hurry. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. At that moment, the flow of water from the traveler's banana gradually ceased, and the two sat down. Zhang Lanfang took out the papaya and oranges, using a knife to slice the papaya. After they shared the fruit, they stowed the water in their backpack and basket, and Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Let us continue. Sister Feng, we must return by 3 o'clock, regardless of whether we find food. It will be dark if we delay. Understood. After walking a short distance, they discovered another traveler's banana. All right, Sister Feng, let us search the area around here. There is ample water supply. Let us see if there is a place to stay. If we find one, we can move there. Captain, look, is it a bamboo grove over there? Zhang Lanfang pointed toward the tree canopy ahead. Yes, he affirmed. Behind a few trees lay a dense bamboo grove, its leaves only visible from above. Continuing along a narrow path for several meters, they suddenly emerged into a clearing, revealing a lush green meadow, roughly the size of a football field, contrasting sharply with the surrounding landscape. The grass was remarkably even, barely reaching their ankles, dotted with a few palm and banana trees. Each banana tree bore clusters of bananas, but only a couple of trees had a few ripe ones. To the left of the meadow stood several pine trees, and behind them was the bamboo grove they had just spotted. To the right, the faint sound of flowing water suggested the presence of a small stream. This place is beautiful, exclaimed Zhang Lanfang. Indeed, the sound of water indicates a freshwater source. We should go investigate, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Chapter 63. Wild boar. The two made their way towards the right side of the meadow, soon discovering a clear water pool. A small stream flowed into the pool, yet no water flowed out, likely seeping into the ground. The water was shallow, revealing small fish swimming within. The stream emerged from beside a large rock. 2 massive boulders standing together with a crevice between them, forming a stone cave above. Below the cave was a sloping bank with a height difference of about 2 meters. This could serve as a shelter. I wonder how spacious it is inside, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Yes, if it's suitable, we should relocate here, Wang Yuan agreed. Let us go in and take a look. Wait a moment, step back a bit, Wang Yuan instructed. What is it? Don't question me now, just listen. Zhang Lanfang retreated to the edge of the meadow, watching Wang Yuan. Seeing her distance, Wang Yuan set down the basket, retrieved his entrenching tool, and picked up a fist-sized stone to throw into the cave. A rhythmic thudding echoed from within the cave. After a brief moment, Wang Yuan picked up a stone and tossed it inside. Suddenly, a mournful grunt resonated from the depths, followed by the emergence of a wild boar. It was not particularly large, weighing perhaps 100 to 130 pounds, indicating it had yet to reach maturity. The moment the boar appeared, it locked its gaze onto Wang Yuan, charging towards him with intent. Feng Jie, stay back, Wang Yuan shouted. Gripping a harpoon in his right hand and a spade in his left, his eyes fixed on the approaching beast. Zhang Lanfang halted in her tracks. Concern etched across her beautiful features. Wang Yuan swiftly assessed the terrain and pointed the harpoon at the boar, inciting its anger as it charged at him. Wang Yuan darted to the left, where a palm tree stood. He halted beneath its canopy, and as the boar bore down upon him, he quickly circled around the tree, positioning himself in front of the boar's right side. With a swift motion, he thrust the harpoon at the beast. The harpoon struck true, piercing the boar's right eye. However, the force of the boar's charge was formidable, snapping the harpoon in an instant. The boar let out a pained cry, violently shaking its head until the harpoon head dislodged from its eye. It turned to Wang Yuan with its remaining eye, emitting a series of grunts before propelling itself towards him once more. Wang Yuan shifted the spade to his right hand and charged at the boar. As they neared collision, he leapt to the left, exploiting the creature's blind spot created by its injured eye. He swung the spade, and with a resounding crack, severed the boar's right front leg. The boar shrieked in agony, struggling to regain its footing as it turned its head in search of Wang Yuan. Undeterred, Wang Yuan maneuvered within the boar's blind area, knowing he needed to act swiftly as the creature's cries likely summoned its companions. He closed the distance and, with a sudden leap, tackled the boar to the ground. With his left leg pinning the boar's hind leg and his left arm pressing the spade against its head, he used the handle of the spade to restrain its front legs. Drawing a dagger from behind his waist, he plunged it into the boar's trachea. The beast's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by the gurgling sounds of its life ebbing away as blood pooled around them. Once the boar lay lifeless, Wang Yuan rose, retrieving the harpoon head and placing it into his backpack. Feng Jie, it's done. You can come over now, he called. You're incredible, Captain. Zhang Lanfang approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, we must leave swiftly. There may be more wild boars around. Understood. Feng Jie, please place your backpack into the basket. I will carry the boar. Let us hurry back, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. Wang Yuan reassembled the two sections of the spade, located the broken harpoon head, and tucked the metal piece into his pocket before hoisting the wild boar onto his shoulders. Together, they made their way back at a brisk pace. After approximately an hour, they returned to the beach, beneath the shade of a coconut tree, where they set down their burdens and collapsed onto the ground, breathless and drenched in sweat. The boar, having lost its blood, weighed around 120 pounds, while the basket added another 30. The two had trudged for an hour under the weight, exhausting themselves considerably. Zhang Lanfang produced 2 bottles of water, handing one to Wang Yuan. They drank heartily, replenishing a fraction of their strength. Let's head back, Wang Yuan declared. Agreed. Zhang Lanfang hurriedly approached the rocky shore, her backpack swaying as she called out, Quick, everyone, come help. The 3 individuals fishing turned to see Zhang Lanfang and exclaimed, Sister Feng, you're back? They hastily set down their fishing rods and rushed over. Where's the captain? Fei Yuan inquired. He's behind. Go help him. He has just killed a wild boar. Captain, Captain. The 3 dashed towards the back, where they found Wang Yuan carrying the boar. Rin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Let us set the boar down and carry it back together. Jiang Yin added. No need to carry it back just yet. Let us prepare it here first. We can take it back afterward. The water is shallow here by the beach, but deeper by the rocks, Wang Yuan clarified. The 4 assisted in moving the boar to the shore, but the wooden box that had been there was nowhere to be found, likely washed away by the tide. We'll go back for supplies and return to prepare it, Wang Yuan stated, lighting a cigarette. Wang, where did you get that entrenching tool? Dahei asked, noticing Wang Yuan picking it up. I found it, and we also discovered fresh water. The four returned to the shelter, where Chen Feng was tidying up. Are you thirsty? There's water here, she said, pointing to the bottles of mineral water and an oil drum. The three drank a bit, and Chen Feng inquired, is it good? This water was taken from the traveler banana plant. What is a traveler banana? The three looked at Chen Feng with curiosity. It's a type of plant that the captain knows about. If not, I wouldn't have known either. I'll show you one day, Chen Feng replied. Wang Yuan glanced at the time. It was 4 o'clock, and rummaged through his luggage for a pair of pants and a shirt. You all take the tools and the foam box to the beach to prepare the boar, he instructed. And you? Chen Feng asked. I'll go wash up too. I'm covered in pig's blood. The group took their knives and tools, with Ren Yuanyuan picking up a relatively intact foam box, and they all headed to the beach. Wang Yuan, clad in black training gear, seemed unscathed, but once he removed it, it was evident that his upper body was covered in blood. Wang, you've been out of the service for nearly a year, yet you still have abs, Dahei remarked. I train every day. I train every day too, yet I don't have any. Your schedule of fishing 3 days and sunbathing 2 is hardly conducive to fitness, he chuckled. Indeed, ever since I became a company commander, I've trained less and focused more on my subordinates, Dahei sheepishly admitted. All right, you all get to work. Don't throw away the skin and entrails. Wang Yuan instructed before running into the sea clad only in his underwear. Dahei, your hands aren't convenient. Just assist us. If we can't manage something, we'll call you, Chen Feng said. Okay, I'll start by gutting it, Dahei replied. The four began to work, with the 3 women occasionally glancing at Wang Yuan. Chapter 65. Foraging for wild vegetables. Wang Yuan soon returned with a handful of seaweed, tossing it into the foam box. Tonight, we'll have a soup of pig bones and seaweed. This isn't enough. I'll go find more. He dashed back into the water. Oomph. 8-pack abs, how impressive. Ren Yuanyuan muttered under breath. Chen Feng and Jiang Yin overheard her. Ren Yuanyuan's face turned crimson. Before we came to this island, the captain had already stripped to dive into the sea. Oh, the 2 women looked at Ren Yuanyuan in confusion. Oh, it's true. That suitcase is what he retrieved from the sea. Hey, Yuanyuan hurriedly clarified. Oh, the 2 nodded in understanding. What do you mean by that? They laughed heartily. Dahei gazed in bewilderment at the 3 women. Wang Yuan soon added a handful of seaweed into the foam box, then took the set of training clothes to wash, placing them on the rocks to dry before changing into fresh attire. I'll venture into the woods to gather some wild vegetables. Who's coming with me? Wang Yuan asked. I'll go. All 4 responded simultaneously. Dahei, with your hand injured, it's best you stay back. Sister Feng has had a long day. You should change into clean clothes and wash those, Wang Yuan advised. Sister Yin, let us decide who goes by playing rock, paper, scissors, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. All right, came the reply. Ultimately, Jiang Yin emerged victorious, much to Ren Yuanyuan's displeasure. We'll just explore the vicinity and return within an hour, Wang Yuan stated. Armed with a dagger, Jiang Yin, and a shovel, Wang Yuan returned to the shelter. Wang Yuan strapped on a backpack while Jiang Yin grasped a spear as they entered the woods. Wang Yuan instructed Jiang Yin on how to rustle through the grass, and they meandered slowly. Occasionally, they stumbled upon edible wild vegetables. Wang Yuan taught Jiang Yin about them. Some are bitter, others needed to be blanched before consumption, while some could be eaten raw or required cooking. They dug up those that were suitable, discussing the flavors and identification of toxic varieties in detail. Jiang Yin absorbed the knowledge diligently, soon able to forage independently. Wang Yuan discovered a wild ginger plant and shared its significance with Jiang Yin, who then spotted several more. Wild scallions. Quick, let us dig them up. Wang Yuan exclaimed upon finding a cluster of at least 30 stalks. The 2 of them set to work together. After harvesting the scallions, they proceeded deeper into the thicket. All right, let us scout around here, Wang Yuan suggested. Sounds good, replied Jiang Yin as they began searching the edges of the brush. Before long, they came across a wild Sichuan pepper tree laden with ripe pods. Be careful not to prick your hands, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. In a short while, they had gathered all the mature pods, leaving the unripe ones behind, yet they amassed over a pound, filling both their pockets to the brim. Let us head back. Taking a different route, Wang Yuan proposed. All right, Jiang Yin agreed. As they brushed through the undergrowth on their way back, they continued to collect wild vegetables. Soon, They discover a mango tree adorned with 7 or 8 large mangoes, 4 of which were ripe. The 2 of them picked the ripe ones, leaving 3 unripe for another day. We shall return in a couple of days to harvest the rest, Wang Yuan said. Sounds great, Jiang Yin exclaimed with excitement. Now, let us return. A short while later, they also collected a few palm leaves on their way back. Dahei and the others had just finished preparing the wild boar when they returned to the shelter, where Zhang Lanfang was washing clothes by the shore. Captain, you're back, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. Yes, wash the wild vegetables, Wang Yuan instructed. Wow, mangoes! Ren Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin exclaimed in delight as they organized their finds. Please separate the wild vegetables by type, Wang Yuan requested while pulling out the Sichuan pepper and placing it into a plastic bag, handing it to Jiang Yin. All right, Jiang Yin replied, doing the same with her batch. Wang Yuan and Dahei lit their cigarettes. Chapter 66. Simmering bone broth. Zhang Lanfang returned after finishing the laundry to lend a hand. Wang Yuan poured water into a skillet and placed it on the stove, adding a piece of wood to the fire. From a foam box, 4 pig leg bones were retrieved, one of which had been severed by Wang Yuan, who smashed the bones with stones and placed them, along with the trotters, into a pot. He added several slices of wild ginger and covered it with 2 palm leaves. Wang, is braised pig trotters delicious? Dai inquired. Absolutely delicious. The dishes from our country are truly exquisite, Wang Yuan replied. The 2 then lit cigarettes. Dai, let us search for more foam boxes, Wang Yuan suggested. Oh, he, Dai responded. The 2 men, smoking as they scoured for marine debris, soon each found a foam box, which they cleaned in the sea before bringing back. The 3 women had finished washing the wild vegetables and placed them into the foam box. You all should chop the seaweed and add it to the pot. I haven't added salt, so adjust it as you see fit. Also, prepare some meat skewers and grilled fish. Dahei and I will collect more marine trash before nightfall, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, they replied. The pair gathered a considerable amount of wood, and Wang Yuan also discovered a large mineral water bottle, which delighted him. He cleaned it with seawater and brought it back. As night fell, the 3 women were grilling the skewers. Dahei, let's collect the fish traps, Wang Yuan said, taking a dagger and a buoy as he headed toward the shoreline. Dahei followed with a military knife in hand. Upon retrieving the fish traps, they caught 5 or 6 fish for crabs and several mantis shrimp. After finishing their tasks, they returned with the buoy. Captain, the skewers are ready, Zhang Lanfang announced. Great, let us enjoy the barbecue, Wang Yuan replied. Yay, if only we had beer, Ren Yuanyuan added. Ha ha ha, let us grill the crabs and mantis shrimp too. If we can't finish the fish, we can make dried fish, Wang Yuan suggested. As everyone feasted on the grilled meat and engaged in conversation, Zhang Lanfang recounted the day's events, eliciting gasps of surprise from the 2 women as they speculated about the female corpse and laughed at how the eagle had snatched the snake. They marveled at Wang Yuan's battle with the wild boar, gazing at him with admiration. All right, Fang Jia, please serve the soup, Wang Yuan said. The 3 women distributed the soup, placing the bones and trotters onto the palm leaves. It's absolutely delicious, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Indeed, it smells wonderful, Dahei added. After they finished the soup and seaweed, Wang Yuan said, You may divide the trotters among yourselves. They are beneficial for beauty. Dahei, you should try our delicacy since you've never tasted trotters. Captain, I don't eat them. You go ahead, Jiang Yin replied. No need. I'll gnaw on the bones, Wang Yuan declared, picking up a bone to chew. Thank you, Captain, the 3 women said in unison. Wang, these trotters are truly delightful. Dai remarked. Yes, very tasty, Ren Yuanyuan affirmed. There's still a slight gamey flavor. If only we had soy sauce, Zhang Lanfang lamented. Indeed, we lack seasonings, otherwise it would be even better, Jiang Yin added. We are full. You all can eat, the 3 women said after finishing the trotters. Then you should take a break. Soon. We need to rub salt on the pork to preserve it. Otherwise, it will spoil quickly. Also, we can render some lard from the fatty meat for cooking later. Wang Yuan advised. All right, the 3 women replied, their eyes brightening at the suggestion. After Wang Yuan and Dahei finished gnawing on the bones, they also consumed the crabs and mantis shrimp before stepping out for a smoke. The 3 women proceeded to marinate the pork, setting aside some fatty meat. Sister Yin, your culinary skills are excellent. You should render the lard while we handle the marination, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. Yes, Zhang Lanfang agreed. Very well, Sister Yin responded. Jiang Yin scrubbed the frying pan and commenced rendering lard. In Chapter 67, 2 cleavers were crafted. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Yuan retrieved the chisel and gouge he had found that day. He placed a fragment of a propeller into the fire until it glowed red, then used a stick to lift it onto a large stone. With a stone in hand, he began to chisel it, noting the propeller's resilience. He alternated between heating and chiseling, ultimately creating a series of small holes along its center. He then switched to the gouge, connecting the small holes. Wang Yuan poured seawater over the propeller several times, inserted it into a crevice in a reef, and with a few twists, it snapped apart with a resonant clang. He handed a piece to Dehei, saying, "Here, grind this side." "Very well," Dehei replied, finding a flat stone to begin his work. Wang Yuan took the other half, selected a piece of wood, and began to carve it with a dagger, ensuring both pieces were of similar dimensions. He then threaded a rope through the screw hole, securing the 2 carved wooden boards together, thus completing a cleaver. "Dehei, you take this one," he said, handing it over, and resumed his work on the other cleaver. "Wow, this is quite handy," Dehei exclaimed as he swung it a couple of times before adding seawater to the stone and continuing to grind. "Of course, this cleaver is exceptionally durable." Wang Yuan chuckled. "Captain, the lard is ready," Jiang Yin announced as she poured the finished lard into a can, filling it perfectly. "Captain, the pork is also marinated, and the ribs are seasoned," Zhang Lanfang added. "Indeed. Captain, we only have the pig's head, tail, and entrails left," Ren Yuanyuan noted. "Have the entrails been cleaned?" "Yes. All cleaned, including the intestines," Zhang Lanfang confirmed. "Very well. Let us boil the entrails together. We shall have them for breakfast tomorrow." "Understood." The 3 women filled a pot with water, placed the entrails inside, sliced some wild ginger, added a bit of wild pepper, tossed in 2 whole stalks of wild onion, covered it with palm leaves, and pressed down with 2 pieces of wood before adding a log to the fire. "All right, wash your hands and let us have some fruit," Wang Yuan said, having completed the cleaver. "Wow, this is delicious," exclaimed the 5 as they shared 2 large mangoes, with Ren Yuanyuan calling out in delight. "Indeed, very sweet," came the reply. "Let's all take a rest after eating," Wang Yuan suggested. Wang Yuan and Dehei sat together once more, smoking and conversing in a manner only they could comprehend. The 3 women wandered behind the rocks to relieve themselves. "Fang Jia, Yin Jia, you 2 still urinate with such vigor." Fei and Yuan ceased. "You little brat, are you looking for a scolding?" Zhang Lanfang retorted. At this point, Jiang Yin had grown comfortable with the group and no longer blushed. She asked, "What should I do? My period is about to arrive." "Don't worry. I have a full pack of sanitary pads," Ren Yuan assured her. "When are you both due?" Jiang Yin inquired. "I have about 7 or 8 days left." Zhang Lanfang replied. "I think I have about half a month. It just passed," Ren Yuan added. "Then we must conserve them. After using, don't throw them away. Wash and dry them for next time," Zhang Lanfang advised. "All right," the 2 women nodded in agreement. When the 3 women returned, they saw Wang Yuan using a stick to poke the fire, burying the pig's head within it. "All right, everyone, rest now," he said. He and Dehei resolved their personal matters and added a log to the fire before retreating to their shelter for rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan awoke and stepped out of the shelter, stretching lazily, only to find that the fires in both the pit and stove had extinguished. Approaching the stove, I lifted the leaves covering the skillet, inhaling the fragrant aroma. The pan still retained a hint of warmth. I ignited the fire beneath it, then proceeded to address personal matters. After freshening up, the 4 companions emerged. "Good morning," I greeted. "You may attend to your personal matters first." Chapter 68. Wound stitch removal. Upon noticing that the skillet had reached a boil, I carefully set it aside and placed the can of milk powder atop it, adding water and 2 sprigs of purslane. Lighting a cigarette, I awaited the return of my companion, who had just finished washing up. "Dehei, let us retrieve the fish traps. Upon our return, I shall tend to your wound," I suggested. "All right," Dehei replied, lighting his own cigarette as we set off to collect the traps. Our efforts yielded 5 or 6 fish, 3 crabs, and 2 managed shrimp. After cleaning the catch and returning the traps to their place, we returned to the shelter. The 3 women had also completed their morning routines. I removed the medicinal soup from the heat and set it aside to cool. "Ah, Sister Feng, would you please chop the offal into pieces? Bring the soup back to a boil, add some salt, and sprinkle in some wild scallions? We will dine shortly, and I shall attend to Dehei's wound," I instructed. Understood. The 3 women busied themselves with the task. I gathered 2 sprigs of purslane, mashing them into a paste, then untied the cloth from Dehei's wound. wiping away the remnants of the medicine. Dehei, your wound is healing well. Bear with it, I encouraged. Rest assured, Wang, he replied. Using a fruit knife, I carefully cut the sutures, extracting the threads with precision. A few droplets of blood emerged from the puncture, which I cleaned with an alcohol swab before applying the herbal paste to the wound, securing it with a strip of cloth. All done. For the next couple of days, avoid strenuous activities, and you shall heal completely in due time. Here, take your medicine. I offered him the can of milk powder. Thank you, Dehei said after consuming the remedy. The three women had also finished preparing the pig's offal. Captain, what shall we do with the pig kidneys that remain uncooked? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let us stir-fry them for lunch, I decided. We should save the large and small intestines for lunch as well. We have enough liver and lungs to satisfy our appetite, Jiang Yin added. Agreed. The group divided the freshly chopped entrails, drenching them in a broth infused with wild scallions. And the enticing aroma filled the air. How delightful! Ren Yuan exclaimed, nearly drooling. Indeed, it's delicious, Dehei affirmed after taking a bite. Yet, the seasoning is insufficient, Jiang Yin remarked. True, but considering our circumstances, this is quite commendable, Zhang Lanfang replied. After our meal, we shall fetch some water and perhaps search for additional seasoning. I proposed. Very well. Content with our meal, we savored every drop of the broth before cracking open 2 coconuts to share the coconut water. Please gather some seawater. We have used a significant amount of sea salt for curing the pork, and our supply is dwindling. We must procure more, I instructed. The group set off to collect seawater, while I retrieved the wild boar's head from the extinguished fire pit, rinsing it with seawater before scraping it clean with a dagger. Upon their return with the seawater, I instructed, please construct a fire pit to boil the sea salt. The 4 of them arranged stones to form a new stove, igniting a fire and placing the milk powder can atop it, pouring in the seawater. After thoroughly cleaning the wild boar's head and rinsing it with seawater, I placed it in the skillet over the original stove, adding water to commence the boiling process. At this moment, only 2 bottles of fresh water remained, nearing depletion. The upper portion of a large mineral water barrel was cut off, and 2 small holes were drilled in the bottom. The lower part was placed over the pot, perfectly covering the pig's head, with a stone resting atop it. Who will accompany me to fetch water this time? Wang Yuan inquired. Captain, let me go. I've never had the chance to search for anything, Ren Yuan pleaded. Let her go, Zhang Lanfang interjected. Very well, but there are wild boars in that area. You must heed my instructions, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood, Ren Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 69. The quest for fresh water while you're at it. Roast some of that cured meat. If the water in the pot diminishes, add a little more. Do not let it boil dry, Wang Yuan directed. Understood, Zhang Lanfang replied. Dehei, I will go pluck a few coconuts. You bring them back. If you become thirsty, drink the coconut water. We will return swiftly. Auhikt, dai aknovlijit. Wang Yuan loaded the backpack with peanut oil and several empty bottles, armed himself with a machete, and secured a dagger at his waist. Ren Yuan packed 7 or 8 empty bottles in her backpack and took up a fish spear. The 3 of them approached a coconut tree. Wang Yuan set down his backpack, climbed the tree, and cut down 8 coconuts before sliding back down. Dehei, you may return, if you have time. Go fishing or collect seafood. He filled Dehei's military backpack with coconuts until it was full and helped him strap it on. All right, Dehei said as he made his way back to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan ventured into the jungle, entering from a different direction. They soon discovered 2 clusters of cacti, laden with numerous prickly pear fruits, alongside a small patch of pineapple guava trees, which bore an abundance of ripe fruits. Captain, what kind of tree is this? Ren Yuan inquired. This is a guava tree. The fruit, known as wild pineapple, is quite delectable. Wang Yuan explained as he plucked a ripe one. The wild pineapple resembled a regular pineapple, but was larger. Wang Yuan twisted off a piece, savored it, and then spat out the remnants. It is delightfully sweet and tangy. He twisted off another piece and began to eat, offering the remainder to Ren Yuan. It is delicious, Ren Yuan said, mimicking Wang Yuan. If you enjoy it, feel free to consume the entire thing. There are plenty of ripe ones here. We can return another time. All right, Ren Yuan replied, her heart brimming with joy. Hand me the spear. You take the knife. Wang Yuan led the way, brushing aside the undergrowth while Ren Yuan followed, munching on the wild pineapple. They navigated around the guava grove at a leisurely pace, encountering various wild vegetables along the way. However, they chose not to dig them up, saving them for another visit. They did unearth some wild ginger and green onions, and also spotted a patch of kudzu vine, which they decided to leave for future harvesting. Upon reaching a small hill, Wang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and declared, "We shall head left. Not far off lies the traveler's banana." "All right," Ren Yuanyuan replied, having finished her wild pineapple. The two turned left, walking for a while until they stumbled upon a small patch of chili peppers, many of which were ripe and vividly red. "Haha, just as I wished," Wang Yuan chuckled. "Hee, it's been ages since I had something spicy," Ren Yuanyuan remarked. "Quickly, let's gather some, leaving a few unripe ones behind." The two eagerly began to pick, collecting red and green peppers of various sizes, their spirits lifted by the bountiful sight. After a while, they had gathered half a basket, leaving only a dozen small, unripe ones. "All right, let's go," Wang Yuan suggested. Sure, I do enjoy spicy food," Ren Yuanyuan replied. "Spicy girls are truly fearless when it comes to spice." Wang Yuan sang off key. Ren Yuanyuan shot him a glance. Wang Yuan scratched his head and walked ahead. The two then spotted a wild, prickly ash tree, and each filled their pockets with 2 handfuls. They discovered a cluster of bamboo, and Wang Yuan cut down a stalk, stripping it of branches and leaves, measuring it about 5 or 6 meters, and handed it to Ren Yuanyuan to carry. Upon reaching the traveler's banana plant, Wang Yuan whispered, "There might be wild boars over there. That's where I spotted them before, so we must remain quiet." Ren Yuanyuan nodded and quietly asked, "Captain, is this the traveler's banana?" "Yes, take out the bottles," Wang Yuan instructed, setting down the basket to retrieve the oil drum and bottles. Chapter 70. Indeed, there are wild boars. Wang Yuan took a section of bamboo and carefully carved a slant at one end before inserting it into the base of a leaf stem of the traveler's banana. A stream of clear water flowed from the bamboo. "Ha, there really is water," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. "Shoo, keep it down," Wang Yuan cautioned. He then positioned the oil drum beneath the stream to collect water, filling a bottle before handing it to Ren Yuanyuan. "Here, drink up. It's refreshing," she said after taking a sip. "You continue to collect water here, and I'll take a look inside. Just pull the bamboo out once it's full. If the water runs low, find another leaf to insert." Wang Yuan also drank from a bottle. "All right, be careful," Ren Yuanyuan replied. Wang Yuan, wielding a machete, cautiously ventured inward. Before reaching the grassy area, he heard grunting sounds. Upon reaching the edge of the grass, he concealed himself behind a large tree, peering inside. Indeed, there were wild boars. Wang Yuan thought to himself. He saw 2 adult wild boars on the grass, each weighing at least 200 pounds. One was foraging about, while the other stood beneath a banana tree, fixated on the bananas above, occasionally leaping in an attempt to reach them, though it was unable to jump high enough. It seemed the bananas below had already been devoured, and the ones above remained out of reach. After a while, they gave up and ambled toward the nearby waterhole. Wang Yuan slowly retreated. Ren Yuanyuan had already filled her container with water. "Captain, what did you see?" she whispered. "There are indeed wild boars. I spotted 2 adults. But we cannot confront them just yet," Wang Yuan replied. "Then we must be cautious when fetching water in the future," Ren Yuanyuan said. "Yes, let us head back." Wang Yuan placed the bamboo beneath the traveler's banana for future use. The two stowed the bottles and oil drum into their basket and backpack, shouldering their gear as they made their way out. As they approached the spot where they had discovered wild chickens the previous day, Wang Yuan tread carefully. Suddenly, with a flurry, 2 wild chickens took flight. Wang Yuan moved closer. "Ha, another egg," he exclaimed with excitement. Ren Yuanyuan joined him, picking up the egg. "Ha, it's still warm. Captain, how shall we prepare it? Scrambled eggs, egg soup, either will do." Wang Yuan grinned. Wild vegetable scrambled eggs and seaweed egg drop soup." Ren Yuanyuan said, swallowing hard. "Look, a wild rabbit." Wang Yuan pointed in a direction. "Wow, what an adorable bunny." Ren Yuanyuan said, "Captain, shall we capture it and keep it?" We can't catch it now, but I will make a trap another day," Wang Yuan replied. "All right then, let us proceed." The two strolled beneath the coconut tree. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and glanced at the time. It was 11:30, just in time to return for a meal. "We're back," the two exclaimed as they arrived at the shelter. "Captain, you have returned," Zhang Lanfang called out. "Wang, what treasures have you brought?" Dahe inquired. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes also turned to Wang Yuan. The two women had gathered 2 bottles of sea salt that morning, while Dahe had collected a bountiful array of seafood. "Here, we also found an egg." Ren Yuanyuan handed the egg to Zhang Lanfang. "Now we have 5 eggs." Zhang Lanfang remarked. Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan set down their baskets and backpacks. Take a moment to rest. We will handle the cleanup, Jiang Yin approached. Wang Yuan pulled out some Sichuan peppercorns and handed them to Jiang Yin, saying, all right, Dahe, what seafood did you manage to gather today? Wang Yuan and Dahe sat together, smoking. Sea urchins, conchs, sea cucumbers, blue mussels, scallops. Quite a lot. Indeed, Dahe replied. Excellent. We shall retrieve the fish traps shortly. Chapter 71. Cooking stir-fry. Wow. So many chilies. Jiang Yin exclaimed. Of course. We also discovered an abundance of fruits and wild vegetables. The captain mentioned we would return to gather more. Ren Yuan boasted. Our Yuan is simply remarkable, Zhang Lanfang praised. Wang Yuan glanced at the pig's head in the frying pan. It still required some cooking. He placed the pig's head on palm leaves and cleaned the pan, saying, Sister Feng, General Jiang, please stir-fry some vegetables. Dahe and I will go collect the fish traps. Yuan, take the wild scallions and ginger to wash them by the sea. All right, everyone responded. Wang Yuan and Dahe headed off to collect the fish traps, while Ren Yuan followed with the wild scallions and ginger. I will chop the vegetables. You can start frying, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Okay, please slice some chilies and wild scallions first, then chop the kidneys, Jiang Yin instructed. Understood. Jiang Yin placed the frying pan on the stove, used a bamboo spatula to scoop some lard into the pan, added the sliced chilies and wild scallions, and introduced a pinch of wild pepper for fragrance. She then added the chopped pig intestines, stir-fried for a moment, sprinkled in some sea salt, and tossed it again before transferring it onto the palm leaves. Using the same method, she prepared a dish of kidneys. At this point, Ren Yuan returned after washing the vegetables. Wow, it smells delightful, Ren Yuan exclaimed. You little foodie, Zhang Lanfang teased. Sister Yin, why not fry an egg as well? Ren Yuan suggested. Very well, you all chop some wild scallions. And I will make a wild scallion scrambled egg, Jiang Yin replied. She then added lard to the pan, tossed in some chilies and wild scallions, and included a couple of slices of wild ginger. After infusing the mixture with flavor, she added a handful of wild vegetables, tossed in the chopped small intestines, and stir-fried briefly before seasoning with sea salt and serving it on the palm leaves. Wow, it smells heavenly. Dahe returned from the fish traps, bringing back 4 fish, 2 octopuses, and 2 crabs. Where's the captain? Ren Yuan asked. He went to find some seaweed and said for you to stir-fry the octopus, Dahe answered. All right. Zhang Lanfang began to slice the octopus. Jiang Yin cracked 3 eggs and started to stir-fry, adding the wild scallions, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. In the realm of Chinese culinary delights, I find great pleasure, declared Dahe, swallowing hard. Wang Yuan returned, clutching 2 handfuls of seaweed. Indeed, Jiang. Please prepare a bowl of egg drop soup, he suggested, inhaling the aromatic fragrance as he handed the seaweed to Zhang Lanfang. Certainly, Jiang Yin replied. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit their cigarettes. Dahe, do pry open the seafood you gathered, Wang Yuan instructed. Dahe complied. Jiang Yin prepared a spicy stir-fry of octopus, placing water in the pot and setting it on the stove, adding the seaweed. Jiang, please add all the seafood, Wang Yuan urged. Very well, Jiang Yin responded, incorporating the opened seafood into the pot. Finally, they cracked open the sea urchin, adding its golden roe along with a pinch of salt. Once the pot reached a boil, they cracked 2 wild chicken eggs into a can, whisking them with bamboo chopsticks before pouring the mixture into the pot. After a few stirs, she announced, It's ready, let us eat. Let us feast, Wang Yuan exclaimed, flicking his cigarette but into the fire. Yay, it's time to eat, Ren Yuan chimed in. They laid 2 palm leaves upon a large stone slab, featuring 5 dishes atop the leaves. Jiang Yin placed the pot on the slab, arranging 5 cans, into which she poured the soup, with a small portion remaining. The group used foam boards to support the cans and savored the soup. Wow, delicious, Yuan exclaimed. So fragrant, Dahe added. Truly fresh, Wang Yuan remarked. Xiao Yin, your culinary skills are exceptional, Zhang Lanfang complimented. Jiang Yin blushed and replied, I'm glad you all enjoy it. They then began to relish the stir-fried dishes. Wow, what a delight. It's been ages since I've had something spicy, Ren Yuan remarked. I adore Chinese cuisine, Dahe declared. Chapter 72. Weaving straw hats. The group indulged in their meal with great satisfaction. I'm so full, Yuan exclaimed, cradling here, baby. I see you've gained some weight, Zhang Lanfang teased. Not at all. I have a constitution that allows me to eat without gaining, Ren Yuan retorted. Just boasting. Wang Yuan and He lit another cigarette, taking a moment to relax. What shall we do this afternoon? Dai inquired. You go fishing and swap your rod for the bamboo pole we brought back this morning. I'll join the others to forage for wild vegetables, Wang Yuan suggested. Perhaps I should join as well. My wound has ceased to bother me, Dai offered. Very well then, Wang Yuan agreed. He placed the pot on the stove, added the pig's head, poured in water, secured the water bucket, pressed down with stones, and added a bit of firewood. Let us gear up and head out, Wang Yuan announced. All right, let us go. The group replied, readying their equipment and following Wang Yuan to the location they had discovered in the morning. Upon reaching the cactus, Wang Yuan set down his backpack and said, Please gather some cactus fruit while the He picks wild pineapples. Understood, the group responded. Be careful not to prick yourselves on a cactus. You can also collect a few cactus leaves, which can be cooked as well. Just remove the thorns, Wang Yuan advised. All right, they affirmed. Wang Yuan and He ventured into the Ridu forest. He picked wild pineapples while Wang Yuan collected Ridu leaves. The leaves were quite resilient, with serrated edges bearing thorns. Wang Yuan harvested a considerable number of leaves, then sat down to carefully trim the thorns with his knife, weaving the prepared leaves together. Captain, we've gathered all the ripe cactus fruit and a few thick cactus leaves, Ren Yuan approached. I've also picked a dozen wild pineapples, He added. Indeed. Well done, Wang Yuan acknowledged. Then he handed Ren Yuan a straw hat woven from arrowroot leaves. Wow, it's so beautiful, Ren Yuan exclaimed in delight. Yes, it provides shade from the sun. Quite lovely indeed, Jiang Yin remarked. Hee, but the color leaves much to be desired, Zhang Lanfang commented. Sister Feng, can you say something nice for once? Ren Yuan retorted angrily. All right, it will change color in a couple of days. I will continue weaving, Yuan. Take them to gather wild vegetables while I finish, Wang Yuan said. Okay, everyone responded. Hey, just leave the wild pineapples here. We will take them back on our way. He and the three girls departed together. Wang Yuan continued weaving, and after an hour, he completed 4 hats. Lighting a cigarette, he donned one and took the other 3 to catch up with the 4. Captain's here. We have gathered quite a bit of wild vegetables, Ren Yuan announced. Good, put on the hats. Wang Yuan distributed the hats among them. Do they look good? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Yes, they are beautiful, Jiang Yin replied. You all look lovely, He added. The key is that the captain is skilled, Ren Yuan remarked. Well, you all continue gathering wild vegetables. Take the basket and backpack with you. He and I will head over there. Wang Yuan pointed in a direction. All right, Wang Yuan and He set off. Where did the captain go? Zhang Lanfang asked, and Jiang Yin also turned to Ren Yuan. There are some kudzu vines over there. The captain said the roots are edible. So he must be digging for them, Ren Yuan explained. Oh, can kudzu roots really be eaten? Zhang Lanfang asked. They should be. I've heard kudzu root powder is edible, Jiang Yin replied. What are we doing, Wang? He inquired. You'll find out soon, Wang Yuan replied. Soon, they spotted a patch of kudzu vines. Following the vines, Wang Yuan found the roots, cut the vine, and instructed He, dig from here and unearth the entire root. He began to excavate with a machete. Chapter 73. Digging for kudzu roots. Wang Yuan tidied the cut vine, removing the leaves, and then found another kudzu root, cutting the vine and stripping it of leaves. Once you finish that, come over and help with this, he directed. Understood, replied. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and handed one to He before lighting one for himself. Taking a deep breath, he sat down on the ground and began to weave with the vine. Wang, this kudzu root is enormous, He exclaimed as he unearthed the root. The root was as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long. Fantastic. We will have plenty to eat now, Wang Yuan said. What can we make with this? He asked. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Just keep digging, Wang Yuan replied. All right. He continued to excavate another kudzu root. After a while, Wang Yuan finished weaving a basket and placed the kudzu root inside. Wang, this one is also quite large, He remarked. The root he unearthed was similar in size to the previous one. Wang Yuan cut it into several sections and placed them in the basket, surveying the remaining kudzu vines. There are probably 3 more. We can come back for them later. Okay, Captain, we're back. Ren Yuan called from a distance. How much have you gathered? Wang Yuan asked. Look, the basket is full, and the backpack is also filled, Ren Yuan replied. Captain, you've woven another basket? Is this kudzu root? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Guggen is rich in starch, allowing us to create, which can be used to make pancakes or as a thickening agent for stir-fries and soups, Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, the soup at noon would be even more delectable with some starch, Jiang Yin added. Is that so? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Of course, you little foodie, Zhang Lanfang teased. Humph. Sister Feng, you only know how to bully me. Ren Yuanyuan pouted. Wang Yuan glanced at the sky, then at his watch, noting it was already 4:30. Let's return. It may rain tonight, he suggested. All right, everyone replied, looking up at the sky. The five hurried back, and upon reaching the tree, they packed 8 wild pineapples into a military backpack, filling it, while the remaining 4 were placed into a newly woven basket. Wang Yuan slung the basket over his shoulder, and Hay carried the backpack. Along the way, they gathered a few palm leaves. Soon, they returned to the shelter just as thunder rumbled and lightning split the sky. With raindrops beginning to fall, the sky darkened. I will move the stove to the shelter while Hay collects the fish traps. The 3 lovely ladies can wash the wild vegetables. Let's work swiftly, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, everyone responded, quickly get into work. Wang Yuan placed the pot inside the shelter, and the pig head was already cooked. Hay moved stones while Wang Yuan gathered wood and bamboo, eventually constructing a stove within the shelter and transferring the fire inside. The 2 hurried to retrieve the fish traps, yielding 6 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. After cleaning the fish, they set down the traps and returned to the shelter just as the rain intensified. The 3 women returned, having washed the wild vegetables. Wang Yuan removed his hat and set it aside, saying, "Fortunately, we were quick, otherwise we would be drenched." Indeed, the hat is large enough to shield us from the rain, Zhang Lanfang replied. So, what shall we have for dinner, Captain? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Since we have vegetables, meat, and seafood, let's prepare a hot pot, Wang Yuan decided. Yay, hot pot is my favorite, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. But how do we prepare the broth? I don't know how, Jiang Yin questioned. Leave it to me. You all can fillet the fish from lunch, and these ones placing the heads and bones together, while also slicing some meat and categorizing the wild vegetables, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the 3 women replied, each busying themselves. What should I do? Hay inquired. Since you lack skills, just chop some wood, but be careful not to exert too much force with your left arm to avoid aggravating your injury, Wang Yuan advised. Wang Yuan sliced several pieces of wild ginger and a small handful of wild scallions, then used the scissors on the fruit knife to cut some chili peppers into segments. He placed the pot on the stove, adding some pork fat, and after heating it, he added the wild ginger slices, wild scallions, and chopped chili peppers, along with a pinch of wild peppercorns. Instantly, the group was overwhelmed by the pungent aroma, leading them to sneeze uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming down their faces. How pungent! Ren Yuanyuan retreated to the doorway. Wang Yuan poured clean water into the pot, which helped to diminish the odor. Captain, should we collect some rainwater? Ren Yuanyuan asked, eyeing the heavy downpour outside the shelter. No need. We will have enough fresh water later. Even if collected rainwater is boiled, it still contains numerous harmful substances, Wang Yuan replied. Place the fish heads and bones into the pot, along with the wild boar spine, and then sit down with Hay to enjoy a smoke. That's enough preparation. We have sufficient food, Wang Yuan remarked. The 3 women tidied the ingredients and brought them to the stove, each taking a stone to sit around. Once the pot began to boil, Wang Yuan added a pinch of sea salt, halved the crabs, and placed them into the pot, followed by several slices of meat. All right, feel free to add whatever you desire. Let us savor our meal at leisure, for there is no rush, Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin tossed in a handful of wild vegetables, while Zhang Lanfang added a few slices of fish. As the pot boiled, Wang Yuan ladled out a bit of soup into a can, took a sip, and exclaimed, "Delightful! So fresh." Ren Yuanyuan added, "It smells amazing, though it is quite spicy." Daihe market. Let us finish the fish heads and bones first, Wang Yuan suggested, retrieving a fish head and placing it on a leaf to eat. The others followed suit, slurping up the fish heads and bones before picking at the wild vegetables. This is delicious, though it's a pity we lack dipping sauce, Ren Yuanyuan noted. Having hot pot is a luxury. Others may not even have access to cooked food. Zhang Lanfang replied. Indeed, I wonder how Zhao, Jiangwo, and the others are faring these days, Jiang Yin mused. Let us not dwell on them. As long as we are well, that suffices. If only we had some beer, Ren Yuanyuan sighed. Captain, shall we crack open 2 coconuts for drinks? Zhang Lanfang suggested. Certainly. If we can find suitable fruits another day, I could brew some fruit wine, Wang Yuan replied, proceeding to open 2 coconuts and pour the contents into cans for everyone. What fruits would be suitable? They inquired. Grapes would be ideal. Wild grapes would suffice. They can ferment in just a few days. Other fruits are also acceptable, as long as they are juicy, though they take longer to brew, Wang Yuan explained. Yes, we shall keep an eye out for them in the future, Zhang Lanfang agreed. Captain, can we eat cactus? Ren Yuan asked. Let us give it a try, Wang Yuan replied. All right, Ren Yuan said, picking up a piece of cactus. Having removed the spines and slicing a few pieces to add to the pot. After sampling a few slices of fish, the cactus was ready, and everyone took a taste. It's a bit sticky, but not bad, Jiang Yin commented. I find everything delicious, Dehei proclaimed. Laughter erupted among the group. It's true. I adore the cuisine of Huagua, Dehei said. Tomorrow, let us stew the ribs with cactus, Wang Yuan suggested. Sound good, Jiang Yin replied. The crabs are also ready. Let us share them before we enjoy the spine, Wang Yuan said, sipping coconut water. Chapter 75, Crafting 3 Raincoats Outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as torrential rain poured down. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere was lively as they enjoyed hot pot and engaged in conversation. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they tidied up briefly while Wang Yuan and Dehei shared a smoke. I need to relieve myself. What should I do? Ren Yuan asked. Let's go together, Jiang Yin suggested. Captain, how do we get outside? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Well, how about we hold up a piece of foam board? Wang Yuan proposed. That 1T work? If we're holding the foam board, how can we manage? Zhang Lanfang blushed. Then wait a moment, Wang Yuan replied. Wang Yuan donned a straw hat and dashed outside, rummaging through a heap of refuse until he unearthed a sizable piece of tattered plastic sheeting in an old woven bag. After rinsing them with rainwater, he returned to the shelter, slicing the plastic in half with a dagger and cutting the woven bag into a single sheet, which he handed to the 3 women. You can use this, tie it up with some rope, and consider a raincoat, Wang Yuan suggested. Well, it's better than nothing, Ren Yuan replied. The 3 women fashioned 2 pieces of plastic and the cut bag into 3 rudimentary raincoats, draping them over themselves and donning their hats before venturing out. How clever our captain is, one of the women remarked as they reached a nearby rocky outcrop. Of course, he must have been a soldier in the past, Jiang Yin added. Yuan, you've been with the captain since the crash. Have you developed feelings for him? Zhang Lanfang teased, prompting Jiang Yin to look at Ren Yuan as well. Oh dear, Fang Jia, what nonsense are you spouting? Ren Yuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. I'm not speaking nonsense. Just observe the way you look at the captain and the tone of your voice when you speak to him. And look how red your face is. Zhang Lanfang continued to yist. Please stop. It's mortifying. I'm fond of the charming male leads from idol dramas, as you know, Ren Yuan protested. Huh, what's so great about those pretty boys? They're just showy and lack real skills. Look at the captain. He has defined features, robust survival skills, and capabilities in abundance. That is the kind of man who is truly attractive, Zhang Lanfang responded. I think it's you who has a crush on the captain, Ren Yuan retorted playfully. What nonsense. I'm already married and not worthy of the captain. I'm merely discussing you. You don't have a boyfriend, and the captain is unattached as well. You two are a match made in heaven. These days, divorce is akin to a breakup. It's not as significant, Ren Yuan countered. Perhaps the captain appreciates someone like you. Wasn't he often inviting you along when he went out? Well, I'm just saying if you fancy the captain, you should seize the opportunity. Men like him are few and far between. Ren Yuan fell silent. Let us head back, Jiang Yin suggested, rising to her feet. All right, the 3 women agreed as they turned to retrace their steps. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, prompting Jiang Yin to exclaim, Oh no, my hat has been blown away. She hurried after it. What is going on? Wang Yuan called out from the shelter upon hearing the commotion. Yin Jie's hat has been carried off by the wind. We must retrieve it. Ren Yuan explained. Enough. Don't go searching. Come back, Wang Yuan commanded. But Jiang Yin began to protest. There are no buts. Come back, Wang Yuan insisted. Fine, okay. The 3 women relented, returning to the shelter, where Jiang Yin's hair was drenched. Warm yourselves by the fire. Don't catch a cold, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, they replied, removing their raincoats. Wang Yuan and Dehei also donned their raincoats and hats before stepping out briefly. Upon their return, the group warmed themselves by the fire before settling down for a rest. Chapter 76. Jiang Yin fell ill. Captain, quickly, Come see what has happened to Xiao Yan. Zhang Lanfang shouted before dawn. Wang Yuan sprang up to investigate. What is wrong, Fang Jia? Ren Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes, while Dehei looked over as well. They beheld Jiang Yin, trembling and curled up within her makeshift shelter. Wang Yuan hurriedly approached and gently patted Jiang Yan's head. It felt quite warm. She must have a fever, he remarked. What should we do? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Yuan, please look for any anti-inflammatory or cold medicine. Fang Jia, could you boil some water? Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The two women promptly busied themselves. Jiang Zong, please wake up, Wang Yuan urged. Captain, Jiang Yin stirred awake. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts? I have a terrible headache and my throat is sore. Am I going to die? Jiang Yin said weakly. No, you won't. It's just that you caught a cold after being caught in the rain last night, which has caused a fever due to tonsillitis. A bit of medicine will set you right, Wang Yuan reassured her. Captain, I found some medicine. Which one do you need? Ren Yuanyuan presented several boxes of medication. Wang Yuan examined them, selecting one box of anti-inflammatory pills and another for treating pharyngitis, taking out 2 from each and handing the rest back to Ren Yuanyuan. Fang Jia, is the water ready? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I've boiled a small amount, Zhang Lanfang replied, pouring the water into a can. You two feed her the medicine while I prepare some herbal concoction. All right. The two women went to administer the medication to Jiang Yan. Wang Yuan placed a tin of milk powder on the stove, added some water, and found a few bitter greens to include. Dehei approached and asked Wang, is this effective? This is bitter greens, quite bitter indeed, which is why we Haven tea consumed it these past 2 days. However, it should be beneficial for pharyngitis. Wang Yuan explained as he handed Dehei a cigarette, and they both lit up. I am not well-versed in Chinese herbal medicine, but it should be helpful. Dehei, let me check your wound, Wang Yuan said. All right, Dehei extended his left arm. The wound had healed well, and Wang Yuan advised. You shouldn't consume any more of that herbal remedy. Too much is detrimental. Just apply some ointment. Wang Yuan unwrapped the bandaging on Dehei's wound, assessed it, and then prepared a herbal paste to apply before rewrapping the bandage. The boiled bitter greens had reached a rolling boil, and after simmering for a while longer, Wang Yuan removed it from the heat, pouring the concoction into 2 cans, placing them on a wooden board, and handed them to Zhang Lanfang. Fang Jia, you take care of her, he said. Jiang Zong, this is bitter greens. It's quite bitter, but it will help soothe your sore throat. Please drink it, along with the soup, while I think of another remedy. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied, and Jiang Yin nodded, her grateful eyes reflecting her appreciation for Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan glanced outside. Dawn had broken. The rain had subsided to a light drizzle, and it seemed it would soon cease altogether. Dai, I'm going out to gather some herbs. I'll return shortly. Once the rain stops, I'll check the fish traps. Please have breakfast without waiting for me. I'll eat when I return, Wang Yuan announced. Understood, Dai responded. Captain, but Zhang Lanfang began. No, buts. Wang Yuan interjected as he donned a raincoat, placed on a hat, secured a dagger, picked up a spade, attached 2 connecting arms, and set off. Dehei. The captain said not to enter the mountains after the rain. Yet he is going in. Ren Yuanyuan expressed her concern. Do not worry. Do you know why I call him Wang? Dai replied. Why? Isn't it because of his surname? The 3 women looked at Dehei with curiosity. Chapter 77. The wolf has arrived in our culture. We typically address individuals by placing their surname after their given name. Thus, we refer to him as Wang Yuan. At that time, he served as an instructor in our nation while I was merely a squad leader, responsible for training our battalion. On one occasion, a group of mercenaries, instigated by a foreign power, infiltrated our country to supply arms to remnants of opposition forces. Our battalion received orders to intercept them, yet Wang, as a Chinese instructor, was unable to participate. We dispersed and lay in ambush within a pristine forest. Unbeknownst to us, the news had been leaked. Intelligence indicated that there would be 40 to 50 mercenaries. However, over 200 arrived, divided into 5 squads, encircling and systematically annihilating our battalion. Our squad found itself trapped in a ravine, facing imminent annihilation. In that dire moment, Wang appeared, alone and unarmed, dispatching over 100 mercenaries amidst the jungle, ultimately leading our squad to safety. By then, only 20 of us remained. Wang relentlessly pursued the remaining 70 to 80 mercenaries, claiming the lives of 50 more. Henceforth, the international mercenary community came to know him as Yama. The brothers of our battalion simply called him Wang, as Big Black remarked. The three women listened, their faces etched with astonishment. It was utterly incredible. Such a tale could undoubtedly be adapted into a film, Zhang Lanfeng mused. The captain could portray the lead role. And it would be a perfect fit, Jiang Yin added. Indeed, I am the captain's foremost admirer, Ren Yuanyuan chimed in. Thus, within the jungle, he is the king. We need not worry, Big Black reassured. Ah, Yanjia, do finish your bitter vegetables, Ren Yuanyuan urged. My throat aches. I cannot swallow, Jiang Yin replied. Nonetheless, consume sparingly. Drink more soup, and then rest, Zhang Lanfeng advised. Very well. Meanwhile, to the north, Li Pengfei and his companions had finally procured a glass jar, managing to create fire using the jar's base and a focal point. After several days, they finally enjoyed cooked food, relying on fish traps and fishing to obtain seafood, and had even crafted some distilled water, rationing it to suffice. Li Pengfei's injuries had improved over the days. He could now stand and take a few faltering steps. That evening, the five of them dined on grilled fish, while Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng busied themselves with distilling water. Xiao Sun, Zhen Ping, let us relieve ourselves, Li Pengfei suggested. Very well, the three men agreed, stepping outside together, with Xiao Sun supporting Li Pengfei and Zhang Jinping leading the way. Upon reaching a rocky outcropping, the trio began to attend to their personal needs. Inside the shelter, Sister Zhou remarked to Sister Zheng, look at these three men, incompetent in every endeavor. Yet they excel at consuming food. Had we known, we would not have allied with them. But what can we do? What can two women accomplish? Sister Zheng replied. Perhaps tomorrow we should seek out that group, Sister Zhou proposed. And if we find them, what then? One man can barely manage three women. Would they even want us if we join them? Let us give a try. In my view, that Wang Yuan possesses formidable abilities. If we approach them with sincerity and diligence, I believe they would take us in. It would surely be better than remaining here, toiling endlessly for meager rations of food and water, Sister Zhou asserted. Very well. Anything is preferable to serving these men, Sister Zheng agreed. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air. Ah, what is that? As Li Pengfei and his companions had just finished their business, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the grass, revealing 5 pairs of glowing green eyes. Slowly, the creatures emerged. With a piercing scream, Li Pengfei drew the others' attention. Wolves! Run! Zhang Jinping shouted, turning to flee. Chapter 78. Another one has perished. Run. Xiao Sun urged, pulling Li Pengfei along. I can't run, Li Pengfei protested, hopping on one leg. Come, I'll carry you, Xiao Sun offered, bending down. Just as Li Pengfei was about to climb onto Xiao Sun's back, a wolf lunged at him with a ferocious howl, knocking him to the ground, taking Xiao Sun down with him. Li Pengfei cried in terror, flailing his arms, help. Xiao Sun scrambled up, grabbing a stone and hurling it at the wolf. A woo! One wolf howled in response, and at that moment, 2 wolves charged at Xiao Sun. He threw another stone, but terrified, he turned and ran. One wolf pounced on Li Pengfei, sinking its teeth into his right arm, while another bit down on his left leg. Li Pengfei let out a harrowing scream. The second wolf leaped high, aiming for Li Pengfei's throat. With a sickening sound, Li Pengfei's cries ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths as his body convulsed, eventually falling still, devoid of life. Xiao Sun hurried back to the shelter, finding the 2 women trembling in fear, while Zhang Jinping held a wooden stick. Quick, block the door, Xiao Sun shouted. They hastily found 2 wooden planks to barricade the entrance, but alas, they were insufficient, covering less than half of the opening. The 2 wolves prowled outside the shelter, while Xiao Sun and the 2 women crouched against the planks, and Zhang Jinping wielded the stick over the top, momentarily intimidating the wolves into retreat. Wolves fear fire. Quickly, toss some wood onto the fire, Sister Zhou urged, then rushed to the fire, picking up a burning log and adding more fuel. At the entrance, she hurled the blazing wood toward the wolves, causing them to recoil in fright. Zhang Jinping, seeing the effectiveness of the tactic, also grabbed a burning log and threw it at the wolves, who retreated once more. Xiao Sun and Sister Zheng, realizing the urgency, abandoned their posts at the door and hurried to the fire to grab burning wood to throw at the wolves. Stop throwing. If you keep it up, we'll run out of firewood. Let us add some more logs. We each need a torch, Xiao Sun said, glancing at the entrance alongside Zhang Jinping. Sister Zhou agreed. And soon everyone wielded a torch, while Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng replenished the firewood, with Xiao Sun and Zhang Jinping holding their torches aloft, occasionally waving them to keep the wolves at bay. Before long, the flames roared back to life, while the wolves lingered at a distance. A distant howl echoed through the air, and upon hearing it, the two wolves outside took off into the shadows. With a collective sigh of relief, the group slumped to the ground. Xiao Sun, what about Li Xiao? Sister Zhou inquired. He is likely in grave danger. Xiao Sun recounted the events that had transpired, eliciting murmurs of concern from the others. The two women cast peculiar glances at Zhang Jinping, surprised to see that despite his imposing stature, he appeared rather timid. Zhang Jinping felt the weight of their stares, lowering his head in embarrassment. The four of them endured the night until dawn, too fearful to venture outside, or even to sleep. We must leave. Staying here is not a solution, Sister Zhou suggested. Very well, they agreed, each grasping a stick as they cautiously stepped outside. We must never part ways again. Originally, there were 8 of us, and now only 4 remain. Although Li Xiao was not a person of commendable character, often lazy and akin to Zhao Jiangwo, his death elicits no sorrow from us. However, should anyone choose to abandon us in times of trouble henceforth, we shall not extend our concern. Even if he were to discover mountains of gold, I would feel no envy, and should he find himself in peril, I would not come to his aid. Listen to me, we must remain united. If you disregard my counsel, we shall go our separate ways, and I shall harbor no resentment towards you. Let us hear your resolutions, said Sister Zhou. I shall not depart, Sister Zheng affirmed. Neither will I, little son declared, not one to be foolish. I too shall remain. Zhang Jinping, though harboring some dissenting thoughts, felt constrained by his capabilities and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I am not unreasonable. I wish only to survive and return home. Should anyone disregard my guidance, do not blame me for lacking compassion. One of us must depart, or we shall part ways, Sister Zhou asserted. Rest assured, Sister Zhou, Sister Zheng replied. I will heed your words, Sister Zhou, little son affirmed. I too will follow your lead, Zhang Jinping said, his gaze flickering. Then let us gather the fish traps. From now on, we must not act alone in any endeavor, Sister Zhou instructed. Understood. Got it, the others responded. The 4 collected the fish traps, enjoying a hearty meal, finally satiated after days of hunger. Our firewood is running low. Let us gather more. Bring back anything that can be burned. It will also help ward off mosquitoes and wild beasts at night. Everyone must be cautious not to stray from the beach. If nature calls, ensure you inform the group. Do not wander off alone, Sister Zhou advised. Very well, the group acknowledged and set off to work. Upon reaching the spot where they encountered the wolf pack the previous night, they were met with a large pool of blood and a single shoe on the ground. Fear, sorrow, and melancholy enveloped them as they stood in silence for a moment before returning to their tasks. They gathered wood, bamboo, plastic, and other debris from the beach, piling it beneath the rocky outcrop for shelter. Though it appeared substantial, it would hardly last long. As noon approached, they retrieved the fish traps, yielding 4 palm-sized fish and 2 crabs, enough to barely satisfy their hunger. Our firewood is sufficient for only 2 meals. Our food supply is precarious. If our next catch is meager or non-existent, we shall face hunger once more. Thus, we must venture into the jungle to seek fresh water, food, and firewood. Sister Zhou articulated. What if we encounter wolves? Sister Zheng inquired. We shall remain close. As long as we do not separate, the wolves will not attack. They typically prey on those who are alone, Sister Zhou reassured. Very well, I concur. I agree as well. We shall search only the vicinity for wild fruits, vegetables, and dry wood, they all agreed. But we do not recognize wild vegetables, one voice concerned. Fear not, I am familiar with them, and will teach you to identify them. Sister Zhou replied, drawing from her rural upbringing. All right then. They took the buoys to carry their findings, grabbed a few bamboo strips to dig for wild vegetables, and each wielded a stick for protection. Remember, do not stray from sight of one another. If anything arises, signal to the group. Now let us embark, Sister Zhou concluded. 4 individuals traversed through the grass, diligently searching and indeed discovered some wild vegetables. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket ahead, prompting them to halt and observe. Standing still in trepidation. Sister Zhou, could that be a wolf? Sister Zheng whispered. I don't know. Everyone, remain still and do not flee. Let's ascertain the situation before making any decisions, Sister Zhou cautioned in a hushed tone. Abruptly, two peculiar sounds erupted from the underbrush, causing a nearby thicket to sway and produce a cacophonous noise. The group, startled, widened their eyes toward the source, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Suddenly, with a rustle, two unknown creatures darted out from the underbrush. A wolf! Zhang Jinping shrieked, turning to flee. The other three, startled by his outburst, turned to see Zhang Jinping stumble and fall after a few steps, only to rise and continue his flight. They then glanced towards the emerging creatures, which turned out to be two wild chickens. Chapter 80. The consequences of flight. The trio breathed a sigh of relief, but upon looking back at Zhang Jinping, they saw him tumble behind a bush once more. Zhang Jinping, come back! Sister Zhou shouted in anger. Come back. It's just two wild chickens. Xiao Sun also called out. Yet there was no sound from Zhang Jinping. What is happening? Sister Zheng inquired. I don't know. Let's go check, Xiao Sun suggested. All right, Sister Zhou agreed. As the three approached the spot where Zhang Jinping had fallen, Sister Zhou suddenly urged them to halt. Stop, she whispered urgently. They beheld Zhang Jinping sprawled upon the bushes, a wolf gripping his neck, while another wolf menaced nearby, and a snake as thick as an arm slithered towards the grass along Zhang Jinping's leg. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Zhang Jinping, eyes filled with regret and despair, convulsed as he extended his right hand, stammering, Help me. Do not approach. Slowly back away. Sister Zhou commanded solemnly. The trio retreated cautiously, as Zhang Jinping breathed his last. They did not turn back until the thicket was out of sight. Then they fled towards the shore. Upon reaching the shelter, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Did you all witness that? I repeatedly emphasized the importance of not acting alone, of not fleeing, and look what has transpired. I shall refrain from further commentary from now on. You must take responsibility for yourselves. I no longer concern myself with this. It is only the three of us remaining now. I will not indulge you further. It is better if nothing happens. Should an incident occur, I shall not come to your aid. You will follow me and adhere to my directives. If you choose not to, then depart, Sister Zhou declared with fury. Sister Zhou, I will not leave. From now on, I shall follow your instructions without question. Sister Zheng affirmed. Sister Zhou, we have been together for quite some time, and you know my character. I was once just a minor employee, dutifully following orders without hesitation. I am not timid, and we have dwindled from 8 to 3. You are aware of my conduct. Thus, I propose we cease mutual suspicion and scheming. While I may lack extraordinary abilities, I am committed to working diligently and will not hinder the group. Feel free to issue commands, and rest assured that I will carry them out, Xiao Sun added. All right, Xiao Sun, I am not unreasonable. We are alike, having found ourselves in this predicament together. Or we before. 8 of us, and now 5 have perished, all due to selfishness. Look at those who have died. Were they not all self-centered, caring only for themselves? Observe Wang Yuan and his group. Why did they not team up with us? Why did they leave? It is because they discerned our true nature. I hail from the countryside and possess some knowledge of the wilderness. Xiao Sun, like Xiao Zheng, you're few of words yet diligent and resilient. So you must heed my guidance. Should any disagreements arise, we shall discuss them, but I am confident we will survive and leave this place. Sister Zhou stated. Rest assured. Sister Zhou, Zheng replied. From now on, I shall follow your lead, Sister Zhou. Just give your orders, and I shall comply without question, Xiao Sun asserted. Very well. We are fewer in number now, and our provisions should suffice. Even if our harvest is meager, we can endure by rationing. I shall refrain from entering the jungle henceforth. If firewood is scarce, we will search outside. If that proves futile, we can gather grass. The dried reeds over there can also serve as fuel, Sister Zhou proposed. Chapter 81. Searching for herbs. Sister Zhou, what shall we do next? Xiao Sun inquired. It is getting late. Let us fetch some seawater to distill. Tomorrow, we will fish together, gather firewood, and collect grass to dry, Sister Zhou replied. All right. The three set off with empty bottles to the seaside. No sooner had they returned to their shelter than rain began to pour, prompting them to hastily move the firewood indoors. They then proceeded to distill water. Wang Yuan emerged from the palm trees into the jungle, reaching the traveler-esque banana plants just as the rain ceased. He removed his rain poncho and stowed it in his backpack, which also contained an oil drum to fill with water upon his return. Instead of heading directly to the meadow, he veered right and traversed through the trees toward the grassland. On the ground, he spotted several dandelions, which are both edible and medicinal, capable of treating pharyngitis. Wang Yuan eagerly dug up a dozen of them, and then discovered a lemon tree bearing over 20 fruits. He plucked 2 ripe lemons and added them to his backpack. Upon reaching the edge of the meadow, he concealed himself behind a large tree to observe. The meadow was eerily silent. Even the stone cave was hushed, likely indicating the wild boars had ventured out to forage. Just as Wang Yuan was about to step forward, a snake's head suddenly emerged from beneath a pile of dry leaves, lunging toward his calf. Startled, Wang Yuan leapt aside just in time. The snake, measuring 1.5 meters in length and as thick as an arm, was a venomous cobra. Missing its target, it darted towards him once more. Wang Yuan swung his entrenching tool at the snake, striking it with a resounding thud and pinning it to the ground. The snake recoiled, attempting to bite the handle of the tool. Drawing his dagger, Wang Yuan swiftly severed the snake's head. Lifting the entrenching tool, he noticed 2 bite marks on the handle, though not deep. The powerful bite of such a large cobra indicated the tool's excellent quality, likely of domestic manufacture. The snake's body writhed on the ground, while its head continued to snap. Using his entrenching tool, Wang Yuan dug a hole and buried the snake's head. Having suffered losses twice already, I gazed skyward and indeed spotted an eagle circling above. This was in the woods, and the eagle could not descend. I managed a bitter smile as I drew my dagger to slice open the snake's body, retrieving its gallbladder and wrapping it in a leaf to tuck away in my pocket. Using my entrenching tool, I tossed the remains onto the grass. The eagle swooped down, landing upon the snake to feast, occasionally glancing at Wang Yuan. Approaching, Wang Yuan gently stroked the eagle's wing, which permitted his touch. While it continued to peck at the snake meat, Wang Yuan then stood and walked toward the water pool, receiving a fleeting glance from the eagle. The soil surrounding the pool was lush and verdant, thriving with vegetation. I struck the grass with my entrenching tool as I made my way along the edge of the pool toward the stream. There I discovered several toadstool greens, a wild plant known for its anti-inflammatory properties, and I dug up 7 or 8, along with a dozen wild spinach leaves. At the confluence of the stream and the pool, I found a cluster of wild mint, gathering a handful to place in my backpack, not wishing to venture further. As ahead lay a massive boulder, behind which was a den inhabited by wild boars, I surmised they were likely out foraging. I retrieved an oil barrel to fill with water and placed it in my backpack, then hurried toward the grass beneath the banana trees. With my dagger, I harvested 2 bunches of ripe bananas and plucked 2 banana leaves to carry back. As Wang Yuan walked away, the eagle seized the snake's remains and took flight. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Yuan checked the time. It was precisely 9 o'clock. The sun had risen, and Dahe was seated outside the shelter, smoking. "Wang, you're back," he remarked. "Have you all had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. Zhang Meili is preparing fish soup," came the reply. Chapter 82. Consuming the snake. All Captain, you're back. Ren Yuan emerged upon hearing the voice and assisted Wang Yuan in unloading the backpack. "Please wash the wild vegetables inside," Wang Yuan instructed. "Certainly," exclaimed Ren Yuan, her eyes widening with delight upon seeing the bananas. "I adore bananas." As Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan organized the contents of the backpack, she took the wild vegetables to the buoy and headed toward the sea. Wang Yuan carried the oil barrel and bananas into the shelter. Noticing Jiang Yin fast asleep while Zhang Lanfang was tending to the fish soup. "Sister Feng, how is she?" Wang Yuan inquired softly. "She should be fine. She had some bitter vegetable soup and went back to sleep," Zhang Lanfang replied quietly. Ren Yuan returned after washing the vegetables, and Wang Yuan selected several wild spinach leaves to hand to Zhang Lanfang. "Let us add some wild spinach to the fish soup." "All right," she agreed. "The seawater contains salt. These wild vegetables should be rinsed with fresh water," Wang Yuan added. "Understood." Ren Yuan rinsed the remaining wild vegetables with fresh water. Wang Yuan stepped outside the shelter, lighting a cigarette as he joined Dahe for a casual chat. "Captain, it's time to eat," Ren Yuan called out as she emerged. "Bring out the food, but let us not disturb General Jiang's rest. Move the fire outside. I'll wash my face," Wang Yuan instructed. "Okay," she replied, returning to the shelter while Dahe entered to assist. Wang Yuan went into the shelter to grab his toiletries and headed toward the sea. After washing up, he returned to find that Dahe and the others had divided the fish soup and a fire was crackling in the stove. Wang Yuan placed a frying pan on the stove, added some water, and tossed in dandelion and toadstool greens before taking a seat. After the 4 of them finished the fish soup, Each received 2 bananas. Captain, this banana is a bit sour, but it is quite delicious, Ren Yuan remarked. Indeed. Wild bananas are like that. The ones we purchased previously were cultivated through hybridization and other methods, Wang Yuan replied. All right, we won't venture out today. Those who wish to fish may do so, and those who want to collect seafood can go ahead, but let's ensure we stay within each other's sight. Now, everyone, please get busy, Wang Yuan instructed. Cough, cough. Captain, what about me? At that moment, Jiang Yin stepped forward. You should eat something first and then take a rest, Wang Yuan suggested. Yuan, let's go collect seafood, Zhang Lanfang called out. Okay, Sister Feng. Wang, I'm off to fish, Dehei announced. Thus, only Wang Yuan and Jiang Yin remained. Wang Yuan scratched his head, took down the frying pan from the stove, placed it on the ground to cool, and then pulled out a snake gall wrapped in leaves from his pocket, offering it to Jiang Yin. Ms. Jiang, please consume this without chewing, just swallow it whole. He instructed, handing her a bottle of water as well. Jiang Yin accepted it, unwrapped the dark green snake gall, and without hesitation, swallowed it in one gulp, followed by a generous swig from the water bottle. Wang Yuan then used chopsticks to extract the cooked vegetable from the frying pan, placing them into a can before offering it to her. Ms. Jiang, you should eat these wild vegetables. Although they lack salt, they are beneficial for the throat. Consider your breakfast, he said. Jiang Yin took the food, grimacing as she endured the pain in her throat, and finished it in a few bites, drinking the broth down as well. What did you make me eat? Jiang Yin inquired, looking at Wang Yuan. Intestinal toxin, Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Cut it out. Jiang Yin shot him a glare. Just teasing. It's actually toadstool greens and dandelion, both wild herbs known for their anti-inflammatory properties. Dandelion is the common name. While I can't recall the scientific name for the toadstool greens, Wang Yuan clarified. What was wrapped in those leaves? She asked. Snake gall. Huh? Snake gall? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Wang Yuan. Yes, indeed. From a cobra, he stated calmly, picking up a banana leaf and sitting on a stone to whittle it. It can enhance one's abilities for a century, Wang Yuan boasted. Puffed. Jiang Yin nearly choked on her gratitude upon hearing that statement. Ha, Wang Yuan chuckled, scratching his head. You can chew on this. He plucked a wild mint leaf and handed it to Jiang Yin. What is this? It's refreshing, like the taste of mint candy, she remarked as she placed it in her mouth. Wild mint. Once the flavor fades, you can pick another leaf. There are plenty, Wang Yuan said while weaving the prepared banana leaves. This is for you, take a rest. You'll feel better tomorrow, he added, crafting a straw hat adorned with a bow on the side. Thank you, Jiang Yin expressed, touched, as she held the hat lovingly. Wang Yuan entered the shelter to change into his training attire. Jiang Yin came in and sat on a foam board. Do you need to change your clothes? I can wash them for you, Wang Yuan offered. I don't need to, Jiang Yin replied, her cheeks flushed. It's no trouble. There are spare clothes available here, he insisted. Really, I don't need it, Jiang Yin said, lowering her head. Oh well, that's fine then, Wang Yuan conceded. Wang Yuan stepped outside with the clothes he had changed out of and made his way to the seaside to wash them. How infuriatingly obtuse, Jiang Yin muttered under her breath, before unwrapping a sanitary napkin. After washing the clothes, Wang Yuan placed them on a rock to dry, then stripped down and dove into the sea, emerging shortly after with handfuls of kelp. He donned his clothes and returned to the shelter, placing the kelp into a flat pan to cook. He picked up the sun-dried wild boar skin, tied it with rope, and submerged it in the seawater, anchoring it to a stone. Back at the shelter, he retrieved the boar's head and placed it on a banana leaf, using a dagger to slice off the meat, which he then cut into pieces. He drained the cooked kelp and laid it out on another banana leaf. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 11. Lighting a cigarette, he called for Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan to return and prepare the meal. Sister Feng, please chop the kelp and mix it with the boar's head meat. Yuan, could you cook the seafood you gathered? Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. After gathering the fishing nets with Dehei, they returned with 4 small fish and 5 mantis shrimp. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Yuan noticed Jiang Yin was also helping with the cooking. How's your health, Director Jiang? He inquired. Much improved. My head no longer aches. And my throat feels better too. The snake gall's effect is indeed remarkable, Jiang Yin replied. Snake gall? Where did that come from? Ren Yuan's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Yuan. I killed a cobra this morning, he admitted. What? Wen Yuan exclaimed, astonished. All right, it's just our captain's usual routine. He has dealt with several snakes already, Zhang Lanfang commented. Captain, the boar's head meat is ready. But it's a pity we have no vinegar. A dash of it would enhance the flavor, Jiang Yin noted. Yuan, didn't I bring back 2 lemons this morning? Grab one, slice it, and squeeze out some juice to use as vinegar, he suggested. Sure thing. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up at the idea. Dinner is served. She mixed the boar's head meat and placed it on a banana leaf. Then let's eat. The group gathered around to indulge in the feast. Wang, this meat is absolutely delectable. Indeed, it's rich yet not greasy. Quite refreshing. They finished the boar's head meat and shared the seafood, each receiving a banana afterward. Captain, what shall we do this afternoon? Chen Feng inquired. Hey, I almost forgot about your wound. Come here so I can examine it. Wang Yuan and He lit their cigarettes as they assessed the injury. Chapter 84. Preparing kudzu flour with the rain having just subsided. It was not suitable to venture into the jungle. Let us remain here instead. You all can prepare some salt, and, in the meantime, roast the fish in a dried fish. Wang Yuan suggested. All right, He, your wound has healed well. There is no need for further medication. Take the cleaver and split the boar's skull to retrieve the brain. So we can make soup tonight, Wang Yuan instructed. And what about me? Jiang Yin asked. You could chew on a mint leaf for your nap, he replied playfully. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Yin shot him an exasperated look, plucked a mint leaf, and placed it in her mouth. I can't sleep. There's wild pineapple over there. Grab one to eat, and after you've finished, I'll sort something out for you. Get lost. Laughter ensued once more. Jiang Yin gathered 2 wild pineapples and joined Chen Feng and Ren Yuan to prepare the salt. The 3 women chatted and laughed, occasionally adding seawater to the milk tea can on the stove. After finishing his smoke, He went to chop the pig's head, while Wang Yuan took several roots of kudzu to the seaside to wash them clean, preparing to make kudzu powder. He first retrieved a tattered piece of clothing, then picked up a water bucket that had been cut open to serve as a lid, and brought a bucket of water to place beside a large rock. Wang Yuan sat down and cut the kudzu into several small pieces. He wrapped 2 pieces in the rag and placed them on the rock, then picked up a pebble and began to pound them. After thoroughly crushing them, he squeezed the milky white juice into the bucket, adding a bit of water to continue the extraction. He repeated this process several times until the liquid became clearer, at which point he discarded the residue and added 2 more pieces of kudzu. Wang, what are you doing? He approached him. I'm making kudzu powder. Oh, He looked bewildered. Is the pig's head chopped? Yes, the brain has been removed. Could you light me a cigarette? Sure. He lit Wang Yuan's cigarette and lit one for himself as well. He, after finishing your smoke, let's go fishing, Wang Yuan continued. All right. He took his fishing rod and float to go fishing. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuan called out loudly. I'm making kudzu powder. I'll prepare wild vegetable pancakes for dinner. Wang Yuan replied. Oh, I haven't had noodles in ages. Can you make noodles, Captain? Ren Yuan asked. Of course, I can make buns and dumplings too. You're just bragging, Jiang Yin interjected. Really? I worked in the cooking squad during my time in the military. One day, when I gather the ingredients, I'll make them for you. Wang Yuan reminisced about being punished to the cooking squad whenever he made mistakes. After a while, Wang Yuan had finished extracting all the kudzu and filled a bucket to the brim. Checking his watch, it was 3 o'clock. He approached the stove and lit a cigarette. Noticing that the dried fish was done and the 2 wild pineapples had been consumed, he boiled 2 bottles of sea salt. All right, let us go beachcombing, Wang Yuan announced. Okay. Jiang Yin spat out the mint leaf she had been chewing and popped a new one in her mouth. The 4 of them carried the floats to the seaside. Captain, come here quickly. There is a large conch over there. Ren Yuan pointed to a big puddle. Everyone gathered around. There, in the puddle, was a conch the size of a soccer ball. Wang Yuan took off his shoes and rolled up his pants, stepping into the water to retrieve the conch. Ha, it's so big. Ren Yuan clapped her hands. Captain, what type of conch is this? Chen Feng inquired. This is a coconut conch. Its meat is tender and incredibly delicious. Wang Yuan tossed the coconut conch to Ren Yuan. How beautiful. The 3 girls surrounded it, marveling. Wang Yuan continued searching in the puddle, soon finding 2 scallops the size of ping-pong paddles. Wow, such large scallops. Fei Yuan exclaimed again. Wang Yuan tossed the scallops to her, saying there is a possibility of pearls inside. Chapter 85. Wild vegetable pancakes. Wang Yuan tossed the scallop to her and mysteriously stated, there is a possibility of pearls inside. Is that true? The 3 girls' eyes sparkled. Of course it is. Wang Yuan then found 5 or 6 abalones. The 3 girls simply decided not to leave, sitting by the puddle and watching Wang Yuan gather seafood, occasionally gasping and laughing. As the sky began to darken, the 4 of them reluctantly returned, their harvest plentiful enough for a delightful feast. You all go help Dahe collect the fish traps. Then come back and gather some seaweed to make a soup with the pig's brain, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. The 3 girls headed toward the sea. Wang Yuan observed that the kudzu powder in the bucket had settled perfectly. He poured off the water, leaving the pure kudzu powder to dry in the sunlight. He scooped out a generous portion of the kudzu powder and placed it on a palm leaf. After gathering a handful of purslane and amaranth, he chopped them finely and added them to the palm leaf, mixing in a pinch of salt and kneading the ingredients together. Captain, what are you doing? Dahe and the others returned, and Ren Yuanyuan inquired curiously. I'll make you all some vegetable pancakes shortly. Yay. All right, you all go prepare the soup. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang headed to the stove to prepare a seaweed and pig brain soup. Wang Yuan ignited a fire and began grilling seafood, then sat down with Dahe to enjoy a smoke and engage in casual conversation. The 3 women finished the soup and served it up. Captain, the soup is ready. Zhang Lanfang called out. Bring it over. Let us enjoy the seafood while sipping the soup. Ren Yuanyuan dashed over first, picked up a large scallop, and used a fruit knife to pry it open, only to express disappointment. Captain, there are no pearls. Isn't there still one more? Cut it open. This one doesn't have one either. You're just teasing. Ren Yuanyuan prodded at another scallop. I mentioned it was a possibility. The chance of a scallop producing a pearl is quite slim unless it's artificially implanted, Wang Yuan explained. Well, if it were to yield a pearl, that would be quite a fortune, for natural pearls are very valuable. Indeed, rarity lends value. Such occurrences are serendipitous, Zhang Lanfang remarked. All right, let us eat. Jiang Yin prepared a dipping sauce with wild ginger, wild onion, chili, lemon juice, and pig fat. Zhang Lanfang used a fruit knife to split the 2 scallops, and everyone took turns dipping and savoring the delicacies. So delicious, so fresh. Yes, this dipping sauce is exquisite. Wang Yuan placed the 4 scallop shells over the fire, adding a bit of pig fat to each. He then formed 5 patties from a kneaded kudzu powder mixed with the wild vegetables, flattened them by hand, and placed them on the scallop shells to cook. Once the seafood was consumed, the pancakes were done as well. Each person picked up a golden brown pancake, relishing it alongside the soup, their mouths glistening with oil. Delicious, tasty, and the soup is delightful. Look at your belly. It looks like you're 3 months pregnant. Shut it. Isn't that the captain's doing? Huh, I'll get you for that, you little rascal. Laughter echoed as they finished their meal. The 3 women grilled dried fish while Wang Yuan and Dahe enjoyed their cigarettes, relishing the simple pleasures of life. The next morning, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken, completing his morning routine as Dahe rose shortly after. Wang, good morning. Morning. You should freshen up. After that, we'll go check the fish traps. All right. Wang Yuan stoked the fire, lit a cigarette, placed a skillet over it, added water, and poured in the remaining wild vegetables. After Dahe finished washing up, the 3 women also arose, attending to their personal matters. Dahe, let us go check the fish traps, Wang Yuan suggested. Carrying a buoy, Dahe lit up a cigarette. Chapter 86. The hornet's nest. Wang Yuan and Dahe successfully caught 3 fish, 2 crabs, and 1 octopus. After cleaning the fish and setting down the traps, they returned to the shelter with their bounty. The 3 women, having resolved their personal matters, returned as well. Jiang, how are you feeling today? Wang Yuan inquired. My throat is slightly sore, but it's no longer a serious issue. That is reassuring. When there's nothing to do, simply chew on some mint leaves. Wang Yuan cut the crab in half and placed it into the pot, followed by chopping the octopus into small pieces and adding it as well. Very well. You all keep an eye on the pot. I haven't added any salt yet. Let's also grill some fish. We can enjoy roasted fish and some soup in the morning, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. Wang Yuan poured the kudzu powder from the bucket onto the palm leaves, cutting it into small pieces with a dagger before spreading it out to dry on a large stone. After finishing breakfast and drinking some water, everyone shared a banana. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Our fresh water supply is dwindling. First, we need to collect fresh water. Secondly, our food reserves consist solely of dried fish and some wild boar meat. If we ration it, it should last us for 5 or 6 days. Therefore, we need to forage for some wild vegetables or gather some fruits to supplement our vitamins. Regarding water, our containers are quite limited, just an oil barrel and a few mineral water bottles. Hence, we will split into two groups today. Dahei and General Jiang, both of whom are unwell, will stay by the sea to collect marine debris, gather everything together, and we will sort it upon our return. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang, Yuan, and I will venture into the jungle from another route to fetch fresh water and, if possible, dig up some wild vegetables and gather wild fruits along the way. After finishing, Wang Yuan took a deep puff from his cigarette. Very well, everyone replied. They each began to prepare their gear. Sister Yan, why is your hat so lovely? Shall we swap? Ren Yuan asked. All right, Jiang Yan said, glancing awkwardly at Wang Yuan. Oof. Never mind, Ren Yuan pouted. You silly girl, are you feeling jealous? Let's hurry up. Zhang Lanfang playfully tapped Ren Yuan on the head. Let's set off with our gear, Wang Yuan declared. Zhang Lanfang strapped on her backpack, secured a dagger at her waist, picked up a spear, and said, Ready, let us go. Ren Yuan carried a backpack filled with empty bottles, also with a dagger at her waist, and followed with her spear in hand. Wang Yuan carried a backpack containing an oil barrel and a machete, disassembling a shovel to fit inside, walking at the back with the fish. Captain, which way shall we take? Zhang Lanfang asked. We've already traversed the right side. Let us take the left side this time, Wang Yuan replied, leading the way ahead. The area had fewer reeds, and after a few steps, they arrived at a thicket. There weren't many wild vegetables in this area. The three of them dug while walking. Not far along, Wang Yuan sensed something was amiss. Why are there so many hornets nearby? Initially, there were only a few, but now they seemed to be multiplying. He stopped to observe his surroundings. Captain, what is wrong? Zhang Lanfang also paused to inquire. Everyone be cautious. Look, hornets. Ah, I noticed them earlier, but didn't pay much attention, Ren Yuan admitted. Yes. Don't move for now. Hornet stings are quite painful, and if one is stung multiple times, it could be fatal, Wang Yuan warned. Understood. Both women crouched down and remained still. Wang Yuan searched the vicinity and found a cluster of mugwort, breaking off a few stalks to bring back, handing one to each of the two women. This is mugwort. It can ward off insects. Follow my lead and crush the leaves to extract the juice. Applying it to any exposed skin, Wang Yuan took a few mugwort leaves, rubbed them between his hands, and then applied the juice to his face, followed by his neck and arms. The two women imitated Wang Yuan and applied the juice as instructed. Please wait a moment, Wang Yuan said, taking a few steps forward, only to discover an enormous hornet's nest. Chapter 87, Jackfruit. The nest, suspended from a bush, measured about 1 meter in diameter, its branches bending almost to the ground, teeming with hornets coming and going. Wang Yuan quickly retreated. Over there, less than 10 meters away, lies a large hornet's nest. Let's circumvent it, he pointed ahead. All right. The two girls glanced in that direction. Wang Yuan led them to the left. There are many flowering plants near the hive. Let us be cautious. For there may be fruits, he suggested. Is that true? Ren Yuan, no longer digging for wild vegetables, stood upright and scanned the area, indeed spotting numerous wildflowers. Some crawling with hornets. You silly girl, stop looking and hurry along. Be careful not to get stung, Zhang Lanfang admonished. Oh, Ren Yuan pouted but followed. The trio, while foraging for wild vegetables, arrived at a slope where a shallow gully lay before them, barely 1 meter deep. Look, durian, Ren Yuan exclaimed, pointing to the slope ahead. That is not durian. It is jackfruit, Wang Yuan clarified as everyone took notice. Be careful. This terrain may harbor snakes. What? Ren Yuan gasped. Silence, Zhang Lanfang urged, giving her a light path. Cautiously, Wang Yuan approached the jackfruit tree, using his spear to part the thickening underbrush. Just as he reached the base of the tree, a snake's head emerged from the grass nearby. Ah! Ren Yuan shrieked in fright. Wang Yuan swung the spear, striking the snake's head with a resounding thud. He dashed forward and, with a swift motion, pierced the snake's midsection. A dagger, he called out. Zhang Lanfang rushed over, drew her dagger, and decisively severed the snake's head. Sister Feng, impressive. Wang Yuan praised her, then set down his backpack, took out a shovel, and dug a hole to bury the snake's head. He lifted the snake's body with the spear. It was a small silver ring snake, measuring over 1/2 meter, still writhing. Ah! Captain, toss it away quickly. Ren Yuan cried out in fear. Ha! Wang Yuan chuckled, glancing skyward. He pointed at the snake's body, and with a swift whoosh, a large eagle swooped down, and the snake vanished. What? Ren Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Haha, what is so surprising? That is a pet of the captain, Zhang Lanfang laughed. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Let us gather the jackfruit. He noticed 6 jackfruits on the tree, 2 ripe and 4 still green. We shall return for the others in a couple of days. He shooed away several hornets and plucked the 2 ripe fruits, placing them in his backpack. Look, there's a papaya tree across the gully, Zhang Lanfang pointed out. Wait here. I will go pick some, Wang Yuan said. After assessing the situation, he made a running leap to the opposite slope, then used a spear to clear the underbrush as he approached the papaya tree. He harvested 2 ripe papayas and 2 larger, unripe ones, leaving 2 smaller ones on the tree. Sister Feng, I wet my pants, Ren Yuanyuan whispered, blushing. You silly girl, so timid. There's no choice but to return and change, Zhang Lanfang replied. Well, I've always had a fear of snakes since childhood. Let us proceed, Wang Yuan suggested as he leaped forward. The trio ambled along, foraging for wild vegetables while heading toward the traveler's south banana grove. Upon arrival, they had filled a substantial basket with wild greens. After quenching their thirst and replenishing their oil containers and bottles, Wang Yuan glanced at his watch, noting it was already 11 o'clock. Let us return. We will just make it in time for lunch, he declared, lighting a cigarette. Very well, came the agreement. Upon returning to the shelter, they found Jiang Yin preparing fish soup while Dahei sat nearby smoking. Chapter 88. The current situation, Wang. You have returned. Dai market. Indeed, we have. You seem to have gathered quite a haul, Wang Yuan responded, unloading the basket to reveal a heap of marine debris. Of course. Much of it will be useful, Dahei replied proudly. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and joined Dahei, speaking in Mandarin. Dahei, it seems the pirates have not shown up these past few days. Something must be amiss. I have sensed that too. Perhaps it is connected to the gunfight a few days ago, or that female corpse. Why do you think so? Wang Yuan asked. Consider it. Would one need to encase a body in a wooden box and sink it to the depths of the ocean after committing murder in the open sea? It is plausible that the pirates engaged with a certain faction and that corpse belonged to someone significant. These pirates control this region. And with the shipping lanes to the south, they cannot remain inactive indefinitely unless they have paused their operations for a reason. This pause might indeed be linked to the recent gunfight or the corpse, Wang Yuan elucidated. All right, Wang, I concur with your assessment. I shall follow your lead from here on out. The pirate factions in this maritime zone are intricately woven, each supported by various nations. It is conceivable that some pirates may arrive for investigation in the coming days, which could present us with an opportunity. I understand. Those wretched nations are undoubtedly involved. Every civil war in Africa bears their fingerprints, Dahei replied. Are you prepared? We might need to take lives. Can you still wield a weapon? Wang, I am a soldier under your command, Dahei exclaimed, discarding his cigarette and standing with fervor in his eyes. Captain, what are you all discussing? It is time for our meal, Ren Yuanyuan interjected as she approached. Oh, nothing. Let us eat, Wang Yuan replied. After the meal, they divided 2 ripe papayas. Zhang Lanfang inquired, Captain, what shall we do this afternoon? This afternoon will be free time. You may choose any activity, washing clothes, fishing by the shore, or swimming, but no venturing into the jungle or deep sea, and no solitary excursions. Understood. The 3 women beamed with excitement. Sisters, shall we go swimming? Ren Yuanyuan suggested joyfully. Let us wash our dirty clothes first, Jiang Yin replied. Very well. After we wash our clothes, we shall go swimming. Just look at your clothes. They are long overdue for a wash, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Indeed, Ren Yuanyuan blushed at the memory of her earlier mishap. However, we do not have swimsuits. Jiang Yin pointed out. You go ahead, Dahei and I will head east to gather seafood, definitely avoiding the beach, Wang Yuan stated. Wang, I too wish to swim. Dai interjected. You can wait for another day, Wang Yuan replied. Sisters, we are off, Ren Yuanyuan announced, clutching her change of clothes. Off we go. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin, holding a change of clothes, walked towards the beach alongside Ren Yuanyuan. Wang Yuan picked up 2 papayas and made small incisions at the stem ends, for which a milky, viscous liquid began to flow. He placed the papayas on a can, allowing the liquid to drip into it. Let's go, Wang Yuan said, lighting a cigarette and picking up a float. Oh, he, Dai replied, also lighting a cigarette and taking a float as they both headed out to the sea. By evening, everyone had returned, and Jiang Yin had already begun boiling water in a frying pan. Sister Feng, you and Dahei should go collect the fish traps and wash the seafood along with the wild vegetables we dug up this morning, Wang Yuan suggested. handing the float to Zhang Lanfang. Okay, she agreed, and the three women, along with the hay, made their way to the shore. Wang Yuan lifted the two papayas and noticed that the liquid in the cans had turned transparent, each about half a centimeter thick. Chapter 89. Eating noodles. Wang Yuan collected the dried kudzu powder and poured it into a small foam box, leaving 2 large handfuls on the palm leaves. The liquid collected in the cans was papaya pectin, known for its excellent adhesive properties. He added a bit of water to each can, shook them vigorously, and poured the mixture onto the kudzu powder, kneading it into a cohesive mass. The water in the pot boiled, and he poured into 5 cans, adding more water and placing a piece of firewood in the stove. Captain, we're back. Are you making wild vegetable pancakes? Hey, Yuan inquired. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and replied, Not quite, you'll find out soon. Jiang, could you chop the seafood and put in the pot? Also, add some wild vegetables and wild boar meat. Sure, Jiang Yin responded. Sister Feng, please grill the fish, Wang Yuan noted, having caught 2 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. All right, Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan began skewering the fish. Jiang Yin cut the crabs in half, diced the octopus, and sliced a piece of salted wild boar meat. Tossing it all into the pot, Wang Yuan took a bamboo tube, laid palm leaves on a wooden board, sprinkled some kudzu powder, placed the kneaded kudzu dough on top, and rolled it out with the bamboo tube until it formed a thin sheet. He then folded it and cut it with a dagger, quickly preparing the noodles. Jiang, we can add the noodles now, Wang Yuan announced. All right, she replied. Yay, I love noodles, exclaimed Ren Yuan. What is there that you don't like to eat? You silly girl? Jiang Yin teased. After adding some wild vegetables to the pot, she waited for it to boil before adding the noodles, sprinkling in some sea salt and chopped wild scallions. Captain, the meal is ready, Ren Yuan said. Then let us eat, Jiang Yin replied, removing the pot from the heat and portioning the noodles. There isn't much, so everyone can have some grilled fish as well. Sounds good, Wang Yuan agreed. Wang, these noodles are delicious. They smell divine. There's also a fruity aroma, sweet and delightful, one of them remarked. After finishing their meal, Wang Yuan suggested, let us share a jackfruit. Yay, Sister Feng, I've never tried jackfruit. Is it good? Ren Yuan asked. Of course, it's fragrant and sweet, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. Don't throw away the seeds after eating. Collect them, Wang Yuan instructed, prying open a jackfruit to reveal its golden flesh. What can we do with the seeds? Hey, Yuan inquired. The seeds can be cooked and eaten. They are rich in starch, Wang Yuan said as he scooped out the flesh and shared it with everyone. It's delicious, Ren Yuan remarked. So fragrant and sweet, Jiang Yin added. After everyone has finished eating, they take a moment to rest. Wang Yuan, having concluded his meal, sips some cool boiled water and suggests, all right, sisters, let's take a bathroom break and gather our clothes. Zhang Lanfang responds affirmatively. Wang Yuan and Da Hei settle down, exchanging casual conversation while smoking. How many packs of cigarettes do you have left? Wang Yuan inquires. 3 packs, what about you? Da Hei, please. 4 packs. If we ration them, we can stretch them for about 10 days. Is the handgun all right? Have you loaded the bullets? The handgun is fine. The bullets are all loaded. Good. I have a feeling that pirates might come around in the next few days. When the pirates arrive, let us see who can take down more of them. All right. Enough boasting. We will assess the situation when the time comes, but you must follow my orders. Understood, Wang. Captain, we have returned, Ren Yuan announces. Very well. You may rest. However, there are too many mosquitoes at night, Ren Yuan adds. Then you should move the fire to the shelter first. I will devise a solution. All right. Chapter 90. The pirates return. Wang Yuan rummages through a pile of ocean debris, discovering some discarded plastic bags and a few pieces of pine wood. He scrapes the bark from the wood and soaks it briefly in clean water. Please wait outside for a moment, he instructs, bringing the soaked pine bark and torn plastic bags into the shelter. Once the 3 women and Da Hei have exited, he tosses the soaked materials into the fire and then steps outside, rejoining Da Hei by the stove for a smoke. What are you burning? Da Hei asked, coughing from smoke. Soaked pine bark and plastic bags. They can repel mosquitoes, Wang Yuan explains. Oh, let us wait for the smoke to clear before we go back in. The group munches on prickly pear fruit, chatting amiably. After more than an hour, as the smoke dissipates, Wang Yuan declares, all right, we can head inside now. He discards his cigarette butt and enters the shelter. The others follow suit, and Wang Yuan adds some firewood to the pile before lying down to rest, prompting everyone to do the same. The following day, Wang Yuan awakens, kindles the fire at the outdoor stove, places a pot filled with clean water over the flames, and steps away to take care of personal matters. Upon his return, he lights a cigarette, and soon after, Dahe and the three women arise as well. Dahe, after we freshen up, let us gather the fish traps. Wang Yuan suggests pouring boiling water into 5 cans. Oh, Dahe agrees. Good morning, Captain, the three women greet. Good morning. Go wash up. We will eat when you return. Wang Yuan adds more water to the pot and sips slowly from one of the cans. Once Dahe returns and drinks some hot water, the pair heads out to collect the fish traps. They are fortunate, catching 4 small fish, 2 crabs, and 3 shrimp. After sorting the catch, they return to the shelter, chopping the crabs in half and placing the shrimp into the pot along with some wild boar meat and wild vegetables, seasoning with a touch of sea salt. When the three women come back, Wang Yuan suggests, let us share some soup, and then we can divide the jackfruit. If that isn't enough, we can have some bananas as well. All right, the three women respond, bustling about. Jiang Yin serves the seafood and vegetable soup, while Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan fetch the fruit. After breakfast, Wang Yuan remarks, Sister Fang, we have accumulated quite a bit of grilled fish, haven't we? Today, let us lay all the grilled fish out on the rocks to sun-dry, preventing spoilage, so that we may keep them as our provisions for the future. All right, Wang, what shall we do today? Let us indulge in a day of leisure today. Yet we must refrain from solitary adventures. Very well. Hooray! Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed with delight, sisters Fang and Yin. Shall we venture to the tidal pool where the captain gathered scallops? There might be pearls. You little rascal, such a treasure seeker. Certainly. Hee. The trio of women gathered their gear and set off. Wang, shall we go fishing? Indeed. Wang Yuan and Dahe seized their fishing rods and floats, making their way to the rocky shore. They settled down, each lighting a cigarette and enjoying the moment. Suddenly, Wang Yuan heard the throaty roar of an engine approaching from the east. Oh no! Dahe, do you hear that? It's a speedboat. Wang Yuan said urgently. Indeed, it is a speedboat. What shall we do, Wang? Hurry, go summon them back to the shelter. I will wait for you there. Make haste. Wang Yuan discarded his cigarette and fishing rod, sprinting towards the shelter. Dahe similarly abandoned his rod, racing towards the three women, shouting, Hurry back, be cautious of pirates. The women had not strayed far. Upon hearing Dahe's urgent call, they turned to see his anxious expression and hurried over. What is it, Dahe? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Listen, there's a speedboat. We must return to the shelter quickly. The sound of the engine grew louder, and the three women, now aware, dashed back with Dahe to the shelter. Chapter 91. Another band of pirates upon their return. Wang Yuan had already extinguished the fire with water. Quick, time is of the essence. Grab your weapons and hide in the jungle. Abandon everything else. Wang Yuan commanded. Understood, the others replied. Wang Yuan sheathed the dagger into his boot, attached a spade, and tossed it to Dahe, while securing a machete to his waist. Hurry! There is no time for belongings. Run! Wang Yuan shouted, brandishing a harpoon. The group sprinted towards the jungle, dropping to the ground just as a speedboat approached from the east. Everyone hide. They are undoubtedly pirates. Do not reveal yourselves. If discovered, flee deeper into the jungle. Wang Yuan whispered, noting 4 or 5 individuals aboard the boat, some wielding rifles. Understood, Captain, they replied in hushed tones. The speedboat reached the sandy shore and 4 men disembarked, advancing towards the beach. One of them produced binoculars to survey the jungle. Dahe, pass me the gun, Wang Yuan said. Dahe retrieved his handgun and handed it to Wang Yuan. Captain, what do you intend to do? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Everyone lie low. This is not the time for conversation. Dahe Feng, keep an eye on them. No one is to move, Wang Yuan stated sternly. Rest assured, these men are not formidable enough to pose a threat, Dahe replied. Wang Yuan inspected the handgun before tucking it into his right pocket and stealthily descended. I have witnessed the captain's prowess. He can even slay a wild boar, so we shall heed his command and remain still, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Understood. Wang Yuan crouched low and deftly maneuvered behind a distant rock, close enough to overhear their conversation. David, we have scoured this maritime area for 2 or 3 days. We have nearly searched all nearby islands. It may indeed be submerged beneath the sea. They spoke in an internationally recognized language. Brett, you two are a force of piracy in these waters. Who else in this vicinity could possibly seize our cargo? Dave inquired. The nearest rival is Simon's faction. They have long been active in these parts, and we frequently clash with them. It is likely they are responsible, Brett replied. What is their strength? Their capabilities are comparable to ours, with over 200 men, but it is rumored they have the backing of a nation, equipped with superior weaponry. It must surely be their doing. They dare to plunder even the goods of the Mod family, and the whereabouts of Miss Lena from the Mod family remain unknown. No one would dare to act so brazenly without the support of that nation. We should leave this place at once. This is Simon's territory, and we are no match for them. There is no need for concern. Our family is aware of our presence here. If anything were to happen to us, their existence would become redundant. Very well. This time, they have cost us millions in arms, delaying our support for the anti-government organization. I must find evidence against them, or I shall ensure their obliteration. Let us explore this coastline. Perhaps we may uncover a clue. According to our satellite positioning, the location of Miss Lena's incident is merely about 20 nautical miles from here. Our vessel is searching in that vicinity while we scout the periphery. Wang Yuan contemplated indeed. The shadows of the nation's civil war loom large. It appears the Mod family wields considerable influence both nationally and internationally. David was clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a tall African-American man dressed in olive green camouflage, carrying a 16 assault rifle. Chapter 92, The Heist of the Speedboat. Brett and a pirate beside him wore headscarves, each wielding an AK-47. Another pirate on the speedboat, similarly adorned with a headscarf and sunglasses, was present. David was leading a few men along the shoreline in search of clues. Wang Yuan observed them moving towards another direction, knowing it would take quite some time for them to reach this side. Since they are not virtuous men, it would be prudent to eliminate them and seize the speedboat. He quietly picked up a harpoon and submerged himself into the water. Gliding to the rear of the speedboat, he surfaced to see the pirate reclined in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. Wang Yuan submerged once more, positioning himself beside the driver's seat, and suddenly rose, swiftly thrusting the harpoon forward. With a sickening thud, it pierced the pirate's throat. The pirate clutched his neck, eyes wide with terror, emitting a gurgling sound before succumbing to silence. Wang Yuan leaped onto the speedboat, glancing towards David's direction, noting they were heading towards the coconut trees, oblivious to any disturbance. He yanked the keys from the ignition and pocketed them, then crouched to search the pirate's belongings. A handgun with 2 fully loaded magazines, a military dagger, a designer lighter, and a pack of half-finished cigarettes. He arranged the corpse to appear as if it were merely resting against the seat. Wang Yuan meticulously rummaged through the items aboard the speedboat: a toolbox, a briefcase, a travel bag, and a large crate filled with food and beverages. At that moment, David and his companions discovered some traces near the coconut trees. The coconuts bore the marks of recent harvest, and numerous footprints extended from the base of the tree towards the rocky formations to the east. "Stay vigilant," David exclaimed, withdrawing a telescope to scrutinize the rocky outcrop. The nearby black man also raised his rifle, equipped with a scope, aligning it with David's line of sight. The other 2 pirates similarly lifted their weapons, aiming in that direction. David pointed to the footprints on the ground and gestured towards the rocky cluster. The 4 men crouched low and stealthily made their way towards the rocks. Upon reaching the periphery of the rocky formation, David indicated a tall rock. The black man nodded, ascended it, and peered through the scope, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a shelter. "Shoo!" he hissed, gesturing towards the direction of the shelter. David saw this and made a downward motion with his right hand, prompting the understanding nod from Blake. The 3 men cautiously approached the shelter, and as they neared, David extended his hands, signaling to indicate directions. Blake and the pirate acknowledged with nods and flanked the shelter. At that moment, Wang Yuan had already submerged from the sea, stealthily approaching the rock where the black man was stationed. Quietly, he climbed up and observed the black man intently studying through the scope. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, covering the black man's mouth with his left hand while drawing a dagger with his right, plunging it into the man's neck. The black man convulsed momentarily before falling still. Seizing the rifle, Wang Yuan gazed through the scope towards David and the others. Noting there was still some distance from the shelter, he detached the magazine, inspected it, reloaded, and pulled back the bolt, then aimed once more. David and the others surrounded the shelter, and Blake waved at the pirate, who nodded in response. Suddenly, he delivered a swift kick towards the side of the shelter. A gasp emerged from the underbrush, prompting David and Blake to aim their rifles in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 rapid gunshots, Wang Yuan leaped down from the rock and rushed forward. The pirate, who had not yet reached the shelter, was struck in the forehead. While Blake was hit in the throat, both succumbing instantly. David, shot in the chest, struggled for breath. Wang Yuan approached, aiming his weapon at him. After a few desperate gasps, David also fell silent. Chapter 93. Examination of the captured goods. Wang Yuan waved towards the underbrush, calling, "Come over." Dahei and the three women hurried towards him. Jiang Yin and Run Yuanyuan recoiled in disgust at the sight of the three corpses, retching uncontrollably. Zhang Lanfang's complexion paled, clearly unsettled. "Captain, you've killed," Jiang Yin stammered, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Wang Yuan. They were pirates. Wang Yuan pointed to Blake and the pirates' corpses, then to David's body, explaining, he was from a nation. Their civil war was instigated by them, and they supported the opposing factions. "I trust the captain," Zhang Lanfang affirmed. "I too believe in Wang. Many African nations are embroiled in civil wars, including my own, which have the shadows of those imperialist countries looming over them. They fund these pirates and mercenaries, profiting from our national calamities. If they are not eliminated, more lives will be lost. Wang, I stand with you. This is the high seas. For so many days, no rescue team has arrived. Therefore, no one will condemn you. We are merely preserving ourselves through conversation," Dahei remarked. "It is our first encounter with murder, which is why Jiang Yin expressed her embarrassment. Captain, it is precisely because we have never witnessed death that we react this way. Please do not misunderstand," Ren Yuanyuan added. "Enough. No need to stand in formation. I comprehend your feelings. My sole intention is to bring you out alive. You are all aware of the situation. If they do not die, it will be you who perish. I will not sit idly by, and they cannot kill me," Wang Yuan asserted. "Captain, we mean no offense. We are simply unaccustomed to seeing the dead," Zhang Lanfang stated. "Indeed, Captain, we harbor no other thoughts. We will follow your lead from now on," Jiang Yin affirmed. "Yes, Captain, upon returning, I will accompany you too," Ren Yuanyuan declared. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Ren Yuanyuan. "Oh, why are you all looking at me?" Ren Yuanyuan covered her face with her hands. "Ha ha ha. Captain, look at them. How could they be like this?" Fei Yuanyuan exclaimed. Fang Jia, please take them to gather the fish traps. Dahei and I will handle the bodies." Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," everyone responded. "General Jiang, please prepare the meal when you return." Wang Yuan handed a lighter to Jiang Yin. "Certainly, Jiang," Yin replied while accepting the lighter. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan each took a buoy and went to collect the fish traps with Jiang Yin. Wang Yuan and Dahei thoroughly searched the bodies, placing all recovered items into the shelter, even stripping off their clothes and shoes. They carried the four corpses to the speedboat, retrieved the suitcases and bags from the boat, and transported a large wooden box of food back as well. "All right, Dahei, let us discuss this after we eat." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. "Very well, let's tally our spoils." Dahei also lit a cigarette. "Captain, what did we manage to seize?" Fei Yuanyuan applauded eagerly. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin went to prepare the meal. "Ha, let's take a look together," Wang Yuan said. "Fang Jia, General Jiang, come over. There's a large box of food here. Wow, luncheon meat, bread, milk, and beer, brandy, all in one box," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. "And 2 bottles of salad dressing," Jiang Yin added. "Captain, there are also 2 packs of cigarettes here," Zhang Lanfang noted. "All right, set those aside for now." Wang Yuan was inspecting the seized weapons with Dahei. 1 M16, 2 AK-47s, 1 fully loaded magazine for the M16, 1 magazine used 3 bullets, and 4 fully loaded magazines, including those on the guns, 2 handguns with a total of 4 fully loaded clips, and 2 military daggers. Chapter 94. Discussion on relocation. A mobile phone was found on David, but unfortunately, it had no signal and was entirely unusable. In total, 4 lighters and 5 packs of cigarettes were recovered. Wang Yuan opened a suitcase, which was filled with military uniforms, earth-toned camouflage attire and vests, a pair of combat boots, half a pack of cigarettes, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a dagger. Wang Yuan toyed with the dagger for a while, likely a domestic make. At the base of the handle was a small compass, which could be unscrewed to reveal a magnesium rod, a most convenient tool for wilderness survival. "Jiang Zong, this dagger is yours," Wang Yuan said as he handed it to Jiang Yin. "Thank you," Jiang Yin replied, drawing the dagger to open a can of luncheon meat. "Jiang Zong, this dagger boasts many functions. You should explore its features during your leisure time." "Certainly," Jiang Yin remarked while slicing the luncheon meat. Captain, what about mine? Hey, Yuan inquired. Wang Yuan handed military daggers to Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan, explaining, though these two differ in appearance from the Heis, their functionalities are quite similar. They may not possess as many features as Jiangzong's, but they are highly practical, being military standard daggers that are even more resilient and durable. Do take the time to study them. I will teach you when I have the opportunity. Understood, Ren Yuan said, examining her dagger, while Zhang Lanfang took hers to assist with cooking. Look, this case is filled with ammunition, Dehei announced as he opened the suitcase. Wang Yuan glanced inside, noting 5 grenades and 4 boxes of bullets, 3 boxes of 16 caliber, and 1 box of handgun ammunition. Captain, we can eat now. Very well, let us dine. Wang Yuan replied. They enjoyed a dish of pork chops stewed with papaya and a salad of wild vegetables mixed with luncheon meat, which elicited unanimous praise from all. After their meal, Wang Yuan placed jackfruit seeds into a pot to boil. The 5 of them gathered around a stone slab, which held some prickly pear and 2 wild pineapples. They chatted as they ate. Now let us divide the supplies. We have 5 lighters, 2 disposable ones. 1 for Dehei and 1 for me, and 3 waterproof brand lighters, 1 for each of the 3 ladies. These are essential tools for survival in the wild, so please take good care of them. Wang Yuan distributed the lighters. Understood, the others responded. Jiangzong, your dagger has many functions, including a magnesium rod at the back of the handle for starting fires. Please do not lose it. Keep it on you at all times. I will teach everyone how to use it later. These items are merely for your safekeeping and usage. Should anyone find them useful in the future, they may borrow them from others. Yes, we all understand, Zhang Lanfang acknowledged. As for the firearms, we are well stocked with ammunition. Combined with the Heis handgun, we have 3 rifles and 3 handguns. Fortunately, the handguns are of the same model, and we have over 100 rounds of ammunition. Only Dehei and I are familiar with using the firearms, so at present, only we will utilize them. I will teach you how to use them in due course. And in the future, we will determine who can wield the rifles or handguns based on your proficiency. The clothing and shoes in those boxes are all small sizes. Fang Jia, I think you should allocate them among the others. There are a couple of pairs of shoes that neither Dehei nor I can wear. You should be able to make them fit with some cardboard or foam padding. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now, we are nearing the end of our pork supply. While we do have some dried fish left, that should serve only as our reserve food for emergencies. Therefore, I propose that we relocate tomorrow to the wild boar's den. That cave should be able to accommodate us. There are 2 wild boars there that we can hunt, providing us with fresh pork once more. What does everyone think? I agree. So do I. We all concur. Chapter 95. Disposing of the bodies well then, it's settled. This afternoon, Dahei and I will take care of the bodies. You all can focus on cleaning the shoes and doing the laundry, Wang Yuan declared. But Captain, can't we leave on the speedboat? Hey, Yuan inquired. That is not an option. I've checked, and the speedboat has limited fuel, enough for just over 100 nautical miles. If we set out, we'll have to anchor before reaching land. I overheard their conversation. Just days prior, a large vessel had been scouring the area where the gunfight occurred, affiliated with the same group. Our current location had recently been claimed by those pirates, thus the large ship would not venture this way. We were caught in a precarious situation, striving for survival. Rest assured, I will bring you all back safely. Now, let us get to work. Understood, the group responded. Wang, this smoke is delightful, Dahei remarked as he and Wang Yuan strolled towards the beach. Indeed, it's decent, though I'm accustomed to our domestic brand, Wang Yuan replied, carrying a 16 and Dahei with a machete. Shall we bury the bodies or dispose of them? Dahei asked. Let us toss them into the deep sea to feed the fish. Burying them could lead to scavengers, such as jackals, uncovering them, or rain revealing traces, Wang Yuan suggested. Wait, we're missing 2 bodies, Wang Yuan exclaimed suddenly. The 2 raced to the speedboat, where they discovered 1 corpse on the boat and 2 beneath it. The bodies of the 2 pirates had vanished. They must have been dragged away by jackals. Wang Yuan pointed to the ground. There were 2 dragging marks and some wild animal tracks extending into the jungle. Dahei lamented, we were careless. It's fine. These 2 are the crucial ones. We'll toss them into the sea to destroy all evidence. Wang Yuan indicated towards David and the sniper's body. Will the bodies float away? Not at all. There are sharks in this vicinity, as I have encountered before. All right. Together, they loaded the bodies onto the speedboat, pushed it into the water, and jumped aboard. Wang Yuan retrieved the key and started the engine, steering the boat into the open sea. Meanwhile, The three women were washing clothes, and Ren Yuan, noticing, exclaimed, "Wow! Look, the captain can operate a speedboat." Zhang Lanfang added, "Yes, the captain has a military background. But not all soldiers can drive a speedboat," Ren Yuan remarked. Jiang Yin speculated. "He might have been a special forces operative. Is that true?" Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan looked towards Jiang Yin. "He and my father likely served in the same unit. Whenever I ask my father about his unit, he is vague, and the captain is the same. Hence, I suspect they are part of a special forces unit." Ren Yuan frowned. "But special forces aren't that mysterious, are they? Aren't they often depicted on television? Could they be part of some secret department?" Zhang Lanfang chuckled. "You've watched too many dramas and read too many novels. There's no secret department. They are likely just special forces with strict discipline. Veterans can't disclose military secrets." Jiang Yin concurred. "I believe Feng Jie is correct. Our military upholds strong discipline, especially the special forces. They use code names during missions. So it aligns with what Feng Jie said about not leaking confidential information." Ren Yuan relented. "All right then." Wang Yuan steered the speedboat about 2 nautical miles before coming to a halt. Together, they disposed of the bodies into the sea and then turned back toward shore. The corpse resurfaced once more, and Dahe turned to observe. "Wang, look, there are indeed sharks," Dahe exclaimed. Wang Yuan turned his gaze and saw 5 or 6 sharks encircling the body, tearing at it voraciously. "Well, that certainly ensures the body will be destroyed." Wang Yuan continued to pilot the speedboat. Chapter 96. Concealing the speedboat, Wang Yuan navigated the speedboat onto the shore and spotted the 3 women drying clothes on the rocks. "Dahe, go summon them. We need to drag the speedboat into the jungle for concealment." Dahe leapt from the speedboat and dashed toward the 3 women. Wang Yuan retrieved a rope from the boat and secured it to a hook at the front. Soon, Dahe returned with the women. "Captain, what shall we do?" Ren Yuan inquired. "We're going to drag the speedboat into the jungle for concealment. It cannot remain by the shore where pirates might discover it." "Understood." "Dahe and I will pull the rope in the front, while you all push from behind. The speedboat isn't overly heavy. The 5 of us can manage it with ease," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right, let us begin," Zhang Lanfang replied. Wang Yuan and Dahe led the way, pulling the rope, while the 3 women pushed from behind. The speedboat was not particularly heavy, and with 5 people working together, it was quite manageable. Upon reaching the grass, the reduced friction made the task even easier. After dragging it behind a clump of bushes, Wang Yuan said, "All right, let us find some branches and reeds to cover and disguise it." "I'll go back for the machete," Zhang Lanfang offered. "No need. We can simply uproot some plants around the speedboat and cover it with branches and vines. The marks from a machete would be too conspicuous and difficult to erase. The traces from uprooting will be washed away by the rain and wind," Wang Yuan explained. The group spent over 2 hours disguising the speedboat, and from a distance, it was nearly impossible to detect unless one approached closely. "Well, let us return," Wang Yuan said as he lowered the toolbox. The 5 returned to their shelter, where Wang Yuan and Dahe set down their weapons and tools, lighting cigarettes. "Sister Feng, please gather the clothes. They should be dry by now. Once you're back, divide them up and prepare dinner. We have wild vegetables and pork, while Dahe and I will collect the fishing nets and return to grill some seafood," Wang Yuan directed. "Understood," the others replied, then busied themselves with their tasks. Wang Yuan and Dahe went to the shore to pry open some oysters, and, as dusk approached, they collected the fishing nets, yielding only a few fish. Wang Yuan pondered. "This yield is rather unstable. If there's a day without catch, shall we go hungry? I must make a few more fish traps next time and distribute them in the sea." Upon returning to the shelter, they found the 3 women had prepared a pot of soup with wild boar meat and vegetables. As they feasted on grilled fish and oysters, they also savored the soup. Wang Yuan brought over the jackfruit seeds he had boiled earlier and showed everyone how to peel and eat them. "Captain, your shoes are in tatters. You should change them." "We have 5 pairs here," Jiang Yin remarked. "Very well," Wang Yuan replied, examining his shoes. Some areas had deteriorated due to seawater, while others had been torn by unknown sources. He selected a pair of combat boots to try on, taking a few steps to test them. "These will do. They fit perfectly. These boots likely belong to that African sniper, nearly new and of the same size as his own." "Have all of you changed your shoes?" Wang Yuan inquired. "There are 2 pairs of size 40 shoes. My feet measure 38, while Xiaoyan's are 37. We both added 2 layers of cardboard, making them much more comfortable than the previous pair," Zhang Lanfeng remarked. That's wonderful. Captain, we wish to learn how to shoot, Ren Yuanyuan expressed eagerly. The three women gazed expectantly at Wang Yuan. Very well, I will first teach you how to use a handgun. Handguns are relatively lightweight, easy to carry, and simple to operate. These 3 handguns will be yours from now on. Yay, that's fantastic, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement. The long guns are heavier and more powerful, with significant recoil, making them difficult to control. Dahe and I will use them for now. Once you have mastered the basics, we can discuss it further. I won't need that. I prefer handguns. I shall be a beautiful agent in the future, Ren Yuanyuan declared. You've watched too many movies. Now, enough chatter. Listen to the captain's explanation, Zhang Lanfeng interjected. Chapter 97. Assembling firearms. Wang Yuan explained the use of handguns, including loading, safety mechanisms, aiming, and shooting. After the explanation, the 3 women practiced loading and unloading, aiming, and firing. Captain, when can we practice with live ammunition? Fei Yuanyuan inquired. Perhaps tomorrow. Although we have over 100 rounds of handgun ammunition, this is a deserted island fraught with unknown dangers, so we must conserve our bullets. Tomorrow, we will go after the wild boars. Those 2 wild boars will be your responsibility. How does that sound? Wang Yuan responded. We will complete the mission. Ren Yuanyuan stood and saluted, albeit imperfectly. You silly girl, just don't wet your pants when you see the wild boars, Zhang Lanfeng teased, her excitement palpable. Sister Feng, Ren Yuanyuan replied, blushing. Remember to remain calm and composed when firing. Do not shoot recklessly, and never point your weapon at your comrades, Wang Yuan advised solemnly. Understood, Captain. The 3 women chimed in, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, familiarize yourselves with the handguns, Wang Yuan instructed. The 3 women played with their handguns while Wang Yuan retrieved the 3 long guns, tossing one to Dahe. Shall we have a contest? Wang Yuan suggested, disassembling one of the guns and wiping the parts with a rag. I won't compete with you. Your speed is inhuman, Dahe replied. Also disassembling his gun and cleaning the components. What if I blindfold myself? Wang Yuan proposed. Really? Dahe asked. What are you competing in? The 3 women questioned with curiosity. You'll see shortly. Watch how I defeat him, Dahe replied. Once both had cleaned their parts, they laid them out on palm leaves. Wang Yuan found a piece of cloth to blindfold himself. Sister Feng, please signal the start, Wang Yuan requested. All right, are you both ready? Zhang Lanfeng observed their preparations and understood. Ready, Wang Yuan and Dahe replied. 1, 2, 3, begin. In a flurry, Wang Yuan and Dahe swiftly assembled the parts before them, leaving the 3 women in awe. Done, Wang Yuan shouted. Dahe looked up to see Wang Yuan standing before him with a fully assembled gun, reaching to remove the blindfold. Dahe held his assembled gun, but the magazine remained on the palm leaves. Wang, please don't crush my spirit anymore. I'm the fastest at assembling guns in our country. And you managed to do it blindfolded even quicker than I, Dahe remarked. All right, everyone take a break, Wang Yuan said, noticing the 3 women staring at him in astonishment. Very well, let us take a moment, Zhang Lanfeng beckoned the 2 women. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and disassembled the firearm, meticulously wiping its components. Do you think that large ship over there will approach? Dahe inquired. It is unlikely. This maritime area is under the jurisdiction of the pirates from a few days ago. Both parties are on high alert, and even if something were to occur, it would merely lead to mutual suspicion, Wang Yuan replied. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan reassembled his gun, and the 3 women returned to the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan and Dahe also returned after attending to their personal needs. In the morning, Wang Yuan awakened to find Dahe and the 3 women still asleep. Stepping outside the shelter, he was greeted by a thick fog that obscured visibility beyond 10 meters. Such weather would surely deter any large ships from approaching. The firewood was somewhat damp, but he managed to find some dry kindling to ignite a flame. He placed a pot of water over the fire and then went to the beach to wash up. Upon returning, Dahe and the 3 women gradually woke and attended to their personal needs as well. Wang Yuan poured hot water into 5 cans to cool, added fresh water to the pot, and chopped the remaining wild boar meat, placing it along with wild vegetables into the pot. When Dahe returned, the 2 lit cigarettes and proceeded to the beach to retrieve the fishing traps. Chapter 98. Moving towards the lawn, the day's catch yielded little seafood, 2 fish, a crab, and 2 mantis shrimp. After tidying up, they returned to the shelter to prepare the seafood for cooking. Jiangzong, there is no salt in the pot, Wang Yuan remarked. Understood, came the response. Everyone drank some water and finished their breakfast. Let us gather our belongings and set off, Wang Yuan suggested. There is no need to carry too much, just firearms, tools, and clothing. After we finish with the wild boar, Dahei and I will return for anything we might need later, he continued. All right, the others agreed. They loaded the backpacks and baskets with the iron pot, cans, and bottles, equipping themselves. The three women secured handguns and daggers at their waists, wielding fishing spears in hand. Fully armed, the five ventured into the jungle from the coconut trees. Not long after, the sun began to rise, and the fog gradually dissipated. Along the way, they spotted 2 wild chickens and 2 hares, eliciting excited gasps from the women. The group paid them no mind and continued onward. Upon reaching the traveler's banana trees, Wang Yuan instructed everyone to set down their gear and rest while he and Dahei sat nearby to smoke. Captain, Dahei, have some water, Zhang Lanfang offered, handing them 2 bottles. Thank you, they replied. After a short break, you should arm yourselves and head towards the lawn. If you encounter wild boars, use your handguns to take them down, Wang Yuan directed. Understood, the 3 women responded eagerly. Remember to remain concealed. Do not let the boars see you. The 2 wild boars in that area are fully grown and more ferocious than tigers. Aim carefully before firing, ideally within 50 meters, as a handgun may not inflict damage beyond that range. Target their vital areas, the head, throat, and heart. If you miss, aim for their limbs to incapacitate them. Is that clear? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, understood, the women affirmed. Shall we proceed? Fei Yuan inquired. Carry only your weapons. Check your firearms and ammunition, and discuss your strategy among yourselves. Depart when you are ready, Wang Yuan instructed. Yes, we will accomplish the mission. Ren Yuan stood and gave a somewhat uncoordinated salute. Laughter erupted among the group. The 3 women stepped aside, drawing their pistols and feigning an inspection, then huddled together in whispered conversation. Captain, we are ready, Zhang Lanfang declared. Each of the trio bore a dagger at their waist, one hand gripping a pistol while the other held a harpoon. Very well, let us proceed. Wang Yuan gestured with his hand. The 3 women, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the lawn. Aren't you concerned that the 3 cabbages might be uprooted by wild boars? Wang Yuan quipped. Enough. Let us go enjoy the show, he added, picking up his rifle for a brief inspection. I shan't go. What would you need me for? I'll remain here to rest, Dahei responded, lighting a cigarette. Huh, you're just being lazy, Wang Yuan chuckled. He seized a knife and darted towards the woods. Upon reaching the edge of the lawn, Wang Yuan concealed himself behind a thicket, observing intently. He noticed the 3 women crouching beneath a banana tree, murmuring amongst themselves, while 2 wild boars loitered by a waterhole, one drinking while the other rummaged about in the dirt, separated by a distance of over 100 meters. At that moment, Zhang Lanfang waved her hand, and the trio spread out. Jiang Yin on the left, Ren Yuan on the right, and Zhang Lanfang lingering slightly behind in the center. They crept closer to the wild boars, their movements cautious. Wang Yuan, peering through his scope, assessed their formation, thinking to himself that it was commendable, but lamenting their lack of concealment. Before long, the wild boars sensed their presence and lifted their heads. Not good, we've been spotted, Fei Yuan exclaimed. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Ren Yuan shrieked, dropping her pistol and covering her ears with her hands. The others turned to see that Ren Yuan had panicked and fired in haste. Still a good 70 to 80 meters away from the boars, and being a novice, her aim was far from precise. In fact, the sound of the shot had frightened her into dropping her weapon. The 2 wild boars, enraged by the disturbance, charged toward Ren Yuan. Yuan, pick up your gun. The boars are coming, Zhang Lanfang shouted. Ren Yuan cried out, terrified, scrambling to retrieve her pistol, closing her eyes as she fired wildly in the direction of the boars. Bang, bang, click, click. She was out of ammunition before long. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin remained relatively composed, aiming their pistols at the boars, waiting until they were about 50 meters away to fire. Bang, bang. Their shots missed entirely. Finally, one bullet struck home, but merely lodged itself in the boar's back, inflicting negligible damage. We must aim for its legs, Sister Feng, Jiang Yin urged. Right? Zhang Lanfang replied, and they fired again. Only when their ammunition was depleted did they manage to hit one boar's front leg. The creature, in pain, stumbled but quickly regained its footing, turning towards Zhang Lanfang and bellowing fiercely, while the other boar continued its charge towards Ren Yuan. Hey, Yuan gasps, her face pale with fear. Yuan, run, Zhang Lanfang shouted, turning to flee. But Ren Yuan, paralyzed by terror, fell to the ground, sitting there and crying out, Captain, save me. Jiang Yin, equally frightened, stood frozen in shock. As the wild boar bore down on Ren Yuan, she closed her eyes, covering her face with her hands, and screamed, Wang Yuan, bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 gunshots echoed from the nearby woods. 2 wild boars collapsed simultaneously, letting out pitiful cries before twitching a few times and succumbing to death. Ren Yuan wept for an extended period, and when silence fell, she withdrew her hands, revealing a lifeless boar before her, utterly motionless. Turning to Zhang Lanfang, she found her sitting on the ground, her face ashen with fear, with another boar lying in front of her. Jiang Yin approached, gently pulling Ren Yuan up, reassuring her, it's all right. You, Sister Yin, Sister Feng. I was so scared. Ren Yuan cried out upon seeing Zhang Lanfang. It's fine now, don't cry, Zhang Lanfang soothed, patting Ren Yuan's back. Dead boars. How dare you frighten me? Ren Yuan exclaimed, kicking the lifeless creature on the ground. All right, they're all dead, Wang Yuan said as he walked over, gun in hand. Why didn't you come sooner? You scared me to death. Ren Yuan retorted, delivering 2 more kicks to the boar, glaring at Wang Yuan. Okay. Aren't you a beautiful agent? Wang Yuan remarked, scratching his nose. Ren Yuan turned her head away, ignoring him. Let's go back and get our things, Wang Yuan suggested. Let us go, Ren Yuan asserted, pulling the 2 women along as they headed back. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin exchanged a look of helplessness with Wang Yuan. Hee. Wang Yuan chuckled as he followed the 3 women back. Dahei was sitting under a traveler's banana tree, smoking a cigarette. Upon their return, he inquired, Wang, how did it go? I heard a lot of gunfire. Oh, it's nothing, just took down 2 wild boars, Wang Yuan replied. Ren Yuan scoffed. Let us move our things over, Wang Yuan suggested. Dahei, sensing something amiss, winked at Wang Yuan. The group picked up their belongings and made their way to the lawn. Chapter 100. Inspecting the cave. Upon reaching the lawn, the 3 women were about to head towards the cave. Wait, don't go in yet, Wang Yuan called out. What's wrong? The 3 women paused, with Zhang Lanfang inquiring. What are more wild boars? Wang Yuan warned. Oh, the 3 women shuddered at the recollection of earlier events. Let us put down the things. I'll go check. You all load your handguns, Wang Yuan instructed. The group set down their belongings, and the 3 women began loading bullets into their guns. Wang Yuan picked up one and approached the cave entrance, tossing a stone inside. After listening intently for a moment without hearing anything, he entered the cave. The interior was spacious, with only 2 large stones forming the entrance, and the ground was covered in sand, spanning approximately 20 to 30 square meters. There's no danger inside. Everyone can come in, Wang Yuan observed and called out. Oh dear, it stinks, Ren Yuan exclaimed as she stepped inside. The 3 women covered their noses, and Dahei entered with a frown. The cave could accommodate 5 people comfortably, but it was littered with wild boar droppings, emitting a foul odor. Let's go outside first, Wang Yuan suggested. The group exited once more. Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 9:30. Everyone has observed that this cave is spacious enough for our accommodation. However, it is littered with feces, which has attracted a multitude of insects. Therefore, our immediate task is to clean the interior. Additionally, we must attend to the 2 wild boars. Today, we shall venture to gather bamboo and timber to craft tools for the sanitation of the area. Moreover, everyone should collect some dry twigs to kindle a fire for cooking. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Yuan inquired. Captain, could we wash up first? Zhang Lanfang asked. Noticing the 3 women blushing and averting their gazes, Wang Yuan discerned that they likely had matters of a private nature that they preferred to keep to themselves. Very well. Let's first drag the wild boars to the water's edge. Then, Dahei and I will proceed to gather bamboo. Once you have finished washing, you may hunt for dry twigs and forage for wild vegetables to prepare our meal, he replied. Understood, the group acknowledged. With collective effort, they dragged the 2 wild boars, each approximately 200 pounds, to the water's edge. This ample supply could sustain 5 people for half a month, and with some wild vegetables, they could extend their provisions for a month. Wang Yuan fetched a barrel of peanut oil, filled it with water, and rinsed the wild boars, washing away the bloodstains from the ground. Captain, what is your intention? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Fortunately, the ground here is sandy, allowing the blood to seep into the earth. Otherwise, the scent could attract other predators. Just a few days ago, you encountered the jackals, did you not? Wang Yuan explained. All right, Dahei and I will take our leave now. Stay vigilant. If danger arises, fire your weapons. We will return promptly, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood, the three women replied. After Wang Yuan and Dahei lit their cigarettes and set off westward with their machetes, the three women finally exhaled in relief. Come on, Feng Jia. Let us grab our clothes, Ren Yuan urged. You little coward, how many times have you wet your pants? Zhang Lanfang teased. Oh dear Feng Jia, please stop. It's utterly embarrassing, Ren Yuan replied, her cheeks flushed. All right, I nearly had an accident myself, Jiang Yin chimed in. Let's all take a bath. We've been using seawater for days and feel quite uncomfortable. Indeed, but do you think they will see us? Ren Yuan queried. Relax. The captain is not that kind of person. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of us long ago, Zhang Lanfang reassured. Taken advantage of us? What do you mean? Ren Yuan feigned ignorance. You silly girl. It seems you would not mind if the captain did take advantage of you, especially after you gave him attitude today, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Chapter 101. Natural shelter, I must say. Neither of you have boyfriends. If anyone has feelings for the captain, now is the time to pursue him. A man like him is rare these days, and you should seize the opportunity, Zhang Lanfang advised. Jiang Yin pondered thoughtfully. However, the captain is rather dense. I have hinted to him several times. That merely indicates he does not harbor feelings for you, Zhang Lanfang replied. What? Ren Yuan exclaimed, her expression forlorn. I doubt that that's the case. The captain is likely apprehensive that once we return, we will part ways, and then none of us will know each other anymore. Jiang Yin suggested. Well then, Yin Jia, after we return, I shall resign and join your company. Would that be all right? Ren Yuan proposed. But I fear he would resign as well, Jiang Yin countered. Then wherever he goes, we shall follow. I simply do not wish to be separated from everyone. Enough of this for now. It is too early to dwell on such matters. Let's bathe first, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Very well. The three women carried their belongings to the edge of the waterhole, shedding their garments before plunging into the refreshing waters. Not far to the west lay an extensive grove of bamboo. Wang Yuan and Dahei approached, finding ample bamboo for their needs. The two began to chop the bamboo at the periphery, each felling a few stalks. Wang Yuan said, Dahei, you continue to chop. I shall weave something. With a machete and a dagger, Wang Yuan split the bamboo to create strips. After crafting a substantial pile of bamboo splints, he settled on a stone and commenced his weaving. Approximately an hour later, he had fashioned a bamboo basket. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air. Dahei, quickly return, Wang Yuan exclaimed, discarding his work and seizing his firearm as he sprinted away. Dahei hastily followed suit. Bang, bang. Two more shots rang out. Upon reaching the waterhole, they beheld the three women standing at the edge, brandishing handguns aimed at the thicket east of the pond. What has transpired? Wang Yuan inquired. It may be jackals. Initially, two emerged. I fired a shot but missed, and they fled. Moments later, another pair appeared, and both Jiang Zong and I fired again, yet regrettably. We did not hit our targets, and they escaped, Zhang Lanfang recounted. Not to worry, Jiang Zong. Have you ever fired a gun before? Wang Yuan asked, having observed Jiang Yan's proficient shooting stance previously. Indeed, I practiced at a shooting club, though I only used the Type 81 rifle on 3 or 4 occasions. Jiang Yin replied, It's similar to the Type 81. Try firing a few shots in that direction. We have limited ammunition, so conserve it, Wang Yuan advised, handing his firearm to Jiang Yin. All right, bang, 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 bang. Jiang Yin executed 3 single shots followed by a 5-round burst. Excellent. Splendid. The others applauded. Jiang Yin passed the gun back to Wang Yuan, who waved his hand and said, You keep this for now. The rifle has greater range and power. Relying solely on handguns is insufficient when you are together. Handguns are effective in close quarters, but as you're not yet proficient, practice with this rifle during idle moments. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. Everyone should engage in regular practice. During shooting, it is imperative to remain calm. The handgun possesses limited lethality. The closer the target, the higher the probability of hitting it, even if you must wait until they're nearly upon you to fire. It is acceptable as long as you can strike your target. Our ammunition is finite. We should conserve it and aim to achieve a hit with a single shot rather than waste a second, Wang Yuan emphasized. When confronted with danger, we must remain composed. Our objective is to return home. We must survive. Any threat to our lives or obstacles hindering our return are our adversaries. We must not show mercy to our foes. Whether they be endangered species or pirates, they can be eliminated without remorse. We are in international waters, free from legal repercussions, and we have the support of a great nation behind us. Chapter 102. Crafting utensils. Dahei and the three women felt a surge of fervor. Does everyone understand my point? Wang Yuan asked. Indeed, the group responded in unison. Very well, there are plenty of wild vegetables here. You may begin foraging while Dahei and I transport the bamboo and gather some dry wood for a fire to prepare our meal, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, everyone responded. Wang Yuan and Dahei ventured to gather bamboo, while the three women foraged for wild vegetables nearby. After making 2 trips, they successfully transported a basket and several bamboo poles to the edge of the pond. All right, everyone return, Wang Yuan called out. Jiang, please construct a cooking platform. Dai, you and the others should collect some dry firewood and bring it back to Jiang for cooking. Everyone armed themselves before heading back. Upon their return, Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already 11. Very well, he said, and everyone got to work. Wang Yuan moved a stone and sat down, picking up a spade to begin sawing bamboo with its serrated edge. He alternated between using a dagger to whittle, a chisel to carve, and a punch to drill holes. Ren Yuan returned with a bundle of dry firewood, and Jiang Yan began to cook. Captain, what are you preparing? Ren Yuan inquired. Oh, just some essentials for our meal. Wang Yuan replied. Please inform the others to each bring back a bundle of dry firewood, and we can start eating. Understood. Ren Yuan replied before heading back to gather more wood. Jiang, here, use this spade for cooking, Wang Yuan said, handing her a bamboo spatula he had fashioned. Oh, this can serve as a ladle, he added, presenting a soup spoon he had crafted as well. He then carved 5 pairs of chopsticks and resumed sawing bamboo. After cutting down several bamboo tubes, he picked up the dagger to refine their edges. Captain, what will you do with these bamboo tubes? Jiang Yin frequently glanced at Wang Yuan, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. The thicker ones can serve as bowls, while the thinner ones can be used as cups, preventing burns to the hands, Wang Yuan explained. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at him. Is the meal ready? Ren Yuan exclaimed. I'm famished. The 3 who had gathered firewood returned. It's ready. We can eat now, Jiang Yan announced. Then let us dine, Wang Yuan said, standing up and lighting a cigarette. As Jiang Yan reached for a bamboo bowl, Wang Yuan cautioned, let's use the cans for now. The bamboo is not yet prepared and may crack easily. Oh, all right, Jiang Yan replied, opting for the can to serve the wild vegetable and salted fish soup. What is this? Zhang Lanfang asked, pointing at the bamboo tubes. The thicker ones are for bowls, and the thinner ones for cups, but since these are fresh bamboo, they might crack when dried. I will refine them after our meal. Wang Yuan explained. How will you refine them? The group inquired with curiosity. Just boiling them, he replied. After finishing the wild vegetable and salted fish soup, Wang Yuan said. This afternoon, I will tidy up the cave. You all head to the seaside to gather the fish nets and bring back some supplies. What should we bring? Zhang Lanfang asked. Bring back some floats. Once cut, they can serve as bowls or water scoops. Styrofoam boards can be used for bedding or as pillows. Bottles, buckets, ropes, plastic sheets, woven bags, anything useful you can find. Do not dismantle the shelter. We will need it later, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. We won't bring back too much. If we lack supplies, we can gather more tomorrow. Remember to take your weapons, he added. The 3 women and Dahei, armed and carrying their baskets and backpacks, set off. Wang Yuan placed a pot on the stove, added water and a pinch of salt, and put 5 bamboo tubes to boil. After adding more dry wood, he lit a cigarette, grabbed his machete, and ventured into the woods. Chapter 103. Tidying the cave, Wang Yuan ventured into the woods to procure some pine branches and harvested a handful of mugwort, binding them together before laying them out to dry at the mouth of the cave. He then settled by the pond, lit a cigarette, and began to split bamboo strips. Once he had finished, he wove them together, crafting a basket. Stretching his limbs, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:30. Lighting another cigarette, he picked up 2 baskets and a military shovel, making his way back into the cave. He set aside his firearm and the baskets, then began to scoop out wild boar droppings, piling them at the entrance. Just then, the 3 women and Dahei returned. Captain, we're back. Rin Yuan called out. All right, put everything down, Wang Yuan replied, still shoveling the droppings, which had accumulated into a sizable mound. What shall we do next, Captain? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let's take a breather. You ladies can go pick some bananas to eat, Wang Yuan suggested. Sure. The three women eagerly headed off to gather bananas. Wang Yuan signaled for Dahei to sit at the cave entrance and smoke. Wang, I believe these lovely ladies can hold their own now, don't you think? Dahei remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. Indeed, you've noticed? Wang Yuan responded. Of course. Aren't you training them? If we were to seek vengeance and fail to return, at least they would be able to survive. Yes, but please don't mention this to them. Rest assured, Wang, we will surely be fine. With you around, we will return. Indeed. Wang Yuan patted Dahei on the shoulder. Captain, Dahei, bananas are ready. Rin Yuan called out. The three women each brought over a bunch of bananas. These are all ripe, and there are still plenty of unripe ones. We can take our time eating, Zhang Lanfang noted. They all sat down to enjoy the bananas. What shall we do next after finishing these? Zhang Lanfang asked. Once you ladies are done, please go to the pond and take care of the two wild boars. It's quite hot, and if we don't handle them soon, they will spoil. Dahei and I will continue tidying the cave. Oh, and remember to take the bamboo tubes from the pot and add a few more. If there isn't enough water, please add some, he instructed. Understood. The three women gathered their weapons and the seafood they had gathered and headed to the pond. Dahei, you go in and shovel the wild boar droppings. I'll dispose of the waste, Wang Yuan directed. All right. Dahei picked up the military shovel and entered the cave. Wang Yuan filled a basket with some of the droppings piled outside, made his way to the pond, and after circling it, found several spots in the grass across the water to dispose of the waste. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuan called out as she saw Wang Yuan return. Wild animals have territories. I'm scattering the wild boar droppings around. The scent will deter other beasts from approaching. Wang Yuan explained. Oh, the three women continued their work on the wild boars. Make sure to prepare the meal afterward, Wang Yuan reminded. Of course. Wang Yuan returned to the cave entrance and filled another basket with droppings, which he scattered along the bamboo thicket. After several trips, he had successfully spread the droppings around the area. Dahei had also completed tidying up the cave. The odor within had lessened somewhat. They could tackle the remaining mess another day, though there were still quite a few mosquitoes and flies inside. Dahei, take a moment to rest. Then gather some dry firewood, Wang Yuan suggested as he lit another cigarette. Sure. Dahei lit a cigarette as well. After finishing their smokes, the two headed to the pond for a drink. Wang Yuan checked the bamboo tubes in the pot. All right, they're ready for use. He removed the bamboo tubes to let them dry. Dahei went to assist with the wild boar, while Wang Yuan carried a bundle of dry firewood into the cave. He then brought in the half-dried pine branches and mugwort that had been sun-dried outside the cave. He divided the firewood into two piles and ignited them until the flames roared, covering the fires with the pine branches and mugwort, which resulted in thick smoke billowing upwards. Wang Yuan quickly dashed outside, glanced at his watch, and noted it was 4:30. He lit a cigarette, took up his machete, and ventured into the bamboo grove to cut bamboo. Chapter 104. Residing in the cave, Wang Yuan chopped down a dozen bamboo stalks and made 2 trips to place them at the cave entrance. The dense smoke inside had dissipated, and upon entering the cave, he observed that the mosquitoes and flies had vanished, and the foul odor of excrement was nearly undetectable. There were still several gaps between the 2 large stones overhead through which light filtered in. Stepping outside, he picked up a tarp, climbed atop the boulders, and covered the gaps with the tarp, securing it with stones around the edges. After descending, he entered the cave with a military shovel and a dustpan, using the shovel to begin excavating the cave walls. The dirt he removed was placed into the dustpan, and once filled, he dumped it into the uneven areas of the ground to level the surface. Captain, it's time for dinner, Rin Yuan announced as she entered. All right, Wang Yuan replied, glancing at his watch to see it was 6:30. He lit another cigarette. Captain, this place is livable now, Rin Yuan assessed the cave. Yes, it will suffice. Let us go, he agreed, and the two made their way to the water pool. It smells delightful. What have you prepared? Wang Yuan inquired. All made from innards. Zhang Lanfang replied. Stir-fried kidney, spicy stir-fried intestines, wild vegetable salad with pig liver, and a wild vegetable seafood soup. We have plenty of innards to cook as well. Jiang Yin added. Have both wild boars been processed? Wang Yuan asked. All taken care of. After dinner, we will marinate the meat and fish. And the pig heads also need to be boiled, Zhang Lanfang confirmed. Good, Let us eat, Wang Yuan declared. Certainly. They poured the soup into bamboo bowls crafted from bamboo tubes, each receiving a bowl, while the dishes were placed on palm leaves. Each person was given a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and they began to feast. Delicious. So tasty. The group devoured their meal with great enthusiasm, finishing it in no time. I'm so full, Ren Yuanyuan remarked, patting her belly. Captain, what shall we do next? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let us move everything into the cave, Wang Yuan suggested, lighting another cigarette. Very well. They placed the wild boar meat into dustpans and foam boxes, carrying 2 loads each until all the wild boar meat was inside. They spread plastic sheets in the cave and laid the wild boar meat upon them. The meat from the 2 wild boars weighed over 200 pounds, along with the innards and bones, enough to sustain several people for half a month. Bringing the rest of the items, Wang Yuan instructed. Inside the cave, Wang Yuan began to construct a cooking platform, while Dahe and the 3 women busied themselves with moving supplies. Soon a fire blazed, and he placed a flat-bottom pot on it, pouring in water and adding 8 wild boar trotters to simmer. They spread woven bags and foam boards inside the cave to serve as bedding, and brought in the bamboo they had chopped that day, beginning to split it with a machete. As night fell, the cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the fire on the cooking platform, which was dim, as there was not much dry wood left to sustain another fire. Dahe and the 3 women brought in all the items. Captain, what are you doing? As everyone settled down, Zhang Lanfang inquired, Shall we make a door? Indeed, Wang Yuan replied. What do we need to do? Jiang Yin asked. Nothing. It will be done shortly, Wang Yuan stated, positioning a thicker bamboo pole at the entrance, digging a hole to bury part of it as a pivot. He then wove split bamboo strips together, securing the sides with rope, and soon crafted a door standing 2 meters tall. Additionally, he sharpened several bamboo pieces, angling them to protrude from the gaps. Captain, what purpose do these serve? Ren Yuanyuan questioned. They are a safeguard against wild beasts. If any creature approaches, these bamboo spikes will impale it, alerting us in the process. I understand now. All right, let's retrieve the pig trotters and place the remaining offal into boil, Wang Yuan remarked, glancing at the time. Very well. Chapter 105, Crafting Bamboo Strips. You all should marinate the pork, Wang Yuan suggested. Understood. The 3 women proceeded to marinate the wild boar meat. Wang Yuan and Dahe settled down to smoke and chat. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan added some dry wood to the stove. Captain, our sea salt is running low, Jiang Yin noted. Then use less salt for now. We shall head to the seaside to procure salt tomorrow. All right then. Dahe, please help me shave some bamboo strips, Wang Yuan requested. Together, Wang Yuan and Dahe began splitting bamboo, reducing all remaining bamboo into strips. The offal in the pot was nearly ready. Wang Yuan lifted the lid, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air. It smells divine, Ren Yuanyuan remarked, twitching her nose. Yes, it's cooked. Thankfully we have spices, otherwise it would have been quite pungent, Wang Yuan replied. He then cleared the charcoal from the stove and buried the 2 wild boar heads in it. All right, let us wash our hands and retire for the night, Wang Yuan suggested. Yes, it will be ready shortly. The 3 women applied salt to the final piece of wild boar meat. You may go ahead. Remember to bring the guns and be swift, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The 3 women secured handguns at their waists. Jiang Yin grabbed a bar of soap, and Wang Yuan opened the bamboo door. The women stepped out towards the waterhole, illuminated by the bright moonlight, allowing visibility within a 50-meter radius. Upon reaching the waterhole, they washed their hands and attended to personal matters before returning to the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahe ventured out to resolve their own needs. Upon their return, the 3 women had already settled down. Wang Yuan closed the bamboo door and laid down beside Dahe, quickly drifting into slumber. The following day, at 6 o'clock, Wang Yuan awoke and ignited the stove. He placed the pot atop it, retrieving the offal to chop it finely and return it to the pot for further cooking. The 3 women and Dahe stirred awake at the sound. Captain, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Let's freshen up, Wang Yuan suggested. Indeed, Wang Yuan stepped outside to attend to personal matters in the woods. Shortly after, Dahe joined him, and they lit cigarettes together. Dahe, I will fetch the toiletries. You head directly to the waterhole, Wang Yuan instructed before returning. The 3 women were busy organizing the toiletries, which were stored in their original suitcase. Though one side had been torn by a shark, I shall weave a basket to hold mine and Dahe's toiletries, while yours can remain in the suitcase, Wang Yuan remarked, finding it inconvenient to keep them together. All right, the three women replied. Let us proceed. Wang Yuan approached the water's edge, carrying his toiletries. Accompanied by Dehei, the three women, also with their personal items, ventured into the woods to attend to their private matters. Once the two had completed their grooming, the three women joined them. Wang Yuan and Dehei returned to the cave, lighting up cigarettes. The pot had come to a boil, with some wild vegetables added. Seasoned with a pinch of salt. It smells delightful, Dehei remarked. Yes, we shall dine when they return, Wang Yuan replied. When the three women reappeared, the five began to savor the pig offal soup, indulging in the meal with enthusiasm. Captain, please assign our tasks, Ren Yuan suggested after satisfying her hunger. Ladies, you shall head to the seaside to gather salt. Dehei, you will collect firewood while I tidy up the cave. Once you have finished with the salt, retrieve the fish nets and see if there is anything else to bring back, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, the group acknowledged. Dehei hoisted his axe onto his back and set off into the woods to gather firewood. The three women armed themselves with handguns and daggers, shouldered their backpacks, and took their spears as they departed. Wang Yuan, wielding his machete and carrying several bamboo poles, followed suit. Captain, why are you coming along? Fei Yuan inquired. I intend to fashion a few traps in hopes of catching a wild rabbit, Wang Yuan replied. As they traversed the traveler's banana trees, they arrived at the wild rabbit's habitat. Wait here and observe the area. On your return, check if any rabbits have been captured, Wang Yuan instructed. Certainly, they replied. After surveying the surroundings, Wang Yuan constructed 3 traps using bamboo and rope. All right, off you go. If you encounter pirates, make sure to hide or return swiftly. If you fire your weapons, Dehei, and I will be able to hear, but not from too far away, he cautioned. Understood. The 3 women proceeded towards the sea. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and ventured into the bamboo grove, cutting down a dozen stalks, which he carried back to the cave entrance. He retrieved 2 wild boar heads, placed them into a woven bag, and transported them to the water's edge. Returning to the cave, he took the frying pan and the prepared water bucket to the pond. Noticing 2 boar skins still lying nearby, he bound them with rope and soaked them in the water. He then took a boar head, scraped it clean with a dagger, washed it thoroughly, filled the pot with water, placed it over the fire, and added the boar head, covering it with the water bucket. Once the flames blazed vigorously, he added some dry wood and returned to the cave. Dehei also returned with a bundle of firewood. Dehei, take a moment to rest, Wang Yuan offered. All right, he replied, as they sat on the dry wood and lit their cigarettes. In a while, gather some more firewood for the pond and add it to the stove, Wang Yuan instructed. After finishing their cigarettes, Dehei set off to collect more firewood. Wang Yuan began to clear the bedding from the ground, placing it aside, and took up a spade to excavate the cave walls, expanding the space. The soil he removed served to level the ground, increasing the cave's area while suppressing the foul odor that had previously lingered. 3 hours later, Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, admiring his handiwork. Not bad at all. I can create 3 rooms, 1 for storage and 2 for resting, he mused. He picked up his machete and ventured into the woods, finding a tree trunk as thick as a thigh to chop down. Dehei approached, carrying a bundle of firewood, and asked Wang, why are you felling trees? To gather some wood for beds, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, have you added wood to the stove? Yes, I have, Dehei confirmed as he continued on his way. After felling the tree, he called Dehei over to drag it to the cave entrance. The two sat on the trunk, smoking. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. The lady should be back soon, Dehei remarked. Yes, they should be arriving shortly, Wang Yuan replied. Captain, we're back, Ren Yuan shouted from a distance. He acknowledged. We boiled 2 bottles of salt and gathered some seafood. We caught a few fish and crabs in the fish trap, Zhang Lanfang added as she approached. Did you check the traps? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, they haven't moved at all. Look, I found 2 wild chicken eggs, Ren Yuan boasted. Let's set our things down and take a break, Wang Yuan suggested. The 3 women placed their items down and drank some water. Dehei, please fetch some water, Wang Yuan instructed. While Wang Yuan carried 2 floating balls filled with seafood, Dehei took 2 buckets and the 2 made their way to the waterhole. Dehei returned with the 2 buckets of water. Wang Yuan added some dry wood to the stove, took out a wild boar's head, placed it on palm leaves, and cleaned another one to cook in a frying pan. Captain, what are we having for lunch? The 3 women approached him again. Let's prepare boiled pig head meat. And you girls can grill some seafood, Wang Yuan decided. All right, they replied as they cleaned the seafood and placed it by the fire on the stove. You should also gather some wild vegetables to mix with the pig head meat, Wang Yuan suggested. The three women went off to forage for wild vegetables while Wang Yuan used a dagger to prepare the pig head meat. Before long, the three women returned with some wild meat. Captain, let me help, Jiang Yin offered. Sure, Wang Yuan replied, clearing space as he finished preparing the pig head meat. Chapter 107. Crafting bamboo beds. After finishing their lunch, Wang Yuan and He lit a cigarette. Captain, what are our plans for the afternoon? Zhang Lanfang asked. They. Go chop some bamboo. You three can gather firewood, both dry and wet, Wang Yuan instructed as he handed Zhang Lanfang a machete. All right, she responded. The three women stood up, strapping on their military knives and pistols, and made their way into the woods. Wang Yuan added more dry wood to the stove and walked towards the cave with He as they smoked. He, we need a substantial amount of bamboo. Please gather more, Wang Yuan urged. Understood, He replied, taking the machete and heading into the bamboo grove. Wang Yuan picked up a spade and began chopping the tree he had dragged back earlier. He cut the thicker branches and trunk into roughly 1 meter long sticks and carried them all into the stone cave. Captain, what are you doing? The three women, each carrying a bundle of firewood into the cave, asked Ren Yuan. I'm making 2 bamboo beds, Wang Yuan explained. Do you need our help? Zhang Lanfang inquired. No, just continue gathering firewood. If you tire, take a break, or you could go forage for wild vegetables as well. I found quite a few mushrooms in the woods. I'm not sure if they're edible, Jiang Yin mentioned. Why don't you go collect some mushrooms? Remember, avoid the brightly colored poisonous ones. Otherwise, bring back the rest, and we'll divide them, Wang Yuan advised. Okay, the three women said, grabbing their baskets and backpacks, ready to leave. Take the harpoon with you and be cautious of any dangers, Wang Yuan cautioned. Oh, they replied, laughing as they ran off with the harpoon. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and began digging holes inside the cave with the spade. He dug more than 10 holes, burying the sticks inside and compacting them with the spade to create legs, then binding bamboo around the perimeter to form the framework of a bed. He returned with 2 loads of bamboo, bringing back over 10 pieces. Wang Yuan expertly split the bamboo down the middle and measured it to cut into equal lengths. He arranged the bamboo strips with the convex side facing upwards on the bed frame and secured them with rope. Lighting a cigarette, he sat down, finding it remarkably sturdy. The bed measured 2 meters in width and 5 meters in length, ample enough for 5 individuals. He returned with a bundle of bamboo and, upon seeing the grand bed, chuckled. Haha, Wang, this bed is quite impressive. Yes, it's decent. I'll make 2 smaller ones later for us, Wang Yuan replied. That sounds fantastic. The two lit their cigarettes and rested at the cave entrance as the 3 women returned from their foraging. Captain, we're back. We collected a good number of mushrooms and dug up some wild vegetables, Ren Yuan said, blinking playfully. All right, let us pour them into the winnowing basket and sort them out, Wang Yuan instructed. The 3 women set down their baskets and gear, and Zhang Lanfang retrieved a winnowing basket. Wang Yuan poured the contents of one basket, revealing not only mushrooms but also a snake that unexpectedly slithered out. Narrowing his eyes, he examined the creature and noticed its head was missing. He grabbed it by the tail and lifted it. TSK, I thought I would be frightened, Ren Yuan remarked. Did you manage to kill it? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, we worked together to take it down, Zhang Lanfang confirmed. Good job. Should we roast it? Jiang Yin asked. Let us avoid it. Improperly cooked snake can harbor parasites. We have enough food, Wang Yuan replied as he emptied another basket filled with mushrooms and wild vegetables. Pleased that the mushrooms were non-toxic, and placed the vegetables back into the basket. Let us get another winnowing basket to separate these mushrooms and spread them out to dry, Wang Yuan suggested. Jiang Yin went to fetch another basket, and Wang Yuan laid the mushrooms evenly within it before placing it under the sun to dry. Captain, I saw that you made a large bed in the cave. Does this mean we can sleep on it tonight? Jiang Yin asked. Indeed, he replied. Chapter 108. Crafting table what? Is it finished? Let me see. Ren Yuan exclaimed as she dashed into the cave, with Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin following closely behind. The 3 women sat and reclined on the bed. It's quite sturdy. Hee. Ren Yuan rolled around joyfully. This bed is enormous. It could easily accommodate 5 or 6 people, Jiang Yin commented. Does this mean we'll be sharing a bed with the captain? Hey, Yuan Pondo de Leut. You little rascal. Get up. Stop rolling around. You can roll with the captain tonight, Zhang Lanfang teased. What are you saying? Ren Yuan blushed deeply. Then at bedtime, You can snuggle next to the captain, Zhang Lanfang suggested. How about we take turns sleeping next to him each night? Ren Yuanyuan proposed. You mischievous girl. What do you think we are? Zhang Lanfang retorted. All right, let us head out. Before it gets dark, we should see what else we can do, Jiang Yin said. Sure. The three women agreed as they exited. Wang Yuan and He were enjoying their cigarettes. Captain, are we going to chop more firewood? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes. Let's make one more trip. We'll leave the wet wood here to dry. Wang Yuan responded. All right, we'll go now, Zhang Lanfang affirmed. Wait a moment. Wang Yuan glanced at the sky, lifted the snake, walked to the center of the grass, waved his hand towards the heavens, and then tossed the snake onto the ground. Soon, a majestic eagle descended, landing beside the serpent and began to peck at it. Wang Yuan crouched down, gently stroking the eagle's feathers before standing up and walking back. Wow, Captain, can we touch it? Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What kind of bird is that? Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Wang Yuan burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yin shot him a glare. It is not a harmless bird. It's a type of eagle known as a sea eagle, a fierce raptor. If you wish to touch it, feel free to try, Wang Yuan replied. Never mind then. The three girls gathered their equipment and made their way towards the forest. Suddenly, the sea eagle flapped its wings and flew off with the serpent, causing the three girls to scream in fright. Ha ha ha! Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Hee hee hee. He joined in the laughter. Oomph. The three girls glared at them before turning to leave. He, continue chopping bamboo. I will make 2 more beds. Wang Yuan said. He headed towards the bamboo grove. Wang Yuan approached the pond, added some dry twigs to the stove, retrieved 2 wild boar skins from the water, and spread them out on a stone to dry before returning to the cave to continue crafting bamboo beds. After over an hour, the 2 bamboo beds were completed, and noticing the time, he remarked, it's 5:30. He, that's enough. No more chopping is needed. As He returned with the bamboo, Wang Yuan stated, you can set it down. The 2 sat down to smoke and chat. At that moment, the 3 girls returned, carrying firewood. Let us take a break and drink some water, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. The 3 girls agreed, placing the firewood down as they entered the cave. Huh? The 3 girls paused. You still think 5 people can sleep on one bed? The captain is not that kind of person. Zhang Lanfang teased Ren Yuanyuan with a playful nudge. Oh, a hint of disappointment flickered in Ren Yuanyuan's eyes. The 3 girls each grabbed a bottle of water and stepped outside, noticing Wang Yuan was busy crafting something with bamboo. Captain, what are you making now? Ren Yuanyuan asked inquisitively. You'll find out in a moment, Wang Yuan replied, alternating between whittling with a dagger and chiseling with a tool. Finally, he assembled the bamboo pieces and secured them with rope, creating a square table roughly 1 meter in length, width, and height. Yay! Captain, you are amazing. The 3 girls admired Wang Yuan. All right, let us prepare dinner. Cook the pig trotters. We've all had a long day. Let us enjoy some drinks, he instructed. Chapter 109. Drinking beer, yay. The 3 girls dashed into the cave, carrying pig trotters and wild vegetables, making their way to the pond. He, come over and help chop the wild boar bones, and bring those mushrooms along, Wang Yuan directed. He carried a basket of mushrooms towards the pond. Wang Yuan entered the cave, rebuilding the stove, as the original had been producing excessive smoke due to incomplete combustion. After reconstructing the stove, he repaired the bamboo door, securing the cave's entrance with bamboo on both sides, leaving a small door in the center, and crafted a wooden latch. After testing it, he found it quite sturdy, only vulnerable to beasts as powerful as wild boars. Lighting a cigarette, he walked towards the pond. The captain has arrived. Is the food ready? There's still 1 soup. It will be done shortly, Jiang Yin replied. Is there enough lard? We rendered quite a bit while processing the wild boar yesterday, so we should have enough. It's getting dark. Let us move everything back to the cave, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. The group moved all their belongings back into the cave, placing the prepared food upon the table and setting the skillet on the stove, igniting a fire to continue simmering the soup. The dimness within the cave prompted Wang Yuan to kindle a fire. What shall we drink? He inquired. Anything is fine, replied Zhang Lanfang. I'll have beer, said Jiang Yin. Then I'll have beer too, Ren Yuanyuan added. Very well. We shall all have beer, Wang Yuan declared. He opened the beer crate and distributed a can to each person. Once they were all opened, Wang Yuan remarked, today has been exhausting, yet we have successfully established our home. Cheers! Cheers! The group echoed, tilting their heads back to drink. Ah, refreshing, Fei Yuan exclaimed. Refreshing. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan and Dahei clinked their cans, while the three women took only a hearty sip. Now, let us enjoy the dishes, Zhang Lanfang suggested. All right, let us eat, came the response. They began to savor the meal, which included pig's head, trotters, and brain. Delicious, Ren Yuan remarked. Captain, Dahei, would you like another can? Jiang Yin asked. Never mind, I think Dahei and I will have some brandy instead, Wang Yuan replied. Yes, it has been a while since I had brandy. Dai Kong Kuhid. Jiang Yin proceeded to open the brandy crate, retrieving a bottle and handing it to Wang Yuan. He opened it, inhaling the aroma. This liquor is exquisite. Pouring 2 bamboo cups full, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air. Wow, so fragrant. Indeed, delightful. Let me pour some for you to try, Wang Yuan offered. Sound good. Ren Yuan replied. Wang Yuan took 3 bamboo cups and filled them a little, emptying the bottle. Now let's taste. He raised his cup. Cheers. Ren Yuan echoed. Cheers. The group clinked their cups together, and the 3 women swiftly downed their drinks, while Wang Yuan and Dahei took a sip. Delightful. Very aromatic. This liquor is commendable. However, it can easily intoxicate, so do take care to drink sparingly, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, they replied. Let us fetch another bottle. And we shall finish this one first, Wang Yuan suggested. Yay! Ren Yuan dashed over to retrieve another bottle, opening it and filling Wang Yuan and Dahei's cups before distributing to the 3 women. Eat more vegetables, Wang Yuan encouraged. Certainly. After a while of feasting and drinking, Jiang Yin brought over the skillet. The soup is ready. Let us have some, she announced, serving everyone while leaving the bones in the pot, distributing the soup and mushrooms into their bamboo bowls. This soup is delightful, Dahei remarked after taking a sip. By this time, the 3 women had flushed faces, each appearing more beautiful than the last. Captain, I can't finish my beer. Here, take it, Jiang Yin offered her half-full can of Wang Yuan. All right, he accepted. Taking a sip. Ren Yuan muttered softly, pouting. Chapter 110. Erecting the shelter, Jiang Yin, perhaps feeling the effects of the drink, had a flushed neck as she lowered her head to sip the soup. Dahei and Zhang Lanfang exchanged glances, observing one another. Come, let us drink, Zhang Lanfang urged. Yes, indeed, let us drink, Dahei raised his glass. Cheers. Wang Yuan seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, lifting his cup as well. After a hearty meal and ample drink, the group began to feel slightly dizzy, with the 3 women struggling to articulate their words, playfully gnawing on a large bone. Alternating between laughter and nonsensical chatter, Wang Yuan rose to find a piece of cloth, wiping his hands before laying 3 pieces of wild boar skin on a large bed, followed by foam boards and pillows. He turned back to clean the hands of the 3 women, gathering them one by one onto the bed and covering them with a few garments. They murmured softly among themselves. Returning to the table, he lit a cigarette. He Wang. They like you, he chuckled, noting that Dahei was also quite inebriated. Wang Yuan placed the cigarette in Dahei's mouth and lit another for himself. I'm going to relieve myself. Will you accompany me? He asked as he stood up. Let us go, Dahei replied, swaying slightly as he rose. The 2 linked arms and exited the cave, coming to a banana tree where they began to relieve themselves. Upon returning to the cave, they helped Dahei to the bed, shut the door, and secure the latch. The wind blew, and the effects of the alcohol surged within them, leading Wang Yuan to collapse onto the bed and drift off to sleep. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke to find the others still deep in slumber. He kindled a fire at the stove to boil some water. Stepping outside, he inhaled the refreshing morning breeze deeply, feeling invigorated. After addressing his personal needs in the woods, he returned to the waterhole to wash up, and upon completing his routine, he made his way back to the cave. The water in the pot was boiling, so he poured in 5 cups, added more water to the pot, and placed it back on the stove. He then retrieved several pre-cut pork ribs and added them to the pot, tossing in some dry twigs. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped outside and settled onto a rock, picking up a bamboo stalk and whittling it with a dagger. In no time, he had fashioned a pile of bamboo strips. He began to weave them together and, after a while, had crafted a bamboo basket. He brought the basket back into the cave, placing his toiletries inside and setting it aside. Morning, Wang, Dahei greeted as he awoke. Good morning, go wash up, Wang Yuan indicated towards the bamboo basket. Dahei took the basket and stepped outside. My head hurts, Ren Yuan murmured as she awoke, sitting up and rubbing her temples. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also stirred, both sitting up and massaging their foreheads. Wang Yuan exited the cave with a spade and began to dig several holes to the right of the entrance. "Good morning, Captain." The three women emerged from the cave. "Morning. Go wash up," Wang Yuan instructed. He took a bamboo pole, planted it in one of the holes, and stamped down the earth, subsequently burying 3 more poles. Entering the cave, he retrieved the bamboo table. Standing on it, he horizontally tied additional bamboo poles to the erected ones, forming a frame. Once Dahei returned from washing up, Wang Yuan secured the frame and jumped down, the two of them sitting together to smoke again. "Captain, what are you making?" Ren Yuan inquired as the 3 women returned. "Just constructing a shelter. We can store dry twigs in it, and when we have time, we can sit inside to shield ourselves from rain and sun," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh." The soup simmering in the pot was ready. "Add some wild vegetables, and we can have breakfast," he instructed. "All right." After finishing their meal, Wang Yuan and Dahei stepped outside to smoke again. The 3 women cleaned the dishes and approached them. "Captain, what are our plans for today?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Today, there's nothing pressing. Perhaps Dahei and you all could head to the seaside to check on the fish trap and the snares I set yesterday. If time allows, we can boil some salt and collect useful ocean debris," Wang Yuan suggested. "Sounds good." Dahei and the 3 women gathered their gear and made their way towards the beach. Chapter 111. Crafting bamboo stools. Wang Yuan cast aside his cigarette, but rose to his feet and gathered several bamboo poles, binding them to the framework of the shed to create crossbeams. He then ventured to collect palm and banana leaves, laying them upon the roof and securing them with rope. Grasping his machete, he crossed to the opposite bank of the pond to cut reeds, harvesting 2 substantial bundles which he carried back to the shed. There, he spread the reeds atop the leafy roof and secured them with bamboo poles. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 9:30. He took a seat, lit a cigarette, and began to split bamboo, crafting a dozen slender strips. Employing the serrated edge of spade, he sawed several bamboo sections, meticulously chiseling into each piece. Once the bamboo segments were completed, he assembled them, weaving them together with strips of bamboo until, after a short while, he had fashioned a sturdy square stool. Wang Yuan perched upon it, finding it remarkably robust. By this time, the sun had grown fierce, prompting Wang Yuan to quench his thirst with some water. He then relocated the bamboo stool into the shed, continuing his work and creating an additional 4 stools. Lighting another cigarette, he checked his watch and discovered it was 11 o'clock. Equipped with a frying pan and some ribs, he made his way to the pond's edge, igniting a fire for the stove. He poured water into the pan and set the ribs to simmer. With his machete in hand, he returned to the opposite shore to continue cutting reeds until he had cleared a vast stretch of grassland, with a hillside and a grove of trees ahead. After transporting 7 or 8 bundles of reeds in several trips to the shed, he checked the time once more. It was noon. Lighting a cigarette, he gathered a bottle of salt and some wild vegetables into a basket, carrying it to the pond's edge. "Captain, we're back." Ren Yuan's voice rang out from afar. The group of 4 from Dahei approached. "Look, I caught a wild rabbit," Dahei exclaimed, holding up the creature. The others unloaded their belongings. "Captain, are we really going to eat a rabbit? It looks so adorable," Ren Yuan remarked, taking a sip from her bottle. "Indeed," Wang Yuan replied, casting a glance at the still-living rabbit, its legs bound by Dahei's rope as it struggled on the ground. "Oh," the 3 women expressed, their eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. "We also boiled 2 bottles of sea salt," Jiang Yin added. "And we gathered some seafood, netting a few fish and shrimp," Zhang Lanfang stated. "By the way, we discovered 2 wild chickens on our way back," Ren Yuan chimed in. "Oh, I'll think of a way to catch them and raise them for their eggs," Wang Yuan suggested. "Wonderful." Ren Yuan clapped her hands. "You little glutton," Zhang Lanfang playfully nudged her. "All right, let us prepare our meal," Wang Yuan said, then took the basket to the pond's edge to wash the wild vegetables and mushrooms, placing them all into the pot. "Let us grill the seafood and fish," Wang Yuan instructed. "Sure thing." The 3 women cleaned the seafood and set it to grill. Wang Yuan and Dahei settled down again for a smoke. Before long, the meal was ready, and they brought the food to the shed, laying it out on the table. "This stool is remarkably sturdy," Zhang Lanfang commented. "It's a testament to our captain's skill," Ren Yuan added. "Captain, can you teach me when you have some free time?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Of course. Now, let us eat," Wang Yuan replied. The group began to feast heartily. Captain, what shall we do this afternoon? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's take a break, and then go forage for wild vegetables or chop wood, Wang Yuan suggested. How about I chop wood while they search for wild vegetables? Dahei proposed. All right, but first, you must take care of the hare, Wang Yuan said. Huh, Captain, it's so adorable, Ren Yuan replied. Her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Indeed, it is quite charming. It would be a pity not to eat it, Wang Yuan remarked. The group erupted into laughter. Are there any more fruits? Let's bring them out and enjoy, Wang Yuan suggested. Sure, Zhang Lanfang responded, stepping into the cave to retrieve 2 wild pineapples. Chapter 112. Constructing rooms after devouring the fruits, the 3 women set off to gather wild vegetables. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan and Dahei took the hare to the water's edge to prepare it for cooking. Wang Yuan collected the thatch and tied it into bundles with string, carrying them into the cave once completed. He constructed a frame between the large and small beds, arranging the thatch neatly and securing it, thus separating the large bed from the 2 smaller ones. Using the same method, he surrounded the outer sides of the 2 large beds with thatch, leaving a small door. A room was thus established. He proceeded to create another room for the 2 small beds, with ample space for several individuals to move comfortably. This room is quite nice, Dahei remarked as he entered. So is the hare ready? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, Dahei replied, holding the hare wrapped in palm leaves. All right, hand it over, Wang Yuan said as he took the hare. I will go chop some firewood now, Dahei stated, shouldering his gun and brandishing his machete as he departed. Wang Yuan sliced some wild ginger and wild scallions, seasoning the prepared hare with sea salt, then sprinkling it with the chopped ginger and scallions, finishing off with a touch of wild pepper. He wrapped it tightly in palm leaves. By the water's edge, he dug a pit near the stove, burying the wrapped hare inside. He removed some embers from the stove and covered the hare with them, adding some dry wood to ignite. Noticing the time, he realized it was 3 o'clock. Lighting a cigarette, he settled beneath the shelter. As the sky darkened ominously, a stifling heat enveloped the surroundings. Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain today, Wang Yuan murmured. Hastily, he retrieved his entrenching tool and began digging on the opposite side of the shelter. It seems rain is imminent, Dahei commented, returning with a bundle of firewood and placing it under the shelter. Yes, gather more wood. We don't know how long this rain will last, Wang Yuan advised. All right, what are you working on? Dahei asked. I'm constructing a toilet. If it rains, we can't go into the woods to relieve ourselves, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, understood. Dahei continued chopping wood. Wang Yuan excavated a large pit, layering it with thicker logs and bamboo, leaving a cavity. He erected a frame around it with bamboo, covering it with plastic sheeting to shield from the rain, and surrounded it with palm and banana leaves, leaving a small door. He fashioned a simple door using woven bags and bamboo to secure it, completing the makeshift toilet. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt the heat becoming unbearable. Lighting a cigarette, he approached the water's edge, adding some dry wood to the fire. After finishing his smoke, he flicked the butt aside, stripped off his clothes and shoes, and plunged into the water. Ah, refreshing, Wang Yuan exclaimed in delight. After swimming for a while, he noticed several freshwater fish in the shallows, likely drawn there to breathe oxygen before the impending rain. Captain, where is he? The 3 women returned to the cave, dropping their gear, unable to locate him. Ren Yuan called out loudly. Just then, Wang Yuan emerged from the water, walking to the shore and shouting, I'm right here. After finishing, she wiped her hair with her clothes, then squatted down to begin washing. Captain, let me do the laundry, said Zhang Lanfang as she approached. No need, you all go back and fetch a change of clothes, and wash yourselves as well. Wang Yuan replied. All right then. The 3 women returned to the cave, carrying fresh clothing and bathing supplies. Once Wang Yuan finished washing the clothes, he stepped out wearing only his underwear and hung the garments outside the shed before entering the cave to change. The captain won't see us, will he? Ren Yuan asked by the water pool. No, the captain has gone into the cave. Let us hurry and wash. Zhang Lanfang glanced towards the cave. Yes. Dahei just brought back a bundle of firewood and left again. It's fine, Jiang Yan assured. Good, let's be quick. The 3 women swiftly stripped and entered the water pool. Sister Yan, have you finished your period? Ren Yuan inquired. Yes, just finished. What about you? You should be done soon, right? I still have a few days to go. I have some time left too. The 3 women hurriedly completed their washing, changed into their clothes, and squatted by the water pool to wash their soiled garments. Inside the cave, Wang Yuan lit the stove and simmered pork ribs with some wild ginger and wild onions. He then sat down and lit a cigarette. After finishing his smoke, he took some bamboo and began to split it into strips, weaving them into a pillow in no time. "Captain, we're done," Ren Yuan called out as the three women hung their clothes on the shed. "All right, it's getting dark. Let us prepare dinner," Wang Yuan replied. "Okay." They entered the cave. "Keep an eye on the pot. I haven't added any salt," Wang Yuan said before stepping outside. Dehei returned with firewood and placed it in the shed. "Dehei, why don't you grab a change of clothes and take a shower?" Dehei went to the cave to fetch a set of clothes and joined Wang Yuan at the water pool. He stripped off his clothes and jumped into the water. Wang Yuan dug up a wild rabbit buried in the ground and returned to the cave, placing it on the table. "Captain, what is this?" Zhang Lanfang asked. Her curiosity piqued. The three women looked at Wang Yuan with interest. "It's a wild rabbit," he replied. "Huh? You really killed a bunny?" "Hey, Yuan poodle." Tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. "Haha, we need to survive," Wang Yuan stated. Chapter 113. Continuous drizzle. "We absolutely won't eat bunnies, right, Fangjia, Yinjia?" "Hey, Yuan sortit." Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin both appeared troubled, a hint of reluctance evident in their beautiful eyes. "Well then," Wang Yuan conceded. "Captain, this room you've built is quite nice." Jiang Yin changed the subject. "Yes, I'll make you a table to put inside as well." "That sounds wonderful, Captain. Please teach us," Ren Yuan requested. "This pillow is for you. After dinner, I'll teach you how to weave pillows." Wang Yuan handed her the completed pillow. "Yay!" Ren Yuan exclaimed, cherishing the pillow in her hands. "Everyone, quickly gather the clothes. It's starting to rain," Dehei said as he returned from his shower. The group hurried outside to collect their clothes, noticing the first drops of rain falling. They gathered the garments and hung them on the rack outside the room. Wang Yuan called Dehei to help bring the damp firewood back into the shed, carrying the dustpan into the cave and bringing in the dry firewood as well. As the door was closed and propped with a bamboo pole, the dim light within the cave diminished further. Wang Yuan kindled a fire for illumination. "Let us dine," Jiang Yin suggested. "Indeed, let us feast. Would anyone care for a drink?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Perhaps just a can of beer for each," Zhang Lanfang proposed. "Very well." Wang Yuan retrieved the beers, distributing one to each person. Jiang Yin served the pork rib and wild vegetable soup to everyone, while Wang Yuan unwrapped the palm leaves encasing the wild rabbit, releasing a delightful aroma. "How fragrant!" Ren Yuan exclaimed, inhaling deeply. "Indeed, it is quite aromatic," Dehei responded. Wang Yuan tore the rabbit apart, dividing the meat into small portions. Ren Yuan reached out eagerly for a piece. "Did you not claim you wouldn't eat?" Wang Yuan questioned. "I didn't witness you slaughtering the rabbit. It is so adorable," Ren Yuan replied, before taking a piece of rabbit meat and savoring it. "Delicious. Rabbit so cute. And, oh, so fragrant," she continued, prompting laughter from the group. "Cheers," Wang Yuan declared. "Cheers," everyone echoed, clinking their cans and drinking heartily. Once the meal was concluded, Wang Yuan opened the door. The three women headed to the shed to wash the dishes, while Wang Yuan and Dehei sat at the entrance, smoking. This wretched weather. "It was blisteringly hot this morning, and now it's raining," Dehei remarked. "The weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable," Wang Yuan replied. "How long will this rain last?" "I have no idea. The previous times it only rained for one night, so it's anyone's guess this time." After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yuan flicked the butt into the rain and returned inside. The three women returned after washing the dishes, and Dehei secured the door before rejoining the group by the fire. "Captain, teach us how to make pillows," Ren Yuan said. "Very well. I shall first show you how to split bamboo strips." Wang Yuan brought over some bamboo, cleaved it with a machete, and then meticulously whittled it down with a dagger. The three women mimicked his actions, asking questions when they were uncertain, and Wang Yuan offered guidance on any imperfections. Ultimately, each crafted a pillow. After inspecting their work, he found them to be quite exquisite. The three women were indeed skilled and attentive. "All right, our pillows are sufficient. Now, let us construct a table," Wang Yuan announced, distributing the pillows. "You may create a longer table in your room, while Dehei and I will make a square one. The weaving technique remains the same, merely differing in length," Wang Yuan instructed. Subsequently, he began weaving a bamboo table, while the three women collaborated on another, following his direction and even learning to weave patterns. The women, attentive and quick to grasp the instructions, worked diligently. After a while, both tables were completed, sturdy and functional. They each placed their tables in their respective rooms. Glancing at the time, Wang Yuan noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. He added a piece of dry wood to the fire, sipped from his cup, lit a cigarette, and peered through the door crack into the darkness outside, where visibility was nil, though the rain seemed to be light. Let's rest. Do you need to relieve yourselves? Wang Yuan inquired, turning back to the group. Yes, we must go, Zhang Lanfang replied. Very well, let us make 2 torches to carry. It is too dark outside, Wang Yuan said. 3 women approached, each grasping a burning log from the fire. Wang Yuan opened the door and they hurried into the shed, taking turns to use the restroom. Wang Yuan turned back, retrieving a stick to smoke at the cave entrance. Once the women finished, they returned to the cave, while Wang Yuan and Dahei stepped into the shed to take care of their needs in the rain. After securing the door of the cave with a bolt and a bamboo pole, they prepared their bedding and lay down to rest. The next morning, Wang Yuan awoke, ignited a fire, and boiled water. He opened the door to find a gentle drizzle still falling outside. He walked to the shed, lit a cigarette, and answered nature's call. Upon returning to the cave, he picked up a plastic float, sliced it in half with a knife, and used 1/2 as a basin. He gathered his toiletries in a bamboo basket and washed up onto the shed. After freshening up, he returned to the cave, set down his belongings, divided the hot water, placed a pot on the stove with some water, and added a few pieces of salted fish. He moved a stool, took a cup of water, and sat under the shed to smoke. Good morning, Wang. Dahei approached. Morning, Captain. The 3 women joined them. Good morning. Chapter 114. Fishing for freshwater fish. Dahei went to the restroom first, followed by the 3 women, who took care of their personal matters in turn. Let us have some fish and wild vegetable soup for breakfast. I wonder when this rain will stop. Thankfully, we have ample food supplies, Wang Yuan remarked. Sounds good, the women replied as they entered the cave. Dahei moved the table and stools under the shed, sitting down to smoke and chat with Wang Yuan. Captain, it's time to eat, the 3 women announced as they brought out bowls of fish soup. After breakfast, the women cleared the dishes while Wang Yuan and Dahei continued to smoke under the shed, listening to the persistent drizzle outside. Dai, it seems the rain 1T let up today. There are fish in the pond. Shall we go fishing? Wang Yuan suggested. Absolutely. I've never fished in the rain before, Dahei replied. All right, I'll make 2 umbrellas, Wang Yuan said, and began rummaging through the ocean debris he had collected. Finding the plastic too small, he located 2 woven bags, cut them open with a knife, stretched them out with bamboo splints, and fashioned a wooden stick as the handle, soon completing 2 A-frame umbrellas. Dahei fashioned fish hooks from 2 pull tabs from cans, and before long, they had 2 fishing rods ready. Are you all going fishing? Ren Yuanyuan approached and inquired. Yes, Wang Yuan replied. What should we do? The rain might not stop today, so feel free to engage in your own activities, Wang Yuan suggested. Then we'll come watch you fish, Zhang Lanfang said. All right, Wang Yuan exclaimed, suddenly realizing we can't fish with umbrellas. I think we should set up a shelter over there. It can also serve as a place for us to bathe later. Sound good. Everyone donned straw hats while the 3 women put on raincoats. Wang Yuan and Dahei held umbrellas, shouldered their firearms, and gathered tools along with several bamboo poles. The women carried a tarp and several woven and plastic bags as they made their way to the pond's edge. Ren Yuanyuan held the umbrella for Wang Yuan while he dug a few holes to plant the bamboo rods as supports. Jiang Yin assisted Dahei with the umbrella, while he and Zhang Lanfang collaborated to bind the crossbeam. Wang Yuan first draped the tarp over the structure, securing it firmly with ropes. The tarp was slightly small, so he patched the edges with plastic sheeting and cut pieces of woven bags. All right, let's leave it like this for now. We don't have enough materials to cover all sides. We can use leaves to block it off another day, Wang Yuan remarked. Understood, replied the group. Dahei, let us go dig for some earthworms. You all head back to fetch some fruit, move the stools over, and make sure to close the door, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, came the response, and everyone dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Wang Yuan and Dahei began searching in the nearby grass, quickly unearthing several earthworms, which they carefully wrapped in leaves and brought back to the shelter. The 3 girls also moved the stools over. Wang Yuan and Dahei commenced their fishing, while the others leisurely enjoyed wild pineapples. Suddenly, Wang Yuan lifted his fishing rod and hooked a sizable crucian carp. Wow! Ha ha ha! Captain, you're amazing! The 3 girls applauded, laughing. Wang Yuan placed the crucian carp in a nearby float filled with water, then baited his hook with an earthworm and cast it back into the pond. He peeled an orange as he waited. A short while later, Dehei also caught a crucian carp. The two took turns reeling in several fish. Noticing the time, Wang Yuan checked his watch. It's 11 o'clock, Dehei. Let us catch one last fish before we cook, he said, lighting a cigarette. Dehei followed suit and lit his own. The two focused intently on the water surface while the three girls watched with curiosity. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's foam flow bobbed. Captain, there's a fish. Ren Yuan whispered. Shoo, don't speak, he replied. The float suddenly sank, and with a swift motion, Wang Yuan yanked the rod, bending it as the fish resisted. Ha ha, it's a big one, he exclaimed joyfully. Wang Yuan pulled hard towards the shore, then eased up a bit, engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish. Finally, he managed to bring it into shallower waters, and everyone could see it was a half-meter-long catfish. Quick, pull it to the shore. Wang Yuan urged Zhang Lanfang, handing her the rod. The three girls cooperated to hold the rod steady, while Wang Yuan dashed to the pond's edge, removed his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and leapt into the water. He seized the fish, which writhed vigorously in his grasp. Wang Yuan tossed the fish onto the bank, where it flopped on the grass. Ha ha ha! The three girls abandoned the rod and rushed over. Wang Yuan approached to remove the hook. Hee hee! Dehei chuckled at the sight of the four girls. Suddenly, Dehei's float also moved before sinking. He tugged at the rod but couldn't reel it in. Wow! 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 It's another big one! Dehei shouted. Ha ha ha! The three girls flocked to Dehei, eagerly gazing at the water. Wang Yuan, having stunned the catfish, brought it into the shelter and then joined Dehei to watch. Dehei mimicked Wang Yuan's fishing technique, alternating between pulling and easing. Eventually, he reeled in a catfish as well. Wang Yuan jumped into the water to toss it onto the bank. This fish was smaller than the previous one, yet still over a foot long. All right, let us tidy up and head back to cook the fish, Wang Yuan said, noticing everyone's excitement. Chapter 115. Preparing freshwater fish. Wang Yuan and Dehei began to process the large fish while the three girls handled the crucian carp. There were a total of 5 crucian carp and 2 grass carps. The group chuckled merrily as they scaled the fish, opened their bellies, and removed the entrails. Once they completed the task, they returned to the shed outside the cave, laden with their catch. Wang Yuan constructed a stove within the shed and kindled a fire. How shall we prepare these fish? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Let us make a soup with the small ones and steam the larger one, Jiang Yin suggested. You all can decide. Wang Yuan replied, glancing at the gentle rain outside before settling down to light a cigarette. Sister Feng, please chop some wild onions and ginger. Yuan, score the fish, Jiang Yin instructed as she set a skillet on the stove. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied, fetching a wooden board to slice the wild onions and ginger while Ren Yuan prepared the fish. Jiang Yin scooped some wild boar fat into the skillet, heating it before adding the crucian carp to fry until golden. Wang Yuan took a thicker piece of bamboo, sawed off a section of it using a spade, and split it in half. He intended to use these bamboo pieces as steaming plates, placing the larger fish inside to infuse it with a fragrant bamboo aroma, enhancing the flavor. Sounds good, Jiang Yin agreed. The crucian carp was fried to a perfect golden hue and then transferred to palm leaves. More boar fat was added to the skillet, and after heating, the chopped wild onions and ginger were sautéed until fragrant. Water was then poured in, brought to a boil, and the fried crucian carp was added. Bamboo strips were placed atop the skillet to separate the fish, which was sprinkled with sea salt and stuffed with wild onions and ginger. The fish was then placed inside the bamboo tube, which was set on the stove and covered with a halved water bucket for steaming. Now we wait for it to cook, Jiang Yin announced. Wang Yuan and Dehei smoked as they gazed out at the rain, their brows furrowed in thought. Captain, what is on your mind? Jiang Yin asked, noticing Wang Yuan's expression. The wild boar droppings I scattered around will surely be washed away by the rain, diluting the scent, and other wild animals may come around. We need to devise a plan, Wang Yuan replied. What should we do? The others turned their attention to him. Perhaps we could construct some fences to enclose this area and create a courtyard, Wang Yuan suggested. That seems to be our only option, Jiang Yin concurred. Let us have our meal first. Our supplies are insufficient. We can chop bamboo once the weather clears, Wang Yuan decided. Very well, Jiang Yin said as she opened the skillet and removed the 2 bamboo tubes. The fish soup was ready. She sprinkled some sea salt and wild onion flowers into the creamy broth and distributed it into 5 bamboo bowls. After cleaning the skillet, she placed the 2 grass carps inside, garnished them with wild onion flowers and a few wild Sichuan peppercorns. Once the skillet was hot, she poured in the boar fat, and a delightful sizzle filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma. How fragrant! Ren Yuan exclaimed, sniffing the air. Indeed, it smells wonderful. Dahei added. All right, let us eat. Jiang Yin declared. Yes, let us eat, Wang Yuan echoed. The group gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. This is exquisite, Jiang Yin remarked. Yes, the fish soup is delightful as well, they all agreed. After finishing their meal, Wang Yuan and Dahei retreated to the side to smoke. Oh dear, I'm so full, I don't want to move at all, Ren Yuan lamented, cradling her stomach. Look at you, you've gained some weight, Zhang Lanfang teased. Really? Have I? Ren Yuan touched her face, puzzled. No, not at all, she reassured herself. All right, let's get up and wash the dishes, move around a bit, and digest our food, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Fine, the three women replied as they headed to clean the utensils. Now that we have an abundance of food and it's raining outside, we can engage in free activities, but we must not stray too far from the group. And if there is anything special happening, at least inform 2 people, Wang Yuan stated. Understood, the 3 women responded. Come on, let's not be so serious. We are all in this to survive, but if one were to act recklessly, there's nothing anyone can do. I've spent the most time with Dahei, and we know each other well, so I trust him the most. Following him, I have faith in Yuan. Jiang, hold your thoughts for a moment. Let me finish. Although I've worked at our company for a few months, I've only seen you 3 times during that period, each encounter lasting no more than a minute, Wang Yuan remarked. Jiang Yin was about to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Yuan. Yuan, among us, your survival skills are the least developed, and your courage is also minimal. Please hold your tongue for now, and let me finish. I've spent the longest time with you since the disaster, and over this duration, you have shown the most growth. While you sometimes act quite childish, I understand it is intentional. Ren Yuan lowered her head, remaining silent. Feng Ye, you are the eldest among us. I don't mean to be sarcastic. Rather, I wish to highlight your wealth of social experience. There are many things I never considered that you have already encountered. Such wisdom cannot be learned solely through study. It is acquired through experience and life encounters. Perhaps your time as a flight attendant has exposed you to a plethora of personalities, which has honed your skills, an experience that Yuan will take years to attain. Wang Yuan continued. Captain, what exactly are you trying to convey? Jiang Yin sensed a disturbance. My point is, in the event that we become separated, it is imperative that everyone survives, Wang Yuan clarified. What? Why will we separate? Ren Yuan seemed to miss the crux of the matter. I understand, Jiang Yin replied. I comprehend as well, Zhang Lanfang added. What's going on? Feng Jia, Yin Jia, why am I so lost? Why will we part ways? What will I do without you all? Ren Yuan cried, wiping her tears. Wang Yuan glanced at Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin with a helpless expression. They shot him a disapproving look and went over to comfort Ren Yuan. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss this? Dai remarked in Mandarin. Well, I really don't know how else to express it. We are currently in open waters, surrounded by numerous pirate factions, and the island is rife with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. Anything could happen. I can only teach them some survival skills. Beyond that, I am powerless. I certainly cannot train them to be special forces, especially given our current circumstances, Wang Yuan replied. Why don't we establish a nation on this island? Just the 2 of us might succeed. We're also in international waters. You can be the king, and I'll be the prime minister. With those 3 beauties as princesses. What do you think? Dai suggested. Get lost. Wang Yuan kicked him lightly. In less than a month, we'd be nothing but bones. Do you think founding a nation is that simple? It would disturb too many vested interests. At that moment, we were oblivious to how we would meet our demise, Wang Yuan remarked with a chuckle. Dahei, scratching his head, offered an awkward smile. Wang Yuan gazed pensively out at the drizzle. I'm off to fish, Dahei announced. Very well, Wang Yuan replied, picking up a bamboo pole to resume crafting stools and a table. Captain, may I assist you in your weaving? Jiang Yin approached and took a seat. Certainly. Shall we go fishing then? Zhang Lanfang suggested. Ren Yuan glanced at Jiang Yin, shot Wang Yuan a disapproving look, and huffed no. I want to weave stools too. All right then. I shall fish with Dahei, Zhang Lanfang stated as she donned her hat and raincoat, making her way to the shelter by the pond to join Dahei in fishing. You all continue weaving. Do not forget to craft the table, Wang Yuan reminded them. Understood, Jiang Yin replied. Ren Yuan shot him another glare. Wang Yuan entered the cave, retrieved a length of rope, and measured it in the girl's room, marking it before returning to the shelter to measure the split bamboo strips. After cutting a pile of bamboo strips, he sat down and began his weaving. "Captain, what are you crafting?" Jiang Yin inquired. "I'm making a mat for you," Wang Yuan replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. After a couple of hours, the two girls had completed 4 stools and a long table, complementing the 1 stool Wang Yuan had initially woven, making a total of 5. "Captain, we are finished," Jiang Yin announced. "Very well. Let's take a break," Wang Yuan said, lighting another cigarette. "By the way, do we have any fruit left?" "None," Jiang Yin replied. "Then let us gather some bananas. There are plenty that have ripened," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right," Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan said as they donned their hats and raincoats and took a military dagger to collect bananas. Wang Yuan inhaled deeply from his cigarette, resuming his mat weaving. After a while, the two girls returned with bananas, and Jiang Yin handed a few to Wang Yuan. "Thank you," he said, taking one, peeling it, and beginning to eat. "You two can take the rest to the hay and the others to share." "Sure," Jiang Yin replied. "Move 1 table over and 2 stools as well," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," the two girls said, placing 2 stools and the bananas on the long table before lifting it toward the pond. After finishing his banana, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and continued weaving the mat. Once the mat was completed, Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 5 o'clock. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, rolled up the mat, and carried it into the cave, placing it in the girls' room. He then stoked the fire in the stove, poured water into a frying pan, and set it to boil. Next, he constructed 2 racks beside the stove with bamboo, pierced all the wild boar meat with a dagger, threaded them onto ropes, and hung them on the racks to smoke and cure, preparing the meat for preservation. Having not eaten wild boar meat for the past couple of days, subsisting instead on offal and ribs, this over 200 pounds of meat would be transformed into cured meat to prevent spoilage and eliminate any gamey odors. Once the water boiled, he poured some into a cup and drank. Carrying a water bucket and a stool, he headed to the shelter by the pond. "Have you caught many fish?" Wang Yuan inquired. "We have only caught 4 crucian carp in total," Zhang Lanfang replied. "It is 6 o'clock. You all should return to prepare dinner. I have constructed 2 racks in the cave to smoke the cured meat. You may take a piece to saute with mushrooms. Soon, Dahe and I will return to prepare a pot of fish soup," Wang Yuan remarked. "Very well," Wang Yuan replied, taking the fishing rod from Zhang Lanfang's hand and settling down. The 3 women headed back to cook. Shortly thereafter, Dahe caught a crucian carp, while Wang Yuan reeled in his line, finding nothing but an empty hook. "All right, let us return," he suggested. Chapter 117. There are truly beasts. After Wang Yuan and Dahe dealt with the crucian carp, they filled a bucket with water and brought it back to the cave. Zhang Lanfang took the fish to one side to fillet. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat beneath the shed, smoking and conversing. The rain continued to fall, and twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Once they finished their cigarettes, they moved the table and stools into the cave and brought in all the bamboo rods, securing the door. The cave was plunged into darkness, prompting Wang Yuan to quickly kindle a fire for illumination. "Let us eat first. The soup will be ready shortly," Jiang Yin suggested. "All right, let us dine," Wang Yuan agreed. Jiang Yin spread palm leaves across the table, which held a generous serving of sauteed mushrooms with wild boar meat. "Does anyone wish to drink?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Perhaps a little. We should indulge while we can. After all, what is the use of saving it?" Zhang Lanfang replied. "Very well, Dahe, and I shall have brandy. What about you?" Wang Yuan asked. "We'll stick to beer," Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan retrieved 3 cans of beer and a bottle of brandy, distributing them among the group. Jiang Yin took 2 bamboo cups for Wang Yuan and Dahe. Dahe opened the brandy, pouring 2 glasses, while the 3 women opened their beers. "To our health." Wang Yuan raised his glass. "Cheers." The others echoed. The 5 clinked their glasses and took a sip. "Let us enjoy the meal," Wang Yuan urged. This sauteed mushroom with wild boar is exquisite," they praised enthusiastically. After a while, Jiang Yin served the fish soup to everyone. Once they were satiated, Wang Yuan opened the door, and the 3 women walked to the shed to wash the dishes. Wang Yuan and Dahe, armed with long guns, sat at the cave entrance smoking. The rain had lessened to a gentle drizzle, perhaps soon to cease. Once the women completed the dishes, Wang Yuan asked, "Do you need to relieve yourselves?" "Now is the time. Once we close the door, do not venture out." All right, let us all go," Zhang Lanfang agreed. The group took turns to step outside. After everyone returned, they secured the door firmly. Wang Yuan cut open a float ball and placed it in the corner, stating, Let this float ball serve as our makeshift restroom. Do not go outside tonight. The rain has washed away all traces, and the beast could emerge at any moment. Thus, we must not venture out after dark. Do you all understand? Understood, the group responded. Just then, a distant roar echoed from outside the cave. There truly are beasts, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, her companions exchanging fearful glances. Captain, what was that sound? Ren Yuanyuan whispered. That sound was likely a tiger, Wang Yuan replied. Really? Is that true? Ren Yuanyuan asked in disbelief. Fear not. Even if it is a tiger, it cannot enter. Let's not forget we have our firearms, Wang Yuan reassured. Very well. She conceded. Wang Yuan sharpened several bamboo poles at one end and extended them through the gap in the door, propping the other end against the ground. Well, even if a wild beast comes, it will be pricked by the bamboo tip, and we will be prepared in advance, he declared. All right, that's fine. You all go ahead and lay out the bamboo mats. If you're tired, take a rest, he added. The three women entered the room to spread the cool mats onto the beds. Wang Yuan and He sat beside the fire, smoking. Once the three women finished laying the beds, they gathered around. Wang Yuan took a few bamboo poles and began to split them with a dagger, with the three women and He following suit to learn. It's likely the rain will stop tomorrow. We must not stray too far. After the rain, we won't venture into the mountains. At most, we could go to the bamboo grove to chop some bamboo, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, they all responded. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed, causing the three women to turn pale. It's all right, stay calm. We have guns, Wang Yuan reassured them. Wang Yuan began weaving a bamboo mat, while Zhang Lanfang attempted to weave another alongside him. He and the two women continued to split bamboo. Once the two mats were completed, Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 10:30. He lit a cigarette. Let us all rest now. It's already 10:30. He added some dry twigs to the fire. All right, the three women said as they retreated to the room to rest. Wang Yuan and He spread out the bamboo mats and lay on the bed, smoking. The next day, Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. He lit the stove, boiled some water, and opened the door. The rain had ceased outside, though the sky remained overcast. Wang Yuan stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air and surveying his surroundings. Everything seemed normal. He went to the toilet and then returned to the cave to fetch his toiletries. Heading to the pond to wash up, He and the three women woke in succession, taking turns to resolve their personal matters before washing at the pond. The three women had not slept well the previous night and bore dark circles under their eyes. After finishing his wash, Wang Yuan returned to the cave, distributed the hot water, took a cup, and sat on a stool in the shed, lighting a cigarette. After a while, He joined him with a cup of water and a stool, sitting beside him. Once Wang Yuan finished his cigarette, he reignited the stove in the shed, returned to the cave, filled a frying pan with water, and placed it on the stove. The three women returned from washing up, and Wang Yuan suggested, let us prepare a soup with dried fish and wild vegetables for breakfast. All right, the three women replied, taking out the dried fish and wild vegetables to place in the pot. After finishing breakfast and cleaning the dishes, they sat under the shed, drinking water while Wang Yuan and He smoked. Captain, what are we doing today? Zhang Lanfang inquired. We'll go chop bamboo and then return to build a fence. You three should check if the rabbit traps have yielded any results, Wang Yuan replied. Chapter 118. Enclosing a yard with a fence after a brief rest. They all got up to busy themselves. Wang Yuan and He shouldered their long guns and grasped their machetes, heading to the bamboo grove to chop bamboo. The three women carried their baskets, securing handguns and daggers while taking fishing spears to check the traps. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Wang Yuan noticed an abundance of bamboo shoots sprouting from the ground, likely due to the rain. In just a day's time, they had grown considerably. He snapped off a bamboo shoot, peeled back its outer skin, and tasted a piece, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bitter. It's sweet bamboo, suitable for eating raw. Shall we dig up the shoots first? He asked. Let us chop the bamboo first. When the three women return, we can have them dig, Wang Yuan replied. The two then set to work chopping the bamboo. After a while of cutting, the two men each carried a bundle back. He, you continue to chop bamboo. I will construct the fence here. Wang Yuan and He lit their cigarettes. He returned to the bamboo grove to resume his work. Wang Yuan sat down and used his machete to cut the bamboo into 2-meter-long poles. Once finished, he sharpened one end of each pole with his dagger. At that moment, He returned with another bundle of bamboo, accompanied by the three women. Captain, we caught a wild rabbit, Zhang Lanfang announced. And 2 wild chicken eggs, Ren Yuanyuan added. The 3 women set down their baskets, and Zhang Lanfang pulled a wild rabbit from her basket, its legs bound with rope. Ren Yuanyuan took out 2 eggs from her pocket. Good. Let us take a break, Wang Yuan said as he lit another cigarette. The 3 women each grabbed a cup of water and sat down to drink. We also spotted several wild chickens, Jiang Yin remarked. Dahei, having sat down as well, lit his cigarette and asked Wang, shall we find a way to catch a couple? Let us discuss it after the fence is completed, Wang Yuan replied. Those wild chickens are quite beautiful, Ren Yuanyuan remarked. Have you checked all the traps? Are they set up again? Wang Yuan inquired. All set, Zhang Lanfang confirmed. Good. Once you all have rested, go with Dahei to the bamboo grove. There are plenty of bamboo shoots sprouting up, so dig some out, Wang Yuan instructed. Really? That's wonderful, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Yes, for lunch, we shall have bamboo shoots stewed with rabbit, Wang Yuan stated. Oh, more rabbit again, Ren Yuanyuan grimaced. Will you eat it? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, this princess will begrudgingly eat 2 pieces, but not 3, she replied. Wang Yuan burst into laughter, spitting out a mouthful of water. The others joined in the hearty laughter. All right, let us get moving, Zhang Lanfang said. The 3 women hoisted their baskets and walked towards the bamboo grove with Dahei, while Wang Yuan remained seated, continuing to work on the bamboo. After finishing the sharpening, he used a spade to dig holes, creating several rows of approximately 10-centimeter deep pits around the cave, enclosing the cave, the shed, and the toilet, thus forming the framework of the yard. He then crossed 3 sharpened bamboo poles together, burying the base in the pits and binding the intersections tightly with rope. Each set of 3 was secured, spaced about half a meter apart, until 3 sides were completed, firmly compacted on the ground, leaving around 2 meters of space on each side for the installation of a door. Dahei returned with 2 more trips of bamboo and mentioned that the 3 women had finished digging bamboo shoots and were helping to chop bamboo. Wang Yuan checked the time. It was 11 o'clock, so he instructed Dahei to call the 3 women back for lunch and continue in the afternoon. Dahei nodded and left. Wang Yuan carried the wild rabbit to the water pool to prepare it for cooking. Captain, we dug 2 baskets of bamboo shoots. Zhang Lanfang approached the water pool and said, Oh, that is quite a lot, Wang Yuan replied. What shall we do? Zhang Lanfang asked. Peel the bamboo shoots, boil them. Set aside what we will eat for lunch, and preserve the rest, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied as she walked back. After finishing with the rabbit, Wang Yuan chopped it into small pieces, washed them clean with water, wrapped them in palm leaves, and took the cleaned rabbit skin back as well. Is everything ready for cooking? Wang Yuan inquired. Not yet. I've only cooked half, Jiang Yin remarked. It's fine. Let's continue with the meal. We can finish cooking the rest after we eat, Wang Yuan replied, placing the palm leaves on the table and preparing to stew the wild rabbit with bamboo shoots. Having said that, Wang Yuan took the rabbit skin into the cave and hung it on the wall alongside the previous one. Captain, how much longer will it take to finish the fence? Zhang Lanfang inquired as Wang Yuan stepped out of the cave. It should be ready by this afternoon, Wang Yuan assured her. Dahei returned with a bundle of bamboo, and after setting it down, he sat with Wang Yuan to smoke and chat. The 3 women finished stewing the rabbit and prepared a pot of wild vegetable egg drop soup. After indulging in the delectable game meat, everyone felt pleasantly full and lazily sat down to rest. Sister Feng, you all didn't sleep well last night. You should take a nap, Wang Yuan suggested. We'll be fine. We can sleep early tonight, Zhang Lanfang replied. It's no trouble. We have plenty of time. Go ahead, Wang Yuan insisted. All right then. The 3 women ventured into the cave to rest. After Wang Yuan and Dahei finished smoking, they washed the dishes and resumed their tasks. Dahei took a machete to cut bamboo, while Wang Yuan sat down to chop the bamboo into approximately 1-meter-long poles, sharpening one end of each. Once there were enough prepared, he set them up in the previously constructed bamboo frame, tying 3 together in an alternating pattern. At that moment, the 3 women emerged from their rest, and Dahei returned with another bundle of bamboo. Chapter 119. A grand courtyard established. Go ahead and cut more bamboo. I estimate we need about 2 more bundles, but it's wise to cut extra for future use, Wang Yuan instructed, handing the machete to Zhang Lanfang. Understood. Bring back those cut bamboo branches as well. They can be useful, she replied. Be careful, there might be snakes in the bamboo grove, Wang Yuan cautioned. Got it. The 3 women and Dahei set off to cut bamboo together. At last, the sky cleared and the sun shone brightly. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. added some dry firewood to the stove, placed a flat-bottomed pot on it, filled it with bamboo shoots, and continued constructing the bamboo frame. Soon, Jiang Yin and Run Yuan returned, each carrying a bundle of bamboo branches. No need to put them in the shed, just leave them under the fence, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the two women replied, setting down the bamboo branches. Are they still cutting bamboo? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, they're in charge of cutting, while we're responsible for transporting. There's still plenty of thin bamboo branches over there. We've cut quite a lot these past couple of days. And even more have been shaved off, Jiang Yin explained. Good, bring them all back. What are those thin bamboo branches for? Ren Yuan inquired. They can be used for camouflage on the fence. They look nice, and even dried, they can serve as firewood, Wang Yuan elucidated. Oh, I see. Let us continue. Hey, Yuan replied. Wang Yuan completed the bamboo frame, arranging the poles in varying heights, some around 1.5 meters tall, others approximately 70 centimeters. He then connected the frame with horizontal bamboo to create 2 layers, securing them with rope, thus finishing the fence, leaving only the door to be constructed, with openings left for it on 3 sides of the fence. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, removed the bamboo shoots from the pot, placed them in a winnowing basket to dry, and sat down to split a bamboo pole with a dagger, further slicing it into strips. He took a bamboo pole to measure the door location on the 3-sided fence and marked it with his dagger. Returning to the shed, I sat down and picked up a bamboo pole to measure its length, then sawed it with a spade. Subsequently, I joined 4 poles to create a frame, securely binding them with rope and interlaced strips in the middle, thus completing a door. I repeated this process to construct 3 doors. Each door featured bamboo strips protruding a good several centimeters at the top, which I sharpened with a dagger. I then installed all 3 doors, erecting a sturdy bamboo pole on each side of every door, one serving as a pivot and the other for securing the door when closed, both sharpened at the top and deeply embedded in the ground. After finishing the doors, I lit a cigarette and glanced at my watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. I surveyed the surroundings of the fence, noting that 3 sides stretched approximately 15 meters long, forming a square courtyard, which was already quite spacious. Beneath the shed lay a significant pile of bamboo, with ample branches beneath every section of the fence. Wang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he smoked and stepped out of the courtyard, ensuring the door was securely closed before heading towards the bamboo forest. That should suffice for now, he observed, noticing others were still busy. All right, everyone take a short break before we head back. Dahei wiped the sweat from his brow, lighting another cigarette. What time is it? He inquired. It's 5 o'clock, came the reply. The group settled onto the bamboo to rest. Is the fence completed? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, it is, Wang Yuan responded, surveying the area where much bamboo had been cut, leaving behind a vast open space. After resting for a while, Wang Yuan and Dahei bundled 2 stacks of bamboo, carrying them back, while the 3 women tidied up the trimmed branches and carried them back as well. Upon returning to the shed, they set down their belongings and gazed at the constructed fence and spacious courtyard, feeling a great sense of contentment. Captain, is this sufficient? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Not quite. We need to insert these bamboo branches for a decorative touch. Once the bamboo leaves fall, we can plant some flowers and vines. Wang Yuan explained. All right, let's do it together. The group agreed, moving to insert the bamboo branches, with the longer ones planted in the ground and the shorter ones affixed to the fence. With a collective effort, they soon completed the task, even adorning the door with bamboo branches, creating a beautiful sight reminiscent of a bamboo fence from a distance. It looked splendid, they remarked, standing beneath the shed, while Run Yuan stroked her chin in contemplation. Why don't you all prepare the meal? Dahei and I will fetch some water, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Wang Yuan and Dahei, carrying buckets and mineral water bottles, wandered to the water pond, lighting cigarettes as they went and ensuring the courtyard door was securely shut behind them. What shall we eat? Ren Yuan asked. We only have wild boar meat and dried fish left. The wild vegetables are gone, but we still have bamboo shoots. Perhaps we could stew the wild boar meat with bamboo shoots and grill some dried fish, Jiang Yin proposed. Sound good. Tomorrow, we can go dig up some wild vegetables. After the rain, there may even be mushrooms, Zhang Lanfang added. The 3 women began busily preparing the meal in the shed. After Wang Yuan and Dahei returned with water, they resumed their place beneath the shed, smoking and chatting. Once dinner was finished, they cleaned up the dishes, and as night fell, they returned to the cave, lighting a fire for illumination. Dehei secured the door and settled down beside the fire, engaging in conversation with Wang Yuan. In the distance, the occasional roar of a beast could be heard, though it was considerably quieter than the previous night. The tiger's roar has diminished. It must have moved further away or is hiding in its den, Wang Yuan remarked. It won't come near us, will it? Ren Yuan asked. That is uncertain, he replied. Thus, you must refrain from acting alone and ensure that you carry your firearms at all times, Wang Yuan advised. Chapter 120. Crafting a slingshot understood, the three women replied. Are you not going to relieve yourselves? Make haste while it is still dark. Do not venture out after nightfall. Wang Yuan urged. Very well, we shall go first, they agreed, exchanging glances. Zhang Lanfang spoke up. The three women opened the door and made their way to the shed, taking turns to use the restroom. Wang Yuan and Dehei, armed with their rifles, stepped outside to smoke. Once everyone had returned to the cave, Wang Yuan secured the door. The group gathered around the campfire, engaging in casual conversation. Wang Yuan found a tree branch and began whittling it with his dagger, skillfully shaping it into a small fork about the size of a palm and smoothing its surface. Captain, what are you crafting? Ren Yuan inquired with curiosity. You shall see shortly, Wang Yuan replied as he ventured inside to retrieve a suitcase. He opened it and took out a small box from one of the compartments. After closing the suitcase, he held the box and cut a piece of wild rabbit skin with his dagger, returning to the fire and lighting a cigarette. Jiang, please hand me that multifunctional fruit knife, Wang Yuan requested. Jiang Yin produced a fruit knife and passed it to Wang Yuan. At that moment, the others recognized the contents of the box, causing the three women to blush, for it was evidently a box of safety supplies. Wang Yuan used the small scissors on the fruit knife to trim the fur off the piece of rabbit skin, cutting 2 small holes on either side. He opened the box, took out 2 small packages, tore them open, and extracted 2 rubber items. After wiping away the liquid with a rag, he secured the rubber to the small fork, then threaded the rabbit skin through the rubber bands to bind them. Wang Yuan picked up a small stone and wrapped it in the rabbit skin, holding it tightly before aiming it at a tiny hole in the door. With a release, the stone shot through the hole with a sharp pop. Oh, a slingshot, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. You've shot arrows before. Here, give it a try. Wang Yuan tossed the slingshot to Zhang Lanfang. She caught it, picked up a small stone, and imitated Wang Yuan, successfully launching it through the hole. Bravo! The group cheered. Wang Yuan then crafted 5 more slingshots, and everyone began to play with them. After a while, he remarked, this slingshot lacks sturdiness. We can use it to hunt wild chickens, rabbits, or small birds, but its power is limited. It may not kill outright, but if we hit them, they won't escape quickly, allowing us to catch them easily. We can go hunting for wild chickens another day. Understood, they all replied. Well then, let us rest for now. Very well. They concurred as they returned to their respective quarters to rest. The following morning, Wang Yuan awoke, opened the door to survey the surroundings, then turned back to start a fire and boil water. After using the restroom and freshening up, he returned to the shed to drink water and smoke. One by one, the others arose to attend to their personal needs. The 3 women prepared a pot of bamboo shoots with pork for breakfast. After everyone finished eating and cleaned the dishes, they gathered under the shed. Captain, shall we go forage for wild vegetables today? We have none left, and perhaps we can find some mushrooms. With the rain, there should be plenty, Zhang Lanfang suggested. All right, Dehei and I will scout the area and check the traps, Wang Yuan responded. The 3 women equipped themselves and set off. Wang Yuan and Dehei also gathered their gear, secured the door, and headed out to inspect the traps. As they traversed the traveler's banana trees and approached the traps, none were triggered. Wang Yuan repositioned several traps before they continued onward, soon hearing a series of clucking sounds. They held their breath and stealthily concealed themselves behind a thicket. Just as Dehei was about to draw his weapon from behind, Wang Yuan stopped him, revealing a slingshot from his pocket and gesturing with it. Dehei produced his own slingshot, and they both gathered small stones from the ground to load into their slingshots. Wang Yuan then picked up another stone and hurled it towards the source of the sound. With a flurry of wings, a wild chicken erupted into the air, landing over 20 meters ahead of them, curiously scanning its surroundings. Wang Yuan signaled to Dehei, who nodded in understanding. They gradually pulled back their slingshots, aiming at the wild chicken. Wang Yuan whispered 1, 2, 3. With a simultaneous crack, they released their stones. Got it, Wang Yuan exclaimed as they rushed forward. Both stones struck their target. One hit its wing and the other its abdomen. The wild chicken flailed on the ground. and Dahei swiftly lifted it, while Wang Yuan tied its legs with some grass. Ha ha ha, splendid. Dahei laughed exuberantly. All right, pack it into your backpack. Wang Yuan shared in his joy. Dahei opened his backpack and stowed the wild chicken inside, zipping it up just as the chicken struggled for a moment before settling down. With the backpack secured, they made their way toward the wild chicken's nest and indeed found another egg, which Wang Yuan pocketed, both of them brimming with excitement. Dahei, let us search the grass nearby. I spotted two that day. We should do it as before. I'll aim for the wing and you for the thigh. That way, it won't escape, Wang Yuan suggested. They moved cautiously, striving to make no sound while observing their surroundings. After walking over 200 meters, they heard the clucking of another wild chicken. They crept behind a bush to peek ahead. Sure enough, over 50 meters away, a wild chicken was pecking at the ground in a patch of grass. Chapter 121. The pirates approached. Wang Yuan signaled to Dahei with hand gestures, who nodded in comprehension. They bent low and advanced slowly. Given the limited lethality of the slingshots, the threat posed to the wild chicken from over 50 meters was negligible. Thus, they needed to approach as closely as possible without alarming it. They moved silently until they were within 20 meters. Wang Yuan pressed his left hand down in a gesture for silence, and they crouched to ready their slingshots, loading stones and aiming carefully. 1, 2, 3, Wang Yuan murmured. Crack, crack. They hit their mark. They dashed forward, and Dahei seized the wild chicken, with the stones striking its wing and thigh, causing it to struggle and emit desperate clucks. Wang Yuan quickly bound its legs with some grass and tossed it into the backpack. Ha ha, Wang. Is this one male or female? Dahei inquired. It's male. Yours is female, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, then we'll eat this one tonight and keep the female. Dahei said. All right, let us search the vicinity for more, Wang Yuan suggested. The two individuals separated to search, though not too far apart, allowing them to keep each other in sight. While they failed to find any pheasants, they did encounter two wild rabbits, which quickly escaped. It was not until Wang Yuan spotted a cobra slithering through the grass that he quietly retreated and signaled to Dahei. Dahei, there shouldn't be any more around here. There are venomous snakes nearby. Oh, I saw one over there as well, Dahei replied. Then let us return, release the pheasants, and explore another area, Wang Yuan suggested. The two cautiously made their way back to the cave. Wang Yuan found a length of rope, tied the two pheasants together, and secured them to a bamboo pole before closing the door behind them. Where shall we go this time? Dahei inquired. Do you not feel that the path we took here seems artificially constructed? Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, in some places there are stone steps made of slabs, Dahei acknowledged. Then let us follow the direction of that path and see where it leads. They ventured forth, observing the surroundings as they followed the path, which appeared to extend from the bamboo grove to the slope behind the cave. Let us climb up and take a look, Wang Yuan proposed. Dahei followed Wang Yuan as they ascended the slope, which was predominantly covered in grass and some low shrubs, culminating in rocky outcrops at the summit. The incline was steep, presenting a challenge as they climbed cautiously. Suddenly, a segment of a snake's body emerged from the underbrush, about the thickness of a wrist. Adorned in a striking black and white pattern, it was a silver-ringed snake. Wang Yuan gestured to Dahei, indicating the snake. Dahei nodded, drawing forth his machete, while Wang Yuan picked up his entrenching tool, tightening the handle. Abruptly, the snake raised its head, gazing at the two men as it flicked its tongue. They focused intently on the serpent, gradually raising their weapons. The snake lunged towards them, prompting Wang Yuan to swing his entrenching tool down with force. With a resounding thud, the tool struck the snake's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. The snake, measuring over 1 meter in length, coiled around the entrenching tool. Dahei swung his machete, swiftly severing the snake's head from its body. Wang Yuan lifted the tool, shaking off the snake's body, which continued to writhe, its head still opening and closing. He glanced up at the sky and waved his hand. Indeed, a large eagle descended, pecking at the snake's head, then began to consume its flesh. Wang Yuan dug a small pit and buried the snake's head. Dahei, let us proceed. They soon reached the rocky summit of the slope, surveying the area. Beyond the slope lay a basin-like valley, encircled by mountains. To enter the valley, one would have to traverse these peaks. Turning back, they could see the distant ocean, though the coastline was obscured from view. Wang Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Dahei, let us rest for a moment before returning. We can have lunch and then explore again, he suggested. Oh, Dahei agreed. The two sat down, lighting cigarettes and smoking leisurely. Suddenly, a flash of light reflected from within the valley. Wang Yuan stood up, exclaiming, "Hey, look! What is that?" "It appears to be a metallic or glass object," Dahé replied, also rising and shifting closer to Wang Yuan for a better view. "Indeed. Let us bring our binoculars and scope this afternoon," Wang Yuan proposed. "Let's return now." Wang Yuan discarded his cigarette, but extinguishing it underfoot. The two of them retraced their steps, reaching the spot where the snake had been. Both the eagle and the serpent had vanished. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from afar. "Hurry!" Wang Yuan shouted, exchanging a glance with his companion. They swiftly descended the slope. A rapid series of gunfire followed. As they neared the base of the mountain, Wang Yuan hurled his entrenching tool and backpack downward before leaping after them. Dahé also cast aside his pack and jumped down. Together, they hoisted the AK-47 and dashed towards the forest. Not far into the woods, they spotted 3 women hiding behind a tree, allowing the 2 men to exhale in relief as they ran forward. The women noticed Wang Yuan and Dahé, quickly gesturing for silence while waving them down. As Wang Yuan and Dahé approached the trio, they took cover behind another tree. "What's going on?" Wang Yuan whispered. "There are pirates," Zhang Lanfang replied, pointing in a specific direction. Wang Yuan and Dahé peered over. About 100 meters away, 2 pirates were concealed behind a tree. "How many are there?" Wang Yuan inquired quietly. "There should be 4, Zhang Lanfang answered. "All right, stay put. Leave this to Dahé and me." "Understood." Suddenly, another barrage of gunfire erupted from the other side. The group instinctively ducked for cover. Once the gunfire ceased, Wang Yuan cautiously leaned out to observe. Indeed, there were 4 men peering around cautiously. Wang Yuan signaled to Dahé, who acknowledged with a gesture. Slowly raising his weapon, Wang Yuan took aim. Bang! A precise shot rang out. Immediately after, he rolled to the side. Tat 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 tat. Dahé unleashed a 5-round burst. Wang Yuan sprang to his feet and charged forward, seeking refuge behind a tree. At that moment, Dahé rushed over, exclaiming, "They VE fled. Damn it, I overestimated them. Let us pursue," Wang Yuan declared. The two raced forward, discovering a pirate lying dead with a bullet wound to the head. "Sister Feng, come over and search him," Wang Yuan called out. "Got it," Zhang Lanfang replied as the 3 women hurried over. "Let us go," Wang Yuan said, dashing out. Dahé followed, closely behind. The women approached the body and began to search it. Nearby lay an AK-47, and a bullet pouch was strapped to the corpse's chest. Zhang Lanfang unfastened it, revealing 3 magazines inside. A military dagger sheathed on the belt caught Jiang Yan's attention. She pulled the belt free and examined the dagger, noting its high quality. Ren Yuan rummaged through the pockets, finding a pack and a half of cigarettes, an inflatable lighter, and several euro bills in the upper pocket. Jiang Yan seized the AK-47, detached the magazine for inspection, then reloaded it. "I'm going to chase them," she stated, fastening the belt around her waist and readying her weapon. "We should check it out too," Zhang Lanfang suggested. "All right." The 2 women gathered the items, stowed them in their packs, and drew their pistols before setting off in pursuit. Wang Yuan and Dahé pressed on rapidly, spotting 3 pirates making a dash for the beach, still over 100 meters away. The pirates were shouting loudly, occasionally turning back to fire their weapons. Upon reaching the beach, Wang Yuan took cover behind a coconut tree, raising his gun to aim at the fleeing pirates, who were frantically waving towards a speedboat anchored offshore. As Dahé was about to charge forward, Wang Yuan halted him, exclaiming, "Dahé, don't go over there." Dahé crouched behind a coconut tree, raising his weapon to take aim. The speedboat had already revved up, with a pirate at the helm shouting towards his comrades on the beach. Both Wang Yuan and Dahé were panting heavily, striving to regulate their breaths. "Hot-tot-tot! Hot-tot-tot!" They fired simultaneously. One pirate on the beach collapsed, and the pirate on the speedboat fell silent as well. At that moment, 2 pirates leaped onto the speedboat, taking cover. Wang Yuan signaled to Dahé, who nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 separated and dashed towards the boat. Suddenly, the speedboat shifted, veering away as if it were unmanned. It turned out that the 2 pirates had crawled to the front, dragging the body from the driver's seat aside, while one of them lay down to steer the boat away. "Damn it!" Dahé exclaimed furiously. "Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot!" He unleashed a rapid succession of shots at the speedboat. "Dahé, enough! Don't waste your bullets," Wang Yuan cautioned. "Sigh, these pirates aren't exactly dim-witted," Dahé remarked, plopping down onto the ground. Wang Yuan approached the fallen pirate on the beach, examining him closely. Dahe, your marksmanship is quite impressive. At that moment, a pirate on the retreating speedboat stood up and began to spray gunfire onto the beach, firing until his magazine was empty. Wang Yuan and Dahe stood still, observing. It would be quite a feat to hit anything from over 500 meters away. Just then, the three women arrived. Captain, Dahe, what is the situation? Zhang Lanfang inquired. To have escaped, Dahe replied. What brought you here? Wang Yuan asked. Aren't we here out of concern for your safety? Ren Yuanyuan shot him a glare. Noticing the women drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Wang Yuan fell silent, crouched down, and rummaged through the pockets of the corpse, retrieving 2 packs of cigarettes. Dahe, look, good cigarettes, Wang Yuan exclaimed, lifting them up. Dahe approached, took a box, extracted a stick, and handed it to Wang Yuan before lighting one for himself. Wang Yuan lit his cigarette, and they sat down together. The 3 women observed the 2 in silence before walking over to join them in rest. Captain, I'm thirsty, Ren Yuanyuan said. All right, wait here, Wang Yuan replied. Dahe, search him. He then walked over to a coconut tree, set his gun down, looked up, and began to climb. Moments later, he tossed down 5 coconuts and slid down, carrying them towards the others, distributing 1 coconut to each. Everyone drew their daggers and carved holes into the coconuts, tilting their heads back to drink the coconut water. Dahe, what did you find? Wang Yuan inquired. A handgun, several magazines, some cash, and a branded lighter. Dahe tossed a lighter to Wang Yuan. A fine lighter, Wang Yuan remarked, examining it briefly before stowing it away. We also found several magazines and a dagger. Along with some cash on that pirate we searched, Zhang Lanfang added. Chapter 123. Repairing the steamer. All right, let us pool our cash together. We've accumulated quite a bit over the past few days. It may serve us well in the future, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. Time was pressing. The group smashed open the coconuts and feasted on the flesh within. Everyone must be hungry. Shall we check the shelter? Wang Yuan asked. Sure. As the group arrived at the shelter, the surroundings remained unchanged, presumably untouched. Dahe, please check the fish trap while we gather marine debris, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. Dahe replied, and everyone busied themselves with their tasks. An hour later, the group reconvened in front of the shelter. Dahe, do we have enough seafood to eat? Wang Yuan inquired. Sufficient, Dahe affirmed. Then let us start a fire and grill everything, Wang Yuan declared. Jiang Yin began to kindle the flames while the others skewered the fish, shrimp, and crabs onto bamboo sticks, preparing to roast them. Captain, I found a pot, but unfortunately, it has a leak, Ren Yuanyuan announced. What kind of pot? Wang Yuan asked. It's an aluminum steamer. Bring it over for a look, he urged. Ren Yuanyuan retrieved the steamer from the nearby pile of refuse. Wang Yuan inspected it, glancing skyward. The only damage was 2 small holes at the bottom, while the rest remained intact. Even the plastic handle was unblemished. What a fine find. I believe I can repair it, Wang Yuan stated. Really? The 3 women gazed at him in disbelief. Yes, let us first enjoy our meal, and afterward we shall seek out additional items, he proposed. That sounds splendid. We will be able to add many delightful dishes in the future, Jiang Yin remarked. How many wild vegetables did you gather today? Wang Yuan asked. We collected 2 baskets of mushrooms and dried them. After the rain, the spot where the mushrooms grew yielded quite a few more. We also spotted the 2 wild chickens you caught. They were truly magnificent. The wild vegetables we dug up are here, totaling about a basket, Ren Yuanyuan chattered excitedly. Excellent, Wang Yuan replied. After the meal, Wang Yuan checked the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. He shared a smoke with Dahe. Captain, what shall we search for? Zhang Lanfang queried. I noticed some rusted wires and cables among the marine debris that I previously overlooked. They might still be useful. Let us search for them while also checking the tide for any seafood, Wang Yuan suggested. Sounds good. It's been a while since we had seafood, the group agreed. They dispersed to scour the rocky area. Wang Yuan found a buoy, cut a hole in it with his knife for storage. Following his lead, the others also collected buoys and cut them open. Wang Yuan pried open oysters and gathered seaweed with his knife, while Dahe collected marine trash, and the 3 women gathered shellfish and crabs. The rocky area, untouched for several days, proved to be quite bountiful. After 2 hours, Wang Yuan called everyone back to the shelter. It was past 5 o'clock and time to return. Their faces illuminated with joy at their abundant haul. They organized their belongings. Placing all the seafood into a basket that Wang Yuan carried, while Run Yuan took charge of the wild vegetables in another basket. The remaining supplies were divided among the other three, who either carried or held them as they made their way toward the cave. The pirate corpse previously seen at the beach had vanished, and upon reaching the woods, they checked the first pirate body, which was also gone, likely taken by wild beasts. Upon arriving at the cave, they set down their items and sat down to rest. "Captain, is one of the wild chickens dead?" Ren Yuan observed 2 wild chickens, one of which lay motionless on the ground. Wang Yuan approached and observed, "Indeed, this one is gravely injured and has succumbed. Fortunately, it is a male, while that one is a female. Once it recovers, it shall lay eggs." "That's splendid. But what shall we feed it?" Hey Yuan inquired. "There are numerous edibles it can consume: worms, wild vegetables, wild fruits, and various seed from grasses. We shall gather some another day. For now, let us provide it with some wild greens," Wang Yuan replied, then sat down, sharing a moment of leisure with Dahei as they smoked. The 3 women surrounded the wild chicken, watching intently as they placed a handful of wild vegetables before it. "Huh, it truly is eating," one exclaimed. "Yes, but its wings are injured. When will it heal?" Another pondered. "Fear not, the injury is not severe. It shall mend in a few days," Wang Yuan reassured them. The 3 women chattered excitedly, playfully interacting with the wild chicken. "All right, it's time to prepare dinner," Wang Yuan announced. "What shall we make tonight?" Jiang Yin asked. "Let's boil the seafood, save the seaweed for tomorrow, and process the deceased wild chicken to stew with mushrooms," Wang Yuan suggested. "Very well," the 3 women agreed, proceeding to wash the seafood and wild vegetables while Dahei took the dead wild rabbit outside to prepare it. Wang Yuan ignited a fire, heating water in a skillet. He then retrieved a steaming pot, inspecting its small holes for leaks. Fortunately, they were not significant. Using a piece of aluminum wire, he heated it over the flames to remove the insulation, then cut 2 segments of the aluminum core. He inserted these segments into the pot's small holes, propping it on stones and gently tapping with a chisel. Afterward, he placed it back over the fire for a while, continuing to strike it until satisfied. After pouring in water to test for leaks, he declared, "Excellent, it doesn't leak anymore. It's ready for use." "Splendid. We can steam the seafood inside," Jiang Yin responded. The 3 women, engrossed in washing the seafood and wild vegetables, gathered closer to observe. Wang Yuan passed the pot to them. Dahei brought over the prepared wild chicken, placing it in a half-float. Wang Yuan poured boiling water over it to scald, then began plucking its feathers. Once done, he chopped it into small pieces and handed them to the 3 women before retreating with Dahei to smoke and converse. In Chapter 124, Digging Traps, Wang Yuan entered to retrieve the medical kit, applying antiseptic to the wild chicken's wounds. As dusk descended, he kindled a fire and wove a curtain for the steamer from bamboo strips. After a while, dinner was ready: 1 pot of wild chicken stew with mushrooms and another of steamed seafood. Everyone feasted heartily, nearly swallowing their tongues in delight. Once the meal concluded, the 3 women washed the dishes while Wang Yuan and Dahei sat by the fire, sharing conversation as they enjoyed their cigarettes. When the women finished, they joined the circle. "Captain, what discoveries did you make today?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "We ascended the mountain behind the cave. Beyond it lies a valley with no exit, forcing one to traverse over the mountain. We shall return tomorrow to explore further," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh, very well. Do you all need to relieve yourselves?" "We shall close the door afterward," Wang Yuan stated. "All right, let us go," they concurred. Wang Yuan and Dahei picked up their long guns and together, they stepped outside beneath the shelter. After everyone took turns answering nature's call, they returned to the cave where Wang Yuan secured the door, and they all resumed their places beside the fire. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and requested assistance from everyone to split bamboo strips. Wang Yuan picked up some bamboo strips and began to weave. After a while, he fashioned a cage, carefully untying the wild chicken and placing it inside. "All right, we shall keep it here. Tomorrow I will fetch some dry grass to make it comfortable for laying eggs," he declared. "Wonderful." Ren Yuan gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. Each of the 3 women held a toy .47 rifle, playfully handling them, though the magazines were devoid of bullets, only used during practice sessions. "Our supplies of arms and ammunition are quite ample. Tomorrow, you may have the opportunity to try firing the guns," Wang Yuan stated. "Yay," he added. "All right, everyone, let's take a rest," he suggested. The group set down their weapons and retreated to their quarters to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan awoke, opened the door, surveyed his surroundings, and stepped outside. He made his way to the shed, kindled a fire on the stove, and set a frying pan with water to boil. Lighting a cigarette, he went to the restroom, then returned to the cave, carrying his toiletries to the water pool for his morning wash. Soon, Dahe and the three women arrived at the water pool to freshen up. Wang Yuan returned to the shed, poured himself a cup of hot water, and took a seat. When everyone returned, they too enjoyed a cup of warm water. "Let us prepare some seaweed and wild boar meat for breakfast," Wang Yuan suggested. "All right," the three women responded. Moving to the kitchen, "Dahe, let us fetch some water," he proposed. The two of them, smoking their cigarettes, took buckets and empty bottles to the water pool. Ren Yuan carried some wild vegetables to feed the wild chicken. "Captain, what shall we do today?" Zhang Lanfang inquired after breakfast. "This morning, we will dig traps. Our location has been compromised, and pirates could arrive at any moment, so we must ensure our safety. In the afternoon, we will ascend the mountain to assess the situation in the valley behind. If feasible, we will descend to search further," Wang Yuan replied. "Understood. However, we only have one shovel for digging traps. We lack additional tools," Jiang Yin remarked. "No worries. The main goal is for you to memorize the location to prevent us from falling into our own traps," Wang Yuan reassured. "All right," the three women acknowledged. "Now, everyone, gather your gear. It is time to set off," Wang Yuan commanded. The group distributed their weapons and equipment, one long rifle per person, with Wang Yuan carrying a 16, while 4 handguns were allocated, with Wang Yuan opting out of one. Dahe secured his handgun in a holster at his belt, while the three women tucked theirs into their pockets. They fastened military daggers to their belts, and Wang Yuan discreetly concealed another in his boot. Everyone donned their backpacks and baskets, with Wang Yuan placing a spade and 2 machetes into his basket. "All right, each of you take 2 bamboo sticks. Let's depart," Wang Yuan instructed. The group picked up their bamboo and stepped out of the courtyard, with Dahe shutting the door behind them. After passing the traveler's banana grove and continuing along a sandy path, Wang Yuan halted, setting down his belongings. He used the spade to draw a circle in the soil. "Let's dig a trap right here, within this circle," he directed. "Captain, what shall we use for digging?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Just a moment," Wang Yuan replied. He picked up a thicker piece of bamboo, sawed it with a spade, and split one end of the bamboo tube down the middle, trimming half away while sharpening the other half. "We can use this as a shovel, though it is a bit small. It will suffice," he proclaimed. "It will do." Dahe accepted, taking it to dig into the earth. Wang Yuan crafted 3 more, each measuring about 1.5 meters in length. Though laborious, they proved functional. Wang Yuan skillfully bent the spade of the engineer's shovel into a right angle and secured it, utilizing it as a hoe to loosen the earth. As he labored to till the soil, the other four diligently dug, and soon a deep pit of approximately 1.5 meters was excavated. "You all go up first and bring me 2 bamboo poles. Dahe and I will remain here," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right," the 3 women replied, and Wang Yuan assisted them in climbing up. The women placed the 2 bamboo poles down, and Wang Yuan cut them into lengths of 70 to 80 centimeters. Sharpening one end, Dahe inserted them into the pit with the pointed ends facing upwards until the bottom was filled, after which they both climbed out. "Dahe, go chop some branches," Wang Yuan directed. Dahe seized a machete and headed towards the woods. "We shall carry away this sand and soil," Wang Yuan continued, adjusting the shovel head to scoop the soil dug from the pit into 2 baskets until they were filled. "Feng Jie, you pack the soil while we take it away," Wang Yuan instructed. "Okay," the 3 women responded. "You 2 carry one, and I'll handle another," Wang Yuan said, lifting a basket of sand as he went. "All right." Jiang Yin and Ren Yuan worked together to carry 1 basket of sand, following Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang picked up the engineer's shovel to fill another basket with sand. Wang Yuan arrived at the thicket and dumped the sand, with the 2 women doing the same. "In the future, make sure not to dump the sand in the same spot. Spread it further away," Wang Yuan advised. "Understood." The 3 returned to continue transporting sand. After they finished, Dahe also returned carrying a bundle of branches. Wang Yuan and Dahe arranged the branches over the pit, layered with some grass leaves, sprinkled with sand, and smoothed out with branches until it blended seamlessly with the surroundings, completing the trap. Wang Yuan placed 3 stones beside the trap, saying, "These stones mark the spot. Remember, do not fall in." Understood. They then worked together to dig 4 more traps around the area. Chapter 125. Observing the valley once they finished the 5 traps. They placed 3 stones beside each as markers. It's time for a meal. Let us head back, Wang Yuan announced. Let us go back. We can rest once we return, Zhang Lanfang observed as everyone appeared too exhausted to continue. All right, let us return. They tidied their belongings and made their way back. Upon reaching the shelter outside the cave, they unloaded their equipment, and Wang Yuan poured some water for everyone as they settled down. Wang Yuan and Dahei lit up cigarettes. I'm utterly exhausted. Ren Yuan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Consider it a workout. Look, you've gained a bit of weight, Zhang Lanfang remarked. What? I haven't gained weight. Ren Yuan shot her an incredulous glance. Captain, have I gained weight? Am I indeed heavier? Wang Yuan asked with a grimace. A burst of laughter erupted among them. She's an invincible beauty agent. She wouldn't gain weight. Ren Yuan shot Wang Yuan a glare. I haven't gained weight, just a few extra pounds, Wang Yuan replied. You humph. Ren Yuan turned away, ignoring him. Haha. All right, let us prepare a meal, Jiang Yin suggested. Sure. The 3 women concocted a soup of dried fish and wild vegetables, alongside sauteed mushrooms with wild boar meat. After their meal and washing the dishes, they relaxed under the shelter. In a moment, Dahei and I will climb up to take a look. Do you want to join us? Wang Yuan inhaled deeply from a cigarette. What? Ren Yuan looked up with wide eyes. Let us go consider a mountain climb, Zhang Lanfang remarked, giving Ren Yuan a playful tap on the head. Yes. Let's all go. Who knows, we might uncover some treasure. Ren Yuan eagerly nodded in agreement. All right then, everyone grab your backpacks or baskets. Make sure to take your handguns and daggers. As for the rifles, Dahei and I will carry 2. Wang Yuan organized the group. Dahei, bring the ammunition pouch. Just fill the magazine as you see fit. The group busily gathered their belongings. Wang Yuan pried open 3 bullet casings, pouring the gunpowder into a bamboo tube, adding some clean water, and mixing it thoroughly. He then dipped some grass leaves into the concoction and sprinkled it on everyone's pant legs and shoes. Captain, what are you doing? Jiang Yin inquired. The scent of this gunpowder can ward off certain snakes and insects, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, I see. Let us also apply some mugwort juice on exposed skin. Understood. The group found some mugwort, crushed it, and smeared it on their hands and faces. All right, Fang Jie, Jiang Zong, take the machetes. Yuan, you hold the binoculars, and Dahei, you take the entrenching tool. We won't need the harpoon, Wang Yuan said, placing a bundle of rope in his basket and shouldering the rifle equipped with a scope. Let us set off. With everyone prepared, Wang Yuan announced. They exited the courtyard, secured the door, and made their way to the edge of the bamboo grove. Ascending the mountain path, the incline grew steeper, and soon the 3 women found it challenging to continue. Wang Yuan instructed, you wait here. I'll ascend first and lower the rope for you to climb up. Dahei, assist them, he added. Understood. The 3 women looked up, observing that they were still a dozen meters from the summit, with rocks looming above. Wang Yuan assessed the rocky terrain and began his ascent. 5 minutes later, a rope was tossed down from above, and Wang Yuan called out, all right, you can come up now. Zhang Lanfang was the first to climb. After a little over 10 minutes, Wang Yuan shouted for the next. Jiang Yin, Ren Yuan, and Dahei followed in succession. They all sat atop the rocky summit, gazing down into the valley, while Wang Yuan and Dahei enjoyed their cigarettes. Do you think this valley is safe? Ren Yuan asked. There are certainly risks, Zhang Lanfang replied. But we have our captain with us. Jiang Yin chimed in. Indeed. Then let us descend, Ren Yuan suggested. All right. Do you see the reflection over there? Dahei pointed towards a section of the valley. Huh? Where? Oh, I see it. Where? The 3 women shifted their gaze. Yes, I can see it now. Ren Yuan raised the binoculars to her eyes. It's the wreckage of an airplane. Fang Jie, look, is that our plane? Hey, Yuan exclaimed. It seems likely, Zhang Lanfang replied, taking the binoculars for a closer inspection. Dahei, take a look. Wang Yuan said as he examined the view through his scope before passing it to Dahei. It's just a small part of the plane, likely the tail section, Dahei remarked after a moment. The group took turns looking through the binoculars. Captain, let us hurry over to take a look. Ren Yuan urged, her excitement palpable. The 3 women gazed longingly at Wang Yuan. Very well, he said, glancing down into the valley. Dahei retrieved the rope and secured it firmly before lowering it down. I'll descend first, and then you can follow one by one, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the group responded. Wang Yuan slid down the rope, and after 2 minutes, landed on the grassy ground below. Turning around, he called out, "All right, come down." Soon, everyone followed suit, descending one by one. This path has clearly been maintained. Yuen remarks. Indeed, there is a path, though it appears to have been abandoned for quite some time. The cobblestones are partially covered in dirt, with some gaps sprouting wild grass and patches of moss clinging to the stones. The trail slopes down to the right, disappearing into the thicket about 20 to 30 meters ahead. The grass on the mountaintop obscured our view as well, judging by the state of this path. It seems no one has ventured here in many years, suggesting that we are alone below. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of danger, so we must remain vigilant. The presence of moss indicates a shady and damp environment. Dehei, please use your entrenching tool to scatter some sand over the mossy stones to prevent slipping. Let us proceed cautiously, prioritizing safety, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, the group replied, carefully making their way down the stone path. Dehei led the way, occasionally scattering sand onto the mossy stones. Wang Yuan took hold of Jiang Yan's machete, walking second, with Ren Yuanyuan third, Jiang Yan fourth, and Zhang Lanfang bringing up the rear with the machete. Chapter 126. Delving into the valley, the five of them slowly descended the slanted stone path towards the valley. After traversing over 100 meters, the cobblestones vanished, revealing a small patch of grassland, dotted with short grass that sharply contrasted with the taller grass beside it. As they stepped onto the grassy area, Dehei suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. "What's wrong?" Wang Yuan inquired softly as they all came to a standstill. "A snake." Dehei pointed towards the grass ahead. Before them lay a sleek, black snake, approximately a meter in length and as thick as a thumb, its scales glistening ominously. Dehei lifted his entrenching tool, while Wang Yuan brandished the machete, ready to strike. Suddenly, with a swift swoop, a shadow darted past them. The snake vanished from sight. They looked up to see a large eagle soaring aloft, its talons clutching the snake. "Wait, what just happened?" Wang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. "Huh? What the heck? I was fully prepared, and then it was over?" Dehei appeared utterly perplexed. Ha ha ha." The three women, initially taken aback, soon burst into laughter upon realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Ahem, let us continue on our way," Wang Yuan said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Captain, look over there. Fruits." Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, peering through binoculars. "Ah, where?" "Let me see," Wang Yuan replied, taking the binoculars for a closer look. "There, right there." Ren Yuanyuan pointed to a position sloping down ahead. "Yes, I see it," Wang Yuan confirmed, passing the binoculars to Dehei. "Indeed, there are many," Dehei agreed. They each took turns observing the fruits, eager to approach. "Let us move forward," Wang Yuan suggested. Continuing onward, they crossed the grassy expanse and encountered a series of stone steps, each over 30 centimeters wide and exceptionally smooth, some bearing patches of moss. To one side lay a steep slope, the bottom obscured from view. Through the binoculars, they could see a chaotic jumble of rocks below. A careless slip could lead to certain doom. A little further down, over 100 meters away, lay a substantial rock formation, its surface flat and forming a natural platform. Beneath this platform, some 20 meters down, there existed a stretch of flat land adorned with a variety of fruit-bearing plants. "That's south the place. Let us proceed with caution." "Dehei, you shovel the soil onto the stone steps," suggested Wang Yuan. The group nodded in agreement. Dehei took the lead, shoveling soil onto the stone steps while the others followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the platform, where Wang Yuan beckoned everyone to come and rest briefly. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Wang Yuan turned to see Ren Yuanyuan, having lost her footing, sliding downward. He rushed towards her, extending his hand in an attempt to catch her, but alas, he was too late. "Yuanyuan!" Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan cried out in alarm. Ren Yuanyuan continued her descent, screaming as she rolled intermittently. Fortunately, she came to a stop on the flat ground below. "Yuanyuan!" The group shouted. "Are you all right? Get up!" Ren Yuanyuan lay on the ground, her face pale with fear. Out of the bushes, a massive python emerged, its body a striking gold and as thick as a thigh. "Ah, a python!" Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan screamed in terror. "Yuanyuan, get up quickly!" Dehei shouted. "Yuanyuan, run!" Ren Yuanyuan, dazed, blinked open her eyes, only to find the python before her, flicking its tongue menacingly. Terrified, her eyes widened, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped her lips. Frozen in fear, Her mind was blank. Wang Yuan produced a rope and tossed it down. Dahui, kaphud. He instructed as he handed one end of the rope to Dahe. There's no time. Dahe urged urgently. Wang Yuan raised his firearm, not bothering to aim, and fired. Bang! A shot rang out. He then peered through the scope. Bang! Another shot fired. Looking below, he saw the massive python writhing on the ground, having been struck. Through the scope, he observed that all 4 shots had found their mark. 2 had hit the head, and 2 had struck its vital points. Hold tight to the rope. I'm coming down, Wang Yuan called out. Understood, Dahe and the 2 women replied as they gripped the rope firmly. Wang Yuan descended, reaching Ren Yuan's side, where he crouched down and softly called, Yuan. She turned her head slowly, gazing at Wang Yuan for a moment before suddenly collapsing into his embrace, sobbing. It's all right. You're safe now, he reassured her, patting her back gently. I thought I was going to die, she cried. You're fine. I won't let anything happen to you, he comforted her. Look, the python is dead, Wang Yuan pointed out. I don't want to see it. It's terrifying, she exclaimed. All right, I'll move it aside. Wang Yuan stepped over, using his machete to push the python away. Captain, is everything all right? Zhang Lanfang called from above. All is well. Just wait up there, Wang Yuan replied. Okay, Yuan, see over there? There are fruits. Shall I pick a few for you? Wang Yuan asked. Yes. I want that large cactus fruit. Yuan responded, pointing excitedly. Oh, that isn't a cactus fruit. Take a closer look. Isn't that a dragon fruit? She asked, puzzled. I'm determined to eat that. Very well. Wang Yuan approached. Over there, a considerable number of dragon fruit trees had grown, resembling cacti. Ren Yuan had never seen them before, but having tasted dragon fruit, she assumed they were large cacti. There were many dragon fruits on those trees. More than half were unripe, yet over 20 were ripe, though a few of the mature ones had likely been nibbled by insects or birds. Wang Yuan plucked 2 and offered them to Ren Yuan, saying, Quick, try it and see if it's sweet. You peel it for me. All right. Wang Yuan took out a knife, trimmed both ends of one dragon fruit, and then removed the skin, presenting the intact flesh on the knife to Ren Yuan. She took a bite and began to eat. How is it? Is it delicious? Fragrant and sweet. You should try it too, Ren Yuan said, pointing to another dragon fruit. Okay. Wang Yuan peeled it and took a bite. Tasty. In just a few bites, he finished it. Wang Yuan then returned to harvest all the ripe dragon fruits, including those that had been bitten, placing them into a backpack. Dahai, pull the backpack up. Wang Yuan secured the backpack to a rope and called out to those above. All right. Dahai and the others hoisted the backpack up, and then each took a peeled fruit to enjoy. Captain, is that longan growing on the tree over there? Ren Yuan inquired, pointing to another tree. Yes, but it should be called Dragon Eye, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, I see, Ren Yuan acknowledged. Wait for me, I'm going to pick some. I'll go too. Yuan, are you all right? Zhang Lanfang called out. I'm fine, don't worry, Ren Yuan shouted back, then joined Wang Yuan to pick longan. Yuan, give me the backpack. Ren Yuan unfastened her backpack and handed it to Wang Yuan. The 2 arrived beneath the tree and began to gather longan. Suddenly, a large eagle swooped down, landing beside a python to feast on its flesh. Moments later, another large eagle descended, also partaking in the meal. Everyone watched in astonishment. After observing for a while, Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan resumed picking longan. The 2 at the lower branches collected their share, while Wang Yuan climbed higher to reach the upper ones. For branches that were out of reach, he resorted to using a machete to cut them down. Ren Yuan, below, munched and picked, and soon the backpack was filled, leaving only small and spoiled fruits on the tree. Wang Yuan climbed down and peeled one to eat. So sweet, he remarked. Indeed, and very juicy, Ren Yuan added. All right, let us head back. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Okay, Dahai, lower the rope, Wang Yuan called out. Once the rope was lowered, Wang Yuan first secured the backpack and had them pull it up, then he hoisted Ren Yuan up, followed by himself. Wang Yuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and they could not proceed any further, lest they be unable to return before darkness fell. Let us go back by the time we return. It will be nearly dark, Wang Yuan suggested. They maintained the same order as before, but there was no need to scatter sand on the path this time. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from the valley below. Everyone was startled and gazed down into the valley. Wang Yuan quickly raised his gun, observing the valley through the scope. Dahai, take a look, Ren Yuan said, handing the binoculars to Dahai. Dahai took the binoculars and also peered into the valley. Approximately 5 minutes later, the two saw nothing. Let us go. There's nothing to see, Wang Yuan remarked. Indeed, Dahai replied as he returned the binoculars to Ren Yuan. Captain, what is that sound? Zhang Lanfang inquired as they retraced their steps. It's a tiger, likely the one we heard a couple of days ago, Wang Yuan responded. They moved swiftly back, climbing to the mountain top along the rope, pulling it up and lowering it down the other side. Upon returning to the cave, it was already 6 o'clock, and twilight was approaching. You all start cooking, Dahai, and I will fetch some water, Wang Yuan instructed, setting down their belongings. All right, they replied. Wang Yuan and Dahai, smoking as they made their way to the waterhole, while the three women began preparing the meal. Upon returning with water, Ren Yuan asked the captain, what shall we do about the dragon fruit that has been nibbled on? Feed it to the chickens, he replied. Oh, Ren Yuan responded, taking a partially eaten dragon fruit and cutting it into pieces to scatter in the chicken coop. Hurry, look, the wild chickens love this. They're enjoying it immensely. Fei Yuan exclaimed. Well, from now on, it's your responsibility to feed them, Wang Yuan stated. Rest assured, Ren Yuan replied. All right, while they're still light. Let us go cut some grass to make a nest for them, Wang Yuan proposed. Okay, let us go. The two picked up their machetes, slinging their guns over their shoulders, and set off to gather grass. Shortly after, they returned, each carrying a small bundle of soft grass blades. Captain, how we make the nest for them? Fei Yuan inquired. Just throw in the grass. They will arrange it themselves. Understood, she said, tossing several handfuls of grass inside. Dinner's ready. It's time to eat, Zhang Lanfang announced. Very well. Let us eat, Wang Yuan replied. They feasted on wild boar meat, dried fish, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, all simmered in a large pot, savoring the meal thoroughly. Mr. Jiang, how long can our food last? Wang Yuan asked after finishing the meal. 3 days should suffice, and with the addition of fruits and such, if we ration it, we could manage for a week, Jiang Yan responded. Shall we explore the valley? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, there must have been people living there before. Perhaps there are treasures waiting to be discovered. Even if there are tigers, we have our guns. Don't we? One shot, and we can take it down, Ren Yuan declared. You little girl, have you forgotten the danger you faced this afternoon? You seem to forget everything when there's food around, Zhang Lanfang teased, giving her a light tap. Hee, but we have the captain with us. And don't you find adventure thrilling? Ren Yuan replied with a grin. You mischievous girl, Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. All right, tomorrow morning, we will head to the seaside, and in the afternoon, we'll venture into the valley, Wang Yuan decided. Sound good. Quick, look. The wild chicken has really made a nest for itself, Ren Yuan shouted. The three women gathered around the chicken coop to observe. They saw the wild chicken had used the grass to fashion a nest, now resting within it, nervously peering around. Its feathers aren't as beautiful as the other one, Ren Yuan commented. That is just the hen, the other is the rooster. Just like we've seen with domestic chickens, roosters tend to have more striking plumage than hens. Zhang Lanfang explained. Oh, why is that? Ren Yuan asked. Go ask the captain. How would I know? Zhang Lanfang shot her a look. Captain, why are roosters more handsome than hens? Ren Yuan inquired. Wang Yuan was smoking with Dahai when he remarked that men were more handsome than women. Haha, indeed. Dai Shuklet. The three girls shot a collective glare at Wang Yuan. Picking up a large scallop shell, Wang Yuan drilled 2 small holes in it, then cut a short bamboo tube and tied them together with a string to secure them in the cage. What is this for? Ren Yuan inquired. The shell is for food, and the bamboo tube is for water, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, are you going to relieve yourselves? He asked. Yes, we are. The three girls replied, standing up. They stepped outside in turns to take care of their needs, returning to the cave, where Wang Yuan secured the door. If you're tired, you should rest. It's been a long day, he said. All right, we are indeed quite exhausted, Ren Yuan responded. Well then, we shall take our leave for some rest. Wang Yuan and Dahai shared a cigarette before also retiring for the night. In the dead of night, a pack of wolves approached, circling the yard. Suddenly, one wolf howled. Another charged towards the yard and leaped into the air, only to be met by a bamboo spear piercing its abdomen mid-leap. The wolf paused, struggling. But another spear pierced its neck, and, as it thrashed about, the spear sank deeper until it lay still, lifeless. The remaining wolves, bewildered, circled a few times before retreating. Inside the cave, everyone was jolted awake. Captain, what was that noise? Rin Yuan called out. It's just the wolves. Don't worry, they can't get in. Go back to sleep. Wang Yuan yawned. Oh. The group, still groggy, drifted back into slumber. Chapter 128. Shooting practice the next morning. Wang Yuan was the first to awaken. Stretching lazily, he opened the door and glanced around, only to discover a wolf hanging from a fence. Everyone up! Wake up! Get up! He rushed back into the cave, grabbing his gun and shouting. The others jolted awake, scrambling out of their rooms to find Wang Yuan standing at the cave entrance with his weapon at the ready. Captain, what's going on? Zhang Lanfang asked. Look over there. Wang Yuan pointed at the wolf's corpse on the fence. Huh? The group turned to look. Captain, what is that? Rin Yuan swallowed nervously. A wolf. A wolf? Yes. Wolves usually travel in packs. Ah. The three girls raised their guns, scanning the surroundings. All right, relax. It's not that frightening. Wang Yuan reassured them. Oh. The group relaxed slightly. I intended for you to practice shooting yesterday, but we didn't get to it. Now, you can try. Each of you will have 15 rounds. You may fire continuously or in bursts, but remember the basics. The bamboo grove is to the right. The forest is straight ahead, and the pond is to the left. Each of you will take turns shooting in one direction. Who will go first? Wang Yuan announced. I will. I want to go first, Rin Yuan exclaimed, raising her hand. All right, you go ahead. Remember the fundamentals and aim carefully, Wang Yuan instructed. I'll aim for that stone beside the shed over there, Rin Yuan said. The others gathered around as she steadied her gun on the fence, aiming towards the pond. Bang, 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 bang. She fired a 5-round burst. Captain, is this bullet without a tip? Rin Yuan inquired. Ah, ha, Yuan, are you shooting at air? Zhang Lanfang laughed heartily. Push firmly against her shoulder, stabilize the gun, Jiang Yin advised. Oh, Rin Yuan blushed deeply and lifted her gun to aim once more. Dada. A double shot rang out. Bang! A cloud of lime erupted from the stone, shattering upon impact. Yay! Pei Yuan teeth, clenching her fists. Splendid. 2 shots, both on target. Do not close your eyes at the moment of firing. Focus on stabilizing the gun. Again, Wang Yuan exclaimed. This time, let us aim for the rock across the pond. Rin Yuan suggested. Dada. Another double shot followed. Bang bang. The stone erupted with 2 bursts of lime. Hit. Rin Yuan leaped in excitement. Nice. That's over 100 meters, isn't it? Zhang Lanfang remarked. Wang Yuan peered through his binoculars and noted the impact points of these 2 shots differ by 50 centimeters. It's acceptable. The gun wasn't T-stabilized perfectly, but it's a matter of feel. Try firing a few rounds towards that thicket over there to hone your instincts. All right, Rin Yuan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Da. She unleashed a 3-round burst towards the thicket across the pond. Da. Seizing the moment, she aimed at the stone again for another 3-round burst. Bang, bang, bang. The rock split in 2. Good. 3 shots with an approximate 10-centimeter spread. Quite impressive. Who's next? Wang Yuan inquired. I'll go. Zhang Lanfang raised her hand. Once the 3 women finished shooting, Wang Yuan summarized, Jiang performed the best. Likely because she has practiced at the shooting range. Fangjia's accuracy is commendable too, thanks to her experience with archery and taekwondo, which bolstered her arm strength and balance. Yuan is improving rapidly. Enhancing her stability will suffice. Marksmanship is not something one achieves casually. It requires diligent training and countless rounds fired. You all are doing remarkably well. With consistent practice, you could all become sharpshooters. However, our circumstances do not permit that, so our current proficiency is sufficient for self-defense. All right, let us address personal matters before preparing breakfast. Captain, what about that wolf? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let us not concern ourselves with it for now. Let it serve as a deterrent to other wild beasts, Wang Yuan replied. There won't be any more wolves nearby, will there? Rin Yuan questioned. Do you think I would let you practice shooting for no reason? And use so many bullets? Wang Yuan responded. All right, let us go. Any wolf nearby would have been scared away by the gunfire. Jiang Yin pulled Rin Yuan back towards the cave. Wang Yuan and He stepped aside to smoke and relieve themselves before returning to the cave to fetch toiletries and wash up by the pond. Upon returning to the shelter, they lit a fire and boiled water. The 3 women gradually completed their washing and, after drinking some water, began preparing breakfast. They stewed some wild boar meat and vegetable soup. After breakfast, Ren Yuan sliced some dragon fruit to feed the wild chickens. Donning straw hats and gearing up, they set off towards the seaside. Wang Yuan led the group through the woods, with Dahei forging the path ahead with a spear, while Wang Yuan used a machete to clear some thorns, taking the second position, with the 3 women following closely behind. Captain, this is the area where we gather mushrooms? Ren Yuan noted after a while. Yes, look over there. There's a wild prickly ash tree, Jiang Yin exclaimed. Good, let us go pick it, Wang Yuan replied. Following Jiang Yin's, after gathering wild pepper, the group continued their journey. Captain, isn't that the place where we picked the peppers? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Indeed. Let us take a look. Were there not some unripe ones left behind last time? Wang Yuan replied. All right, she concurred. Chapter 129. A fright by the sea. As they approached, they discovered that some peppers had ripened further. Each person plucked a few, which were then carefully packed by Jiang Yin before they pressed onward. Captain, we've arrived at the spot where we dug up the kudzu roots. Shall we excavate again? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, let us do so. The kudzu flour we prepared last time is nearly depleted. We should make some more, Wang Yuan responded. Understood. The group followed the vines in search of kudzu roots. I found one. I have one here as well. All right, whoever finds one starts digging. The 5 of them began to unearth the roots. This one is truly large. Mine is the thickest. Mine is the longest. Captain, come and see whose is the biggest. Boomed Dahei with a hearty laugh. What does that have to do with me? Wang Yuan replied. Dahei, what are you laughing at? The 3 women asked, puzzled by his amusement. You're all quite similar, Dahei remarked. Wang Yuan nodded, then chopped the kudzu roots into smaller sections, filling 2 baskets. One for himself and one for Zhang Lanfang. Dahei and Jiang Yin tidied up the vines and stowed them in their backpacks before shouldering them. The group continued onward, Wang Yuan and Dahei lighting cigarettes. Wang, you're quite the rascal, Dahei whispered. You're the one being improper. I haven't said anything, Wang Yuan retorted quietly. What are they talking about? Ren Yuan asked. I'm not sure. It seems to be in the language of their homeland, Jiang Yin responded. Oh. As the group walked and foraged for wild vegetables, they soon arrived at the location of the wild pineapples. Dahei, go see if there are any ripe wild pineapples to pick, Wang Yuan instructed. Wang Yuan and the 3 women approached the cactus and found several ripe cactus fruits. They began to gather them. Be careful not to get pricked. Understood. The group cautiously collected dozens of cactus fruits. Captain, shouldn't we pick a few cactus pads to take home for cooking? Jiang Yin asked. Very well. Let us harvest a few to stir-fry with meat, Wang Yuan said as he sliced off 5 thick cactus pads with his knife, removing the thorns and placing them into the basket. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the thicket of the tree. Everyone, take up arms and be alert. I'll investigate, Wang Yuan declared. Understood. The 3 women raised their long guns, scanning their surroundings with trepidation. Wang Yuan advanced into the thicket, calling out, Dahei, what is going on? Wang, I'm over here. Be careful. There seems to be a wolf. Dahei's voice came from nearby. Wang Yuan approached to see Dahei standing alert with his handgun. Where? Wang Yuan inquired. One just charged out from over there, but regrettably, I missed. Dahei gestured towards the direction. Let us head out, Wang Yuan decided. All right. As they stepped back from the thicket, a few more gunshots rang out. The duo hurried towards the sound, finding the 3 women aiming their long guns at a patch of grass. What is happening? Wang Yuan asked. 2 wolves just sprang out from over there, Zhang Lanfang explained. That scared me to death, Ren Yuan added. We might have hit one, Jiang Yin suggested. Let's go check it out, Wang Yuan said. The group cautiously advanced, weapons drawn. Indeed, a wolf had been struck in the head, lying lifeless in the grass. Excellent marksmanship, remarked Dahei. All right, everyone relax. The other wolves have long since fled. Noticing the 3 women's tense demeanor, Wang Yuan quickly added, Dahei, what happened over there? I spotted another wolf, but it was too cunning to be hit, Dahei replied. Oh, said Zhang Lanfang, now more at ease. Let us carry this creature to the seaside for processing. Wang Yuan suggested. Wait, Captain, are we really going to eat wolf meat? Hey, Yuan inquired. Of course, if it sought to devour us. It must be prepared for its own demise, he chuckled. Is wolf meat tasty? Jiang Yin asked curiously. Absolutely, it's quite similar to dog meat. Have you ever tried it? Yes, I had some in the vast grasslands of northwest China. It was deliciously stewed, and the broth was even more fragrant. Really? Ren Yuan exclaimed, nearly drooling. Captain, Aren't you from the Southeast Military District? How did you end up in the Northwest? Jiang Yin questioned. Military districts often engage in exchanges. Troops must adapt to various terrains and combat scenarios, and we frequently conduct drills across districts. Oh, how did you hunt the wolves? Aren't they a protected species? Jiang Yin asked. Indeed. Can you share your experience with us? Ren Yuanyuan added eagerly. I will summarize. During one exercise, our squad was assigned a special mission deep behind enemy lines. What kind of special mission? Fei Yuanyuan placed. Let us not digress. It involved sabotaging transportation, disrupting communications, and conducting covert assassinations, Wang Yuan explained. Ah, how thrilling. It sounds like a movie, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Do you still wish to hear more? Yes, she nodded vigorously, covering her mouth. Huh. The group chuckled at her enthusiasm. That night, we lay in wait outside a shepherd's sheepfold. Suspecting the presence of an enemy communications team in the pastoral area, we prepared to sabotage their equipment. Suddenly, a pack of over 20 wolves encircled the fold, pacing outside, but unable to enter. They caught our scent, and we found ourselves surrounded. With no other choice, we affixed bayonets and fought the wolves. Why didn't you use your guns? Ren Yuanyuan asked, captivated. This was an exercise. We used blank rounds, Wang Yuan replied, rolling his eyes. Oh, we managed to take down several wolves. At that moment, a shepherd heard the commotion and emerged with a knife. We quickly identified ourselves as soldiers of Huagua and urged him to retreat. Ultimately, we killed 8 wolves, but the remaining ones fled. We intended to leave the carcasses for the shepherd, yet he insisted on refusing, even offering to help us transport them back to our unit. Naturally, we failed to complete our mission and faced a stern reprimand from our superior. The 8 wolves were ultimately stewed by the cooks, but our commander feasted more than anyone else. After a while, we arrived at the seaside shelter, where everyone set their burdens down to rest. Sister Feng, you and Yuanyuan can prepare sea salt, while I weave a fish trap. Dahei and General Jiang can gather the fish traps and process the wolf. Wang Yuan said, while taking a puff from his cigarette. All right, everyone busy themselves with their tasks. Wang Yuan took out some vines and began to weave a fish trap, while the other 4 made their way to the seaside. Zhang Lanfeng and Ren Yuanyuan went to collect seawater, while Dahei and Jiang Yin gathered fish traps. After a while, Zhang Lanfeng and Ren Yuanyuan returned, igniting a fire at the stove and placing a milk powder canister to boil seawater. Captain, we only caught a large sea eel. The other fish were all devoured by it and are no longer edible, Jiang Yin and Dahei announced upon their return. That's all right. We can roast it for lunch, Wang Yuan replied. Look how enormous it is, Dahei exclaimed, pulling a meter-long eel from the buoy, its girth resembling that of an arm, already slaughtered and cleaned. Wow, it's massive, Zhang Lanfeng remarked. How frightening, Ren Yuanyuan added. Dahei set down the eel and picked up the carcass of a wolf, saying, we need to take care of this. Dahei and Jiang Yin returned to the shore to handle the wolf carcass. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan finished weaving the fish trap, twisted a rope, and tied it to the trap. He then took a mineral water bottle to the seaside, where he collected some wolf entrails, chopped them finely, and placed them in the bottle as bait. After making a few small holes in the bottle, he put into the fish trap along with several stones, found a more distant spot, and placed the fish trap into the sea, securing the rope to a rock. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Yuan inquired, is one person enough to watch the boiling seawater? Who will accompany me to gather seafood? Yuanyuan can go. I see you are restless, came the suggestion. All right, I'll go. Ren Yuanyuan agreed. Okay, gather your gear. We shall set forth. The 2 of them each took a buoy and walked towards the sea, bending down to search for seafood. Captain, I can't get across, Ren Yuanyuan said, standing before a small puddle. Wang Yuan extended his hand, effortlessly pulling Ren Yuanyuan across, before turning back to search for seafood. Oof, a typical straight man, Ren Yuanyuan muttered under her breath. What did you say? Wang Yuan turned to inquire. Oh, nothing. Have you noticed those little sea snails on the rocks? There are swathes of them. Their meat is quite small, and we usually disregard them, but when cooked, they can be quite delicious. They make for a lovely snack, and more importantly, they can be fed to chickens, Wang Yuan explained. Really? Ren Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Indeed. If you crush them, the chickens can eat the shells as well. Have you ever seen hens pecking at sand? I haven't, but I've heard about it since childhood. Do you understand the principle behind chickens eating sand? I know that. Well, if chickens consume eggs from snails, the eggshells become quite sturdy. As long as the snail shells are crushed a bit, they can eat them. Oh, I see. In that case, you can collect those little sea snails while I look for other seafood. It's almost noon, and we should return soon. All right. Wang Yuan gathered various seafood and seaweed from the vicinity and called Rin Yuan Yuan to head back. Rin Yuan Yuan had filled her buoy entirely with little sea snails. Why so many? Wang Yuan asked. You mentioned they could be snacks as well as chicken feed, so I thought I'd gather enough for both purposes. Okay, just hold on to them for now. They're quite heavy. When we return, we can put some seawater in to keep them alive, or else they'll perish quickly if we can't eat them all. Understood. Whenever it comes to food, Rin Yuan Yuan would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward. The two individuals returned to the shelter, where Dahe and Jiang Yan had already dealt with the wolf carcass and were assisting Zhang Feng in boiling seawater to extract salt. How about we grill some seafood? Suggested Wang Yuan. We can take the wolf meat back with us. He lit a cigarette and added, Captain, I'm feeling thirsty. Rin Yuan Yuan settled down, removing her straw hat to fan herself. All right, Dahe, let's go pick some coconuts, Wang Yuan proposed, and the duo set off for the coconuts. The three women continued to boil seawater for salt while grilling seafood. Why are you collecting so many small sea snails, Yuan Yuan? They're too tiny and lack substantial meat. Jiang Yin inquired. The captain said that when cooked, they're quite tasty and can serve as snacks. We can also crush them to feed the chickens. Who can eat them whole? Ren Yuan Yuan reiterated Wang Yuan's words. After a while, Wang Yuan and Dahe returned with 5 coconuts. While the 3 women had finished grilling the seafood, the group gathered to feast, and after enjoying a large eel and various seafood, they were all satisfied. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette and glanced at his watch, noticing it was nearly 2 o'clock. It's getting late. We won't have time to visit the valley today. How about we go tide pooling instead? Tomorrow, we can bring some food and then explore the valley, he suggested. All right, Zhang Lanfang replied. You all go ahead. I'll stay here to continue boiling the seawater. Okay, Wang Yuan and the others took the buoy and set off for tide pooling. Make sure to gather plenty of sea vegetables like seaweed, kelp, and sea cabbage. We can make soup with them. If there's any leftover, we can dry it for later, as it's not only delicious, but also highly nutritious, Wang Yuan advised. Got it, they replied. Let us split up, but stay within sight of one another, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, they concurred. The group dispersed, scouring the rocky shore. Everyone collected seafood and occasionally gathered some sea vegetables until Wang Yuan called for them to return around 4 o'clock. They filled the buoy with a handful of sea vegetables before heading back. Upon returning to the shelter, Zhang Lanfang had already prepared 3 jars of seawater salt. Let us tidy up. It's time to head back, Wang Yuan said. Dahe and I will retrieve the fish traps. All right, they agreed. The 2 men collected a considerable haul of fish, shrimp, and crabs from the traps, placing them directly into the buoy before returning. After organizing their belongings, they began their journey home. The bounty from the seaside was substantial. Wang Yuan and Dahe carried around 70 to 80 pounds, while each of the 3 women bore approximately 50 pounds. Rin Yuan Yuan even carried a jar of seawater. The weight slowed their pace, and they were concerned about returning before nightfall. As they walked back past the coconut trees and over the traps, the 3 women grew weary and could hardly continue. They took a 10-minute break before pressing on. Upon reaching the rabbit trap, Wang Yuan checked it and found one had been triggered, but sadly, no rabbits were caught. He resolved to reset it in a different location. They paused again at the traveler banana plants to rest and hydrate. Finally, they managed to return to the cave before darkness fell. After placing their belongings beneath the shelter, Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down to smoke. Captain, let us go inside and rest, Rin Yuan Yuan suggested. All right, he replied. The 3 women entered the cave and immediately laid down on the beds. I'm exhausted, they sighed. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan and Dahe started a fire and set a steamer pot to boil water. Come on, Dahe, let us fetch some water, Wang Yuan said. 2 individuals picked up a bucket and a bottle to fetch water from the pond. Upon their return, they poured the hot water and shared it among themselves. 3 women lazily emerged. I'm so exhausted. Captain, what shall we eat? Jiang Yin inquired. We'll steam seafood, stew wolf meat, and prepare a bone broth for tomorrow morning, Wang Yuan replied. It will soon be dark. Let us retreat to the cave to prepare, he added. All right, the group agreed, collecting their belongings and entering the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat in the shelter smoking, casting glances at the wolf carcass hanging on the nearby fence. Dahe, you should go take a shower, Wang Yuan suggested. We are going for a bath now, he announced as he returned to the cave to fetch toiletries. Addressing the three women. Very well. Wang Yuan and Dahe proceeded to the pond for their bath. Chapter 131. Savory Wolf. Meet Wang Yuan and Dahe hurriedly completed their bathing and returned to the cave. It smells delightful, Dahe exclaimed upon entering, catching the aroma of the simmering meat. It will be ready shortly. We will steam the seafood afterward, Jiang Yan informed him. Captain, the wild chicken truly devoured the small sea snails. I just fed them a handful, Ren Yuan said joyfully. Yes, after a long day. You all should wash up as well. A quick rinse will suffice as night approaches. I shall take care of the rest. You can eat upon your return, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. The three women took their toiletries, a change of clothes, and handguns to the pond for bathing. Wang Yuan used chopsticks to test the stewed meat, which was tender, then removed the pot from the heat and placed the steamer on to cook the seafood. The cave grew dim, prompting Wang Yuan to kindle a fire for light, and he sat beside Dahe, both indulging in their cigarettes. Soon, the seafood was ready, which they transferred onto palm leaves and set on the table, while additional small sea snails were placed in the steamer. The three women returned shortly. Have all the gates been secured? Wang Yuan asked. Yes, they have been secured, they replied, setting down their belongings and sitting by the fire to dry their hair. Very well, we are all quite fatigued today. Let's enjoy some drinks to ease our weariness. Wang Yuan retrieved 2 bottles of brandy. Cheers. Then let us dine. He poured small glasses for everyone, and they gathered around the table to begin their meal. This wolf meat is truly delectable. Indeed, it is delightful. The soup is also excellent. Captain, what is cooking in the pot? Small sea snails. They should be nearly done. Wang Yuan approached to retrieve the steamer. I shall taste it first. Wait, it's hot. Oh, come, let us toast. Cheers. Who among you wishes to drink more? No more for me. I shall also abstain. Very well. I shall drink with Dahe. Wang Yuan and Dahe shared the remaining alcohol, skewering the small sea snails with bamboo sticks to eat. These small sea snails are quite fresh, Ren Yuan remarked after tasting one. Captain, we're going to relieve ourselves. You all enjoy your meal, Zhang Lanfang said. All right, take your guns with you. Understood. After their return from relieving themselves, Zhang Lanfang remarked, Captain, it seems there are several pairs of eyes in the woods across from us. Watching this way. Indeed, they glow green. It is quite frightening, Ren Yuan added, patting her chest. It must be a lecherous wolf, captivated by the sight of beautiful women. Wang Yuan jested. What? There is no one here, just scaring us, Jiang Yan dismissed. I suspect it might be the wolves we encountered. I have seen on television and read in books that wolves' eyes emit a green glow at night, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Indeed, we have captured their attention. However, there is no need for alarm, for they cannot penetrate our defenses, and we possess firearms. Shall we venture outside to discharge a few rounds? Wang Yuan suggested. Very well. Let us proceed to shoot a couple of rounds. Ren Yuan replied. The group seized their long rifles and exited the cave, only to find a pair of glowing eyes flickering in the adjacent woods. Aim for that spot and fire. Each of you shall take 2 shots, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. The 3 women raised their weapons and took aim. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed from the valley behind them. The 3 women turned pale with fright. Do not be afraid, Wang Yuan reassured them. Yet when they glanced back at the woods, the glowing eyes had vanished. Enough, let us return. They have been scared off. And we cannot shoot now, Wang Yuan declared. Sigh. Very well. The 3 women retreated to the cave. Once Wang Yuan and Dahe finished their business, they returned to the cave and secured the entrance. Fang Jia, please marinate the fish we caught today. We shall roast it tomorrow morning. And I will prepare the wolf meat, Wang Yuan instructed. I shall assist you with the wolf meat. They can handle the fish, Zhang Lanfang offered. Very well. You and Dahe can apply some salt to the wolf meat, Wang Yuan responded. Understood. Wang Yuan diligently cleaned the steamer, filled it with water, and placed the wolf bones inside to simmer on the stove. He also chopped some wild ginger and scallions to add to the pot. The smoked wild boar meat was ready as well. He removed it and placed it in a foam box, then hung the wolf meat to smoke. All right. We have all labored throughout the day. It is time to rest. After completing their tasks, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Agreed. The 3 women retired to their quarters for rest. After finishing their cigarettes, Wang Yuan and Dahe also took a moment to recuperate. In the morning, Wang Yuan awoke, opened the door, and stepped outside to survey the surroundings. He ignited a fire beneath the stove in the shed, retrieved the steamer from the cave, and set on the heat. Lighting a cigarette and tending to his personal matters, he sat beneath the shed, sipping water, and began to split some bamboo with a dagger, weaving the strips together. One by one, the others rose to address their personal affairs and joined him under the shed for refreshments. "Captain, what are you weaving this time?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "I am crafting a winnowing basket to dry the seaweed." "Oh, let's grill some fish." "Yes, let us add some seaweed and salt to the pot." "We shall enjoy grilled fish and seaweed bone soup," Wang Yuan proposed. "Very well." After breakfast, Wang Yuan spread the seaweed out to dry, with 3 baskets filled with bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and seaweed. Ren Yuanyuan crushed a handful of small sea snails to feed the chickens. "Captain, what shall we do next?" After washing the dishes, Zhang Lanfang asked. "You 3 should wash the clothes. I will prepare kudzu powder. Afterward, we can explore the valley." "How does that sound?" Wang Yuan suggested. "Very well. We will take care of the laundry. You and Dahei can focus on the kudzu powder," Zhang Lanfang replied. "Understood." The 3 women took their soiled garments, while Wang Yuan and Dahei gathered some floats, the kudzu they had dug yesterday, and a few rags, arming themselves as they made their way to the pond. The 3 women washed their clothes while Wang Yuan and Dahei processed the kudzu, extracting the juice into the floats. After washing the kudzu remnants twice, they produced 5 floats worth of liquid, which they took back to the cave to let settle. The 3 women finished washing their clothes and hung them outside the shed to dry. "Captain, it is still early. Shall we venture into the valley?" Ren Yuanyuan suggested. "Very well. Let us bring along some grilled fish. We shan't return for lunch," Wang Yuan replied, glancing at the time, which was not yet 10 o'clock. He lit a cigarette and added, "All right, may I carry some fruit as well?" "Of course, and don't forget to bring some water." "Fang Jia, make sure to take your compass," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood," she responded. As the group gathered their equipment, they sprinkled a bit of gunpowder on their pant hems. "Yuan, we are not relocating. Why are you bringing so much fruit?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Oh," Ren Yuanyuan sighed, extracting some fruit from her backpack. "All right, I will only take 1 wild pineapple. Dahei and I won't eat it anyway, and too much can numb the mouth," Wang Yuan remarked. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Dahei pulled the rope up and lowered it down the valley side. Wang Yuan borrowed Ren Yuanyuan's spear, wedging it into a crevice and securing a cloth strip to it. "Captain, what purpose does this serve?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "It marks our path, preventing us from losing our way," he explained. Chapter 132. The wreckage of the airplane. The group descended cautiously along the rope, arriving at the platform where Ren Yuanyuan had fallen 2 days prior. Peering down, they beheld the skeletal remains of the golden python. Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 11:30. "Let us take a break here and have a bite before continuing," he suggested. Agreed. The group settled on the platform, with Dahei unpacking the grilled fish he had brought to share. Wang Yuan distributed bottles of mineral water from his backpack. After enjoying the grilled fish and sipping some water, Wang Yuan and Dahei indulged in a cigarette while the 3 women shared a wild pineapple. "Captain, do you think there's treasure below?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. "Uncertain, but there are certainly beasts. Do not forget the roars we heard a few days ago." "Yes, I remember. Upon sighting one, I shall shoot it down," she replied. "Just don't be frightened. Let me witness a real-life beauty and the beast," Wang Yuan teased. "Ugh." Ren Yuanyuan shot him an annoyed glance. Laughter erupted among the group. "All right, let us proceed," Wang Yuan declared. They rose and continued onward, encountering a stretch of stone steps ahead. Dahei was at the front, shoveling dirt to create a path, causing their pace to slow once again. Fortunately, they encountered no snakes or insects, possibly due to the gunpowder sprinkled on their pant hems. After a while, they reached a grassy area and paused. Wang Yuan raised his gun, peering through the scope to survey their surroundings, while Ren Yuanyuan took out binoculars. Airplane, over there. Look, wreckage," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing in a direction. "Where?" "Let me see," Zhang Lanfang called out. Ren Yuanyuan handed her the binoculars. Wang Yuan also spotted it and passed his gun to Dahei, who looked through the scope. "Not too far. We can reach it in about an hour," Dahei assessed after surveying the terrain. The 3 women had all used the binoculars, and Ren Yuanyuan urged, "Let us hurry over and take a look." "Not so fast. We must proceed cautiously. Safety is paramount. Rushing will not help, and we cannot afford another slip," Wang Yuan advised. "Oh," Ren Yuanyuan replied, her expression one of discontent. "Once the roads are covered in sand, traversing them will become much easier, and future journeys will be significantly less time-consuming," Wang Yuan remarked. Understood, the group replied, continuing their advance. They crossed a grassy expanse and descended a series of sloped stone steps. Upon reaching another patch of grass, they encountered the wreckage of an aircraft, lying motionless upon the ground. It appeared to be a section from the rear of the plane, likely blasted and charred. Evidence suggested it had rolled down from the hillside, where distinct sliding marks were visible. That is our aircraft, Zhang Lanfang confirmed. Indeed, I can verify that, Ren Yuanyuan added. Let us hurry inside and check. Perhaps our belongings remain within, Jiang Yin suggested. Yes, just a moment. I'll go in first to assess the situation, Wang Yuan stated. He climbed in from the rear, as the cabin door hung precariously above the grass. After a brief inspection, he noticed a venomous cobra coiled beneath the seat. Wang Yuan retreated, warning, Hey, you should enter first. There's a poisonous snake inside. He pulled the hay in and retrieved a spear. It's right there, Wang Yuan whispered, pointing under the seat. Hay nodded in understanding. Wang Yuan handed the machete to Dahe, who gripped it firmly and approached the seat, prepared for any eventuality. Wang Yuan extended the spear under the seat, attempting to coax the snake out, but it remained stubbornly hidden. As he withdrew the spear, the cobra suddenly lunged at his hand. Wang Yuan swiftly recoiled, while Dahe, possessing quick reflexes, swung the machete at the snake. With a sharp thud, the blade struck the serpent's midsection, severing it in two, with the rear portion still writhing and the front part flicking its tongue, striving to move forward. With another decisive slice, Dahe severed the snake's head. Step back, Wang Yuan instructed, using a spade to clear away the three segments of the snake. The three women dug a pit to bury the severed head, while the snake's body was tossed down the hillside, where it was soon carried away by an eagle. Wang Yuan and Dahe conducted a thorough examination of the cabin, confirming it was safe before ushering the three women inside. All right, everyone is in. Now, let us search for useful supplies. We must gather everything we can carry and concentrate it near the rear exit, Wang Yuan declared. Understood. Inside, several rows of seats were nearly charred, particularly towards the rear. Wang Yuan and Dahe removed a dozen seat covers and brought them to the back. The three women inspected the overhead compartments, most of which had been flung open due to the aircraft's violent descent, leaving them largely empty. However, they discovered three that had remained shut. Upon opening them, they were pleasantly surprised to find two backpacks and a suitcase, which they promptly carried to the rear of the cabin. Wang Yuan also spotted a food cart wedged between two seats. With Dahe's assistance, they lifted it and pushed it to the back, collecting several stainless steel plates and trays along the way. Captain, come quickly, Zhang Lanfang called out. What is the matter? Wang Yuan and Dahe approached. This is the restroom. The door lock is deformed and one T-budge, Zhang Lanfang explained. Dahe, give a kick. Dahe stepped forward, took a couple steps back, and delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a loud crash, the restroom door swung open. The restroom lay in disarray, yet they managed to salvage a bottle of hand soap and a roll of toilet paper. Captain, there's nothing left. Our belongings are gone. Ren Yuanyuan lamented as she approached alongside Jiang Yin. Well, considering the plane crash and the ferocious winds, it is fortunate we recovered this much, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Oh, Captain, shall we open those bags and see what's inside? Ren Yuanyuan suggested. All right, let us take a look, Wang Yuan replied. The group made their way to the rear of the cabin, where they discovered a light blue women's backpack, a pink suitcase, and a black suitcase. Captain, this suitcase has a combination lock. I can't open it. Ren Yuanyuan fiddled with the black suitcase. Let us set it aside for now and examine it later, Wang Yuan instructed. As they opened the backpack, Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin began to sift through its contents. Inside were several articles of women's clothing, 2 pairs of socks, a pair of high-heeled shoes, a pair of canvas hiking boots, various cosmetics, a pack of feminine hygiene products, 2 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of facial tissues, a passport, an ID card, a phone charger, a data cable, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 7 or 8 marinated eggs. Well, these items will serve us well. Let's pack them away, Wang Yuan said. Once the items were stowed, Jiang Yin opened the pink suitcase. Wow, what a treasure, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. Chapter 133. Delicious instant noodles revealed the suitcase filled with 8 packs of instant noodles, a dozen sausages, and a jar of Lao Gan Ma spicy sauce. I haven't had instant noodles and sausages in ages, Ren Yuanyuan said, licking her lips. You little glutton, Zhang Lanfang shot her glance. Hee hee. Beneath those were several more articles of women's clothing, a pair of knee-high leather boots, a pair of sneakers, another pair of high heels, more cosmetics, a pack of feminine hygiene products, 2 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of facial tissues, a passport, an ID card, a bank card, over 10,000 euros, a charger, and a data cable. All right, let us put everything back. You can use these as needed, Wang Yuan said. Okay, they replied. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 3:30. Lighting a cigarette, he declared, "That's enough for today. Let us pack up and head back." Understood, the group agreed. After gathering their belongings, they left the food cart behind for future retrieval, taking all remaining supplies with them. The return journey involved climbing, but without the need for shoveling dirt. They made swift progress. Upon reaching the rocks, Wang Yuan ascended first, hoisting the supplies up with a rope, followed by the 3 women, with the hay bringing up the rear. They rested briefly at the summit before descending the slope back to the cave. Once the items were unloaded, Wang Yuan and Da Hei sat beneath the shelter, smoking. The 3 women fed the wild chicken some bitten dragon fruit and grabbed some fruit for themselves as they joined them under the shelter for a meal. Checking the time, it was exactly 5 o'clock. "Captain, that black suitcase seems quite large. It must contain numerous items," Ren Yuanyuan said as she bit into a piece of dragon fruit. "Though the suitcase appears substantial, it isn't particularly heavy. It likely holds mostly clothing. Let us not harbor too many expectations, especially since many items are prohibited on planes." Wang Yuan replied. "Oh, can you unlock that password lock?" Ren Yuanyuan inquired. The 3 women turned their gazes towards Wang Yuan. I'm not adept at opening such locks, but Dake is a locksmith extraordinaire. You should be capable of handling this high-tech device," Wang Yuan replied. "Is that true?" The 3 women widened their beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. "What, do you not believe me?" Wang Yuan asked. The 3 women nodded. "Dake, you are the locksmith expert. Please retrieve that black suitcase and demonstrate to them how to open it," Wang Yuan instructed. Dake stepped into the cave and emerged with the black suitcase, accompanied by a chisel and a cleaver. He deftly extracted a dagger, inserted it into the crevice of the password lock, and with a couple of twists, he picked up the cleaver and, with a swift motion, the outer casing of the lock fell away. He then took the chisel to the lock cylinder and struck it twice with a stone. "All done," Dake announced. In less than 2 minutes. The 3 women stood in astonishment. "Isn't it quite simple?" "It was almost effortless," Wang Yuan remarked. "Is that all? It can be done this way?" Dake humorously bowed, mimicking the traditional gestures of the Chinese. Seeing Dake's endearingly foolish and comical demeanor, everyone burst into laughter. Dake scratched his head, revealing a broad grin. "Well, this password box is not made of metal. It's composed of plastic and nylon. Installing a password lock is merely for show. It serves little practical purpose," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh, I understand now. Let us take a look inside," Wang Yuan suggested. Dake opened the suitcase, and everyone leaned in to see. Dake first revealed the damaged password lock. Inside, there was a briefcase. He removed it to uncover a black suit, followed by a gray casual outfit and a white shirt. Beneath the clothing lay a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white sneakers. Finally, beneath the shoes were 5 buckets of instant noodles, followed by 5 packets of instant noodles, 10 packets of pickled mustard greens, 2 large hams, and 2 cartons of Chinese cigarettes. More instant noodles. Why do these people love them so much? Fei Yuanyuan the Mox. Of course, it's because they are unaccustomed to African cuisine, Zhang Lanfang replied. "All right, we shall have instant noodles for dinner. Sister Feng, you all can prepare it," Wang Yuan instructed. "Sure thing." The 3 women busied themselves, one boiling water, one slicing ham, and another washing wild vegetables. Wang Yuan and Dake watched the 3 beautiful women with smiles, smoking and conversing in a language unfamiliar to others. "Sister Feng, what do you think they are discussing?" Fei Yuanyuan whispered. Dake said, "Captain, why not marry Yuanyuan and take her as your wife?" The captain replied, "I think Jiang is quite nice too," Zhang Lanfang remarked, casting a glance at Wang Yuan. "Sister Feng, you were just talking nonsense," Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. "Sister Feng, you can't even understand what they are saying," Jiang Yin added, her cheeks also reddening. "It must be that meaning. Look, the captain is gazing at you with such seriousness," Zhang Lanfang teased. "Not at all," Jiang Yin retorted. "Indeed, not at all. He is just a blockhead," Ren Yuanyuan chimed in. "All right, the water is boiling," Zhang Lanfang announced. 3 women opened 5 buckets of instant noodles, placing the noodle cakes into the pot, tearing open the seasoning packets, and pouring them in, along with the chopped ham and wild vegetables. Captain, the instant noodles are ready. Let's eat. Jiang Yin poured the noodles into the 5 buckets. Great. Aren't there marinated eggs? One for each of us, Wang Yuan suggested. Absolutely. Ren Yuan happily dashed into the cave to retrieve 5 marinated eggs, distributing one to each person. They all began to slurp down the noodles. So delicious. It's so hot. Ren Yuan exclaimed. I find that the instant noodles from your country are truly delightful, and the marinated eggs are exquisite, while the ham is simply fragrant. Dehei remarked. Indeed, our country's cuisine is profound and diverse. One meal could last a lifetime of culinary exploration, Zhang Lanfang proudly declared. Is that so? Then why don't you consider acquiring citizenship in our country? Ren Yuan proposed. Like Wang Yuan, I cannot possibly change my nationality, Dehei replied regretfully. What a pity. But I can certainly visit your country for tourism. You must treat me to your culinary delights then. Of course. Absolutely. It's a must. The 3 women responded in unison. They even drank the broth down to the last drop. After their meal, the 3 women washed the utensils and brought their belongings into the cave. Wang Yuan and Dehei sat smoking. As the night fell, the 3 women took turns to relieve themselves. Suddenly, several pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the woods across the way. After finishing, the women returned. And Ren Yuan asked, Captain, shall we head back to the cave? Yes, look, the wolves are back. Wang Yuan pointed toward the woods. Oh, the women looked over. Should we fire a couple of shots? Zhang Lanfang asked eagerly. All right, let's fire 2 shots, Wang Yuan agreed. Chapter 134. Meat stuffed bun. The 3 women excitedly rushed into the cave, each retrieving a long gun. At the fence, rest your guns on it for stability. Each of you aim for a wolf, and once you're ready, fire, Wang Yuan instructed. Okay, let us shoot together. We don't want to scare all the wolves away with an early shot, Zhang Lanfang cautioned. All right, Fang Jia, you count to 3, then we fire, Jiang Yin added. Are we all ready? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Ready. 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. Each woman fired a shot. Oh woo. One wolf let out a mournful howl. Ha! I hit one. Who got the shot? Fei Yuan teeth. I can't tell. It's too dark to see clearly, Zhang Lanfang responded. The howling gradually ceased, and the glowing eyes vanished. All right, let us head back, Wang Yuan declared. Oh, the 3 women remained exhilarated. After Wang Yuan and Dehei finished their business, they returned to the cave and secured the door, gathering around the fire to enjoy some fruit. Jiang, let us do some wolf meat for breakfast, Wang Yuan suggested. Sure. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang began to stew several pieces of wolf meat in the steamer. Ren Yuan smashed some small sea snails to feed the wild chickens and chopped the discarded dragon fruit peels to also feed them, pleasantly surprised to see the chickens eating. Captain, shouldn't these wild chickens be laying eggs soon? Their injuries seem to be healing, Ren Yuan remarked. Not so soon. We'll take them out tomorrow to bask in the sun, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, understood. By the way, let us open the briefcase, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, Dehei replied as he retrieved the briefcase and unlatched it. Inside were various documents, including contracts, a passport, an ID card, a bank card, a charger, a data cable, and a substantial stack of euros, amounting to over 10,000. When we have the opportunity to return, we should send these back to his family, Jiang Yin remarked. Agreed. Now let's take a rest. We can spread out some seat covers on the beds. Sound good. The group each took a seat cover back to the beds and settled down to rest. The next morning, Wang Yuan awoke, stepped outside, and surveyed the surroundings with a stretch. He proceeded to the shed to light a fire, placed a flat pan atop, filled it with water, and then went to relieve himself and freshen up. One by one, the others arose, attended to their needs, and returned. After drinking some water, Wang Yuan emptied the water from the 5 sedimentation balls containing kudzu powder. He ignited the stove in the pit, heating the stewed wolf meat. Sister Feng, Yuan, come help me take out the sedimentation balls, and let us cook some wild vegetable pancakes. Jiang Zong, could you season the wolf meat? Wang Yuan called to the 3 women. Certainly. They responded as they entered. They took out the 5 sedimentation balls, while Wang Yuan collected the items drying in the winnowing basket, crushing the kudzu powder and setting it aside to dry, keeping 1 sedimentation ball for the pancakes. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuan chopped the wild vegetables and wild onion flowers, placing them into the sedimentation ball, adding a pinch of salt, and mixing it thoroughly with the kudzu powder. They placed the flat pan on the stove, brushed it with a bit of wild boar fat, and began frying the pancakes. Wang Yuan and He sat to the side, enjoying their cigarettes. Jiang Yin brought out the steaming pot, and a delightful aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. Fei Yuan Shui Kill. What happened? Everyone turned to look. I got splashed with oil on my hand. It hurts. Rin Yuan said, cradling her right hand. Allow me. You should rinse it with cold water, Jiang Yin offered, taking the bamboo spatula. Oh, Rin Yuan said pitifully as she went to wash her hands. Once Rin Yuan finished washing up, she brought out the chicken cage to let the wild chickens bask in the sun and fed them some crushed sea snails. Dinner is ready, Zhang Lanfang announced. On the table, 10 golden-brown wild vegetable pancakes were arranged on palm leaves, using instant noodle cups as bowls. Each person received a generous portion of wolf meat topped with spicy broth. Wang Yuan picked up a pancake, sliced it in half with a dagger, and placed a piece of wolf meat inside before taking a bite, savoring the tender meat and sipping the broth. Everyone followed suit, reveling in the deliciousness. So delightful, He exclaimed, his mouth glistening with grease. This is even better than the meat sandwich, Rin Yuan added. After everyone had their fill and cleaned the utensils, Zhang Lanfang inquired, Captain, are we heading to the valley today? Yes, gather your gear, food, and water. We shall set off for the valley, Wang Yuan responded, noticing the eager gazes of the group. Discarding his cigarette, but he continued, Captain, what food should we bring? Should we take the compressed biscuits? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let us take some roasted fish and a few marinated eggs, along with the compressed biscuits for emergencies later, Wang Yuan suggested. Understood. They sprinkled gunpowder water on their pant legs, gathered their belongings, and set off. The journey progressed smoothly, without the need to scatter sand, and they moved at a brisk pace. Upon reaching the remnants of the aircraft, it was already past 9:30. Navigating around the wreck, Wang Yuan raised his firearm and peered through the scope. Rin Yuan also lifted her binoculars to observe. The valley below was adorned with a sprawling expanse of tree ferns, lush and dense. At the pace we had maintained, we should arrive there by noon. However, the path was treacherous, necessitating the scattering of sand for traction, thus rendering our timing uncertain. Regardless of our progress, we must commence our return by 3 in the afternoon, lest we risk being unable to return before nightfall. Wang Yuan passed his gun to He for inspection. Understood, he acknowledged. After all 3 women had taken turns observing through the binoculars, they nodded in agreement. The group then resumed their journey, with He leading the way, scattering sand as they followed, their speed diminishing. After traversing the stone steps for approximately another hour, they arrived at a small patch of low grassland. Suddenly, a cobra sprang from the underbrush, lunging towards He. Startled, he raised his entrenching tool. Wang Yuan, however, did not flinch, instead gazing upward towards the sky, and the 3 women mirrored his action. Indeed, a large eagle swooped down, seizing the snake in its talons before soaring away. Ha ha, Captain, do you think that eagle is here to protect us? Rin Yuan exclaimed joyfully. That is a sea eagle, a type of hawk. They typically hunt fish in the ocean, rarely preying on snakes, though they may do so on occasion. This sea eagle must reside somewhere on this island, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, came the collective response as they continued on their way. The group crossed the grassy area, navigating the intermittently descending stone steps at a leisurely pace. After another hour or so, they reached a rocky platform, clearly hewn by human hands, its surface clean and flat, rectangular in shape, approximately 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Let us rest here for a while and have something to eat, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, I'm quite hungry, Rin Yuan replied. Captain, look, what is that? Just as they were about to sit down to eat, Jiang Yin pointed towards the area below the platform. The group leaned forward to peer downwards. Ha ha, what a delightful find, Rin Yuan exclaimed with glee. Chapter 135. The brown bear. The group peered over the edge and spotted a grassy area about 15 to 16 meters below, where 2 mango trees flourished, laden with numerous mangoes, over 10 of which were ripe. I love the big yellow mangoes, Rin Yuan declared. You glutton, is there anything you don't enjoy eating? Zhang Lanfang shot her an exasperated look. You all hold the rope. I will descend to pick some. Please keep a lookout for me while I'm down there. Wang Yuan instructed after observing that there was no immediate danger. He produced a rope and lowered it, and the others grasped it as Wang Yuan slid down. Once on the grassy ground, Wang Yuan surveyed his surroundings and approached one of the mango trees. Above, Dahe and the three women stood guard, their firearms at the ready. The two trees were quite old, towering over 10 meters high. The mangoes near the trunk could be reached for picking, but those further out were out of reach. Thankfully, most of the fruits hung low, approximately 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Dahe tossed down the harpoon. Wang Yuan called up. The harpoon was thrown down, and Wang Yuan caught it, picking up a stone to sharpen the edges of the metal tip before raising the harpoon to gather mangoes, as long as they were within reach. Both ripe and semi-ripe fruits were plucked and placed into the woven basket. After surveying the tree for any remaining fruits that were just out of reach, a decision was made to ascend the tree and gather what could be obtained. Approaching a mango tree, he glanced upward and then leapt, wrapping his arms around the trunk while securing his legs against it, beginning his ascent. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Jiang Yin shattered the moment. Turning his head, Wang Yuan was met with the alarming sight of a brown bear charging towards him from the underbrush of the hillside. The bear, now fully grown, weighed approximately 230 to 40 pounds. It had spotted Wang Yuan and was barreling towards him, with both hands gripping the tree. He was unable to arm himself. The sound of gunfire erupted. Dahe and his companions had opened fire. The bear collapsed with a thud, its limbs twitching as it succumbed to its wounds, blood oozing from multiple gunshot injuries. With a few last gasps, it breathed its last. The three women erupted in cheers. Wang Yuan shook his head and continued climbing. Reaching the top, he harvested another 5 or 6 mangoes, but the fruits further away were simply out of reach. So he carefully descended. Sister Feng, you two come down and help me harvest some bear meat to take back, he called out. Dai, stay up there and keep watch. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin descended. Wang Yuan handed each of them a mango, and the two women began to savor the sweet fruit. He secured the basket filled with mangoes to a rope and signaled for Dahe to pull it up. Wang Yuan also peeled one for himself, relishing its sweetness. Which of you will sit on my shoulders to reach the higher mangoes? Wang Yuan inquired. Perhaps Xiao Yin, as she is taller, suggested Zhang Lanfang. Very well, Wang Yuan replied, squatting down. With a blush, Jiang Yin climbed onto his shoulders, and Wang Yuan stood, handing her a spear. Sister Feng, be ready to catch, he instructed. After plucking down several more mangoes, he finally lowered Jiang Yin back down. Let us gather some bear meat. This will be quite the nourishment, he remarked. Approaching the fallen bear, he retrieved a dagger and began to skin it. The three worked together, stripping the hide away, while Wang Yuan detached the forepaws and cut off over 40 pounds of meat, carefully extracting the gallbladder, wrapping it in the bear's skin, and placing it into the basket. The scene was somewhat gruesome, yet the two women, having endured several days of survival on the deserted island, showed no signs of distress. That's enough. We don't need any more, Wang Yuan declared. Let us have Dahe haul the supplies up first, and then we'll follow suit. Yuan, are the mangoes delicious? Zhang Lanfang asked as they reached the top. Indeed, they're fragrant and sweet, Ren Yuan replied with a grin. These two mango trees are ancient, likely having thrived for decades, Wang Yuan remarked, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Could they have been cultivated by someone? Jiang Yin speculated. It's quite possible. The path we've taken appears to be man-made, though it hasn't been traversed in quite some time. Along the rocky platforms, we encountered fruits, and, perhaps further ahead, we may find more beneath other rocky ledges, Wang Yuan explained. That makes sense. Should we continue downward? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Let's call it day and head back after we rest. They tidied their belongings and began their return journey. Dahe bore the heaviest load, the basket filled with bear meat, while Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang each carried a bundle of mangoes. As they approached the previous platform, Wang Yuan took over the large basket from Dahe, and the group exchanged items once more. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, and returned to the cave around 5 o'clock. After a brief respite, Wang Yuan retrieved bear bile, fashioned a cord to bind it, and hung it beneath the shelter to dry. Captain, aren't mangoes typically ripe in May or June? Why are they still available now? Jiang Yin inquired. Perhaps it is due to the location in the southern hemisphere. Or maybe it's related to the island's climate, Wang Yuan replied. I see. Once our rest is over, let us prepare the bear meat. Without a pressure cooker, it will require a considerable amount of time to stew, Wang Yuan continued. Captain, shall we eat bear paws? Ren Yuan asked. Bear paws need to be stewed even longer. 5 or 6 hours may not suffice. We should wait until our meal is ready before starting on them. They might be perfect by tomorrow morning, Wang Yuan explained. Understood. The three women returned to the cave to stew the meat. Wang Yuan collected the dried kudzu flour. Hey, let's go take a bath and fetch some water, he said. After everyone took turns bathing, dusk began to fall. They secured the courtyard gate and gathered around the fire, enjoying some fruit. It smells wonderful. Sister Yan, isn't the meat ready yet? Ren Yuan asked. Soon, Jiang Yan replied, slicing some bamboo shoots to add to the pot. Oh, I'm so hungry. All right, it's time to eat. Jiang Yan distributed the meat, ladled the broth over it, and then set the bare paws to stew. Delicious, truly fragrant. Just dice the meat, Jiang Yan remarked. Yes, indeed, Ren Yuan agreed. Isn't it you who is impatient? How can you cut it when it's so hot? Jiang Yan shot her glance. This is quite enjoyable, feasting heartily and drinking freely, sharing wealth fairly, Wang Yuan said. Captain, would you care for some wine? Zhang Lanfang asked. A little would be fine. Let us each have a small cup to alleviate our fatigue, Wang Yuan replied. Zhang Lanfang produced a bottle of brandy, pouring small half-cups for everyone, leaving a bit more for Wang Yuan and Dehei. After the meal, they preserved the remaining bear meat and hung it up to cure. Captain, what do you think Zhao Jiangwo and the others are up to now? Ren Yuan pondered, taking a bite of mango. That is hard to say. Wang Yuan inhaled deeply. Whatever the case, they're not good people. Thankfully, we are following you, Captain, free from worry about food and drink, and we have stockpiled so much sustenance. Zhang Lanfang added. Indeed, Captain, if we cannot return, perhaps you could transplant the fruit trees here, cultivate some edible crops, wild vegetables, raise some game like wild chickens and rabbits, and build a large house. Would you marry me? Ren Yuan blinked her large eyes. Chapter 136, A Confession to Him. Wang Yuan was momentarily choked by a puff of smoke. I think that sounds reasonable, Zhang Lanfang said. Wang, I suggest you marry all three of them. Dehei chimed in with a chuckle. Get lost. The three women shot Dehei a disapproving glance. After all, there are no laws here, Dehei retorted. Dehei, why are you stirring trouble? I have said we will certainly return. Let us not discuss this topic again, Wang Yuan declared. Terminally ill with male chauvinism. Ren Yuan turned her head away. All right, once you're done, let us all rest, Wang Yuan concluded. As everyone gradually returned to rest, securing the door, Wang Yuan added some firewood to the stove and lay down in his room. Dehei was already snoring soundly, while Wang Yuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In truth, Wang Yuan harbors a deep affection for Jiang Yan. Initially, she appeared capricious and incomprehensible, yet after enduring many days and various events, Wang Yuan has come to understand her character and nature. She once resembled a caged canary, untested by the storms of life. However, following recent events, she has exhibited numerous admirable qualities: kindness, bravery, resilience, beauty, gentleness, and a compassionate understanding of others. Many accolades traditionally bestowed upon women could aptly apply to her. Yet, he feels like an orphan, a mere impoverished soul, with a meager pension from his military service insufficient to purchase a home in their small county. He believes himself unworthy of her. Glancing at his watch, he noticed it was 12:30. He decided to rise from bed, sitting by the stove, lighting a cigarette, and adding some kindling to the fire. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, you're still awake? Wang Yuan whispered. Yes, I couldn't sleep. I only came out after hearing you, Jiang Yan replied, settling beside him. Silence enveloped them for a while. Have they gone to bed? Wang Yuan eventually inquired. Yes. Once again, silence fell between them, the question hanging awkwardly, suggesting they were engaged in some clandestine affair. Gradually, Jiang Yan leaned her head on Wang Yuan's shoulder. Actually, I like you, she confessed, but I have nothing to offer, nothing to my name. I'm just a poor wretch, incapable of giving you anything. I know. A profound silence ensued, filled only by their shared breaths and the whispering wind outside. When we return, if you still like me and your family does not oppose, I will marry you, Wang Yuan declared. I certainly will, she affirmed. They listened to the wind rustling the leaves, gradually becoming immersed in the tranquility of the night. Let us get some rest, he suggested. All right. Jiang Yan lifted her head and gently kissed Wang Yuan's cheek before retreating to her room. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, lost in thought. After finishing his smoke and adding more wood to the fire, he returned to bed. The following morning, Wang Yuan uncharacteristically awoke later than usual, perhaps due to a late night. Hey Wang, I'm the first to get up today, Da He exclaimed as he donned his clothes, prompting Wang Yuan to finally open his eyes. Da He exited the room to stoke the fire in the stove. The three women soon followed suit. As they stepped outside together, the sky appeared overcast. Wow, is it going to rain today? Pei and Yuan wanted. Not necessarily, Wang Yuan replied, preparing the stove to boil water. Once everyone had tended to their personal needs, they gathered around the stove to sip hot water. Captain, what as for breakfast? Jiang Yin asked. Bear paws. Ren Yuan raised her hand enthusiastically. All right, we'll have bear paws. Don't we have a few boxes of luncheon meat left? Wang Yuan inquired. Yes, 6 boxes. Jiang Yin confirmed. Then each of us shall have a box. Fine, but we've never eaten bear paws, let alone prepared them. I'm not sure how to cook them, Jiang Yin admitted. I'm uncertain as well. You figure it out, Wang Yuan suggested. Very well. Jiang Yin began by soaking several mushrooms, chopping some wild onions, wild ginger and chili peppers, and dicing a sausage. Then, wild scallions, wild ginger, and chili peppers were sauteed until fragrant, followed by the addition of diced ham and mushrooms, stir-fried briefly. And then a splash of broth was added along with a pinch of salt. The dish was thickened with kudzu root powder and served over a bear paw resting on palm leaves. All right, let's taste it. The group began to eat. It's not particularly exquisite, but it's quite satisfactory, Jiang Yin remarked. In any case, I find it delectable, Ren Yuan responded. It must be due to our insufficient seasoning and perhaps our technique, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Indeed, that seems to be the case, Wang Yuan concurred. After finishing their meal and tidying up the utensils, they settled down. Captain, are we heading to the valley? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Today, let us go to the seaside. If it rains, we'll have a place to seek shelter and can return earlier. We'll collect the fish traps and check if the traps have caught any wild rabbits, Wang Yuan stated, taking a puff from a cigarette. All right, he added. Gathering their gear, the group set off for the coast. Upon reaching the rabbit traps, they discovered one had been triggered, yet regrettably, there were no catches. Wang Yuan relocated the trap and reset it. Arriving at the seaside, they made their way to the shelter. Let us first collect the fish traps, Wang Yuan suggested. 2 traps yielded 5 or 6 fish and 4 crabs, which they cleaned and brought back to the shelter. Da He and I will gather ocean debris to see if there's anything useful. You all can start boiling seawater for salt, Wang Yuan declared. Very well, they replied, and soon everyone was busily engaged. The 3 girls, feeling the heat, began boiling seawater. Wang Yuan and Da He collected some dry wood to provide firewood for the girls. Wang Yuan found a square-meter piece of wire mesh and brought it back to the shelter. This wire mesh can be taken back to make a barbecue grill, Wang Yuan remarked. I adore barbecues. Enjoying grilled food while sipping beer is the epitome of comfort, Ren Yuan chimed in. Aren't you rather fond of hot pot? Zhang Lanfang queried. I cherish both, Ren Yuan chuckled. You're such a foodie, Zhang Lanfang teased, giving Ren Yuan a playful glare. Da He returned with a 50-liter oil drum, complete with a handle. This is excellent. It's convenient for carrying water and holds a lot, Wang Yuan noted. After prying off the lid with a dagger, Jiang Yin took it, washed it at the shore, and filled half the drum with seawater to bring back to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Da He continued their search for usable items. Should we grill the fish? Ren Yuan asked. Not now. Let us save that for lunch, Jiang Yin replied. Oh, all right, Ren Yuan acquiesced. Wang Yuan and Da He returned with more wood, and the two began chopping it into firewood. Once finished, they stacked the wood in the shelter, which would suffice for several days if they stayed there. Let's go clam digging, Wang Yuan called to Da He. I'm coming too, Ren Yuan chimed in, unable to sit still. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed from the north. Chapter 137. Battling pirates not good. Quickly, grab your weapons. Run, Wang Yuan shouted. With that, he picked up the bucket and doused the fire with seawater. Hiss, a plume of steam rose. Hurry, leave the bags behind. Go, Wang Yuan urged. The group swiftly retreated into the grass, lying low. At that moment, a fuel boat and 2 speedboats approached the shore, halting just offshore. From these vessels emerged 15 or 16 pirates, who swiftly made their way onto the beach. 3 of the pirates brandished long rifles, standing guard against the surrounding jungle, while one of them began to speak. Once he finished, the pirates split into 2 groups, one veering left and the other right to commence their search. Bad news. Da He, Take them away and hide in the woods. If you encounter the pirates, do not resist, Wang Yuan instructed. And what about you? The three women inquired in unison. I will draw their attention away, Wang Yuan replied. Absolutely not. They protested in unison. Do not worry, I will be fine. This is not the time for discussion. We must act, Wang Yuan urged urgently. Quickly, he will be all right. You must trust him, Dehei insisted. Reluctantly, the four of them bent low and sprinted towards the jungle. Wang Yuan swiftly moved to the right, and a group of pirates was rapidly approaching the rocky area. He was over 150 meters away from them, raising his rifle to aim before lowering it again and pulling out his handgun. The sound of the waves along the shore was quite loud, making it difficult for the rifle to attract the pirates' attention. So he opted for the handgun, though at such a distance, it lacked precision and lethality. Bang! Bang! He fired twice. A bullet struck a rock near one pirate's foot, sending shards flying and grazing his leg. Startled, the pirate checked his leg, finding no blood and no damage to his trousers. The gunfire drew the attention of two groups of pirates. One pointed towards the location of Wang Yuan's shots, shouting excitedly. The pirates raised their weapons and began to fire. After a barrage of gunfire, the nearby reeds were significantly reduced in height. One pirate waved his hand, and all the others surged forward. Upon reaching the spot, they found no one, only two spent cartridges on the ground. Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out. The pirates crouched down, and the leader pointed in a direction, gesturing for them to charge again, but they only found another cartridge. The leader signaled for silence, and the pirates huddled together. He made a few hand signals and waved his arms, prompting the pirates to disperse. Bang! A gunshot echoed. A scream pierced the air. The pirates turned to see one of their own struck in the left arm, wailing and pointing ahead. They looked to see a figure sprinting away. Tot, 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 tot. The pirates scattered in pursuit, intermittently raising their weapons to fire. Bang! Bang! Wang Yuan, after firing two shots, rolled over and laid back against the thicket, reloading his magazine and securing his handgun at his waist. With another roll, he raised his rifle. Rat-a-tat! A precise shot felled one pirate. The others quickly dropped to the ground, while their leader shouted in panic. As the pirates crawled forward, they found only spent cartridges and no sign of Wang Yuan. In the distance, Wang Yuan suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed away. Rat-a-tat! The pirates fired again. Wang Yuan rolled, seeking refuge behind a small earth mound. The pirates charged forward once more. Suddenly, two screams echoed. Two pirates fell into a trap, and upon closer inspection, they found themselves pierced by sharpened bamboo, struggling briefly before succumbing. The pirate captain uttered a command, prompting the crew of pirates to scatter, cautiously advancing with their weapons drawn. Bang! Another pirate fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang! The pirates opened fire again at the earthen mound. Suddenly, one pirate stumbled into a trap, facing certain doom. Enraged, the captain let out a furious shout. Bang! A pirate was struck down. Gunfire erupted from another direction, and the pirates turned to see a shadow leap and vanish. Bang, 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 bang! The pirates resumed their barrage and circled around. They held their weapons aloft, carefully stepping on ground they had tested beforehand. A scream pierced the air. The pirates turned to witness a majestic eagle clawing at one pirate's face before soaring away. The unfortunate pirate clamped his eyes shut, blood streaming from the corners. He quickly covered his eyes, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. The remaining pirates looked on in horror. Another pirate fell, blinded by the eagle, rolling on the ground and crying out in despair. Suddenly, a pirate sprang up, shouting incoherently as he dashed away. Just then, a cobra emerged from the very spot he had vacated. Bang, bang, bang! The pirates unleashed a flurry of shots, reducing the snake to a mushy pulp. Bang, bang, bang! Gunfire echoed from a distance. Bang, 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 bang! The pirates retaliated. After a moment, they realized they had suffered no casualties, exchanging bewildered glances, when a buzzing sound filled the air. A pirate waved his arms frantically, attempting to fend off the swarm of wasps descending upon him. The captain shouted something unintelligible. The pirates tore off their shirts, swatting at the wasps. It turned out that Wang Yuan had led the pirates to the location of the wasp nest discovered previously, seizing the moment to shoot it apart as they approached. Perhaps due to the overcast skies threatening rain, the wasps were mostly nestled within their hive, and the more the pirates tried to shoo them away, the more they seemed to multiply. The pirate closest to the nest was nearly covered in wasps, while any exposed skin on the others was stung mercilessly. With a furious shout, the captain cried out, What language is that? It sounds somewhat familiar. Wang Yuan, observing from a distance, was utterly bewildered. Bang! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, more gunfire erupted from afar. 2 pirates fell, their bodies soon swarmed by wasps. The captain shouted again. The remaining pirates flailed their clothing, desperately trying to fend off the wasps as they sprinted toward the shoreline, undeterred by the peril. My goodness! So that phrase meant run for your life. Wang Yuan pondered, raising his weapon to aim at the pirate captain. Bang! The captain crumpled to the ground. I didn't pull the trigger. Wang Yuan quickly peered through the scope towards the source of the gunfire. There stood Dahei and the 3 women, brandishing rifles in the direction of the fleeing pirates, firing intermittently as they advanced. Don't come here. Pursue them directly. Wang Yuan called out to Dahei. Understood. Dahei and his companions dashed after the pirates. Wang Yuan extracted a bullet, removed the shell, and poured the gunpowder into his palm. He scattered the powder over himself, rubbed it onto his face, and with a determined grip on his gun, charged outside. Chapter 138. Tiger. 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 Initially, it was the pirates pursuing Wang Yuan. Now, the roles had reversed, with Wang Yuan in hot pursuit of the pirates. However, the remaining pirates, perhaps stung by a hornet or threatened with their lives, or possibly having their beliefs trampled upon, unleashed their utmost potential and fled desperately. No good, I can't catch up. It seems I haven't trained in a long while. Wang Yuan mused to himself. The distant sounds of gunfire echoed intermittently. Wang Yuan felt a surge of urgency and quickened his pace, soon catching up with Dahei and the 3 women. Captain, called one of the women. All right, take a breather. Leave this to Dahei and me, Wang Yuan said, noticing the sweat pouring down the woman's face, her hair clinging to her skin. Wang Yuan and Dahei accelerated their pursuit. They were now about 500 meters away from the remaining pirates. Dahei's weapon would likely avoid collateral damage, while Wang Yuan's might hit one, though the others could escape. Upon reaching the beach, the last 5 pirates dashed towards the speedboat, shouting frantically. The motorboat had already turned around, and the speedboat roared to life. Tot-tot, tot-tot. Wang Yuan and Dahei took cover behind a coconut tree and squeezed the triggers. 2 pirates fell. Tot-tot. Another 2 pirates went down. The last pirate had already climbed aboard the speedboat. Tot-tot. 2 shots struck the pirate's thigh, sending him tumbling into the boat. A barrage of machine gun fire erupted from the motorboat, sweeping across the beach, prompting the 2 to quickly drop to the ground. 3 vessels departed from the shore, their engines fading into the distance. Damn it! Dahei slammed the ground and scrambled to his feet. Captain, are you all right? One of the women rushed over. I'm fine, Wang Yuan replied, leaning against the coconut tree as he lit a cigarette. Fuck! I didn't expect them to have a machine gun, Dahei exclaimed angrily. All right, Dahei. As long as we're unharmed, that's what matters, Zhang Lanfang reassured him. Dahei, still miffed, took a drag of his cigarette. Let's go search those bodies, Wang Yuan suggested. They recovered 4 AK-47s, 10 magazines, 6 of which were empty, a dagger, several packs of cigarettes, 2 lighters, over €1,000 in cash, and an electronic watch. Let us head to the shelter and grab something to eat. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 2 o'clock. All right. Everyone gathered their belongings and returned to the shelter, collecting the fish traps along the way and netting a few fish and crabs. A fire was lit, and one of the women began to grill. Wang Yuan inspected the watch and asked, Who wants this? Give it to Dahei. You 2 often go out alone for work. Having a watch would be useful, Zhang Lanfang suggested. You all spend time together too. Just give it to whoever. Dahei replied. Then let us give it to Yuan. After all, we're always together, Jiang Yin said, noticing Ren Yuan's eager expression. All right. Wang Yuan understood Jiang Yin's subtle intentions and tossed the watch to Ren Yuan. Actually, let us give it to Fang Jia. Among us women, she possesses the greatest capability, Ren Yuan suggested. All right, Yuan, take it. We all have at least one person who will stand by you, Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, please. Don't be so sentimental. Sister Fang, has this straight man finally come to his senses? Ren Yuan leaned her head on Zhang Lanfang's shoulder, weeping. Stage 4 cancer is beyond salvation. Rest assured. Zhang Lanfang gently patted Ren Yuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. What? Ren Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape. Well, May you find peace in your sorrow. Zhang Lanfang stroked her hair. Is there truly no hope? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Perhaps a miracle could occur, Zhang Lanfang replied. Wang. What do they mean? Dahei asked. It's knowledge learned by flight attendants. We wouldn't understand it. Much like foreign languages, we can just gloss over it. Wang Yuan explained. That curse, Wang, I could just kill you. What? Wang, are you going to die? Dahei asked in astonishment. No, she's just frightened by the pirates. Wang Yuan clarified. Ren Yuanyuan turned her head away. Let us eat. Everything is ready, Jiang Yin announced. I want to eat. I'm too full with anger, Ren Yuanyuan huffed. This crab is delightful. So yellow, Zhang Lanfang remarked. I'll just have a taste, Ren Yuanyuan said. Indeed, Zhang Lanfang replied. I'll just try a bite of this fish. Jiang Yin agreed. Why is there so many bones in this fish? Ren Yuanyuan complained. The other side has fewer bones, Wang Yuan suggested. Oh, let me have a try, Ren Yuanyuan said. What? Is this your trick, you Huawa people? I want to go home, Dahei stared in disbelief. All right, we should head back, Wang Yuan announced. Okay, everyone is full now. The group gathered their belongings and walked towards the beach. Two bodies are missing, Zhang Lanfang pointed at the pirate corpses. The group turned to see that of the original 4 pirate bodies, only 2 remained. Wait here, I'll go check with Dahei, Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan and Dahei approached, noticing clear drag marks on the sand leading into the jungle, with numerous animal tracks on ground. They've been dragged away by wild dogs, Wang Yuan stated. Wang, should we bury them? Dahei suggested. Forget it. Let us push them into the sea. The 2 men shoved the remaining bodies into the ocean. The group followed the trail the pirates had taken, searching as they went. This must be the leader of the pirates. Let us check, Wang Yuan said, discovering a corpse swollen from wasp stings. A handgun, 2 fully loaded magazines, a dozen bullets, 2 packs of cigarettes, a high-end lighter, over 1,000 euros in cash. And a luxury watch. The group also searched the bodies trapped in the pit and the ones they had shot. Those bitten by snakes and stung by wasps had perished. With 2 bodies missing, it was evident they had been dragged away by beasts. The group collected usable items, disposed of the bodies in the pit, and buried them. As they finished burying the pirate corpses, a light rain began to fall. The group hurriedly gathered their things and made their way back. They had acquired quite a number of firearms, yet the ammunition was nearly depleted. The group arrived at the Traveler Banana, quenching their thirst and resting momentarily. The drizzle had soaked everyone completely. After replenishing their hydration, they resumed their journey back, now very close to the cave, and instinctively quickened their pace. However, each person bore at least 3 long rifles, the weight proving burdensome. They trudged along, breathless, finally reaching the outskirts of the grassland. Wang Yuan suddenly spread his arms to halt the others. What is the matter? Zhang Lanfang whispered. Shoo, no talking. Wang Yuan gestured for silence and pointed towards the enclosure near the cave. Gasp. The group collectively inhaled sharply. A tiger. Chapter 139. Slain the tiger before them. A tiger prowled, fixated on the wolf carcass hanging from the enclosure. Sister Feng, shall we take a couple of shots? Wang Yuan asked quietly. The 3 women nodded eagerly, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They raised their rifles, aiming at the tiger. It's too far, at least 300 meters. Can you manage? Wang Yuan whispered. Let us give it a try, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. We should fire simultaneously. Are we ready? Ready. 1, 2, 3. Bang, bang, bang. The tiger flinched, as the enclosure and the grass beneath it erupted in a flurry of splinters and debris, yet the tiger remained unscathed. Turning its head, the king of the forest's majesty was unassailable, and its fury began to escalate. Is this a mere scare tactic? Trying to intimidate a tiger? Look how bewildered it is, Wang Yuan remarked. Ha ha ha. The 3 women chuckled, their laughter ringing with delight. The tiger, incensed by the audacity of its prey, let out a roar and lunged toward the group. Bang, bang. The 3 women fired again. Finally, as the tiger charged within about 150 meters, it was startled enough to retreat, turning to flee towards the waterhole. Bang. Dahei, unable to bear it any longer, took a precise shot, hitting the tiger's rear. The bullet ricocheted within its body, and with a pained howl, the tiger collapsed, overwhelmed by the agony, thrashing its legs in a final, defiant struggle before succumbing to death. Look at that. You all managed to scare off a tiger, Wang Yuan exclaimed. Huh, Are you suggesting we're like mother tigers? Rin Yuan shot him an annoyed glance. Not all. Dehei burst into laughter. The three women wore expressions of disappointment, having fired so many shots without hitting anything. The distance had made it challenging. And with the tiger in motion, it was even more difficult. No worries, Wang Yuan reassured them. A sharpshooter hones their skill through practice. We simply need to train more. All right, let us head back, Wang Yuan announced. The group placed their belongings inside the cave, and Wang Yuan and Dehei went out to retrieve the tiger. Boss, that dead wolf has begun to stink. We should bury it, Dehei suggested. No need, just set it down, Wang Yuan replied, then took a sturdy stick to dislodge the carcass, enduring the foul odor as he tossed it outside the enclosure. Captain, are we having tiger meat for dinner tonight? Rin Yuan inquired while feeding a wild chicken in the shelter. Sure, let us process the tiger, Wang Yuan answered. First, let's have some fruit and take a break. Jiang Yin suggested as she placed a pile of washed fruit on the table. I, along with Dehei, went to fetch some clean water. You all handle the tiger carefully. Don't damage the pelt, it's quite intact, Wang Yuan advised. Understood, replied Wang Yuan as he and Dehei braved the rain to draw water from the pond. The three women, armed with daggers, began their work. Xiao Yan, make sure to prepare the tiger whip well. If the captain tastes it, you'll have him utterly enamored, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Ha! Spare me, Xiao Yan retorted. I believe it's you who is thinking about it, she added. Let me tell you, Zhang Lanfang whispered, beckoning the two women closer. She then murmured something, causing their faces to flush deep red. Is that for real? Fei Yuan inquired. Of course it is. If you don't believe me, try it, Zhang Lanfang replied. How would I try it here? All right, wait until you find a boyfriend, then give it a shot. What are you all talking about? Wang Yuan returned, wiping the rain from his face. Nothing, just some casual conversation. Rin Yuan feigned nonchalance. Very mysterious, Wang Yuan remarked. Dehei and I are going to shower. You can wash up when we return. With Dehei securing the gate, Wang Yuan announced their departure. All right, let us go, Dehei, Wang Yuan said, taking his toiletries with him. Fang Jia, Yin Jia, how shall we cook the tiger meat tonight? Rin Yuan asked. Didn't we bring back a wire mesh? We can grill some and stew the rest to see which is more delicious, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Sounds good. I'll cut a piece to start stewing, Jiang Yin agreed. Yes, it's almost 5. Let us get it going, Rin Yuan glanced at her watch and said. Wang Yuan and Dehei returned from their shower and changed clothes in the cave. You all go wash up. We'll handle the rest. Remember to take your weapons. Wang Yuan instructed as he stepped outside. Got it, the three women replied as they left. When the three women returned, night had fallen and the tiger had been processed. The rain intensified, prompting Wang Yuan to suggest, let us tidy up and head into the cave. Okay, they agreed. Back in the cave, they lit a fire, and Wang Yuan hung the tiger pelt. The three women placed a wire mesh on the stove and skewered the tiger meat to grill. Captain, it's time to eat. Zhang Lanfang called out. All right, let us eat, he responded. Each person received a generous portion of stewed meat, drenched in broth, as they gathered around the stove, eating and grilling simultaneously. This tastes delightful. Indeed, it's quite fragrant. Ha! This piece of grilled meat is tough to chew, Rin Yuan exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful. I can chew mine just fine, Zhang Lanfang replied. Is that so? Let me try. Rin Yuan picked up a piece of grilled meat from Zhang Lanfang's plate and took a bite. Delicious. Yes, this one is tender. What is going on here? This must be a particularly tender cut. After finishing their meal, they marinated the remaining meat and hung it up before settling down for the night. In the dead of night, while everyone was deep in slumber, a sudden tempest arose outside, with fierce winds and flying debris causing the bamboo door to rattle violently. The group was swiftly awakened, and Wang Yuan emerged to rekindle the fire. Captain, what is happening? The others asked as they gathered outside. Wang Yuan approached the door, peering through the cracks into the inky darkness where nothing was visible. It's nothing. It must be the strong winds, Wang Yuan remarked, propping a few bamboo sticks against the door. All right, everyone, let us head back to sleep. He settled down and lit a cigarette. I can't seem to sleep now. Fei Yuan sighed. The group gathered around the campfire. Why is the wind so fierce? It's the oceanic climate. Who knows? Could be a typhoon? No buetis. The wind won't reach us. They fell silent once more. Listening to the crackling sounds outside, they became accustomed to the noise. All right, let us go back to sleep. Wang Yuan flicked the cigarette but into the fire. Fine then. The others gradually retreated to their rooms. The next morning, Wang Yuan arose, stepped outside. and noticed the wind had diminished considerably. He opened the door and ventured out. The wind and raindrops stung his face. The shelter had succumbed to the fierce winds, collapsed, with the thatch completely gone, leaving only a few bamboo poles leaning awkwardly against the ground. Chapter 140. The typhoon arrives. Several sections of the fence had been torn away, and the remaining pieces were askew. The toilet had vanished without a trace. Wang Yuan moved to the side and relieved himself. Returning to the cave, he kindled a fire in the stove to boil water. One by one, the others rose. "Captain, what is it like outside?" Ren Yuanyuan yawned and inquired. "Everything is nearly gone," Wang Yuan replied. "What? The shelter, toilet, courtyard, everything is gone." He lit a cigarette. The group rushed outside, gazing at the devastation, and the women couldn't help but curse. "Damn this wind. Damn this weather. Damn this gentleness." Wang Yuan emerged. "Ha! Well, we must continue to live. Life goes on. Hey, we're heading back. You can relieve yourselves anywhere, just don't wander too far. Here, you're free to do as you please," Wang Yuan said, then returned to the cave with Dehei. "What does that mean?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "It means we could do our business here," Zhang Lanfang responded. "Oh." The three women returned to the cave and picked up cups to drink water. "Dehei, once you're done, come back and we'll wash up together," Wang Yuan said as Dehei stepped outside. "Jiang, please do those tiger ribs. We'll have tiger ribs to eat soon," Wang Yuan instructed Jiang Yin. "All right," Jiang Yin replied, pouring some water to wash her hands and placing the ribs into the steamer. After Dehei returned, everyone donned raincoats, grabbed their toiletries, secured their handguns, and made their way to the waterhole. The wind remained strong, making their progress arduous. Several trees in the nearby woods had toppled, a testament to the ferocity of the previous night's storm. After washing up, as they were heading back, Ren Yuanyuan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The group followed her gaze. On the other side of the sea, a column of water spiraled upward into the sky. "Wow, it's magnificent," Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. "Indeed. Captain, what is that?" Ren Yuanyuan asked. "Could it be a heavenly ladder?" Jiang Yin speculated. "Run back to the cave," Wang Yuan shouted after observing the scene. What? What is happening?" The three women looked bewildered. "We'll talk later. Hurry," Wang Yuan urged. As the crowd observed Wang Yuan's anxious expression, they hurriedly made their way towards the cave. The wind intensified, as if unseen hands were compelling them toward the sea. At last, they returned to the cave with great effort. Together, they barricaded the bamboo door at the entrance, propping it up with several bamboo poles. Wang Yuan leaned against the door, peering through the gaps. "Captain, what is that?" asked Ren Yuanyuan. "It's a dragon sucking water," Wang Yuan replied. What? What does that mean?" "I know. I've read about it in books. It refers to the eye of a typhoon, where a storm draws up seawater. Everyone knows that typhoons possess incredible destructive power, leaving nothing in their wake. We just felt a force pushing us. That must be the suction of the typhoon, drawing everything toward its center," Jiang Yin explained. Yes, yes," Ren Yuanyuan responded, still shaken. Who? Crackle. Sounds of the wind and various impacts echoed from outside the cave. Wang Yuan observed the scene. "Fortunately, we returned quickly." "Look outside," he said. The group approached and gazed out. In the distance, numerous trees were uprooted and carried away, and even the fences were lifted into the air. They could see jackals and wolves soaring through the sky. "Oh, how terrifying!" "Hey, Yuanyuan exclaimed, "Klotzing Herzist." "Indeed, we are fortunate to have made it back," Zhang Lanfang concurred. "Yes, if we had delayed any longer, we too would have been swept away by the wind," Jiang Yin added. "All right, it's safe now. Let's not venture out. Let us return to prepare a meal," Wang Yuan suggested. "Yes, all right," Jiang Yin agreed. The three women went off to cook, while Wang Yuan and Dehei guarded the door, smoking. "There's a leak here," Dehei pointed above. "It's all right. The tarp above was blown away by the wind," Wang Yuan replied. The rain fell heavier, and water began to flow into the cave. Wang Yuan picked up a trenching tool and dug a drainage channel leading outside, allowing the rainwater to flow away. "Captain, it's time to eat," Jiang Yin called. "Understood," Wang Yuan responded. The two discarded their cigarette butts and returned to the meal. The group sat around the table, enjoying tiger chops and drinking soup. "Captain, I feel a bit tight in my chest. Am I getting sick?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "I feel that way too. My head is a bit dizzy. Could it be a cold?" Jiang Yin added. "I feel it as well. It's quite severe. You can check for yourself," Ren Yuanyuan chimed in. Suddenly, Dehei spluttered soup everywhere. "Cough, cough, cough." Wang Yuan choked on the soup. "Behave yourself," young lady. You little infatuate. Chen Feng scolded Yuen. Oh dear, Fengjia. She has never been in love, so she doesn't know how to charm this wooden block. Yuen vitolted. Cough, cough. Everyone seems fine. This is likely due to the low pressure and lack of oxygen in the typhoon center. It will improve once the storm passes, Wang Yuan remarked. Oh, after finishing their meal, the group sat idly, chatting. We must not go outside, just to be safe. We'll wait until the typhoon has passed. Thankfully, we have stored enough food, Wang Yuan stated. Understood. But how do we handle the restroom situation? Zhang Lanfang asked. Aren't there plenty of floating balls? We can use them in the room, Wang Yuan suggested. Once resolved, leave it at the door, or if it is more convenient. We can deal with it by the entrance while we wait in our room, Wang Yuan suggested. Fine, urgent matters. We must be pragmatic and not dwell on the details, Wang Yuan continued. Very well. Jiang Yin brought over some fruit, and the group began to eat. Wang Yuan and Dehei were smoking while inspecting their firearms. What are you all checking? Pei Yuen inquired. We are examining the parts and the rifling of the barrels, discarding those that are excessively worn, striving to assemble a few durable weapons, Wang Yuan explained. Oh, you all should load the magazines with bullets, once finished. We can practice a bit, Wang Yuan added. The three women busied themselves with loading the bullets while watching Wang Yuan and Dehei assemble the guns. Soon, they had successfully assembled 5 relatively superior firearms. They then proceeded to piece together the remaining old parts as well. Captain, why are we assembling these broken parts? Ren Yuen asked. These guns are not damaged, merely worn down. You can use them for practice or to create traps to confuse the enemy, Wang Yuan replied. Oh. Once the bullets were loaded, each woman picked up a long gun to practice aiming. The group enjoyed a pleasant morning together. Captain, what shall we have for lunch? Jiang Yin asked. Just prepare something simple. Not too much. We're not exerting ourselves and don't know when the typhoon will pass. So let us conserve what we can, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. Chapter 141. After the typhoon, the morning swiftly passed and the rain outside intensified. After observing a few times, Wang Yuan noted that the water spout was still lingering at sea. After lunch, Ren Yuen, feeling bored, fed the wild chickens. Wang Yuan once again approached the door to peek through the crack. It's gone. The water spout has vanished, Wang Yuan announced. Oh, let me see. Everyone rushed to the door to look outside. Indeed, it is gone. Wang Yuan opened the door, donned a raincoat, and stepped outside. The wind and rain remained fierce, and the surroundings were in disarray. Captain, how is it? Zhang Lanfang inquired. The rain is too heavy. Visibility is poor, Wang Yuan replied, retreating back into the cave. Can we not go outside? Ren Yuen asked. The wind is also strong. The typhoon is likely not move far, so let us minimize our outings, Wang Yuan advised. Very well, but staying here all day is stifling, Ren Yuen lamented. Why don't you sing a song for everyone? Zhang Lanfang suggested. That wouldn't be appropriate. Ren Yuen shyly replied. Why not? Aren't you our superstar? Just give us a song. Come on, everyone, let us applaud and encourage our shining star, Ren Yuen. To take the stage, Zhang Lanfang led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. The others joined in. Wang Yuan watched with a smile. All right, I'll sing a song then. Ren Yuen said, her cheeks flushed. Clap, clap. The crowd applauded again. Ren Yuen cleared her throat and began to sing. If I had not met you, her eyes occasionally glancing at Wang Yuan. Below a cliff in the north, although somewhat sheltered from the wind, the rain did not relent. 3 figures could be seen huddled in a corner beneath a few palm fronds. It was Sister Zhou, Xiao Sun, and Sister Zheng. The 3 were completely soaked. Sister Zhou, I'm so hungry, Sister Zheng said. Let us wait a moment longer. Once the rain diminishes, we shall venture forth in search of sustenance, proposed Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, perhaps I should scout the area nearby. I promise not to stray far, suggested Xiao Sunday. That is out of the question. The typhoon has not yet passed. And should you be swept away by it, your life would be in peril, Sister Zhou admonished. Very well then. This wretched weather. Our shelter is gone. Our fishing net's lost. What shall we do now? When will the rescue team arrive? Lamented Sister Zheng, tears streaming down her face. Sister Zhou handed her a bottle of water, gently patting her shoulder. Drink a bit. Remain strong. We shall persevere, she reassured. Indeed, Sister Zheng, we will return home. Added Xiao Sunday. I am merely homesick, Sister Zheng admitted. After finishing the water, she placed the bottle against the stone wall. where several others were catching the rainwater seeping through the crevices. With such heavy rainfall, they would soon fill up, albeit slightly murky. It would alleviate their pressing needs. Sister Zhou, after the pirates headed south yesterday, there were reports of gunfire. Could it be that Captain Wang and the pirates are clashing? Inquired Xiao Sunday. That seems likely. There have been several instances of gunfire in recent days. Perhaps Captain Wang and his crew were spotted by the pirates but managed to evade capture. Only for a larger group of pirates to arrive today in pursuit of them, Sister Zhou deduced. Indeed, I hope they are safe, Xiao Sun replied. I do not believe Captain Wang is an ordinary man. He may handle a few pirates, but against dozens, they would surely have to flee, especially with 3 women in their company, Sister Zhou reasoned. Perhaps we should wait for the weather to improve before seeking them out, suggested Xiao Sunday agreed. Sister Zhou, let us search for food. Nightfall approaches, and we can look around nearby since we are already soaked, Sister Zhou proposed. Very well, we shall go together. But do not venture off alone, Sister Zhou cautioned. Understood. The 3 arose and stepped into the woods, navigating through the underbrush. Their shoes quickly becoming caked in leaves and mud, weighing them down further. Be cautious of snakes. Do not allow yourselves to be bitten, Sister Zhou warned. Understood. Fortunately, Sister Zhou recognized some wild vegetables, and they managed to gather a modest amount. Look, mushrooms! Exclaimed Xiao Sunday. They turned to see 3 or 4 mushrooms growing beneath a pine tree. With heavy footsteps, they approached. Sister Zhou inspected one, sniffed it, and declared, "This is safe to eat." She then broke off a small piece and sampled it. Xiao Sun and Sister Zheng each took a mushroom, imitating Sister Zhou. "It is rather tasty, with a hint of sweetness," Sister Zheng remarked. "Let us search the vicinity. Mushrooms typically grow in clusters, so there must be more around," Sister Zhou suggested. As they foraged nearby, perhaps due to the nourishing rain, they indeed discovered many more mushrooms. They collected over 20, sharing their bounty among themselves. Enough. Do not eat more, for consuming raw mushrooms in excess is unwise. This should suffice to quell our hunger, Sister Zhou advised. Very well. The trio continued to gather additional mushrooms and wild vegetables. Sister Zhou, look at that mushroom. It is quite beautiful, Sister Zheng exclaimed. Ah, that mushroom is toxic. Do not collect it, Sister Zhou cautioned. Beneath a half-cut tree stump, there flourished a palm-sized mushroom, resplendent in its beauty. The mushroom boasted a plump cap, vividly adorned in a brilliant red, embellished with a scattering of yellow spots, while its stem was as pristine and white as fresh snow, reminiscent of a striking crimson blossom. Quickly retreat, cried Xiao Sun, pulling the 2 women back in haste. From behind the stump emerged a serpent-s head, triangular in shape, its scales a kaleidoscope of colors, red, green, white, and black, adorned with intricate patterns as it flicked its tongue in and out. The trio, terrified, turned and fled. Upon reaching the edge of a cliff, they collapsed, panting heavily, their hearts racing with lingering dread. Do you think it will follow us? Inquired Sister Zheng. It shouldn't. Generally, snakes fear humans. As long as I don't provoke it, it won't attack us, replied Sister Zhou. Oh, the other sighed in relief. As darkness approached, Sister Zheng fretted. How will we manage through the night? It would be wonderful to have a shelter from the rain. Alas, with such heavy downpours, it's best we remain still. We'll have to endure through the night, Sister Zhou lamented. With no other recourse, they huddled beneath palm leaves, shivering in their damp clothing. Fortunately, the rain gradually diminished, and by midnight, they were unaware of when it finally ceased. Sister Zhou, my stomach hurts terribly. I need to use the restroom, Sister Zheng expressed. I feel a bit of discomfort too. Let us go together, Sister Zhou suggested. All right, Sister Zheng agreed. Xiao Sun, we'll be quick. Stay here, and we'll return shortly, Sister Zhou instructed. Okay, Xiao Sun replied. The 2 women ventured into the woods to find a secluded spot. Sister Zhou, do you think we might have been poisoned by the mushrooms? Sister Zheng pondered. Not at all. The mushroom was harmless. Xiao Sun is fine. So it must be due to our unsanitary diet over the past few days, Sister Zhou reassured her. Chapter 142. The tide rises having resolved their personal matters. Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng stood up, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. Xiao Zheng, take off your clothes and wring them out. There's no one around. And wearing them like this is quite uncomfortable, Sister Zhou advised. All right, Sister Zheng acquiesced, glancing around. In truth, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering everything indistinct. It was merely a trick of the mind. Upon their return, they found Xiao Sun still awake. Xiao Sun, go wring out your clothes. Wearing them is too uncomfortable. Sister Zhou urged. Okay, Xiao Sun complied, moving aside. After a while, the three of them leaned against the cliffside and drifted into a drowsy slumber. They awoke only when the sun was high in the sky, greeted by clear weather devoid of a single cloud. Cough, cough. Sister Zhou, my head is spinning, and I feel utterly weak, Sister Zheng said weakly. You must have a fever. You must have caught a chill from the rain, Sister Zhou observed. Noticing the flush on her face as she placed her hand on Sister Zheng's forehead. Will I die? Sister Zheng asked, alarmed. Don't be ridiculous. It's merely a cold from being drenched in rain. You'll get through it, Sister Zhou reassured her. Here, Sister Zheng, drink some water, Xiao Sun offered, presenting a bottle of water that had become clear after sitting overnight. Thank you, Sister Zheng said, taking a few sips before passing it back. Can we start a fire? Sister Zhou inquired. We can, but not at the moment. The firewood is too damp, Xiao Sun replied, producing a shard of glass from her pocket. A few days ago, I stumbled upon a glass jar while walking along the beach. After breaking the bottom, I discovered it could serve as a magnifying lens to ignite a fire. All right, you carry Xiao Zheng on your back. Let us return to the beach, where food is at least plentiful, suggested Sister Zhou. Very well, replied Xiao Sun, hoisting Sister Zheng, while Sister Zhou slung her backpack over her shoulders. The trio set off towards the shore. As they emerged from the woods, Sister Zhou suddenly exclaimed, Oh no! Quick! We must turn back. Without hesitation, she pivoted and started to retreat, noticing that Xiao Sun remained frozen in place. She gave him a gentle push. Hurry! What is happening? Sister Zhou? Xiao Sun asked, glancing back. Before them, waves rolled in relentlessly, the water rising at a discernible pace, though the waves themselves were not particularly high. Occasionally, wild hares, mice, and snakes could be seen dashing towards the forest, and in the blink of an eye, the water had already submerged the underbrush, advancing into the trees. Stop looking and run, Sister Zhou urged. The three hastily descended back to the cliff's base, veering to one side. Fortunately, the right path led to a slope that ascended to a vast rocky platform. Once atop the platform, they collapsed, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, they peered down the cliff, witnessing a chaotic flurry of snakes, insects, and rodents scurrying about, accompanied by wolves, wild boars, and feral dogs. The tide had not encroached further than the edge of the woods, halting its advance. This surge must be a consequence of the recent typhoon. It will recede shortly. Thankfully, it hasn't triggered a tsunami, or we would truly have nowhere to escape, Sister Zhou remarked. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and the 5 others finished their breakfast and exited the cave, observing the disarray strewn across the meadow. The 3 women were on the verge of tears. Several palm trees had toppled, and 2 banana trees lay down, though the fruit still clung to their branches. Let us chop down the fallen palm and banana trees and drag them back, proposed Wang Yuan. All right, the group agreed, and together they hauled 3 palm trees and 2 banana trees back. Wang Yuan severed a few palm fronds and instructed, You all should harvest the bananas. While they are inedible raw, they can be boiled or roasted. I will use the leaves to cover the cave. Understood. Wang Yuan ascended the rocky ledge above the cave, using the palm fronds to shield the gaps, securing them with earth and stones. Once satisfied with his work, he stood and surveyed his surroundings. Oh no! Quickly! Pack your belongings! Wang Yuan shouted, scrambling down and racing back to the cave. What is wrong, Captain? The others asked, bewildered. There is no time. Hurry! Wang Yuan yelled. All right. They rushed to gather their belongings, weapons and ammunition, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, water, salt, and rope. Nothing else. Quickly, Wang Yuan insisted. The group hastily stuffed their backpacks and fled the cave. You all run up the slope. I will follow shortly, Wang Yuan directed. Dahei and the 3 women took off, while Wang Yuan secured the cave entrance, reinforcing it with bamboo. After testing its sturdiness, he climbed above the cave and began his ascent to the summit, surprisingly reaching the top before Dahei and the others. Once atop the rocky outcrop, they turned to witness the waves crashing in relentlessly. Ren Yuan lifted the telescope to gaze into the distance. Wang Yuan also raised his gun to peer through the scope. Captain, what is happening? Ren Yuan handed the telescope to Zhang Lanfang. The tide has risen. It seems the typhoon has swept away a considerable amount of seawater. And now that the typhoon has passed, the water is flowing back. Thankfully, it's not a tsunami. It should recede in a while, Wang Yuan explained. The seawater won't rise beyond the traveler's banana. Suddenly, a cacophony of animal sounds erupted from the forest. Numerous creatures darted across the grassland, scurrying about. Captain, the seawater has stopped rising. It hasn't reached this side, Jiang Yin observed through the telescope. Yes, it's fortunate that it has not encroached here, Wang Yuan replied. The He took Wang Yuan's gun and looked through the scope. Wow, look at all those animals. Wang, shall we go down and hunt a few? Dai suggested. Let me take a look, Ren Yuanyuan said as she reclaimed the telescope. It rivals the animal kingdom. Captain, should we go down and hunt? What do you propose we hunt? How many can we possibly catch? Any we kill would likely be consumed by other animals before we even get to them. If we hunt excessively, we won't be able to consume all of it, and it would disrupt the ecological balance here, Wang Yuan stated. All right, Fine. We do have plenty of food, Ren Yuanyuan acquiesced. Indeed, we must approach nature with reverence. We must not destroy it. Otherwise, it will lead to our annihilation. Our presence here has already disturbed the balance to some extent. Fortunately, we have only taken a small portion of the resources. If we were to excessively exploit what this place offers, the environment would retaliate, and the result of such defiance would be our destruction, Wang Yuan cautioned. Oh, I see. The others pondered thoughtfully. Captain, how do you know all this? Your words carry great wisdom, Zhang Lanfang remarked. When I was a child in the orphanage, our old director often shared such insights with us. Back then, I was too young to grasp his meaning, but as I grew, I began to understand, Wang Yuan recounted. The three women gazed at Wang Yuan with admiration. The seawater began to recede. Look, it truly is pulling back, He noted. Captain, when shall we go down? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps we won't be able to go down today, he replied. Are we to remain seated here all day? Should we take a stroll in the valley? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Remember, after the rain, we shouldn't venture into the mountains, Zhang Lanfang reminded. Ah, yes. Following the typhoon, the animals here are quite agitated. We must avoid provoking them, Wang Yuan cautioned. Understood. Let us have something to eat. It's already noon, he added, glancing at his watch. What shall we eat? Fei Yuanyuan inquired. Let's have some compressed biscuits, he suggested. All right, Jiang Yin said as she opened the packet, distributing a piece to each person. They munched on their food while sipping water. By the way, we also confiscated a watch the other day. Does anyone want it? Wang Yuan pulled a branded watch from his pocket. Let us give it to He. He often goes out of work, Zhang Lanfang proposed. Yes, indeed. The three of us ladies are usually together. Having Yuanyuan's watch is sufficient, Jiang Yin concurred. Imhon, Fei Yuanyuan nodded. Very well, then, Wang Yuan said as he handed the watch to He. Thank you, everyone. He donned his watch, unable to part with it. The vantage point was splendid, offering a clear view of both the valley and the distant sea. Although the shoreline remained obscured, the nearby woods and the far-off meadows were all within sight, rendering the scenery quite picturesque. The sun's rays intensified, causing the group to feel increasingly warm, yet the brisk mountain breeze provided some relief. However, the rapid evaporation of moisture left them feeling parched. How many bottles of water do we have left? Wang Yuan inquired. I brought 2 bottles. There's one remaining. Zhang Lanfang replied. I also have one left. Same here. Everyone, except Wang Yuan, had only 1 bottle remaining, while he had 3. In total, we have 7 bottles of water. Given that we are unlikely to descend until tomorrow, we should conserve our supply. Sister Feng, let's consolidate the water. And you can manage its distribution, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, Zhang Lanfang agreed, as the group handed their water over to her, which she placed in her backpack. Let us take a break and consider it an afternoon nap. It will help reduce our consumption, Wang Yuan proposed, using his backpack as a pillow and lying back on the rock. The others followed suit, finding the sun-warmed stone and the sea breeze quite comfortable, soon falling silent. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the valley. The group jolted awake. Wang Yuan seized his gun and peered through the scope, finding nothing amiss. Captain, there's nothing in sight, just grass and trees, Ren Yuanyuan reported, lowering her binoculars. It's probably just a tiger hunting, Wang Yuan speculated. Oh, she replied. Captain, have some water, Zhang Lanfang urged. Very well, let us each have a bottle, just a few sips to quench our thirst, and hold out until dinner, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. Zhang Lanfang distributed the water. By the way, Captain, will the wild chicken starve? Ren Yuanyuan asked anxiously. Did you feed it this morning? I did. It should be fine. We'll check on it tomorrow. If all is well, We can descend in the morning, he assured. The group engaged in conversation, and before long, the evening crept upon them. Wow, how beautiful, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. They turned to behold the fiery sun sinking toward the western horizon, casting a shimmering red glow upon the sea, while the sky blazed with vibrant evening hues, rendering the landscape even more breathtaking. They all stood, enraptured by the seemingly painted beauty of nature. I have never witnessed such magnificent scenery, one remarked. Indeed, neither have I. It's simply stunning. As the sun gradually disappeared, the group remained entranced until an ill-timed voice broke the spell. Ahem, it's time for dinner, I suppose, Wang Yuan announced. The three women shot him disapproving glances. TSK. Such a lack of romance, Ren Yuanyuan muttered. The group settled in a circle on the ground. Each received 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. And Jiang Yin, slice some ham for everyone. We have 2 bottles of water remaining. Anyone who is thirsty should ask Sister Feng. Let us try to conserve and make it to tomorrow morning, Wang Yuan stated as he noticed everyone finishing their meal. Understood. Wang Yuan and Dahe shared smoke, while the 3 women whispered among themselves. Let us turn early, everyone, Wang Yuan suggested. The long night stretched endlessly, and sleep eluded us. Captain, why don't we each perform a little show? Ren Yuanyuan suggested. Wang Yuan replied, neither Dahe nor I have any talents to showcase. It would be better if you all took the stage. That won't do. Why not tell us a story, or a joke, or perhaps reminisce about your first love? Zhang Lanfang encouraged. Yes, yes. Share your first love with us. Ren Yuanyuan clapped her hands in excitement. Jiang Yin also looked at Wang Yuan with eager anticipation. Well, I suppose I will tell a joke, Wang Yuan decided. All right then, Ren Yuanyuan responded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Wanzai, Ziangan en Gao Gao Gao. Jianggan quickly bowed and said, how is your mother? Gao Gao wan Gao awe, VCBili an no. The next day, they met again, and Chow Chow, hastily bowing first, asked, how is your mother? That concludes my joke, Wang Yuan finished. Huh, that was so short. What does it mean? Ren Yuanyuan appeared baffled. The 3 women exchanged glances. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lanfang was the first to react. Sister Feng, what are you laughing at? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. Jiang Yin also turned to Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang quietly explained to the 2 women. Ha ha ha. The 2 women turned crimson, but could not suppress their laughter. Why are they laughing? Dahe asked, puzzled. You see them as children, Wang Yuan replied. Why? Dahe was even more confused. Children have a lower sense of humor. You see, and nodded repeatedly. Look, even Dahe understands, Wang Yuan remarked. The 3 women gazed at Dahe, whose face was adorned with a smile rich in meaning, filled with affection, pity, and indulgence. It was a mystery how a man of his stature could display such a myriad of expressions. Perhaps it is what the locals refer to as an Annie smile. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Oh dear, ha ha ha, oh my stomach hurts. Jiang Yin laughed. Oh my, ha ha ha, Mom, I want to go home. There's just too much cough, cough, I can't catch my breath. Cough. Ren Yuanyuan rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. You were right. They truly are like children, with such simple humor, Dahe stated earnestly. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Thankfully, they have already weaned. Or, I would have been drained dry by them. Wang Yuan lamented. Dahe looked at Wang Yuan with sympathy, nodding in encouragement, I believe in you. BFFite, Dahe, where did you learn so many words? Have you been drinking too much motivational broth? Wang Yuan teased. From Chinese idol dramas. They are my favorite, Dahe replied seriously. Huh, how many promising youths have been poisoned by domestic idol dramas? Chapter 144, Overnight at the Mountain Peak. What do you mean by that, Wang? Who hasn't weaned? Ren Yuanyuan stood up, hands on her hips. Look, what are you doing? I meant to say you've entered puberty. Wang Yuan raised his hand defensively. That's more like it. Ren Yuanyuan settled back down. Sister Feng, tell him to call me a youthful beauty. What nonsense. What he means is that you are in a rebellious phase, disobedient, headstrong, unruly, lawless, and prone to mischief, Zhang Lanfang explained. Ren Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she slowly rose to her feet, glaring at Wang Yuan, on the verge of an outburst. Stop! 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 Yuanyuan, look. What Sister Feng said is clearly not a characteristic of adolescence. It is evidently a manifestation of menopause, behaviors only exhibited by older women. Wang Yuan quickly interjected, raising his hand. Therefore, when I refer to adolescence, I mean a younger age. Just consider it. Doesn't Tia make sense? Yes, that seems quite reasonable. Rin Yuanyuan nodded and sat back down. Wang Yuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, sighed in relief, and glanced at Jiang Yan, who was watching him with a teasing expression. His mind buzzed, as though he had overlooked something significant. Casting another glance at Zhang Lanfang, his thoughts raced, and his lips twitched. Ahem, Sister Fang, have you ever encountered a woman in menopause? Your description is remarkably accurate, Wang Yuan remarked. Get lost. Zhang Lanfang retorted angrily. Huh? Ha ha ha. Wang, you're right. They truly are both naive and adorable. Sometimes, I even find them endearingly fierce, Dehei said with utmost seriousness. Dehei, do you believe I just crawled back from the brink of death? Wang Yuan inquired. I might comprehend. A thought can lead one to immortality or to darkness. A mere turn can reveal a Buddha or a demon. The sea is not the sea, and the shore is not the shore. The ocean of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore, Dehei mused. Sister Fang, I can't take it anymore. This must be a rescue sent by monkeys, an entire troop of them. Wang Yuan quipped. Ha ha, my stomach hurts. Ha ha ha, I can hardly breathe. Wang, what is wrong with them? Should we administer artificial respiration? Dehei asked. No need. Huh? Look at them rolling around. Should we perform chest compressions for CPR? Dehei said, his forehead glistening with sweat, seeing the three women rolling on the ground, their bodies convulsing and gasping for air. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted, no need. What? Their symptoms resemble epilepsy. If we don't help, there might be an accident. No need, they'll be fine in a moment. I think you simply don't want to help them. If you want tea, then I shall. Dai exclaimed, ready to step forward. Sit down. I'll count to 10, and I guarantee they'll be fine. Wang Yuan pulled Dehei back. Oh, go ahead and count. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Lanfang wiped her tears and sat up. 4, 5, 6. Jiang Yin patted her chest and rose. 7, 8, 9. Rin Yuanyuan clutched her stomach and stood up. Wang, you're even more formidable than the shamans from my tribe when I was a child, Dehei exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment, giving Wang Yuan a thumbs up. Don't idolize me. Wang Yuan shot Dehei a disdainful glance. Goodness. Phew. I can finally breathe. I truly don't wish to converse with them again. The three women finally managed to catch their breath. All right, Dehei and I have completed our performance. Now it's your turn, Wang Yuan announced. Huh? What did you perform? Rin Yuanyuan asked. A delightful skit, Wang Yuan replied. We from a national cultivation sect performed a skit about the joyful Buddha, Dehei said with utmost seriousness. What nonsense is this? What joyful Buddha? Wang Yuan playfully tapped Dehei on the head. Oh, is it the joyful path of cultivation? Get lost. Which school is that from? It's the joyful demon. Ha. It is nothing but comedy, featuring crosstalk, skits, magic, and acrobatics. There is no specific genre. You must have indulged yourself in too many web novels. Wang Yuan remarked. Look at them. They're acting up again. What should we do? Count to 10 again. The big dark said. Wang Yuan turned to see the three women rolling on the ground, their bodies convulsing. My goodness. The humor is truly juvenile. They are so innocent. Their lives must surely be filled with joy, and they will undoubtedly find happiness in the future, Wang Yuan thought. After a while, the three women finally managed to catch their breath. The big dark looked at Wang Yuan with admiration, noting that this time there was no need to count for the three women to recover. I was genuinely worried you wouldn't catch your breath. One moment of closing your eyes could mean a lifetime gone, Wang Yuan said. The three women shot him a glare as they gasped for air. Oh my, this is utterly hilarious, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, rubbing her stomach. Ha ha, I can hardly breathe, Jiang Yin chimed in, massaging her cheeks that ached from laughing. Where on earth did these two come from? Rin Yuanyuan adjusted her chest, trying to steady her breath. All right, please commence your performance, Wang Yuan announced. Fine. Let our diva Yuanyuan start, Zhang Lanfang said. Ahem, I suppose I shall sing a song, Rin Yuanyuan responded, calming herself and clearing her throat. Good. Everyone applauded in anticipation. Sweet, your laughter is so sweet. She began. Ha ha ha. Rin Yuanyuan suddenly noticed the big dark swaying his head to the rhythm and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. I can't continue, I truly can't. She laughed, waving her hands dismissively. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin joined her laughter, followed by the big dark. What are you laughing at, big dark? Wang Yuan inquired. I have no idea, Just seeing them laugh is amusing, he replied. Ha ha, I am utterly bemused. Laughing inexplicably, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, once you're done laughing, it's time to sleep. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette, gazing at the distant moon resembling a sickle. All right, let us take a restroom break, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Very well. The three women walked behind the rocks. After finishing his cigarette, Wang Yuan flicked the butt away, glanced at his watch, and noted it was 11 o'clock. He thought to himself how these three women could laugh so heartily for 2 hours. Most would have succumbed to asphyxiation by now. The big dark had also finished his cigarette, mirroring Wang Yuan's gesture of discarding the butt. Big dark, take a rest, Wang Yuan said. Yes, good night. The two of them laid down to rest. Upon the return of the three women, they found both men resting and each laid down with their backpacks as pillows. Unbeknownst to them, everyone soon fell asleep. As dawn approached, the air was at its coldest. Wang Yuan felt something weighing on his chest and waist, slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 145, Rebuilding the Homeland. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Yuan saw Zhang Lanfang sleeping beside him, her head resting on his shoulder, her right hand on his chest, and her right leg draped over his waist. Wang Yuan cautiously removed her hand and gently lifted her long leg, placing it down before getting up to relieve himself. Zhang Lanfang opened her eyes, a smile creeping across her lips, thinking, oh, the morning reaction is quite intense. Wang Yuan returned, lit a cigarette, and picked up his firearm, observing his surroundings through the scope. The tide had receded, revealing several bloodstains and some unidentifiable animal bones on the grassy area outside the cave. While the forest remained eerily silent, Wang Yuan scrutinized every detail, convinced that nothing was amiss. Good morning, Captain, the others gradually awakened. Good morning, how is everyone? No one caught a cold, I hope? Wang Yuan inquired. No, came the reply. That's good. Let us all take a look around. If there is nothing unusual, we'll head down, Wang Yuan said, handing his gun to Dahei. The group took turns peering through binoculars and scopes and found nothing of concern. All right then, let us descend, he declared. Okay. The group packed their belongings and made their way down, guns at the ready, vigilant for any signs of danger among the woods, bamboo groves, and tall grass. Upon reaching the foot of the slope, Wang Yuan raised his firearm. The group cautiously approached the cave entrance, which remained intact. Wang Yuan opened the door. They stepped inside. Wow, there's so many mosquitoes. Everyone, check your belongings, he instructed. Captain, the bananas we prepared yesterday have been nibbled on. It must have been rodents. Be careful. There might be mice lurking about, he warned. There really are. The three women shrieked as they spotted several mice beneath the bed. Don't be afraid. We'll find a way to drive them out. Captain, look at what the wild chicken is eating. Haha, it's munching on centipedes and scorpions. Clearly, it's not starving, Wang Yuan observed. Indeed, in a corner, several centipedes and scorpions were crawling about, and as they approached the chicken coop, the wild chicken poked its head out to feast. Meat is hanging and appears fine, he noted. All right, let us wash up and gather some water for cooking. After everyone had washed, the three women built a makeshift stove outside the cave to boil water and began preparing ingredients. Wang Yuan and Dahei searched the forest's edge for mugwort and damp pine branches to keep the mosquitoes at bay. Upon returning to the cave, they lit 2 fires, placing the pine branches on top, followed by the mugwort, and quickly exited the cave as thick smoke billowed inside. Gradually, the mice began to emerge, causing the 3 women to gasp in shock. After everyone had eaten their fill, the smoke continued to linger in the cave. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang asked. We need to search for and collect the bamboo stakes and firewood blown away by the wind. If we don't have enough, we'll chop more bamboo, as there may be new shoots in the grove. Let us gather some of those as well. Be sure to bring weapons in case of wild beasts or venomous snakes, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood. Dahei and the 3 women set off with their weapons, while Wang Yuan began digging a pit at the site of the previous shelter and fence. Once the pit was completed, Dahei and the others returned, carrying a substantial amount of bamboo and stakes. Wang Yuan first constructed the shelter, covering the roof with palm and banana leaves. Although it still leaked during rain, it was sufficient to provide shade from the sun. They could find tarpaulin or plastic sheeting to cover it more thoroughly another day. He then proceeded to rebuild the fence in the same manner as before. The 3 women returned with more bamboo, and Wang Yuan asked, Sister Feng, where is Dahei? He's chopping bamboo. There are indeed many new shoots sprouting there, Zhang Lanfeng replied. Call him back. We can go again in the afternoon. With another 2 hours, the fence will be completed. After finishing their meal, they ventured out to gather bamboo shoots. By this time, one side of the fence had already been completed. The three women returned with some bamboo, carried by Dahei, then proceeded to prepare dinner. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and entered the cave to retrieve the banana and palm trees he had cut down the previous day. Captain, what are you doing? Hey, Yuan inquired. Preparing a delicious dish, Wang Yuan replied, as he skillfully sliced open the bark of a banana tree with a dagger, extracting the pristine white core and presenting it to Jiang Yan. Jiang, blanch this core. It can be enjoyed either cold or stir-fried with meat. He then employed the same technique to extract the core from a palm tree, cutting it into several segments and distributing one to each person. Here, everyone, give it a try. Taking a bite, he remarked, it's crisp and refreshing. Quite delightful, with a subtle fragrance. It's full of moisture too, in the wilderness. If fresh water and food are scarce, this can serve to quench thirst and satiate hunger. Oh, the palm tree core can also be stir-fried with cured meat. It's versatile, Wang Yuan added. All right, Jiang Yan responded. Wang Yuan and Hei shared a smoke while constructing the fence, and soon after, the three women had prepared the meal. Once they finished eating, everyone resumed their tasks. Wang Yuan set up the fence and crafted 2 bamboo tables along with 7 or 8 bamboo stools. As dusk approached, he restored the shelter by the pond, while the three women dug up a considerable amount of bamboo shoots, and Dahei collected a substantial quantity of bamboo for storage. The area around the cave had almost returned to its pre-typhoon state. The three women began cooking again, and Wang Yuan, along with Dahei, went into the woods to drag back 2 trees that had been toppled by the typhoon. Unbeknownst to them, a day had passed. The next day, after breakfast, someone asked the captain what their plans were for the day. This morning, let us go to the woods to gather firewood. We'll drag back those trees that were blown down by the typhoon, dry them, and use them for firewood, while also foraging for some mushrooms. In the afternoon, we can head to the seaside, Wang Yuan proposed. Sounds good, the others agreed as they donned their gear and entered the woods. The three women set off to collect mushrooms while Wang Yuan and Dahei dragged some trees. Throughout the morning, the three women gathered numerous mushrooms to dry, while Wang Yuan and Dahei placed the dragged trees in the yard to dry out. The amount of firewood they had gathered would suffice for everyone for half a month. After lunch, the group took a brief rest before setting off towards the seaside. Upon reaching the Traveler-S Palm area, they noticed one Traveler-S Palm was missing, yet its roots had sprouted small buds, with a tiny leaf waving in the breeze like a small hand. The other Traveler-S Palm was somewhat tilted, with its outer 2 large leaves having disappeared. Let us find some sticks to prop it up, otherwise its leaves will weigh it down once they grow larger, Wang Yuan suggested. The group ventured into the woods to chop down a few thicker branches, returning to support the Traveler-S Palm upright. Once completed, they continued on their journey. The wild rabbit traps had vanished, swept away by the typhoon and ocean waves, and, evidently, there were no signs of wild rabbits around. Either they had relocated or had fallen prey to other beasts. Captain, look, why are all these grasses withering? Jiang Yin astutely observed many plants in a state of decay. It's simply because they have been irrigated by seawater, Wang Yuan replied. Why does seawater cause them to wither? Ren Yuan asked. Chapter 146. Return to the seaside, consider it deeply, Wang Yuan remarked. Could it be that the strong winds swept them away to their demise? Ren Yuan suggested. No, came the reply. They must have perished by drowning in the sea. You are partially correct, Jiang Yin interjected. What is it then? The others turned their attention to Jiang Yin. Think about it, what abounds in the sea? Jiang Yin pondered. Water, Ren Yuan answered. Incorrect. Fish. Jiang Yin shook her head. Shrimp? Laughter erupted as the group finally comprehended the answer. Of course, it's salt. We often use seawater to produce salt, right? Those plants must have been inundated with the saline water, which would surely lead to their demise, Jiang Yin explained. Indeed, that makes sense, Wang Yuan said, giving Jiang Yin a thumbs up. Look, fish, Zhang Lanfeng suddenly exclaimed. The group turned to see several small fish hidden among the grass. Wang Yuan approached, picked up a small fish, and remarked, It smells a bit foul. This must be a fish stranded when the tide receded, after a day. It has gone bad. Oh, the others replied, as they continued to discover numerous fish and shrimp along the way, all spoiled and inedible. Look, a big fish. As they neared the shore, De Hay pointed at a small puddle where a fish was flopping, splashing water everywhere. The group rushed over to surround the puddle. Huh, this fish is enormous. It must weigh at least 5 pounds, Ren Yuan exclaimed. Not just 5 pounds. This fish is about 70 to 80 centimeters long and quite thick. At least 8 pounds, Zhang Lanfang corrected her. Oh, Captain, what kind of fish is this? Pei Yuan inquired. Salmon, Wang Yuan replied. Ah, I've had salmon sashimi before, so this is what it looks like, Ren Yuan said, intrigued. I have encountered salmon a few times, but never this large. It slipped my mind, Jiang Yin admitted. Captain, quickly catch it. We can enjoy sashimi when we return, Ren Yuan urged. Let us wait until we return to catch it. It won't escape, and if we grab it now, it will die shortly, Wang Yuan suggested. All right then. Let us explore nearby. This low-lying grassland may yield some stranded deep-sea fish, he continued. The group indeed found an abundance of sea fish around them, barracuda, mackerel, bass, squid, as well as large shrimp, several lobsters, and mantis shrimp, filling their baskets to the brim. Each catch elicited joyous laughter from the group. Arriving at the beach, the coconut trees still stood, but all the coconuts had vanished, leaving only a few fronds. As they reached the rocky area, everyone felt as though the rocks had diminished in height. Upon arriving at the shelter S location, they realized that everything was gone, leaving only the upper portions of a few rocks. A comparison of the three-dimensional terrain revealed that it was not the rocks that had sunk, but rather the beach that had risen. This recent typhoon had caused the seawater to rise, which in turn pushed the sand and soil from beneath the sea upward with the tide. Although the sea level had not increased, the sand was elevated, even unearthing items buried deeply beneath it. Captain, has our shelter been lost? And our fish cage is gone too. What shall we do? Ren Yuan inquired, her eyes brimming with tears. We are powerless against the forces of nature. But it is all right, for we are the people of Huagua. We are Han people. We possess a civilization that spans 5 millennia, and we are also among the most industrious nations in the world. Our civilization is the closest to nature, and our people are the proudest on earth. What is a typhoon to us? It is but a triviality that our ancestors have triumphed over. Those so-called disasters are mere jokes. We should not emulate foreigners. They have only a few years of history, and the knowledge they possess is merely what our ancestors have left behind. The greatest legacy our forebears have bequeathed to us is the ability to coexist peacefully with nature, to engage in mutual assistance, rather than the self-serving pursuits of other races. In summary, the essence of all matters for us, the people of Huagua, can be encapsulated in a single character, Wang Yuan declared. Wang? What character? Dai inquired. Don't be silly, I am referring to Chinese characters. You wouldn't understand. So what? The three women were stirred by Wang Yuan's words, their fists clenched, their hearts swelling with national pride. Thus, we must learn from our ancestors, toil diligently, and be self-reliant. Wang well said. Dai exclaimed. Yan Jia, is he truly from the same unit as Uncle? Ren Yuan whispered to Jiang Yan. Absolutely. Sometimes, my father's words also ignite a fervor within me, Jiang Yan replied softly. What does your father say? Is it similar to what the captain said? Zhang Lanfang asked. It should be roughly the same. I can't recall clearly, it was over 10 years ago. Back then, I was young and rarely saw him. But every time we spoke, his words were stirring. Now that I think about it, his tone resembles the captain's. Even the grammar sounds alike, Jiang Yan explained. Does that mean your father and the captain? Zhang Lanfang hesitated. Well, what do you mean? I am merely speculating that they might have come from the same unit, perhaps even the same special forces, Jiang Yan said. Oh, fine. Let us not speculate any further. As someone within the system, it's best not to disseminate certain matters. It suffices to keep them to ourselves, Zhang Lanfang remarked. Indeed, I think the same. Jiang Yan agreed. What do you mean by that? Ren Yuan asked. Yuan, have you seen the film Wolf Warrior 2? Zhang Lanfang asked Ren Yuan. Yes, I have. Pei Yuan nodded. The protagonist might actually be real, Zhang Lanfang suggested. Pei Yuan gasped, glancing at Wang Yuan. Yes, Zhang Lanfang affirmed with a nod. Seeing the three women whispering, Wang Yuan took the hay to the shore. They found nothing but some seaweed. The beach was nearly spotless, devoid of any ocean debris. Let us head back. We can build a shelter another day and make more fish traps, Wang Yuan said, glancing at his watch. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. All right, The group reluctantly turned back. Together, they managed to catch a salmon, placing it into Dahei's backpack. By the time they returned to the cave, it was past 5 in the afternoon. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, deep in thought. This day is indeed fortunate. The tide had receded not long before, and during our journey to the seaside, we encountered no perils, not even any beasts benign to humankind. Perhaps it was the aftermath of the recent typhoon or the ebbing tides that contributed to this unusual tranquility. I had never studied such phenomena, and intriguingly, in the past 2 days, neither the bamboo groves nor the forests harbored any wild creatures. Could it be that a greater crisis looms, sensed by the other beasts, prompting their retreat? Chapter 147. The 3 wolves. The smoke within the cave had dissipated, leaving a number of insect carcasses strewn across the ground. After a thorough cleanup, Ren Yuan took the insects to feed the chickens. Mr. Jiang, please prepare the meal, Wang Yuan suggested before joining Dahei to construct a makeshift toilet. I desire salmon sashimi, Ren Yuan declared. Very well. The 3 women proceeded to prepare the salmon, crafting a broth from its head and tail, steaming the shrimp and crabs, and marinating the remaining fish. Shortly thereafter, the toilet was completed, and Wang Yuan, along with Dahei, returned with water, settling down in the shelter to smoke. Captain, it's time to eat, Jiang Yin announced. All right, let's dine. The group gathered around the table in the cave. On 2 large scallop shells lay orange-red sashimi adorned with white patterns, a sight that stirred appetites. Picking up a slice, I dipped it in the sauce and savored it. Delicious. What is this sauce made from? Wang Yuan inquired. It's from instant noodle seasoning, with a splash of lemon juice, Jiang Yin replied. Splendid. With such delectable fare, how could we not have wine? Do you prefer brandy or beer? Wang Yuan asked. Beer. Very well, Dahei, and I shall have brandy, while you ladies enjoy beer. Wang Yuan procured the drinks. After feasting and drinking, the group engaged in lively conversation. The 3 women played with a firearm for a while, indulged in some fruit, and then took a rest. Upon awakening in the morning, Wang Yuan, after washing up, placed some raw bananas near the fire to roast. Captain, what are you doing? The 3 women and Dahei emerged from their slumber. Roasting bananas. Are roasted bananas delicious? Ren Yuan expressed curiosity. Absolutely. When cooked, they lose their bitterness and become quite fragrant. Oh, hurry and wash up. They will be ready when you return. Wang Yuan took a deep drag from his cigarette. All right. Sitting beneath the shelter, sipping water and smoking, Wang Yuan felt a sense of contentment in their simple life. Perhaps I shall craft a recliner for added comfort in the future. Captain, what shall we have for breakfast today? Jiang Yin inquired upon returning from her wash. Let us utilize the cores of those palm and banana trees. If we delay, they will spoil, Wang Yuan suggested. Understood. For breakfast, the group enjoyed roasted bananas, stir-fried banana tree cores with cured meat, and a salad of palm tree cores. Captain, what shall we do today? Zhang Lanfang asked after finishing breakfast. Let us venture to the valley, Ren Yuan proposed. We are nearing the valley floor. Let us see if there truly is treasure there. Very well. It is evident that someone resided there long ago. Perhaps they left behind some treasure, Wang Yuan mused, inhaling deeply from a cigarette. Excellent. The group readied their gear and set forth without delay. Their pace remained unhurried, as the rain had washed the sand from the stone steps, prompting Dahei to redistribute the soil. If we return with few belongings, we shall take this cart back with us. As the group arrived at the remnants of the aircraft, Wang Yuan suggested, All right, Captain, let's take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat. Ren Yuan glanced at her watch and noted, It is 12 o'clock. Very well. Let each of us have a grilled fish and a bottle of water, Wang Yuan replied. Once they had finished their meal, they proceeded further down the path. Dahei spread sand over the stone steps with a military shovel, and everyone tread carefully. Upon reaching the spot where they had picked mangoes that day, the group instinctively peered downwards. Only a few bones lay scattered on the ground. Wang Yuan raised his rifle and peered through the scope to survey the valley below. Let us move on. The descent will only slow us down further, he remarked. The remaining path was unfamiliar to them, the stone steps slicker and increasingly covered in moss, perhaps due to the humid air closer to the valley floor, where sunlight could scarcely penetrate. An hour later, they arrived at a patch of low grass, prompting them to halt. Captain, every time we reach a grassy area like this, snakes tend to emerge. Could there be any here? Zhang Lanfang inquired. I'm not certain, but it's always wise to exercise caution, Wang Yuan advised. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down, snatching a snake from the grass before soaring away. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, let us continue, Wang Yuan said. They pressed on, soon encountering a rocky platform. Upon reaching it, they couldn't help but glance down again, and indeed, they spotted fruit below. Papayas, so many papayas! Exclaimed Feng Yuan. From a distance of over 20 meters, they saw a grassy area with 2 papaya trees, each bearing numerous large papayas. Many of the fruits at the bottom were ripe, while the ones higher up remained green. Several ripe ones had fallen and shattered on the ground. Captain, shall we go down to pick them? Zhang Lanfang asked. If we encounter them, we certainly should. First, let us check for any dangers, Wang Yuan replied. The group scanned their surroundings, finding nothing amiss. It seems safe. I'll go down, Wang Yuan declared. He lowered a rope, and Wang Yuan slid down. Once he had steadied himself, he called back, you all keep watch. Understood. He and the others raised their rifles. Wang Yuan approached one of the papaya trees, set down his backpack, and glanced back. That fleeting glance revealed a cave nestled beneath the platform, obscured from view. The cave was less than 2 meters high, with a circular entrance shrouded in darkness. At that moment, 3 wolf heads emerged from the cave. Wang Yuan quickly drew his pistol, aiming it at the cave entrance and disengaging the safety. Captain, what is happening? The 4 on the platform questioned, noticing Wang Yuan's alertness. Awoo, awoo. The 3 wolves sensed the provocation and lunged toward Wang Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. The wolves collapsed to the ground, groaning and twitching for a moment before lying still. Excellent marksmanship, the group exclaimed. Each wolf bore a bullet hole in its forehead, blood seeping out. Wang Yuan approached the cave entrance, picked up a stone, and tossed it inside. Clang! An echo resounded. The cave was not deep. After waiting a moment without response, he retrieved his lighter and cautiously ventured inside. A foul odor assaulted his senses. The cave was small, approximately 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide, and contained nothing of note. Wang Yuan retreated. Captain, what is the situation? As the crowd noticed Wang Yuan's emergence, they inquired about a cave that seemed to be a den for wolves, devoid of any contents. Wang Yuan remarked, Oh, you startled me. Ren Yuan responded, Are we still going to eat wolf meat? To which Wang Yuan replied, Indeed, wolf meat is quite delectable. Aunt Feng, General Jiang, please come down to assist. Certainly, they affirmed. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin slid down, discovering the cave's location. So that's where the cave is. No wonder we couldn't see it, Zhang Lanfang observed. Let's first gather some papayas, Wang Yuan suggested. All right. The trio harvested all the ripe papayas, collecting 5 or 6 unripe ones as well, placing them into a backpack. Let's taste some, Wang Yuan decided, leaving 2 for himself before securing the backpack with a rope for He to pull up. The group drew out their knives and commenced peeling the papayas to eat. Chapter 148. Finally approaching the valley floor, this papaya is truly sweet. Indeed, it also has a delightful fragrance. Once they finished the papayas, Wang Yuan remarked, We cannot carry the 3 wolves with us. We can merely slice off the meat from their legs. Agreed, came the consensus. Each person took charge of 1 wolf, and the 3 managed to cut a substantial quantity of wolf meat, allowing He to pull it up as they followed suit. After a brief rest, Wang Yuan checked his watch, noting it was 3:30. Flicking away his cigarette, but, he declared, We cannot descend any further. Otherwise, we shall not return before nightfall. Let's head back. All right. The 3 women divided the papayas, each carrying a few, while Wang Yuan and He separated the wolf meat into 2 backpacks, each taking 1. The group quickened their pace, finally returning to the cave around 6 o'clock, where they settled in the shelter to rest. Aunt Feng, please prepare dinner. He and I will fetch water, Wang Yuan instructed. Very well. The 3 women set about processing the wolf meat, cutting it into small pieces, placing them in a steamer, adding water and spices to stew. After enjoying their dinner, they marinated the remaining wolf meat, hanging it on a rack. While snacking on fruit, they engaged in lively conversation, with the 3 women playfully handling long guns. Strikes to these areas can induce fainting. Blows to here and here can also lead to unconsciousness. But the force must be carefully calibrated. Too strong may result in death. Too weak will have little effect. A hit here causes significant pain, sapping the opponent's strength. Similarly, a strike here can induce shock if the force is excessive. Wang Yuan continued to elucidate techniques for incapacitating foes, indicating specific points on his own body and demonstrating various movements. It's getting late. Let us retire early and exert ourselves tomorrow as we explore the valley floor. Wang Yuan advised, glancing at his watch. All right. The following morning, the group completed their morning routines and returned to the shelter. Captain, what shall we have for breakfast? Jiang Yin inquired. Let us boil instant noodles. We have a few packets without seasoning, Wang Yuan suggested. Sound good. Jiang Yin prepared a pot of noodles, adding chopped ham, marinated eggs, and finally some diced mushrooms and bamboo shoots, resulting in a uniquely flavorful meal. Captain, are we heading to the valley today? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's decide by a show of hands. We are 5 individuals, so let the minority follow the majority. Who wishes to go to the valley? Wang Yuan proposed. Ren Yuanyuan quickly raised her right hand, followed closely by Jiang Yin. Zhang Lanfang raised her right hand as well. Upon noticing both hands raised, Dahe chuckled. You all wish to venture into the valley, yet still seek my approval? Is that not redundant? Wang Yuan replied with a smile. Hee, it's merely to avoid your disapproval. Zhang Lanfang responded awkwardly. Dahe, are you still a soldier? How is it that you surrender? Would you like me to provide you with a white flag? Wang Yuan remarked with seriousness. No. My right hand signifies my vote, while my left hand represents yours. As the captain, you hold a distinguished position, so I am merely acting in your stead, Dahe replied solemnly. The 3 women erupted in laughter at his antics. What is this? Do I truly need assistance in casting votes? Even if both our votes are counted, will it alter the outcome? Have you truly begun to see yourself as a servant of Kunlun? Wang Yuan expressed a look of exasperation. No. I merely regard the 3 lovely ladies as my masters. Dahe flashed a broad smile. My goodness. Wang Yuan covered his face with his hands. What have you been watching? An endless array of court dramas? The 3 women glanced at Wang Yuan with a teasing expression. Let's set forth. Ren Yuanyuan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan responded. Yes. Dahe imitated Wang Yuan's phrase in a rather clumsy manner. Ha. Go away, you dog servant. Wang Yuan kicked Dahe playfully. Understood. Dahe scampered off to gather his belongings. Hey, how many court dramas has this foreigner watched? Wang Yuan remarked. Wang. While our country has imported quite a few of your dramas, which I thoroughly enjoy, my favorite is your country's online novels. They're simply mind-bending, presenting absurd tales with utmost seriousness. For instance, one author transforms a survival on a deserted island into a world war, while another turns it into a tale of cultivation. Some even craft narratives of saving the world and escaping the universe from an island. Ha. Utterly delightful, Dahe elaborated. The group gaped at Dahe, astonished by his incessant chatter. Captain, are online novels truly written like that nowadays? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. This is rather outrageous, Zhang Lanfang added. Aren't novels derived from life? Jiang Yin stated. Indeed, novels stem from life but transcend it. They serve merely as a form of artistic expression. Why not take them too seriously, much like Dahe, who revels in the enjoyment of it? Wang Yuan explained. The 3 women pondered thoughtfully. All right, let us depart. Captain, we have only a few grilled fish left. It is insufficient. Let's bring along some compressed biscuits, Jiang Yin suggested. Very well. The group gathered their gear and set off toward the valley. This time, the journey was smooth without the need to scatter sand, and they swiftly reached the platform where they had picked papayas the previous day. Looking down, they noticed the 3 wolf carcasses had vanished, likely dragged away by other beasts. We must exercise even greater caution now. There are surely other predators lurking below. The wolf carcasses have been removed, and perhaps even more ferocious beasts await us. The roars we heard days ago may have originated from this valley. In any case, better safe than sorry. Let us avoid danger and not regret it later, Wang Yuan advised. Understood. All right, let's take a break, have something to eat, and then proceed. From our observations, we are quite close to the valley floor. Then, we shall make a determined effort to reach the bottom, Wang Yuan concluded. All right, the group settled down, each receiving a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. Silence enveloped them, their expressions grave. All right, let us not be tense. We are not heading in a battle, nor are we a suicide squad. Let's relax a bit. We are not wielding sticks. What is there to fear? If danger arises, we shoot directly, Wang Yuan stated. Understood, the 3 women replied, though their tones still bore a hint of anxiety. How about this? Everyone draw your handguns, with the bullets chambered. Since handguns are more agile and convenient, feel free to fire if you sense danger. However, once your ammunition is depleted, swiftly change the magazine. You must reload only when it is safe. When your handguns are out of bullets, switch to the rifles. Use handguns for close encounters and rifles for distant threats. Making the most of our resources, Wang Yuan instructed. All right, the three women nodded, drawing their handguns. Perhaps due to Wang Yuan's words or the weapons in their hands. The women felt less tense, even a hint of excitement igniting within them. They continued their descent as Dahe began to scatter soil onto the stone steps with a spade. Chapter 149. Entering the valley cautiously, they finally reached the valley floor, revealing a vast expanse of grassland. 20 meters ahead lay a large grove of cyathea trees, most towering 5 to 6 meters high, their leaves obscuring the sky. Captain, what kind of trees are these? They look quite peculiar, Ren Yuanyuan inquired. These are cyathea trees, also known as tree ferns, Wang Yuan replied. Indeed, they are a type of woody fern, classified as a second-level protected species in our country, Jiang Yan added. Suddenly, a massive python emerged from the grove, raising its head to gaze at the group, its tongue flickering in and out. That beast startled me, Fei Yuanyuan exclaimed. Captain, should we shoot? She asked. Didn't I say? You're free to decide, Wang Yuan responded. All right. The three women excitedly raised their handguns, aiming. Bang, bang, bang. They fired in rapid succession. The serpent's head was shattered, and the python collapsed, its body coiling and writhing. Excellent marksmanship, Wang Yuan praised, a smile spreading across the women's faces. Quite impressive, Dahe commended. The women exchanged high fives in celebration. All right, change the magazine and load it with bullets. We should head back, Wang Yuan noted, glancing at his watch. It was already past 3 o'clock. Since we're here, shouldn't we explore a bit? Ren Yuanyuan suggested. Look how vast this grove is. Once we enter, we may not even see the sky. We don't know what dangers lie within. Let us return another day when we have ample time. It's already past 3. If we don't head back now, we might not make it before dark. Wang Yuan explained. Fine. The three women reluctantly began to retrace their steps. Just as they reached the stone platform, a sudden roar echoed from the valley below. Aoo! Goodness! What creature was that? It startled me, Fei Yuanyuan exclaimed. It seemed these women had grown bolder since their initial days. Wang Yuan raised his gun, peering through the scope towards the valley. Ren Yuanyuan also lifted binoculars to look. Suddenly, a tiger burst forth from the cyathea grove, circled around the giant python, and then pounced, tearing into it. The tiger is feasting on the python. Captain, shall we shoot it? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Let it be. It's too far. Wang Yuan replied. Let me take a look, Zhang Lanfang said. Ren Yuanyuan handed the telescope to her, while Dahe also took Wang Yuan's gun to look through. Let us go, Wang Yuan said after everyone had taken a look. Captain, will we encounter that tiger again when we return? Zhang Lanfang inquired. It's possible, so we must exercise caution, Wang Yuan replied. Oh, will it attack us? Ren Yuanyuan asked. If it has eaten enough, it won tea. However, we cannot ascertain whether it is satiated, so if we encounter it, we must open fire, Wang Yuan stated. But will we be imprisoned for killing a tiger? Ren Yuanyuan questioned. Yes, therefore we must keep it a secret, Wang Yuan affirmed. All right, I won't say a word, Ren Yuanyuan assured. Ha! There are no laws here, and no one will judge us, Dahe chuckled, revealing a broad smile. Humph. Ren Yuanyuan shot Wang Yuan a glance. Upon returning to the cave, the group rested for a while before the three women began to prepare dinner. After the meal, Wang Yuan announced that if the weather was favorable the next day, they would venture into the valley. This time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to search the entire valley, so let us prepare provisions. The wild boar meat is nearly gone. We must take all of it, roast some tiger meat, and each bring 2 bottles of fresh water, along with some compressed biscuits for emergencies. All right, let us roast the tiger meat first, Zhang Lanfang suggested. The group prepared their supplies and then rested. The following morning, after breakfast, they gathered their supplies and eagerly headed toward the valley. They quickened their pace and finally reached the valley floor at noon, only to find a pile of bones where the python had been. After consuming some food, they stood in front of the tree ferns. Captain, shall we proceed inside? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yes, let us go, Wang Yuan responded, striking a blow to a nearby tree fern. As they entered the forest, they walked cautiously. The leaves of the tree ferns were incredibly dense, obscuring the sky and casting the area in dim light. "Captain, why do I feel like we're retracing our steps?" Jiang Yin remarked. Indeed, before long, they emerged from the woods and found the tree that Wang Yuan had struck. "What's going on?" He Yuan inquired. "It seems we can't discern our direction after entering," Zhang Lanfang noted. "It must be an illusion. Once inside, all the trees appear identical, and our eyes deceive us." Jiang Yin explained. "Lanfang, take out the compass. We should re-enter," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right," Zhang Lanfang replied, producing the compass and handing it to Wang Yuan. The group ventured back into the thicket, with Wang Yuan leading the way with the compass while the four behind him gripped their weapons tightly. After half an hour, they found themselves back at the original spot, staring at the tree that had been struck, a chill running down their spines. "Captain, could it be that we've encountered ghosts?" Ren Yuan asked in terror. "You're overthinking it," Wang Yuan said, pacing a few steps while holding the compass, noting a slight deviation in the needle. "Captain, what does that mean?" Zhang Lanfang asked. The others observed Wang Yuan's movements, believing he was contemplating a solution. "The compass doesn't work well here." "What? Can a compass break?" Ren Yuan queried, and everyone turned to Wang Yuan. "It must be due to the magnetic field here. There may be magnetic or in the vicinity," Wang Yuan explained. "Oh, what should we do then?" "Let's make a mark." "How do we do that?" "With a swift stroke of the machete, one can make a diagonal cut on the tree. The downward angle indicates our direction of advance, while the upward angle signifies the path of entry," Wang Yuan remarked. "Very well." The group delved deeper into the forest, with Wang Yuan leading the way, periodically striking the adjacent trees with his machete. This time, they indeed did not lose their way, having ventured far into the heart of the woods. "Look at the compass needle," Wang Yuan said, observing the device in his hand. The others gathered around, watching as the needle wobbled erratically, pointing in all directions. "Captain, what is happening?" He Yuan inquired. "It is likely that there are magnetic ores beneath our feet," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh," they responded. "Let us proceed," Wang Yuan said, returning the compass to Zhang Lanfang. "Captain, I hear the sound of flowing water," Jiang Yin announced after a while. The group halted and listened intently, indeed hearing the gushing of water. "We should head towards the sound of the water," Wang Yuan suggested. With that, they advanced further. The sound of the flowing water grew louder. Eventually, they emerged from the woods to find themselves before a small pond, with a stream flowing nearby. The sound they had heard emanated from the brook. The pond appeared to have no visible outlet. It seemed that the water had seeped underground, surrounded by an abundance of reeds. Chapter 150, A Scene of Ruins. "Captain, let us fetch some water," Zhang Lanfang proposed. The three women circumvented the pond and approached the stream, retrieving empty mineral water bottles to fill. Wang Yuan and He followed closely behind, surveying their surroundings. At that moment, a crocodile slowly surfaced from the pond. One could easily mistake it for a piece of driftwood if not paying attention. The crocodile drifted toward the group. Suddenly, a slight splash was heard. Wang Yuan's ears perked up as he raised his firearm, aiming at the pond. "What is it?" He also turned his gaze toward the pond, but the reeds obscured his view, preventing him from noticing anything amiss. "Switch to the long gun," Wang Yuan commanded. "What's going on?" He complied, exchanging his weapon. "There is a sound, but it's unclear," Wang Yuan noted. "Captain, what danger could be lurking in the water?" He Yuan remarks. The group remained vigilant, focused on their surroundings, unaware of the pond's potential threat. "You all step back and maintain vigilance," Wang Yuan instructed. "All right. No need to overreact," Ren Yuan scoffed. The three women finished filling their bottles and stowed them in their backpacks. Just as they stood up, the crocodile lunged out of the water, its gaping maw aimed at Ren Yuan. She froze in terror. "Bang, bang, bang, tot. Wang Yuan and He immediately opened fire. The crocodile's jaws were shattered, thrashing in the stream as blood mingled with the water flowing into the pond. The group exhaled in relief. "Phew, that scared me to death." He Yuan petzt. "Come, let us fire a few shots at the pond," Wang Yuan said as he reloaded his magazine. "Bang, bang, bang, tot. That will teach you to frighten me." Ren Yuan transformed into a feisty little girl, firing and exclaiming. All right, let us return," Wang Yuan suggested. "Huh, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Let's explore a bit more." He Yuan protested. That won't do. We've been at the edge of the forest for over 4 hours, and we've already wasted quite a bit of time in the cycad grove. If we don't head back soon, we won't make it before nightfall, Wang Yuan remarked. All right, let's change the magazine first, someone suggested as the group began their return. Just as they stepped into the woods, a sudden roar erupted from behind them. Roar! They turned to see a tiger leap out, dragging an alligator to the edge of a stream. Captain, should we shoot it? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. No need. It has found food and will not attack us. Remember, as long as a wild beast does not harm us, we must not harm it in return. We only kill in self-defense. Otherwise, we risk disrupting the ecological balance, which could jeopardize our survival, Wang Yuan explained. Understood. The group nodded and continued on their way back. Thanks to the markings they had made, they successfully navigated out of the cycad grove. It's 3:30. We need to pick up the pace, Wang Yuan said, glancing at his watch. All right, they agreed, quickening their steps and finally returning to the cave before 7 o'clock. After a brief rest, they collaborated to prepare dinner. The night passed without incident, and the following day, they arrived at the water pool at the valley's bottom. Wang Yuan checked his watch. It was 1 in the afternoon. Ahead, about 20 meters away, lay a pine forest, obscuring the view of what lay within. Let's go in, Wang Yuan said, leading the group toward the pine grove, casually striking a nearby pine tree with his axe. After passing through 2 rows of pines, they emerged into a clearing. Before them lay a vast expanse of ruins, filled with blue bricks, tiles, and rectangular stones. The ruins, roughly the size of 2 football fields, were overgrown with weeds, surrounded by 2 rows of pine trees. This must have been a structure in the past. Judging by these blue bricks and tiles, it reflects the ancient techniques of our country, Jiang Yin remarked. Indeed, it seems to have collapsed over 100 years ago, Wang Yuan replied, picking up a piece of blue brick. This structure likely dates back to the late Qing dynasty or the early Republic of China, Jiang Yin added. Judging by the architectural style and orientation, it resembles the large courtyards of prominent families from that era, Zhang Lanfang noted. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from within the ruins. There's a tiger inside, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. What should we do, Captain? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's go in and take a look. There may be treasures within, Ren Yuanyuan suggested. All right, let's proceed, but check your guns first, Wang Yuan instructed. The group climbed onto the ruins, revealing a large open space in the center, overgrown with weeds and shrubs, dotted with a few cypress trees. At the far end of the clearing stood a stone house, miraculously intact despite the surrounding destruction. In front of the stone house, a pack of wolves was attacking a tiger, which bore numerous wounds and was bleeding profusely. A wolf carcass lay on the ground, and the tiger faced off against 6 other wolves, seemingly guarding the stone house. Otherwise, it would have likely escaped. The tiger was panting heavily, its body trembling, clearly exhausted. What should we do, Captain? Zhang Lanfang asked again. Let's approach cautiously. After all, they haven't attacked us, Wang Yuan replied. Okay, they agreed, descending from the ruins, guns raised, as they crept toward the stone house. Suddenly, the wolf pack noticed them. 1 wolf howled, and 3 of them charged toward the group. Bang! Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! The crowd fired their weapons, and 3 wolves fell to the ground. The remaining 3 wolves and the tiger were startled, drawing back their bodies to glance at the onlookers. With a series of gunshots, the 3 remaining wolves also succumbed. The tiger cast a glance at the crowd before turning towards the stone house, collapsing at its entrance. At that moment, a tiger cub emerged from the stone house, approaching its fallen parent and nudging it with its head. This little tiger is simply adorable, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed. The crowd gathered around. The tiger was not dead, but raised its head to look at them. Wang Yuan gently patted the tiger's head, while Ren Yuanyuan playfully touched its rear. I've patted the tiger's bottom. Zhang Lanfang scooped up the cub, and the 3 women stroked it, their eyes sparkling with delight. So cute, so fluffy. The cub mewled in a high-pitched voice. How amusing. It must be hungry, Wang Yuan observed. What shall we do? We have no milk to feed it, someone asked. Let us try cutting some wolf meat for it, Wang Yuan suggested. Dahe quickly retrieved a large chunk of wolf meat. That's too big. Cut it smaller, Jiang Yin advised. Wang Yuan sliced off a small piece and handed it over. Ren Yuanyuan held it out to the cub, which eagerly opened its mouth and began to munch on the meat. It's really eating. The tiger lay on the ground, watching the crowd. Wang Yuan sliced off several more pieces of wolf meat and handed them to Ren Yuanyuan. as the three women continued to feed the cub. He then tossed a larger piece to the adult tiger, which regarded Wang Yuan before also beginning to eat. After a while, the adult tiger regained its strength and stood up, startling everyone. The tiger surveyed the crowd before entering the stone house, the cub breaking free from its embrace to follow. The tiger turned back to look at them, and Wang Yuan followed it inside. Chapter 151. Entering the cave, the stone house was modest, measuring only about 20 square meters, devoid of furnishings, save for a square hole in the corner, approximately 1 meter wide. Dahe and the others followed inside, all noticing the opening. The tiger stood by the hole, observing the crowd. Once everyone had entered, it lay down, gazing at them, while the cub whimpered beside it. Wang Yuan approached, squatting down to pet the cub as he examined the hole. A set of stone steps descended into the dark abyss. "Captain, do you think there is treasure down there?" Ren Yuan inquired, peering into the darkness. "It's possible," Wang Yuan replied. "Let's go take a look. It's too dark. We need to make some torches. Let us hurry then. There's no time. It's already 2:30. We should head back. We don't know what dangers might lurk inside. Let us return tomorrow with torches," Wang Yuan concluded. "Oh, all right." He stepped outside the stone house, dragging in a dead wolf, slicing off several pieces of meat to place beside the adult tiger and smaller chunks for the cub. After petting both tigers, he stood up and declared, "Let us go." The three women also stroked the cub before turning to leave. "Let us quicken our pace. We must return before dark," Wang Yuan urged. "Very well, Captain, but let us bring more provisions tomorrow. It is always like this. We only have an hour here, which is hardly sufficient. Let us stay here overnight tomorrow," Wang Yuan suggested. As dusk fell, the group returned to the cave. After dinner, they fashioned several torches from sticks, hay, and rags. 3 backpacks were filled with food and clothing, while 2 baskets contained ammunition and water, along with a medical kit and a length of rope, all including the torches. Once the supplies were secured, they rested. The following morning, the group hastily washed up and had a quick breakfast before setting off. After days of climbing, they no longer felt fatigued. Rather, they were invigorated and unconsciously quickened their pace, even skipping lunch. As Ren Yuan put it, they would eat with the tiger upon reaching the stone house. Upon arriving at the ruins, they climbed up to gaze into the clearing. There lay 6 wolf corpses, and the tiger was likely still within the stone house. "It appears safe. Let's proceed," Wang Yuan said. Agreed. The group descended from the ruins and approached the stone house. Suddenly, a small tiger emerged, having heard their voices. It dashed towards them and nuzzled Wang Yuan's pant leg. Wang Yuan crouched down and lifted the small tiger into his arms. The 3 girls gathered around, petting the little creature. "Did you miss us?" Fei Yuan inquired. The small tiger licked her hand in response. "How delightful." The girls were utterly charmed by the little tiger. "Why hasn't the big tiger come out? Let us check inside," Wang Yuan suggested. They entered the stone house and found a large tiger lying on the ground. It lifted its head to glance at them before lying back down. Wang Yuan set the small tiger down, and it rushed to the side of the big tiger, nudging it affectionately. Wang Yuan approached and gently patted the tiger's head, noticing that some of its wounds were inflamed and oozing thick blood. "It is ill. The wounds are infected. If we do not tend to it, it may not survive for long," Wang Yuan remarked. "Then let us save it quickly," Ren Yuan urged. "Very well." Wang Yuan set down the basket and retrieved the medical kit, extracting cotton and alcohol to disinfect the tiger's wounds. The tiger let out a whimper of pain and looked up at Wang Yuan, understanding he was helping, then lay back down. "You too, find 2 anti-inflammatory tablets, crush them, and mix them with water to administer to it," Wang Yuan instructed. "Understood." Zhang Lanfang went outside to find 2 large leaves. She folded them and shaped them into a bowl, adding a bit of clean water. She brought it to the small tiger, which eagerly lapped it up. Jiang Yin crushed the 2 anti-inflammatory tablets, placed them into the leaf bowl, added water, and stirred it before bringing it to the large tiger. The big tiger also extended its tongue to drink, and soon both tigers finished the water. "Now crush 2 more anti-inflammatory tablets," Wang Yuan said. "All right." Ren Yuan crushed another 2 tablets. After tending to the tiger's wounds, Wang Yuan sprinkled the powdered medicine onto the more severe injuries. "Now, it is time for us to eat," Wang Yuan announced, rising to his feet. "Oh, indeed, let us eat." The 3 women extracted roasted bear meat and water from their backpacks. Wang Yuan dragged the wolf lying on the ground closer to the tiger, which began to tear into it and cradled the little tiger. The group settled on the ground, savoring the roasted meat. Wang Yuan tore off a piece and offered it to the little tiger, which relished the morsel with great delight. "This is so much fun, let me feed it," Ren Yuan exclaimed as she placed the little tiger on her lap. The three women gathered around, taking turns to feed the small creature. "Enough now. It's still so small. Aren't you afraid of overfeeding it?" Wang Yuan remarked. The three women then relented and placed the little tiger back on the ground. It scampered over to the larger tiger, nuzzling its belly, and the larger tiger responded with a gentle nudge. The little tiger then returned to Wang Yuan's feet. Wang Yuan poured a bit of water into his palm and offered it to the little tiger, which extended its tongue to lap up the water. Noticing that everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Yuan suggested, "Let us head down." "All right," the group replied excitedly as they shouldered their backpacks and baskets. They lit 2 torches and descended. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they found the 2 tigers, perhaps sated, lying asleep nearby. I led the way, with the hay behind me, Feng Jie holding a torch behind, Yuan in the center, and General Jiang bringing up the rear as Wang Yuan organized the formation. As they lit their torches, the 2 tigers opened their eyes to observe the group entering the cave. The steps were crafted from blue stone slabs, extending downward at a 45-degree angle, about a meter wide, flanked by earthen walls. After descending more than 20 meters, the stone steps came to an end, revealing a passageway paved with blue bricks. The far end of the passage was shrouded in darkness, widening considerably, approximately 2 meters in both height and width, constructed from large stones, with long stones forming the ceiling. A gentle breeze drifted through, rendering the passage neither damp nor oppressive, but rather pleasantly cool and dry. An iron oil lamp hung on the right wall. Wang Yuan approached to inspect it, noting that it was rusted and filled with nothing but a thick layer of dust. "Captain, what is this?" Zhang Lanfeng inquired, moving closer with her torch. "An ancient oil lamp, though it's out of oil," Wang Yuan replied. "Oh," with his pistol raised to lead the way. Wang Yuan continued onward, and the group followed closely. Approximately every 5 meters, there was another oil lamp, and upon reaching the 10th lamp, the path ahead opened up dramatically. Chapter 152. Is there really treasure? In the dim flicker of the firelight, they beheld a square space of about 70 to 80 square meters, with a large brazier suspended in the center. Wang Yuan approached and saw that the brazier had a lid, which featured a small round hole the size of a thumb at its center, surrounded by smaller holes. Lifting the lid revealed half a basin of fire oil within. "Captain, what is this?" The group gathered around, with Ren Yuan asking. "A large oil lamp. Feng Jie, please find me a piece of clothing that you no longer wear." Wang Yuan instructed. "All right," Zhang Lanfeng replied, rummaging through her belongings, but finding nothing that was in use, as all her items were meant for washing. She eventually produced a chair cover and handed it to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan unsheathed a dagger, slicing through the fabric of the chair cover. He tore several strips of cloth, twisted them together, and soaked them with a bit of kerosene, dampening the small hole in the middle of the lid. After covering it, he ignited the exposed cloth strip, and the flames gradually intensified, shining brighter than a torch, illuminating the space around him. Although the light was still faint, it was sufficient to discern the items within the room. To his astonishment, the ceiling was constructed of concrete. On the left side of the space stood 5 large iron barrels and 5 wooden barrels, while the right side displayed 5 cannons and a heap of long rifles, carelessly strewn across the ground. The group approached the right side to examine the weaponry. "Captain, what are these? They look quite peculiar," Ren Yuan inquired. Wang Yuan picked up a rifle, brushing off the dust that clung to it. The wooden stock had decayed, crumbling easily at his touch. "This is an ancient matchlock rifle, the ancestor of all firearms. Those cannons are the famous redcoat cannons. Their carriages have rotted, unable to support the weight of the barrels, hence their collapse," Wang Yuan explained. The group then moved to the left side, where Wang Yuan tapped on the iron barrels. Rust cascaded down as he discovered that only one contained anything, the others being empty. He used his dagger to cut a hole in the barrel that held contents, revealing it to be half a barrel of kerosene. Approaching the wooden barrels, he cautiously pried open the lid, finding that 3 were empty, while the remaining 2 were filled with compacted black gunpowder, having solidified over the years. Directly in front of them stood a square table, covered in a thick layer of dust, behind which was a row of 8 wooden boxes. "Captain, could there be treasure inside those boxes?" Ren Yuan suggested. "I'm not certain," Wang Yuan replied. Let us open them and see, Ren Yuan urged. All right. The group collectively opened all the boxes, only to be taken aback by their contents. 5 of the boxes contained iron balls, 12 in each, while the remaining 3 held rusted iron sand. Captain, what is this? These are likely the cannonballs for the redcoat cannons. And the iron sand is ammunition for the matchlock rifles, Wang Yuan clarified. Ah, they responded in unison. Let us further examine our surroundings for any additional items or suspicious areas, Wang Yuan suggested. Agreed. The group dispersed to search the space. Wang Yuan wielded a machete, tapping along the walls, striking nearly every stone twice. Observing him, Dehei also picked up an entrenching tool to strike the ground. It's empty here, Wang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. The group gathered around him as he stood at the corner behind the table on the right side. Using the handle of his machete, he struck a stone above him, then tapped the adjacent stone, noting a distinct difference in sound. After striking once more with the blade, he distinctly felt a pull. Pressing the machete against it, he was indeed drawn towards it. Captain, is the stone magnetic? Fei Yuan queried. No, there should be magnetite within. Remember how our compass malfunctioned above? We must be beneath that cycad forest, Wang Yuan deduced. It's hollow inside, so there should be an entrance behind this stone, Jiang Yin remarked. Wang Yuan tapped on several stones once more, and indeed they emitted the same sound, indicating that the space behind them was likely hollow and the stones were not excessively thick. Come, let us push together and see what happens, Wang Yuan suggested. All right, 1, 2, 3, push. They chanted in unison. Despite their collective effort, the stones remained immovable. Captain, isn't there black powder over there? Perhaps we could use it to blast our way through, Jiang Yin proposed. No, those explosives have been there for a long time. Even if they are still viable, their power would be diminished. Furthermore, detonating them here might cause a collapse, Wang Yuan replied. What should we do then? Fei Yuan inquired. Let us dig, Wang Yuan said, seizing a machete and inserting it into the crevice of the stone, surprisingly finding it could penetrate. Within the crevice lay yellow mud, indicating that it could indeed be excavated. The group promptly retrieved their daggers and machetes to dig out the yellow mud. After they had excavated all the mud, they once again attempted to push the stones. Yet they remained stationary. Captain, what is going on? It shouldn't be so resistant, Ren Yuan asked, disheartened by their fruitless labor. It's possible that something inside is blocking it. Perhaps we can pry it loose from the outside, Wang Yuan suggested. Upon saying this, he inserted his machete into the upper crevice and exerted force outward. Indeed, the stone shifted slightly. Fortunately, the quality of the machete was exceptional. A lesser blade would have broken under such pressure. This method is effective. Dehei, come, let us work together, Wang Yuan called. Dehei also inserted his machete, and together they pried outward. After half an hour of strenuous effort, they were panting, having only managed to shift the stone by a couple of centimeters. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6 o'clock. All right, let us call it day. We'll ascend, prepare a meal, and rest. We can continue tomorrow, he announced. Very well, Dehei replied. Take this large oil lamp with you for illumination, Wang Yuan instructed. Understood, Dehei said, lifting the lamp. Wang Yuan then grabbed 2 empty bottles and filled them with lamp oil from a nearby barrel. As they made their way back, they soon emerged from the cave, where dusk had already begun to settle. Little Tiger rushed over upon seeing them, while Big Tiger stood up, trotting over and wagging its tail, nudging Wang Yuan's leg with its head. Huh, Captain, it seems this tiger is improving. The anti-inflammatory medication is taking effect, Jiang Yin remarked, cradling Little Tiger. Yes, let us prepare our meal, Wang Yuan replied. Shall we gather firewood? Zhang Lanfeng asked. No need, we have lamp oil. Let us bring in some stones first, Wang Yuan instructed. After transporting several stones inside, Wang Yuan extinguished the oil lamp, removed the lid, and arranged stones around the lamp basin. He added a bit more lamp oil, ignited it, and placed a flat-bottomed pan atop the stones, filling it with clean water, thus crafting a makeshift stove. Captain, shall we cook the wolf meat? I also brought instant noodles, Jiang Yin inquired. Let us cook the wolf meat while it is still fresh. You all proceed with that. Dehei and I will fetch some water, Wang Yuan directed. Chapter 153. The treasure is gone. The group prepared a large pot of wolf meat, its savory aroma wafting throughout the stone house. The Big Tiger watched eagerly, while the Little Tiger, nestled in Ren Yuan's arms, sat still, fixated on the pot. Once the meat was cooked, the pot was removed and the group shared some of the wolf meat, setting aside the remainder to cool before distributing it to the two tigers. Everyone, along with the tigers, feasted heartily, with the little tiger prompting great affection from the three women, who ensured it ate until its belly was round. Soon, the entire pot of wolf meat was devoured, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. Jiang, could you prepare another pot? Look, the big tiger seems unsatisfied. To prevent spoilage, let us make a couple more pots for breakfast tomorrow, Wang Yuan suggested. Certainly, Jiang Yin replied. After preparing another pot, she ladled the wolf meat onto large leaves to cool and placed more meat back into the pot to continue cooking. Once the wolf meat was ready, Wang Yuan brought out the fire basin, covered it, and lit the wick, transforming it into a grand oil lamp. The three women returned to feed the big tiger, which lay on the ground, relishing the cooked meat with great contentment. Look, it's a real-life Beauty and the Beast, Wang Yuan remarked. The big black tiger, chuckled mischievously. The three women exchanged a glance, rolling their eyes at the two. Captain, how are we supposed to sleep? Zhang Lanfang inquired, noticing the tiger was well fed. We can simply find a spot to lay out some seat covers and use our clothes as blankets, Wang Yuan replied. Will the tiger not bite us? Rin Yuan asked. Not at all. It's had its fill. If it were hungry, it would first eat the wolf meat before considering you, Wang Yuan assured. First you. Your meat is tender. I'll eat you first. Exactly. You're the one I'll eat first. Your meat is fatty. I'll eat you first. What? You're the one who has fat. You're infuriating. Hey, Yuan retorts it, kritzing herzu. All right, we'll start with Big Black. His meat is nutritious, Wang Yuan said. Big Black looked bewildered, pondering. What does this have to do with me? Laughter erupted among the group. Enough. Let's all get some rest, Wang Yuan concluded. They laid out 2 layers of seat covers in a corner, extinguished the oil lamp, and settled down to rest. Upon waking in the morning, Wang Yuan felt a tingling soreness in his arms. When he opened his eyes, he found a little tiger curled up in the crook of his left arm and a head of long hair resting on his right. At the base of his thigh lay a long leg. Breathing in the fragrant scent of hair, he deduced it must belong to Jiang Yin. Gently withdrawing his left arm, stirred the little tiger awake. Ugh. The little tiger yawned sleepily before gazing at Wang Yuan. He extended his left hand to smooth Jiang Yan's hair, carefully lifting her head to rest on her backpack. Suddenly, Jiang Yan opened her beautiful eyes, saw Wang Yuan, and smiled softly. He gestured downwards, causing her face to flush instantly as she quickly retracted her long leg. Wang Yuan stood up and stepped outside, followed by the little tiger. What on earth is that? Why is it so hot even through my pants? Jiang Yan mused, her lips curving into a smile. Wang Yuan walked to a corner, filling a container with water while pondering the restless nature of the women in his company. Turning back, he noticed the little tiger also squatting in the grass, prompting a chuckle from him. Lighting a cigarette, he and the tiger returned to the stone house where everyone and the tigers were awake. Good morning, Captain. Good morning. The 3 women busied themselves with their belongings while the He stepped out to attend to personal matters. Wang Yuan, feeling a bit irritable, heated up some wolf meat. Upon the He's return, Wang Yuan suggested they all wash up at the waterhole after finishing their business. The 3 women agreed and left, followed by the large tiger. After the women returned, the group shouldered their gear and made their way toward the waterhole, with the 2 tigers trailing behind. The little tiger playfully hopped out from the ruins, eliciting laughter from everyone. Captain, look how much the big tiger has recovered. It seems quite spirited, remarked Zhang Lanfang. Indeed. Let's feed it a couple of anti-inflammatory tablets when we get back, Wang Yuan replied. Upon reaching the small stream beside the waterhole, they noted the crocodile bones still lying nearby. The 2 tigers crouched by the stream to drink, while the group set down their equipment and took out their toiletries to freshen up. Afterward, they filled their water containers and returned to the small stone hut with the tigers. After consuming the wolf meat, the 3 women fed the big tiger some meat soup mixed with medicinal powder. Shall we descend? Zhang Lanfang inquired. Yes, let's go, Wang Yuan affirmed. The group gathered their equipment, with Dahe leading the way holding a lantern, and they descended in succession. This time, Wang Yuan brought up the rear, while the little tiger excitedly dashed between the front and back, causing much amusement until Ren Yuan scooped it up into her arms. Upon entering the space, Wang Yuan and Dahe resumed prying at a large stone while the 3 women entertained the little tiger. As they worked, the stone became progressively easier to move, and soon they could manage it with their hands. Hey, let us lift it together and pull it outward, Wang Yuan instructed. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. He called out. All right, everyone step back, Wang Yuan directed. He and the three women retreated, and Wang Yuan inserted a shovel and stepped aside, exerting a strong pull. Boom! The stone crashed down. The three women gasped. Wang Yuan peered into the dark opening, which was about 50 centimeters wide, preventing the stone from being pushed inside. The sides of the entrance were layered with rock, and a gentle breeze wafted in. Wang Yuan brought over the lantern for illumination, set his belongings aside, and ventured in with only his machete, feeling an increasing pull from the blade as he progressed. Hey, let us work together to remove another stone, Wang Yuan suggested. Wang Yuan pushed from inside, while He pried from outside, and soon they dislodged another large rock, widening the entrance to about 1.20 meters to 30 centimeters. Allowing for the group's passage, Wang Yuan emerged again, noting that the magnetic force within was intensifying. Let us leave our gear here and take only torches, he proposed. All right, they agreed. Each person carried 2 torches but only lit one. Wang Yuan led the way with a torch raised, while He followed suit. The group entered the passage, which was approximately 2 meters high and widened the further they ventured. Every 5 meters, they found an oil lamp, though these were no longer iron but rather copper, encrusted with green patina, an empty save for dust. By the time they reached the 5th oil lamp, the passage had widened to 3 meters. Before them lay a square space, approximately 10 meters in length and width, with 5 boxes on either side, all of which had been opened. The group hurried over, but alas, each box was empty. Wang Yuan and He noticed their torches dimming and quickly ignited another one. In the center of the space hung a large oil lamp, made of brass. The group approached and lifted the lid, revealing that the wick had turned to dust, though there was still half a basin of lamp oil inside. Wang Yuan boldly thrust his torch into the oil, and with a whoosh, flames erupted, illuminating the space. Chapter 154. Delving deeper into the cave. Captain, weren't these boxes originally filled with treasures? Ren Yuanyuan inquired. I have no idea, Wang Yuan replied, then kicked one of the nearby boxes. Crack! Crash! The box shattered into countless fragments, sending dust swirling into the air. Nice kick, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Indeed, the shadowless kick of Foshan, Ren Yuanyuan added. That's the essence of Chinese martial arts. Splendid. He praised, giving a thumbs up. Wang Yuan wiped his nose with his thumb and remarked, could you all maintain a semblance of dignity? Ha ha, those boxes were rotting, and a gentle touch caused them to disintegrate. We were merely jesting. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed, Ow woo oh. The group turned to see a small tiger on the ground, scratching vigorously until it unearthed a golden object. They approached and Wang Yuan picked it up, inspecting it closely. It's a gold bar, he declared. The others took turns examining it, noticing the ornate characters inscribed on it, denoting the 21st year of the Chen Feng era. Captain, how much is this gold bar worth? Ren Yuanyuan asked. Wang Yuan weighed the gold bar in his hand. It's roughly over 110 grams. At current gold prices, it's worth less than 30,000 yuan. However, I cannot ascertain its value as an artifact. Oh, considering its historical significance, it might fetch 100,000 or even 200,000. Yuanyuan speculated. It could even be 1 million, Wang Yuan replied, handing the gold bar to Jiang Yan. Here, take this and split it with the others when we return. All right, she agreed. Captain, how did this gold bar end up buried here? Yuanyuan inquired. It might have been dropped during a robbery or perhaps divided among the locals who hurriedly left, which explains the absence of bodies in the blocked entrance. Thus, the latter scenario seems more plausible, Wang Yuan explained. This gold bar should belong to our nation. How did it come to be here? Zhang Lanfang pondered. Emperor Chen Feng reigned for 31 years, and the inscription confirms it was minted in the 21st year of his reign, a time when foreign powers were already involved. It is plausible that it was seized by foreigners or that reparations were brought here. Given the surrounding ruins, it's most likely that officials or wealthy families transported their treasures to this location, Wang Yuan elucidated. How do you know so much? Ren Yuanyuan asked. I was never fond of studying in school, which is why I didn't attend university, but I have always enjoyed reading about geography, history, and biology, mostly for entertainment. Wang Yuan confessed. Oh, I see. Let's continue searching the surroundings for any unusual items or clues, he suggested. The crowd dispersed once more, each individual searching in their own direction. Surrounding them were layers of rugged black stone, uneven and contoured, with some rocks reflecting the flickering firelight. "Captain, there's a door here," Jiang Yin called out. The group gathered around, observing a wall within which a door was bricked up with blue bricks. However, the bricks were haphazardly stacked, leaving considerable gaps, suggesting they had been hastily constructed. A gentle breeze wafted through these openings. Wang Yuan pushed forcefully, causing the bricks to collapse with a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust billowing forth, prompting the group to step back. As the dust settled, they peered inside to find yet another passageway, approximately 2 meters in width and height. "Captain, shall we enter?" Ren Yuan inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting anticipation. "Yes, let us proceed," Wang Yuan replied, taking Ren Yuan's torch to ignite it before leading the way. The others followed suit, stepping onto the blue bricks, with Xiao Laohu trailing behind them into the passage. The ground, side walls, and ceiling of the passage were all comprised of black stone, while the walls were layered, and the floor appeared to be a solid slab of rock, as if meticulously chiseled. Along the right wall, copper oil lamps hung every 5 meters, all corroded and non-functional. After passing 5 lamps, they arrived at another expansive space, distinct from the others. A subterranean river flowed from left to right, bisecting the area. This space was vast, roughly the size of a football field, shrouded in darkness as if it absorbed all light. In each corner of the space hung a large copper oil lamp, which the group inspected and found to have decayed wicks. Upon removing the lids, they discovered each contained half a basin of lamp oil. Igniting the oil immediately set the 4 lamps ablaze, illuminating the space as bright as day, allowing the group to clearly discern their surroundings. The underground river was not particularly wide, about 1 meter across, flowing in through a small opening on the left and exiting through another on the right. Occasionally gusts of wind escaping from these apertures, each around 20 centimeters in height and width. The space was filled with dark stone blocks, and across the river lay a small wooden box. "Captain, could there be treasures in that box?" Ren Yuan asked. "I'm not sure. Let us go take a look," Wang Yuan replied. The group crossed the river, gathering around the wooden box as Wang Yuan pried the lid open. "What type of wood is this? How is it still so sturdy after all these years?" Fei Yuan remarks. Peering into the box, they found only a piece of black stone, approximately the size of a thumb, resembling a small fish with a tiny hole where the eye would be. Its material was unknown, blending in with the surrounding stones. Wang Yuan picked it up, examined it thoroughly, but found nothing remarkable, so he tucked it into his pocket. "Let us search the area further," he suggested. "All right." The group agreed, dispersing once more to explore, continuing their search for about an hour, meticulously inspecting even the crevices, yet uncovering nothing of value or significance. "Captain, we haven't found anything or any clues. It's all just black stones around here," Zhang Lanfang remarked. There is not much left to say. Here lies a magnetite deposit beneath our feet, with igneous rocks surrounding us. Above are layers of sedimentary rock. Magnetite typically occurs between igneous and sedimentary formations. Its primary purpose is the extraction of iron, along with vanadium, titanium, and other rare metals. I surmise that the original miners sought iron when they excavated this magnetite. Wang Yuan remarked. "Oh," Little Tiger echoed. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the surroundings. "This is bad, hurry. We must exit at once." Wang Yuan shouted. "Captain, what is happening? An earthquake?" The group inquired, swiftly turning to flee. "I am uncertain, but it does not resemble an earthquake that originates from below, whereas this feels as if it emanates from the surface," Wang Yuan replied. Another rumble ensued, causing pebbles and dust to cascade down. Chapter 155, Battle Equipped. The group hastened out of the cave. The large tiger paced restlessly within the stone dwelling until it halted upon the arrival of Little Tiger. "Let's venture outside," Wang Yuan suggested. They emerged into an open area. A violent tremor shook the ground. "This is dire. Someone is firing artillery. We must seek refuge in the forest," Wang Yuan urged. The group, alongside the tigers, dashed towards the tree grove, and as they entered, the sound of engines filled the air. 2 helicopters hovered above the valley. Boom! One helicopter launched 2 rockets, obliterating the small stone house amidst the ruins. The helicopters circled overhead, their doors flung open, as 2 individuals wielding machine guns began to spray bullets around the debris. The sound of gunfire shattered the serene atmosphere, many pine trees succumbing to the onslaught, and every possible hiding spot came under fire. At that moment, the helicopters altered their course, heading towards the tree grove. Quickly, disperse deeper into the forest. Do not congregate. Maintain a distance of at least 10 meters, Wang Yuan urged, desperate to prevent the entire group from being caught. What about you? The three women asked in unison. I will find a way to bring them down, Wang Yuan declared. That is not an option. They echoed again. There is no time. Big Black, lead them away, Wang Yuan commanded. Let us go. Trust him. You'll be fine, Big Black reassured. Scatter. The three women and Big Black moved deeper into the woods, closely followed by the two tigers, who kept glancing back. As the helicopters approached, a dark figure suddenly darted towards one of the helicopter cabins, and a person fell from it, plummeting to their demise. It was an eagle. The individual inside the helicopter raised their machine gun and fired at the eagle soaring above. Another gun emerged from the cabin of the first helicopter, joining the assault against the sky, revealing more than one occupant inside. The bullets whizzed through the air, but the eagle had ascended too high to be reached. A prime opportunity, Wang Yuan exclaimed. Bang! Wang Yuan raised his long rifle and fired a precise shot, striking the fuel tank of a helicopter flying overhead. Gasoline leaked from the bullet hole. The sound of gunfire drowned out by the cacophony of machine guns and the roar of the engine, while those aboard the helicopter remained oblivious, soaring past without a care. The second helicopter soon approached, and Wang Yuan aimed at the pilot. Bang! Two bullets struck true, one piercing the chest and the other the forehead. The pilot's head tilted, lifeless. The occupants of the cabin were still unaware of the pilot's demise, firing aimlessly into the sky. Suddenly, the helicopter ascended sharply and veered forward. With a thunderous crash, it collided with the mountainside, rolling down before erupting into flames, a deafening explosion scattering debris in all directions, claiming the lives of all within. The other helicopter hastily ascended and fled into the distance, but did not travel far before running out of fuel. The rotor blades ceased to spin, and it crashed into the hillside, rolling down before a missile detonated, obliterating everything in its wake. The pilot, having received the fuel depletion alert too late, could have traveled several kilometers had the normal warning sounded, but the depletion of gasoline led to their tragic end. Wang Yuan rushed to the side of the fallen individual, a man of African descent, his face mangled by eagle talons. With a headset resting on his left ear and its cord connected to a walkie-talkie in the inner pocket of his jacket, he retrieved the walkie-talkie and headset, listened for sounds but heard none, and stowed them away. He also discovered 2 packs of cigarettes and an elegant lighter, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Additionally, he found over 200 euros and a mechanical watch, but nothing else of significance to establish identity. Captain, are you all right? Came the voices of 3 women from behind. Turning, he saw the Hay and the 3 women approaching. Fine. I've acquired a watch. Does anyone want it? Wang Yuan inquired. Give it to Feng Jia. I have no need for it, Jiang Yin replied. Very well, he said, handing the watch to Zhang Lanfang. Captain, our watches showed different times. Mine seems to be over an hour slow, Ren Yuan noted. The group compared their watches, discovering the discrepancies. Let us all adjust our watches to match Feng Jia's. Ours must have been affected by the magnetic interference in the cave. The magnetic field there is too strong, Wang Yuan suggested. Boom! Boom! Just as they finished adjusting their watches, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed. Let us return. Our cave may have been attacked, Wang Yuan declared. What? We should hurry back, the 3 women urged. No, we must first satisfy our hunger. Jiang, please distribute the compressed biscuits, and everyone take a bottle of water. We will eat as we walk, Wang Yuan instructed. All right. After distributing the food and gathering their gear, they traversed through the tree ferns, preparing to ascend the mountain when they spotted 2 tigers following them. Wang Yuan took out some roasted bear meat, chopped into pieces, and scattered it on the ground for the young tigers, then tossed a large chunk to the adult tiger. As the 2 tigers feasted on the roasted meat, Wang Yuan patted their heads and stood up, saying, Once you've finished eating, you should depart. We shall return to visit you another time. Captain, should we not take them with us? Ren Yuan asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. At present, it is not feasible. We shall discuss it once we are secure. They belong to nature, and even if we were to bring them back, they would merely reside in a zoo. Wang Yuan remarked. Very well. The group swiftly retraced their steps, And just as they neared the summit, an abrupt explosion resonated, accompanied by two thunderous booms. Upon looking up, they beheld the harpoon, affixed with a cloth, obliterated by the shell fire, vanishing from sight as smoke billowed forth, and debris scattered in all directions. "Everyone, be cautious and take cover," Wang Yuan instructed. The three women quickly crouched down, while Wang Yuan and He embraced each other as backs, resting their heads against one another's shoulders, shielding the three women above them. A cacophony of falling stones ensued, as small pebbles rained down upon Wang Yuan and He. Fortunately, no substantial rock struck them, merely minor debris, which the backpacks shielded them from harm. "I shall ascend first, followed by He. Ladies, you shall ascend last," Wang Yuan declared. "Understood." Just as Wang Yuan prepared to climb, two tigers emerged from behind in pursuit. "Captain, look! The tigers are coming!" The three women exclaimed, their eyes wide with delight as they gently stroked the two tigers. "Shall we take them with us?" Zhang Lanfang inquired. "Let me ascend first to assess the situation. If all is well, we shall bring them up," Wang Yuan replied. "How wonderful!" The three women cheered excitedly. Wang Yuan climbed the rope, reaching the spot where the harpoon had once been lodged, now transformed into a large crater due to the explosion. He lay within the pit, extending his rifle and peering through the scope to observe below.